prime time. Y'all niggas shoulda left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire from lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, they give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
Yeah, you already know who it is. Your boy Mike Son, aka No Filler, up on bars on I-95 about to kill us. Let's get to it.
Man, you already know what time it is, man. This is Bars on I-95, #1 show in Connecticut. This is strictly for the culture right here. We got a veteran in the building.
You already know.
You feel what I'm saying? We bridging the gap. We showing some young people how to do it the right way. This is Bars. We here.
Bars is bars, no matter what age you are.
You know what time it is. This is God's work. Turn that beat on. You want? Let's do it.
Okay. Shout out to my brother Nori. Nori played this for me when he first did it. I was there. I'm a young veteran. Let's get to it.
Let's do it. Young vet. I like that. Reach both sides. Let's do it.
Listen. I'ma do this one more time, just one more rhyme. For you haters and you trolls that just come online. And for those who show love, who know sun gon' shine. On God, whatever fucking beat that come on's done. You got dirt up on your name, nigga, ain't none on mine. You had nice belts on your waist, I had a gun on mine. When you was getting punched in your face, used to run home crying. I was scrapping 1-on-1 or 1-on-9. So y'all won't find another rapper disqualified. I'm a grown man meets hip-hop personified. See, I'm the kind of guy who will live and die by the code, who won't sell his soul for no dollar sign. So bottom line, I'm top 5. All the niggas that's better than me, they not alive. I provide oxygen for niggas who got oxys in their boxes in the yard, about to go to the box again. Don't box with him, that nigga's a god. You comparing me to who? That nigga's a fraud. You show me all the dudes who you think spit it hard, and then you line them all up and watch me pick them apart. These niggas ain't shooters, niggas is marked, and everybody claim they blood until they swimming with sharks. Now, no disrespect to my real rights, I know real bloods, but these niggas appeal just don't feel right. I mean, they whole aura is off. You running around with 100 niggas, all of them soft, beginning started by the same niggas calling you boss, and I know you wouldn't cough if you was up north, but enough of that. Let's get back to these bars. How I make beats, flows, and facts just menage. Nav got me rapping like I'm back in the yard. Now every time I rap it's like I'm catching the charge. It's murder one, premeditated. Last time I left Earth, I levitated. This the type of shit that need to be celebrated. I'm woke, fly, gangster, and I'm educated. R.I.P. my nigga Hustle the Great. Stop giving real niggas roses when it's fucking too late. When they alive, you're backbiting. It's nothing but hate. Then they die, you love them. You motherfuckers is fake. I can't do nothing with snakes but separate and terminate. You can't change them. All they ever learned was hate. I told goons they God, then told them put the burners away. Now I got reformed killers trying to drop the murder rate. I think I deserve a thanks or something. Pat on the back, handshake, some drinks or something. Just for elevating minds and telling them that it's grinds that can make more money than they ever made with crime. See, it's designed for us to kill each other, but they'll lose their mind if we build each other. If we make money with instead of steal from each other. See, when you kill your own, you ain't real, you a sucker. That ain't gangster. These niggas is lying. They selling them the slum. These niggas is buying. They telling them to squeeze and these niggas is frying. But when the judge say guilty, these niggas be crying. That's on God. I don't watch, beloved. I'm trying to tell you that you God. But you ain't conscious of it. They want to keep you in the dark, not evolving from it. That's why they going so hard to keep our fathers from us. Cause they know with no guidance, we gonna go to violence. Then we going to jail, never go to college. They want you locked in a box with no knowledge. But nah, not on my watch, I promise. That's why I be going hard at these fake rap niggas. Killers and thugs. You ain't that nigga. You a clown whack nigga preying on the weak. A fake sheep herder that's waiting on some sheep. Keep comparing them to me. Is you shitting me? Niggas ain't fucking with mice. Is you kidding me?
Nah.
I am appalled. I'm in a whole different league. These niggas just rappers. I'm a guard in fatigues. Now every bar make it harder to breathe. These niggas still doubting. It's hard to believe. So y'all gon' concede to my greatness, or I'm gon' proceed to just take shit. Cause ain't shit worse than a gangster that's woke. A certified hustler that ain't selling coke. See, I'm selling hope, but the Jews is free. So it's a win-win, you can't lose with me. So soon, you gon' see I'm on a whole nother echelon. And I perform better when the pressure's on. I keep moving on up like the Jeffersons. It ain't a rapper alive that go F a song. Much love to my brother Dapper Dan. But it's still fuck Gucci as a brand. As a black descendant of Africans, in the spirit of Malcolm I have to stand. Cause I understand you gotta teach them how to treat you. If they can disrespect you, they can beat you.
Talk.
If you allow your enemy to feed you,
Talk.
there's no need for him to treat you equal. So in conclusion, so it's no confusion. If you see a nigga realer than me, it's an illusion. I wasn't always eating, I had to starve first. This ain't just no rap, I'm doing God's work.
Hey, Bars on I-95, man. This is God's work right here, man. This is strictly for the culture, man. This
Listen.
we trying to inspire here,
My money
man.
on me.
That's a fact.
No
Hey,
filler. Don't come up here with no filler, man. That's a new requirement. We ain't coming up here no filler, no lingy long. Nah, come up here bars, nigga. Bars on R95 means you come with bars. If you come with filler, I'm telling them you gotta send it to me first. If it got some filler in it, it's disqualified.
Right. Hey.
Dedicated to all my hustlers that's a product of their environment. Whether getting money legally or illegally, we gotta do what we gotta do to survive, man. Grew up and screw up, baby. Got introduced to the game. I ain't took a breath yet. Let's go. Ever since I was an embryo, waiting to shape up and ship out. Something in my brain said, wake up and kick out. Roberta and Wayne stayed up and flipped out. Cause when I came, I was draped up and dripped out. Snipped the umbilical, spit the government chip out. Piece up A-Town down and then I dipped out. And oh my gosh, the Oscars was picked out. I slipped in, even my baby stroller was tricked out. Somebody get them, the little niggas out of control. Put a little bit of rum in my bottle. I dream about diamonds and gold, gold, gold. To grow from an infant to toddler was effervescent. The essence of adolescence got my body feeling fresh and fresh and fresh. And it was a blessing to rhyme and start repping. I was the best in my section with flows harder than erections. Still the best, but now I'm grown with more range than a Texan. I'm a heavyweight, you niggas is lighter than my complexion.
Shit, I made it a bird. They 17 and a half, all I need is the word. Say the ice is cool, but them pots is hot. You let it cook slow, but that money come fast. I got what you need, I hope you brought all the cash. You know the kid pimping all over the world. 100 carats got me all over you, girl. 5 bricks in my Gucci duffel bag. A corporate thug, I run with a player circle. Got a field mob that'll disturb your peace. Blowing Sean J, all we do is smoke. Finish counting my bread, now it's getting me. What's up?
I grew up the fucking screw up. Got introduced to the game to fucking grew up. I grew up the fucking screw up. Got introduced to the game to fucking grew up. I screw up.
I'ma be all the way real with you. Look, when I came into the game, they ain't do nothing but doubt me. Now the whole game's changing, it ain't nothing without me. Picking up my sloppy seconds as they reach for the crown. Only reason you own that song is cause I turned that down. I went from Hot Wheels to big wheels, Hondas to Bentleys, and 5-course meals, no more Popeyes and Blimpies. From alright to handsome, from one room to mansions, from hanging on the block to throwing parties in the Hamptons. From broke as a joke to rich as a bitch, I bought a plane and a boat and 6 other whips, no mortar. From dice on the curb to stacking up chips, but harder. From birds on my nerves to chicks on my dick. Gorgeous women, dog, I went from ashy to classy. Went from a kiss on the cheek to doing the nasty. Reach your hand up in the air and you can play with the stars. It's not the hand that you dealt, but how you playing your cards, boy.
I grew up the fucking screw up, got introduced to the game, the fucking blew up. I grew up the fucking screw up, got introduced to the game, the fucking blew up. I fucking screw up, got introduced to the game, the fucking blew up. I grew up the fucking screw up, got introduced to the game, the fucking blew up.
Taking my own life into my own hands. RBG, refine, be a grown man. See, that's what I'm doing, cause I know it's inside of me. All I gotta do is just bring it to reality. It's fuck the government, but still I gotta pay the rent. So yeah, I'm for the caper, most definite. Keeping it militant, focused, intelligent. Pimping the system is basic common sense. It's still fuck the bid. Black power ain't dead. All that red, white, and blue shit be going to y'all head. See, we break bread, it's like a game or a sport. Gotta train every day to keep your team on point. Cause still, to this day, our reparations ain't paid. And you can see it in the poverty around the way. It ain't even our own people on BET. So they gotta get it from somebody, it might as well be me. Besides, a nigga gotta eat when he hungry. You see how they send troops to war for their country. Niggas worldwide need an army of one. It's revolution to the fullest, put the bullets in the gun, nigga.
These the last days. Yours. 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 These the last days.
Let me turn it down. A little loud. That's better. Peace and Black Power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black at you. Now I mean, with another Wake and Bake Bill. What's really hood out there, family? Let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody can hear me clear before I start, building on all this. There's a couple of things I want to build on before I get to the main topic that I got in the title that I forgot to put in the title until the show started, which is, I'm tripping. But anyways, we good here. Got the thumbnail right. Got the title right. But let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see. Let's get into this. Let's see. Yessie, what's good? Let's see. Mika, what's up? Let's see. Paris, what's going on with you? B1 for life, you already know. Brazilian Monk, what's hood? Let's see. Regular Joe, what's going on with you? Gen X, what up? Sweet D, what's good, sis? Stephanie, you already know what's up with you. Let's see. Lewis, what's going on? Let's see. Aisha Baz, what's hood? Marcel, what's good with you? Achilles, what's up? Who else up in here? Q Hefner, what's going on? Super Coon, go fuck yourself. 504, what's good? Let's see, who else? Let's see, A Little Indian Pigeon Feather Bay. What's going on? I gotta give you a nickname. That's a bit much. Let's see, Rail was good. Let's see, New Kim, what up? Stoic was good with you. Who else came up in here? Anybody see? Woke was good. Heather was good, sis. See, shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening. Slide through. If I missed you, my bad. Yeah, family, I want to touch on this whole Juneteenth holiday thing and everything else, you know, the in and outs and, you know, some of the things being told, some things not being told, some of the fuck shit that goes on with it. We're going to get into all that, right? Y'all know I break shit down, right? Now, we're going to get into all that. Before I do, let me get into my motherfucking weekly political updates. You know, I get some updates on some, you know, some other stories that's going on real quick before I get to the main joint, right? So, like, yeah, Infinity Link was good. Ryan, what's hood? It's almost football season. It's getting closer. It's training camp. Yeah, it's getting there. You know, about to leave fantasy football time before you know it. Y'all motherfuckers better get step y'all game up. I got my ass kicked last year, but that's either here or there. That's either here or there. We ain't gonna talk about last year. We're gonna focus on the year before that. But anyways, I digress. Anyways, I gotta cover some of these stories and everything, family, real quick before I get into the main topic. Let me see. Because there's a couple of things I actually wanted to address that happened this week. Let's go to the living room real quick. Change venues so I can break this down with y'all. Now, the first thing I want to get on is a certain individual. Oh yeah, these tickets. I can imagine. I haven't been to a game in years, but I can imagine what the tickets are today. Like, inflation's a motherfucker, so I can totally imagine. I saved a lot of money, stopped going to games for real. You know, like but anyways, I digress. Yeah, so we about to get into this. It's something that happened this week, family. An interview happened this week with motherfucking Nathan Wade, right? Nathan Wade, and y'all don't know who Nathan Wade is. Nathan Wade is the motherfucker that was, you know, pretty much the lover of the Pufani, right? Y'all know the Pufani, right? The Pufanana, right? The Il Nana, right? The Funani, you know, Fonnie Willis, right? Fonnie Willis is the DA that's coming after Donald Trump out in the Georgia case. You know, I like to call it the Pufani because she be giving up the Pufani to her co-workers. I ain't mad at it, you know. Do what you do. You know, you grown motherfucker, you know, do what you do. It's just, you know, it became a conflict of interest once things started to unravel with this Donald Trump case, right? And, you know, like, you know, they had hearings about trying to remove her from the case and everything else. You know, I covered all that shit over here. If you've been over here for a minute, you should be well familiar with this story. You know, after the hearings is over, it was determined that they don't have to remove her from the case. They didn't see any evidence to support that. But they did declare that Nathan and the Pufani cannot be on this case together, right? So the Pufani had to make a decision. It was either she stepped away from the case or Nathan stepped away from the case. And obviously she ain't gonna remove herself from this motherfucking case, right? Especially after all the bullshit she went through. Fuck that, right? Like, her name been smeared more than anybody, so she's like, fuck that. I ain't going nowhere. Let that motherfucker get the fuck up out of here. So she got him the fuck up out of here. So he's now not on the case, right? But the Pufani is still on the case, right? So Il Nana has been getting grilled again lately, and they try to bring up new evidence on it and everything else. So she going through some bullshit. And while she's going through this other shit, Nathan, I don't know why, I'm a little bit perplexed, thought it would be a good idea to hop his ass on his soapbox, hop on CNN and do an exclusive interview about him and the Pufani. It's a little bit weird. Like, why would you do that? Why would you turn around and get on your soapbox and start talking about the Pufani? Why? Why now? You can only hurt her and yourself. Like, you need to just fall back and shut the fuck up at this point. Right? Your name is clear. You out of it. It's over. You know, you off the case. Right now, it's why are you trying to keep your name in the news? I don't know. Like, did she tell you to do this? Did she think this was a bright idea? I don't think this shit was a bright idea. But anyways, let's get into this story that, you know, because again, this was an interview that happened on CNN. I'm not going to play the interview for CNN. I'm going to play the Breakfast Club covered this, and he got donkey today. And I kind of agree with Charlamagne on this. This one time I agree with Charlamagne as far as him getting donkey today, because I don't understand the purpose of this. Whose bright idea was this? But anyways, let's get into it, family. Pause.
Everything that Charlamagne is saying is true.
Donkey today for Thursday, June 13th, goes the former Atlanta prosecutor Nathan Wade and his media consultant. I don't know his media consultant name. I wish I did. You know who Nathan Wade is, right? The former Trump prosecutor who resigned because he was in a romantic relationship with the district attorney of Fulton County, Fani Willis. Yesterday, Nathan was doing a taped interview with CNN, and he was being asked about the timeline of his relationship with Fani Willis. Now, Nathan revealed that he still regularly speaks with Willis and has told her that the election interference case against Trump will live on despite his removal. Well, we'll see about that. Now, Caitlin Collins of CNN was interviewing Nathan. I don't think she was pressing him. I don't think she was grilling him. It's a simple question that should just be answered honestly. If you answer it truthfully, then you'll have no problems. You already took the stand about it, so the CNN interview should have been a breeze. But like most handlers do, most media consultants, publicists, whatever you call them nowadays, they made it worse. Nathan is asked the question, and then the media consultant mid-interview stops the conversation. Let's listen.
Just to clarify, when did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
Yeah, so, you know, we get into, there's been this effort to say that, okay, these exact dates are at issue, and these exact dates are, I'm getting signaled here.
Yeah, take it. Do I go off mic for a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep rolling?
Keep rolling. Don't stop now.
You damn right keep rolling. You better not cut these cameras off right now. We keeping all of this. My God, Team Nathan Wade, can you look any more disingenuous? Can you look any more suspicious? Fire that media consultant immediately. That media consultant does not care about you. Number one, you should have been prepped for that question beforehand, because you know you're going to be asked that, okay? Why do we act like when we go on CNN or any of these platforms, we aren't prepped?
Yeah, we got to stop playing games. I totally agree with Charlamagne. Like, bruh. You going to tell me, of all the questions that you should be prepared for, you thought that this question was one that you should not have to prepare for before you get on a platform like CNN during these, you know, hostile times that we're in right now, given the scenario of this case and the environment around it. You're going to tell me you went on CNN and you was not prepared for the question about timelines and you and your relationship and your relations with the Pufani? You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. You should be prepared for them questions with the Pufani. You should be prepared for that. And the second you start to ask that question, second they ask you that question, your publicist, I don't know what to call it. Your PR department decides to jump up and say, wait, stop the cam, cut scene, wait, unmic. Wait, we gotta pull a plug on this interview. Wait up, stop. We need a TO. 30 seconds. 30-second timeout. Yeah, I get 1 second. No, we don't need no commercial break. It's only a 30. I just need a 30-second timeout. We just gotta, you know what I mean? Let me go over the game plan one more time. All right, now, remember what we said when this question is supposed to come out. You remember what you're supposed to say, right? Right, you're supposed to deny any accountability about you and the Pufani. You ain't supposed to don't give no intimate details. Don't do none of this hot. No. You got no. All right, so don't forget. This is very intricate to what we trying to accomplish here, which is nothing. Right? Like, this shit was insane. I don't like. Why are you doing this? But anyways, let's get back into it, family, real quick.
On the line of questioning. So message to all publicists and media relations people, media consultants, whatever you call them. Instead of trying to control the interviewer and tell them what to ask and what not to ask, how about prep your client on how to answer? And if they have nothing to hide and are answering honestly, it shouldn't be a problem. But Nathan Wade's team stopped the interview, then requested to speak with his client off mic, and then they huddled together away from CNN and Collins to clearly discuss how to answer what should be a simple question. Now guess what? It's viral everywhere. You made a situation that wouldn't even have been bad terrible. I saw that Nathan was going to sit with CNN, but I honestly didn't really care. This interview could have been a simple fart.
He's spot on. They made a simple interview that probably would have went past everybody, nobody would be talking about, and made that shit go viral. They made a small situation worse. Right? Real quick, shout out to By Any Means. Shout out to 764 and shout out to Chef. Chef, what's up? I'm gonna be talking about Juneteenth in a minute. You ain't missed nothing. I know you ain't here for the Juneteenth stuff. I'm gonna get on it in a minute. Pause. But yeah, I totally agree with Charlamagne. Like, they made this situation worse by doing all that bullshit. Seeming like you trying to hide something, right? Like, now people like, what's up with all that? Right? Like, now this is a story. It wouldn't have been a story without that dumb shit you did. But let's continue.
Meaning it could have came out, lingered for a second, and went away. But nope, because of this media consultant, this interview is now a shart, a nasty, wet, disgusting shart running down all of our legs, okay? All because of overzealous media consultants. And Nathan, what's the point of hiring a media consultant to make you look good in the media if the media consultant just gonna make you look bad? If the media consultant just gonna make you look like a liar? You know why you look like a liar? Because like Mark Twain said, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. The fact you had this, the fact the interview had to be stopped and y'all had to huddle together. You had to huddle with your media consultant about a simple question that you should easily know the answer to is because you might not have been being honest and your media consultant had to brief you on what they coached you to say. Now, would you like to hear what Nathan said after he huddled with his media consultant? Let's go back to CNN for the report, please.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Just to revisit the question, it was to clarify when the romantic relationship started and when it ended.
Sure. So, I believe that the public has, through the testimony and other interviews, the public has a clear snapshot that this is clearly just a distraction. It is not a relevant issue in this case, and I think that we should be focusing on more of the facts and the indictment of the case.
So you mean to tell me you hired a media consultant, paying them all types of money to tell you something in the middle of an interview that he could have told you the day before the interview, and that's basically, we're not going to answer this question. Y'all stopped the whole CNN production, huddled only to sit back down and basically say no comment. Nothing. You just ignored the question. Are you dumb? Hold on, let me say it like I have a suit on. How unintelligent are you? Okay, there is no need for publicists, media consultants, nothing. All you need when you sit down in an interview is the truth and the courage to speak it, and you will be fine. Please give Nathan Wade and his media consultant the biggest hee-haw. What's wrong with people, man?
I have no clue.
Like, we can all see you. We're watching you.
Mm-hmm.
You think CNN gonna cut their cameras? You think CNN not gonna put that out there and let the people see exactly what happened?
I never understood when somebody, celebrity, anybody does an interview and you're interviewing somebody. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you know the questions they're gonna ask, and why don't you prepare yourself for that question?
I have no
have an
idea.
answer for that question. You know they were going to ask about that.
Well, like I said, most of the time, these media consultants and publicists, they want to control the person asking the questions as opposed.
Facts. 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 As a motherfucker who conducts interviews and done it at a pretty high level, right? Before all this whole everybody got a podcast bullshit and everything else, back when it was not popular to do, and as a motherfucker who conducted a whole assload of interviews, more than I can count. Let me tell you, I had one particular rule. I don't like being controlled, like my questions being controlled, right? There's certain things, you know, if people don't want to answer certain questions, fine, but certain individuals, certain questions needed to be asked. I wrote, like, personal questions I stayed away from, shit that, you know, like indulging in people's personal life, shit like that. You know, given that I was just hip-hop media, that was kind of irrelevant to anything out to that type shit. But, nah, other stuff, no, man. Listen, we gonna talk about, I'm gonna ask the hard questions. Boss, yo, man, there's rumors swirling around that old boy in your crew be ghostwriting your shit, and he ghostwritten your third round in such and such battle over in this league. You want to address that? You know what I mean? Like, oh, we got to address this, right? Like people are talking. This is the question. If I don't ask that question, people gonna be looking at me crazy, saying it was a horrible interview, saying I was trying to protect the motherfucker, saying that like, nah, bro, listen. If you come on the show, you coming on the show to answer questions, right? Now, you can choose not to answer the questions. You know, that's your option. You can say no comment, or you know, that's your choice. But my job as an interviewer is to ask the motherfucking questions. I'm gonna ask the question. Now, whether or not you answer it, that's your choice. But I have to ask the question. And yeah, some people try to control the questions that are being asked. And for him, if he thinks he can control that question from not being asked, he got another thing coming. You might as well don't even do the damn interview, dog. Don't even do the fucking interview. If that's your position. But anyways, let's continue.
Somebody, celebrity, anybody does an interview and you're interviewing somebody. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you know the questions they're going to ask. And why don't you prepare yourself for that question?
I have no
have an
idea.
answer for that question. You know they were going to ask about that.
Well, like I said, most of the time, these media consultants and publicists, they want to control the person asking the questions as opposed to prepping their client on how to answer them. But like I said, all you need is a little bit of honesty and the courage.
Well,
that's
yeah.
it.
Or
and
no comment.
You don't need to. I wouldn't pay this media consultant. You supposed to make me look good in the media. You made me look terrible.
No comment.
And no comment is great.
No comment.
Yeah.
I can't discuss this now. This is a legal matter. Maybe next time we'll come back and discuss this further.
Shut up. See, you say too much. That's your problem. You just can't shut up.
No comment.
Exactly. No comment. This is a legal matter. I'll discuss this further next time I come back. I'll bring my saddle next time. Like, shut up.
I don't have a saddle, sir. But thank you. Well, I don't want to even thank you for that donkey today. Up next, Jess Fix My Mess. If you have a question for Jess, 800-585.
Okay, family? So that's the story with that. You know, I just wanted to go over that real quick because I thought that was pretty idiotic. You know what I mean? Let's see. There was something else I want to address real quick before the Juneteenth stuff. One of somebody who I've been attacking openly attacking for about a decade on this motherfucking platform. One of the main reasons why I ended up on this platform outside of Unc. Always gotta blame Unc and shit. Like, yeah, Unc, it's your fault. I mean, if I was never YouTubing black atheists one day online to see if it's actually other black atheists that exist, I would have never ended up in this goddamn community. I never found Unc. I would have never as soon as I came over to this community, like I knew these motherfuckers existed. Like all these, I knew about the Hebrews. I knew about the motherfucking 5%ers, obviously. Knew about the Nation of Islam, I knew a little something about the Moors. Not too much about these sovereign motherfuckers. I had limited understanding with the sovereignty and all that shit. Like I knew about Noble Drew Ali and all that shit, right? I know, and I had some knowledge about the Egyptomaniacs and everything else. I really didn't have a strong opinion one way or the other on that shit. Never really cared about Egypt. Never cared about Egypt. But yeah, so I knew these motherfuckers existed. And then when I stumbled across Unc channel and Unc used to be talking shit to people, and I never knew who the fuck Unc was talking to. Like who the hell got Unc so goddamn mad? Who is he? Who pissed his ass off? Somebody is pissing him off. Because he is going ham on somebody. Actually, a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Right? I'll look in the comments section. I see a whole bunch of people, bigging them, bigging them up and everything. I don't see all these crazy motherfuckers he's talking about. So then I finally stumbled across Sidetta's channel and I was like, oh, okay. So this is where all you Loaded Lux fans be hanging out at. I was like, yeah, I was wondering where all you Loaded Lux fans be hanging out at. Cause it seems like y'all motherfuckers all be huddled up in a spot, and then when Lux battle, y'all start crawling out the holes, hole in the walls y'all come from. They start telling us how deep Lux is and how everything Loaded Lux said went all over our head, and we lack understanding and all this other shit and everything else. Oh, okay, I see where you motherfuckers come from now. I see where you motherfuckers is hiding out at. Oh, this is where you motherfuckers be. All right, let me start cooking you motherfuckers then, because y'all be saying some wild shit on my fucking show. Y'all be coming to my show saying some of these wildest shit, thinking y'all the deepest motherfuckers on the planet. I swear, Loaded Lux fans, I swear that's just how that shit used to be. Everybody that was a Loaded Lux fan swore they had deeper understanding of battle rap than anybody else. Like, right? They got a deeper knowledge, right? They got consciousness, right? Like, they got battle rap consciousness that supersedes anything that anybody else was talking about. Like, y'all just didn't understand what Lux was talking about. When that motherfucker said, yeah, the motherfucker's going down the Nile Valley and, and we was kings and all this other thing. Y'all, that shit was over y'all head. Y'all ain't get what he was talking about. Y'all don't got the proper understanding, right? Like that's just how that shit used to be. And that shit used to drive me nuts. Like, yo, man, you Lux fans are going to stop acting like y'all the smartest motherfuckers in the room. Because that's just how the motherfuckers, yeah, I'm venting right now. I call it flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks. But that's how that shit went down. I was like, oh, this is where all you Lux fans be at and shit. Acting like y'all the smartest motherfuckers. I'm about to cook you motherfuckers. That pseudo ass shit y'all motherfuckers be talking. Real talk. Know what I mean? That just was hilarious though. Anyways, I digress. I mean, but one of the things that I used to push back on that I saw as problematic back then, one of the main things and one of the things I still push back on that I'm infamous for is pushing back against conspiracies, right? I hate fucking conspiracies. Can't stand conspiracies, right? Shit's drive me nuts. Hate that shit to no end. right? So like that shit is problematic in our community. We see the damaged, traumatized ass Negroes that run around here all wrapped up in these conspiracies all the fucking time. Their whole reality is centered around bullshit, right? So, look at Chef. No, Lux fans are the smartest motherfuckers. Y'all was not the smart. Y'all motherfuckers used to miss all kind of bars. Don't get me started with Lux fans. I digress. Boy, y'all motherfuckers. Ooh, I was so happy Murder Boot cooked him in that total slaughter battle. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I won some money that day too, but I digress. Yeah. Motherfucking no other than one of the catalysts of pushing a lot of this conspiratorial nonsense online got into some drama this week. Well, continued drama this week, and that'll be no other than Alex Jones. Right? Alex done got him into some bullshit. Well, he been got himself in some bullshit with the whole Sandy Hook situation when his dumb ass got on his soapbox on his huge platform in the white conscious community. Let me say that again. His humongous platform in the white conscious community, right? Now over there in the Euro conscious community, he's the biggest fish out there. Either him or Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan might have replaced him. I think Joe Rogan might have replaced him. But at one point in time, Alex Jones was the biggest fish in the white conscious community. Right? Right? He was Sinetta, now he's just Brother Rich. But he's still big, right? Like Brother Rich, he still has, Brother Rich ain't nothing to be, he ain't no slouch. Right? So he's still relevant. But he's not Sinetta no more. That's Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's Sinetta. Now Alex Jones is Brother Rich, right? So, but it's still relevant, right? Now the motherfucker did the whole Sandy Hook shit, and did the whole crisis actor stuff. You know what I mean? Talking about this shit was all fake. That's back when people calling everything crisis actors and all that shit. That became a thing in the white conscious community, right? Some of you black conscious motherfuckers started regurgitating that nonsense too. Y'all get all y'all pseudo from these white conscious motherfuckers. But anyways, I digress. In the white conscious community, crisis actors was a huge thing around this Sandy Hook time. We talking around 2014, 15, 16, around this time, 17, right? Huge on crisis actors, right? So he said the whole Sandy Hook shit was fake. It was crisis actors, this, that, third, whoop-de-whoop. Now, Sandy Hook, a whole bunch of kids got shot up, everything else, and the parents didn't take too kindly to this, obviously. And they filed civil suits against them, right? And he was found liable in the judicial system, and he had to pay up. I forget exactly how much he had to pay, but it was a huge amount. And the motherfucker is trying to be on his Donald Trump shit and trying to buck the system and not pay what is owed to these families. So now he's back in court for not paying after the verdict came down on him. So let's get into this real quick, family, and let's listen to what happened.
Today, a major step towards the families of Sandy Hook victims finally getting at least some of the money legally owed to them by right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. A judge clearing the way for Jones to liquidate his assets. Jones owes more than nearly $1.5 billion after being found liable for defaming Sandy Hook families, spreading lies about the 2012 massacre.
1.5 billion dollars. 1.5 billion with a B dollars That's a lot of guap. Right? That's a expensive ass lie that he was standing on, I tell you. That was a very expensive conspiracy that he tried to stand on. 1.5 billion? That's crazy. That's crazy. And, yo, he ain't even a billionaire. Alex Jones worth about a few million. You know what I mean? Give or take. If he's worth maybe 5 figures. Not 5 figures, excuse me. 8 figures. That's what I meant to say, excuse me. Maybe about 8 figures, right? Maybe tens of millions, right? He might be worth about tens of millions. So he might be worth about a good, about a good 8 figures, tops. I highly doubt he's worth 9. I highly doubt he's worth 9. I just don't believe that. So 1.5 billion, I don't even know how he begins to pay that. Because he ain't got it. He ain't got it. Trying to squeeze a turnip and get Kool-Aid. It ain't happening. He ain't got it. That shit is crazy.
For Jones to liquidate his assets, Jones owes more than nearly $1.5 billion after being found liable for defaming Sandy Hook families, spreading lies about the 2012 massacre on his Infowars media platform, claiming the shooting was staged, which it was not, and families and first responders were crisis actors, which they were not. Those families were subsequently harassed by some deranged fans of Alex Jones. Personal information, doxed online. The situation so bad, one family forced to move. As CNN's Hadas Gold reports, the financial situation for Jones likely means the end of his media empire built on lies.
Alex Jones's Infowars conspiracy empire facing its final days.
This is probably the end of Infowars here very, very soon.
A bankruptcy judge in Houston has approved the liquidation of Jones's personal assets, while also considering liquidating the parent company of his notorious media brand, all to help pay the nearly $1.5 billion settlement he owes the Sandy Hook families.
$120 million.
Jones was found liable for defamation and emotional distress for his lies about the massacre that left 20 first graders and 6 educators dead in 2012. In the wake of the Newtown, Connecticut shooting, Jones told his audience the massacre was a so-called false flag operation staged by the government and that the grieving parents were actors. An attorney for some of the families says this ruling will likely take away Jones's main megaphone.
And that's what I expect to happen. I think Infowars will no longer exist. It will certainly no longer be a platform upon which Alex Jones can do all the damage he's done in the past.
Yeah. I would argue the damage is already done with Alex Jones. I would argue that the damage is already done with Alex Jones because, truth be told, Alex Jones been kicked off the internet, right? The internet been kicked Alex Jones off. Right, like he's banned on most platforms. Right, most platforms has his ass banned. The major platforms, right, including this one. Right, YouTube/Google, get him the fuck out of here. Facebook, get him the fuck out of here. I mean, he might be back on Twitter now since Elon Musk brought it. They might have let him back on Twitter. I believe he's on Rumble, but Instagram. Get him the fuck out of here. Like these major they all erased, wiped them out. Right? He still had his own platform, right? Independent platform, which is Infowars, right? But he lost a lot of traffic by getting stomped out by the major social media platforms. He already lost money, right? Once you get kicked off these major platforms, you lose traffic. Without traffic, you lose revenue, right? Lost traffic is lost revenue, right? That's how the internet game works. So he lost a lot of traffic. And in the process, who actually gained traffic after he motherfucking left was, again, Joe Rogan, who is on all the major motherfucking platforms. That's why Joe Rogan is always the motherfucker going viral and not. Alex Jones is no longer going viral because he's no longer on these major media platforms anymore. He's back underground, right? He's back in his hole in his wall. While Joe Rogan's all on YouTube, Google, Spotify, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. He everywhere. So he got all his crowd and then some, right? Not to mention he's just a bigger name. So he's huge right now. Like, he's not, like, Alex ain't never going to be top dog in the conspiratorial circles anymore. Unless something major happens to Joe Rogan. He got to hope Joe Rogan gets taken out by something. A scandal or something, because he done lost his crown. He ain't getting that shit back. But yes, they are absolutely correct. Yes, he lost his huge platform, and he's losing what's left of what he had, because he already lost a lot. Like I said, they trying to squeeze Kool-Aid out of a turnip. Let's continue.
Jones spouted lies even as he drove to the hearing in Houston on Friday.
It is all a brazen power grab.
Leading up to the hearing, he had been vacillating between tears, more lies.
It was the FBI and the Justice Department behind all these fake lawsuits against me to get me off the air.
And naked opportunism, peddling supposed dietary supplements until the last moment.
If you order any products at InfoWarsStore.com, you will get them before InfoWars is shut down.
But despite any liquidation, it's likely the proceeds will only make a small dent in the more than $1 billion Jones owes the families. But the family's attorney says the money is not what matters most.
What would such a ruling mean for the families of the Sandy Hook victims?
What they're hoping to achieve is the most amount of accountability that the legal system can deliver. And money is just one component of that, and not the most important component of it. Their objective has long been to protect their families and other families from the type of harm that Alex Jones inflicted on them for years.
In Houston, the judge's ruling is finally potentially bringing some form of justice to the families who have already suffered too much.
They brought a lawsuit against all odds. They prevailed, and that there's some form of justice being administered here.
All right, the U.S. Supreme Court decision striking down the ban on bump stocks coming on the same day demolition began on the site of a school massacre in Florida. The building at Marjorie Stoneman.
All right, that's the end of that story, family. All right. Let me see. All right, I'm about to get ready to get into the Juneteenth thing. We're going to build on that. Let me see. Before we do, one last thing. This one is going to be real quick. This is actually just something that's funny, but it's a segue into what I wanted to talk about. And that's no other than your president, you know what I mean? Your savior from MAGA, no other than motherfucking Sleepy Joe himself, motherfucking Joe Biden, got in some dumb shit again. Well, not really got in some dumb shit, just, well, we'll see. You'll see for yourself. The motherfucker sat up there, and obviously he's on the pandering tour. You know how it's an election year, so he's on his pandering tour shit. And, he figured, since he's the motherfucker who signed in Juneteenth being a national holiday, since he's going to wear that as a badge of honor, we'll get into that. Since he's going to wear that as a badge of honor, he figured he's going to use this on an election year to try to remind people, like, yeah, y'all, remember, I'm the one who put that ink to that paper and made this a national holiday. You know what I mean? Gave all our white co-workers that work for the state a paid holiday. Remember, I'm the motherfucker who did that. Let's not forget now. in November when I need you. I'm gonna need you motherfuckers in November. But he decided he was gonna go celebrate Juneteenth with the family. You know, he went to the cookout. He went to the cookout. He was invited. Somebody invited that motherfucker. I don't know who, but somebody invited that motherfucker. And he ended up in the cookout. And this is what happened at the cookout. Let's get into it real quick, man. Let's get into what happened at the cookout. The Juneteenth cookout that somebody invited this motherfucker to. Let's get into it. Wait. Yeah. Why is his face looking like that though? And then the way he looked over at the black people by him and shit, like he was like looking over like what the fuck is? Am I supposed to dance and bop? And he was so confused. He was just standing there in a daze, looking like a mannequin for the longest time. It looked like he was about to nod off. It looked like he was about to smooth nod off, caught himself, woke up, and then looked on the side of the black people like, wait, what's going on? Wait, why are people dancing around me? Why am I here again? Can somebody please inform me what my obligations is and why I'm standing here next to these tap dancing Negroes at this cookout? What's going on here? That shit was weird. Like, let's go back. We need to go back. Let's go back. Look how he's stuck. Look. Everybody moving for him. Look at Kamala. Yeah. Look, watch. Watch how he look over. He about to fall asleep right there. See, look, right here, he about to fall asleep. Watch. Look, he's nodding right there. He's nodding off. He about to doze off right now. Look, this is where he woke up. He woke up confused. That's when he woke up confused. Like, wait. He was like, he caught himself like, whoa, wait, what? Wait, where am I? Where am I? Yo, I saw this shit. I was laughing my ass off. Like, what the hell is going on around? What are you doing, dog? What are you? Yo, they need to do something with Joe, man. He fucked up. I don't care what none of you motherfucking Democrats guys say, yo. Your boy is fucked up over here. He need to get his shit together. That motherfucker can't even stand up long enough to clap his hands. He too weak to clap his hands. That motherfucker didn't even try. You know what I mean? At least Hillary used to be trying. Hillary would get up there with her awkward, no rhythm having ass, and she'll try to clap, bop her head or something, This old ass motherfucking piece of shit. This motherfucker, he too weak to clap. I ain't even trying, man. Fuck this shit. I ain't know why the fuck am I even here. Oh yeah, that's right. I need these niggas in November. Yeah, he woke up all confused and fucked up. I ain't fucking with Joe. I ain't fucking with you, Joe. Yo, that shit, I saw this shit, family. I couldn't stop laughing. I got a warped sense of humor. I'm sorry. But this shit was hilarious. I'm sorry. There's one more guy. One more time. Why are you looking at him like that? Look, he gotta hold him up. Look. He realized the motherfucker's about to look. He tried to hold him up now. That's why protect. He gave him a fist bump. But he just gave him a fist bump. Yeah. About to fall asleep again. Look, he tried not to fall asleep. He opened his eyes wide as hell. Look, he caught himself nodding off. And you know how you feel yourself going to sleep, you like open your eyes real wide and shit and try to fight back that sleep. You try to fight back that tiredness, so you open up your eyes wider and shit. Why'd he do that shit? Look, that motherfucker's about to nod off, and then all of a sudden he's gonna open his eyes wide as hell, like, I gotta stay up. Like he just took a bottle of no-dos. Look at his eyes. He fighting that sleep. He was fighting that sleep hard as hell. Pause. He was fighting that sleep so hard. Pause. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. I just had to get y'all a chuckle real quick. That was actually funny as fuck. I'm sorry. I know Democrats mad at me right now. Deal with it. That shit is funny, motherfuckers. Alright. Now that I got my laughs in, let's get to some motherfucking history, family. Let's get to some history and let's get to this holiday that's about to happen. You know, this national holiday. You know, that's what this is now. Now a national holiday, and I have my I have my opinions about that. You know, right? We're gonna get into all that, right? First things first, a lot of people probably don't know what Juneteenth is, right? Let's just give a little skinny. Let's listen to this because they give a little skinny. They don't get too deep into detail, but we're gonna discuss this. We're gonna discuss this in deep detail because I want to cover some of the bases these people did not. So let's get into this real quick, family, and let's listen to the skinny of what actually happened. Let's go.
Open a U.S. history book, and chances are its author will quickly point out January 1st, 1863. The date President Abraham Lincoln, with one proclamation, orders and declares that all persons held as slaves shall be free. What that same history book might fail to mention is what happened to these words once they arrived on the shores of Galveston, Texas, more than 2 years after Lincoln wrote them. In the 1860s, word didn't travel like it did now.
Okay, like she just hop, skipped, and jumped over a lot of shit. Because again, it's just a skinny, right? Now, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, right, in 1863, right? Now, when it was signed, I've discussed this many times. You know, if you're familiar with this chapter, it shouldn't be new to you. But the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. That was an order to be for all slaves in the South. Let me say this again. All the slaves in the South and certain selected northern states, aka Union states, right? All them slaves in the South and certain states in the North were to be emancipated, right? This was the 13th Amendment, right? Now, I need y'all to understand that, and I need y'all to understand that happened in 1863. Let's continue.
And in 1865, months after General Robert E. Lee's surrender, word of the end of the Civil War had yet to hit the southern state and its 250,000 slaves. And then came General Gordon Granger's arrival in Galveston.
Right. Now, what I also need y'all to understand right now, I could get into the whole Civil War. I love talking about the fucking Civil War. We can have that discussion later if y'all want to get in deeper detail. But again, I'm trying to just give people the skinny. Right now, 1865. I messed that up. Okay, you can correct me later, Chef. Now, in 1865, right, the Civil War had came to an end. Now, a lot of people debate on when the Civil War actually ended. You know, like she just mentioned, some people will say it's when General Lee surrendered to Grant, right? And a lot of people say that was the end of the Civil War. And that was the start of the end of the Civil War, right? Like it took some time for the Civil War to actually be over. Because what people don't realize is, like she was saying, she did mention that, you know, during this time, you know, information didn't really travel like that. You know, it was no social media. It ain't like the Confederacy could have went to their official Twitter account and tweeted out to the world that, you know, they surrendered and, you know, they no longer fighting in this war. You know, it was no official Twitter account back then, right? It was no way to get this information out. It was no 11 o'clock nightly news station, right? This wasn't happening, right? It was no radio, right? Radio was not a thing, right? So information was not, you know, available like that, right? So now, that being said, remember, the southern states, right? That southern states and some of the northern states, slaves were free, right? According to the 13th Amendment. Now, the only way that these slaves can actually be free is unless these Union states enforce said amendment. That they didn't feel like they felt like the Union didn't have any power over them to be setting any of their slaves free. Right? They seceded from the Union. Right? They seceded from the Union, wanted nothing to do with the Union, and you know, they started their own country within the country, right? So they felt like they had no jurisdiction to free anybody. Right? Let's get this clear. So again, this amendment can only be relevant unless it's enforced by the Union. So when the Union, after you know the whole after General Lee surrendered and everything else, and the Confederacy pretty much gave up fighting, at least that part, it took some time for the Confederacy in totality to actually surrender. Because remember, they were surrendering by state, right? This wasn't one big unified secession when the Confederacy was built. It started off with South Carolina was the first state to secede from the Union, right? And afterwards, states start to follow suit, right? And Texas was actually one of the last states to actually join the Confederacy. Remember this, right? Like, we got to remember what's going on here, right? Like, so some of the states either didn't know or really wasn't cool with the surrender. And some of these motherfuckers were still pushing back when these Union armies was coming down, you know, through these southern states after the surrender and was pretty much, trying to, enforce, these amendments, trying to, free to, make sure these slaves are free and pretty much, get everybody on board, start regulating shit. You know what I mean? Doing what victors of wars do, basically. They ramshack shit, right? That Union Army went down to the South and fucked a lot of shit up. I gotta keep it a buck. I don't really give a fuck. I'm gonna keep that a buck too. But they went down there and was fucking a lot of shit up. It was that, the spoils go to the victors, right? That's war, right? That's just what it is. So yeah, they tore a lot of land up and everything else, and it was a lot of animosity, a lot of smoke, right? Let's not forget during Reconstruction, Andrew Johnson, I'm kind of speedballing right now, but Andrew Johnson, who had the presidency after Lincoln's assassination in 1865, right? This is in 1865, right after the motherfucking surrender. Not too long after, boom, Lincoln dies. He dies from, a Southerner, right? And who took over as president was a Southern sympathizer by the name of Andrew Johnson, who was a who supported the Union, but is from the South, Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken, and he was a Southern sympathizer, right? So he sympathized with the South, and he wanted to, pretty much make it as easy as possible for Southerners to pretty much, rejoin the Union. And he revoked a lot of the shit that Lincoln had in place, i.e. why we didn't get the 40 acres and the mule. Took back a lot of land that was already given out to black people and gave it back to the white slave owners who previously owned the land. A lot of promises got took back. He did a lot of fuck shit. He actually, he opposed Andrew Johnson. Let's get on Andrew Johnson real quick. So I'm chewing on it. Let's get on it real quick, right? Let's see. All right, here we go. Andrew Johnson, right? Let me make this full screen so y'all can see this, right? Just sit back and relax, family. Again, we talking Civil War. I love talking about the Civil War, so just walk with me. There'd be a lot of things. There'd be a lot of pieces of this onion to peel back. A lot of people don't really address this topic properly, in my humble opinion. They give a lot of propaganda. But yeah, this guy right here, this is Andrew Johnson. Now, he took back a lot of the promises and everything else. To me, he's the worst president ever, right? Especially if you're talking about one-term president. Some people say Donald Trump. Some people, I've heard some people mention Calvin Coolidge was another good one. Andrew Johnson, to me, historically, is by and large, the worst one-term president ever, right? Like, just the worst, right? So, Andrew Johnson, right? Like, he took back a lot of promises that was given before he took over office, and he fought a lot when he took over against the ideas of these radical Republicans, right? Now, because the Republican Party at this time, we gotta remember, at this time, the Republicans were the progressives in this country, right? Because the progressives in this country was the abolitionists, right? The John Browns of the world, Abraham Lincoln was the abolitionist. Frederick Douglass was one. And another abolitionist, and somebody who fought hard against Andrew Johnson, was this guy right here. Guy by the name of Thaddeus Stevens, right? Now, Thaddeus Stevens was probably be considered the head of the radical Republicans, right? Of that time, right? Because again, the radical Republicans will be considered today. Today, the radical Republicans would have been the progressive left, right? The far left, right? The people that motherfuckers call social justice warriors, right? The motherfuckers who, fight for everything, right? Gay rights, BLM, Palestine, the far left, right? The way far left, right? The ultra progressives. That was the Republicans of that era, right? And he was the lead. Thaddeus Stevens was the lead of that movement. He was considered a radical Republican, and that's what the progressives were called back then. And a lot of the Republicans, there was a lot of infighting in the Republican Party, right? A lot of infighting amongst the progressives and the more moderates, right? Now, obviously, Andrew Johnson was a moderate, and he used to fight hard against these radical Republicans, right? And he, and like I said, vetoing all these rights and laws put in place for to try to advance black people, and he did everything he could to try to keep black people under this bottom class system. And he vetoed and did so much shady shit and filibustered and everything else so much to where Andrew Johnson became the very first president to ever be impeached in this country. Right? Very first president. Now, other people have been impeached before him, but he was the very first president to ever be impeached. Before him, it was like senators, judges, shit like that, right? But I think he was like the 7th or 8th person to ever be impeached. But he was the very first president to ever be impeached. And it was because of all the fuck shit he was doing during the Reconstruction era. Right? So, now, with that being said, I just had to put y'all on to what the temperature of the room was around this time. Because a lot of people like leave certain aspects of what actually happened out. And that's an issue. Because this thing is not black and white. It's so much nuance when discussing. Excuse me. Give me 1 second. All right. Let me fix this. All right. Well, there we go. All right. Now, there's so much bullshit, right, that went on during the Civil War. So much nuance behind it. People just try to act like the Civil War is black and white. Oh, well, slavery was going on. The North didn't like it. They fought the South, freed the slaves, and that was that. You know, that's pretty much the elementary school knowledge of the Civil War, and it just irks me when I hear people talk about it that I can't really have a real discussion about this shit. But anyways, now that y'all got that backdrop, that was very important to get some of that out. Let's continue.
June 19th, the Civil War had yet to hit the southern state and its 250,000 slaves. And then came General Gordon Granger's arrival in Galveston, June 19th, 1865.
Right. Now, General Gordon Granger was one of the soldiers that was sent down to pretty much go to the South and pretty much, start relegating things and getting things back to normal, making sure the Confederacy is staying true to their surrender, and they getting on, and they not, funny style shit going on, right? And not to mention letting the free slaves know that they're now free, and making sure they enforce it, right? Now, again, this happened in June 19th, 1865, when Granger made his way all the way out in Texas, because it took some time. They on horseback and everything else. They had to go from state to state to state, coming from the north, and it took some time for them to regulate all these states, and they finally got to Texas, right? And when they finally got to Texas, this was the date they finally got down there and told the slaves out in Texas that they was free. But let's get into it.
And its 250,000 slaves. And then came General Gordon Granger's arrival in Galveston, June 19th, 1865. And General Order Number 3. All slaves are free. Juneteenth was born. While Juneteenth celebrations continued to varying degrees in the U.S. for decades, it would take until 1980 for Texas to become the first state to declare it a holiday. Today, 47 states recognize it and the District of Columbia.
47 states acknowledge Juneteenth as a federal holiday. I want you to pay attention to what the 3 states that do not recognize this as a federal holiday, and that will be the Dakotas. Pay attention. The Dakotas and motherfucking Hawaii does not acknowledge Juneteenth as a federal holiday. Now, I find that very interesting, right? And I find it very telling when discussing the bullshit about Juneteenth and this fake ass celebration and this pseudo historical nonsense about slavery and how this motherfucking shit ended. We about to get into this shit, man. Cause this shit really pisses me the fuck off. How motherfuckers is trying to Tariq Nasheed motherfucking Juneteenth and tell revisionist bullshit history as propaganda for their own personal fuck shit. This is propaganda. This is bullshit. Why do you think the Dakotas, as well as Hawaii, do not acknowledge Juneteenth? Why do y'all think that? Why do y'all think that would be true? Why is that, Psycho? Why would the Dakotas not give a fuck about a goddamn Juneteenth? Okay, I'll tell you motherfuckers why. I mean, I ain't got no problem telling you motherfuckers. Know what I mean? Because, you know, a lot of y'all don't even understand what the hell is going on with this Juneteenth shit. Juneteenth makes the pseudo claim that slavery was ended on June 19th, 1865, which is complete and utter bullshit that needs to stop being espoused. Complete and utter bullshit. Right? Totally not accurate. What Juneteenth is celebrating is when Europeans let go of the last slaves they had in this fucking country. But why in the fuck are we playing these silly games? And I hate this shit because y'all motherfuckers gonna stop this. Why are we playing these silly ass games like Europeans were the only motherfuckers who owned motherfucking slaves? What's up with you motherfuckers with this shit? What is up with you motherfuckers in this shit? Y'all gonna stop playing with Psycho. Y'all gonna stop playing with Psycho around this bitch. Slavery did not end June 19th, 1865. Oh no, motherfuckers. Oh no. Oh no. Although this event commemorates the end of slavery, emancipation for the remaining enslaved in 2 Union border states, Delaware and Kentucky, would not, let's say this again, would not come until December 6th, 1865. That's it. And these are the white slaves. These are the white slaves. Let's get into this. White people still own slaves in Delaware and Kentucky all the way to December 1865. That's damn near 66. But y'all want to talk about some goddamn Juneteenth. Okay, right? They said that's when the 13th Amendment was ratified. Therefore, thousands of black slaves were not free until after, let me say this again, until after the Reconstruction treaties of the late, let's not miss that word right there, of the late 1866, when tribes such as the Cherokee, Cree, Chickasaw, and others were forced to sign the new treaties that required them to free their slaves. Why are we celebrating Juneteenth again? What is June 19th, 1865 supposed to be celebrated for again? The end of slavery? When slavery went on for over a year, still in this country after Juneteenth? Why are we celebrating Juneteenth? This shit is all, it's a mirage. It's a feel-good story. It's bullshit. The whole premise behind Juneteenth is supposed to be Independence Day. This is supposed to be Black Independence Day. We were still enslaved by white people in Delaware and Kentucky, and by the Native Americans all the way to late 1866. This whole Juneteenth shit is a mirage. It's a feel-good story. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. This is why I don't get all riled up, you know, like, you know, because I see this shit for what the fuck this shit is, dog. This shit is pseudo. This is a way for white people to pretty much get themselves, they pat themselves on the back, remind black people, hey man, we freed y'all this day. Y'all dumb motherfuckers was free for 2 years and didn't even realize it, you dumb motherfuckers. That's what they saying. Because that's the story that I hear a lot of. I hear a lot of motherfuckers say, these dumb motherfuckers was free for 2 years and they didn't even know it. Dumb fucks. Anybody who makes the claim that these slaves are free in Galveston for 2 years and didn't realize it is dumb as shit. Let me explain something, you dumb, slow motherfuckers. When the 13th Amendment was signed, I just said it earlier, I gotta say it again. That was just a piece of motherfucking paper. That shit didn't even hold a lot of weight. Why? Because they was in the middle of a civil war. The Confederacy did not consider themselves under anybody's jurisdiction but their own. So Lincoln saying, yeah, the slaves are free in the Confederacy means nothing to the Confederacy. What does that mean? That's like a motherfucking, the mayor of LA. That is like the mayor of Los Angeles declaring that every criminal in New Jersey is now pardoned. That is like the mayor of Los Angeles trying to pardon every criminal in North New Jersey. How the fuck could he do that? The mayor of Los Angeles cannot pardon criminals in fucking North. But this is what you dumb motherfuckers is espousing. Listen, let me tell y'all something about this 13th Amendment. Again, y'all don't want to cook on this. Let me tell y'all something about this 13th Amendment. That 13th Amendment was signed as pure fucking propaganda. Let's keep this shit a fucking stack. Yes, it It was propaganda. It was a tool to try to get people on board to fight for, in the Civil War, which was not very popular to do in the North at the time. The North was very divided on whether or not they should even be fighting with the South over these Negroes. Right? You had some people not sure what the war was even all about. Frederick Douglass marched up into Abraham Lincoln's office, had a nice long conversation with him, and pretty much told him that, yeah, you're kind of tap dancing against, you kind of tap dancing around what this war is really all about. Now, mind you, the war was about a lot of different things for a lot of different people. Now, the South was fighting to keep slaves, but the North was not necessarily fighting to free the slaves. This is where a lot of people get confused. A lot of people say the Civil War was about slavery and everything else. It was about slavery with the South, right? When you say the Civil War is about slavery, you're speaking on it from a Southern position. I would agree with you if you say the Confederacy was fighting to keep slaves. I would agree with you. My disagreement comes when people try to allude and say that the North was actually fighting to free the slaves. That's my point of contention. That part is cap. Lincoln himself said, if I could win this war, if I could keep the Union together and it still be slavery, I would. If I could keep the Union together and it not be slaves, I would. His whole goal was to get the Union together. He wanted to end the Civil War, whether it means slavery still be here or whether it means it's abolished, made no difference to him. He just wanted the Union to get back together. These are quotes. I'm not making shit up. Right? So that's basically what. So we gotta be careful when we talk. Like I said, the Civil War is so nuanced. You cannot talk about the Civil War in black and white like that. And when I hear people dumb the Civil War to just black and white, you're doing it a disservice. And you're really not understanding the politics that was going on during this time. Right? So mind you, like I was saying, family, I gave some backdrop to a lot of stuff that happened during this time. I kind of gave y'all the temperature of the room. I could get deeper into detail because again, a lot of moving parts was going on during this time frame. If you want to talk about the Civil War, you actually got to go back to about the 1840s. If you really want to peel back the onion, you probably got to go back about 20 years before the war actually even happened. It was a long build-up to the Civil War before it even popped off. And then there was a lot of shit that happened after the Civil War, right? The whole Reconstruction era, you got to add that in, right? Like, it's a lot of moving parts when discussing the Civil War. You got to discuss 20 years before the war started, and you got to discuss 20 years after the war was over, just to give the proper understanding of the Civil War and what actually was going on. But again, Juneteenth, propaganda, it's all bullshit. And I'm tired of people letting these engines off the fucking hook. It doesn't surprise me that the Dakotas don't respect Juneteenth as a national holiday because these engines are slave owners. Stop caping for these fucking engines. Stop worshiping these fucking engines who do not respect you at all. When they freed them slaves, when them engines freed those slaves with those Reconstruction treaties, they didn't even want to make those slaves a part of their tribe. They fought against that shit. They didn't want you culturally engine motherfuckers. They was prophets. They knew if they made you motherfuckers culturally Indian, that 150 years later, you weirdos gonna be up here saying y'all always been here. They didn't want you abos to pop up 150 years later, so they was declining y'all motherfucking tribal memberships because they was fucking prophets. They knew you motherfuckers gonna start lying to people, saying y'all always been here. So they said, go fuck yourself. Your people come from Africa. Go be a Pan-African, because you can't be a part of our goddamn tribe. That's what those Indians said. They foresaw all this shit. Them motherfuckers was prophets. I gotta give it up to them. They knew what it was. Give it up. So we gotta stop with this nonsense, ass kissing these goddamn Indians, man. Fuck those motherfuckers. Fuck those Indians. They were slave owners, dog. They were the last ones to give up their slaves. Are you shitting me? Anybody want to be a fucking Indian, man? I'm sick of that shit. Anyways, I've been yapping off for a while, family. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to drop this link so people can come up. Hopefully, you know, we can have a nice build about this. Like I said, I love talking about the Civil War. So if motherfuckers want to come up and talk about that, that's good. Because, again, I want to cook on this. Let's see. So, yeah, family. I'm going to go ahead, get ready to play this commercial. And then I'll come back and drop the link. And we can chop it up about whatever. Hopefully with Juneteenth. Because I really want to finish talking about this. So, let's get into it, family.
Today we're going to tell you why we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
So, let's talk about how the Roman Catholic Church contributed in the transatlantic slave trade. First, they instructed Portugal and Spain to invade, murder, and subdue all sub-Saharan Africans. They identified us as black Gentiles, in which took away our rights, and they created laws that told people how to treat black people unfairly. Let's also not forget how the Roman Catholic Church benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. One, they had a huge increase in tithes. Two, they had a big gain of political power. Let's also not forget how my ancestors' land was acquired by the Roman Catholic Church to build more Catholic churches like this one.
And let me tell you how my ancestors were affected during the transatlantic slave trade. One, they violated our rights and privileges. Two, they stole our lands and our resources. Three, they destroyed our family culture and our family structure.
And you can't forget how black people are still affected by the transatlantic slave trade to this day. One, we don't have access to our own land. Two, we can't trace back our own family lineage. And three, we can't connect with our own people because our identity is lost.
And after hearing all of that, we're here to tell you that we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
Right now.
Right now. Yeah.
All right, family, links out there. Nah, man, we in the building. Let me know what's good. Whoa. Make sure I got this together. Get everything together over here, family. Give me a second. All right, I think I'm good. All right, there we go. That's good. Yeah, what's good? I see. All right. Got brother Rob up in the building. Him, like myself, he loves talking about the Civil War. That's good. What's going on, brother Rob? How you?
I'm all good, bro. I'm all good.
You already, yeah. So, what's going on? I know you got a lot to say about the topic.
Yeah, man. My bad. I had to mute YouTube. So, for those that don't know, this is my area of focus. When I go to write for my PhD, it's gonna be around Reconstruction and what that looks like, right? Juneteenth, the one thing that I guess we could glean, we could take pride in, we could romanticize, is the fact that we had some people who were unaware of the new statutes in the country. And so now, if you can, in your mind's eye, if you can picture this, right? They slave on the new, that they was free, but yet they kept them in slavery. They kept the status quo going. So when those Union soldiers show up in Galveston and tell them that they are free, imagine them former owners looking out into the field, and then it's a bunch of our ancestors that say, "Hey, fuck you, we gone."
Right. Right. And that, like I pointed out, people mistakenly believe that these black people were so dumb or so slow that they didn't realize they was free 2 years later. No, it was nobody down there to enforce it. How you going to enforce it if there's nobody down there to enforce it? They had to wait for the Union soldiers to get down there to actually enforce the rule.
Right. And then if you look at, geography plays a huge role in history. People need to, you go and look at a map. You will see that Galveston, right, is in an obscure part of Texas. They didn't have the internet. It wasn't CBS and ABC and, you know what I mean? So in terms of them being able to control narratives and control the media and how much these people were told, that was in their complete control. So that is why our people did not know. And this is why it was a celebration that was concentrated in Texas that ends up becoming a federal holiday. So that is the layer of context that people need to understand. It was a celebration almost exclusively in Galveston. Then it spread throughout Texas. And then, with the first Great Migration, they take that practice to wherever they went, whether that be East St. Louis, Chicago, Ohio, the Ohio Valley, so we talking all of those little cities all throughout Ohio, right? You know what I'm saying? They didn't really go as far as the DMV, you know what I'm saying, with the first Great Migration of those people, right? But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this is a pivotal time in United States history. Do you realize, look, this is the reason why they call the Reconstruction era, the Reconstruction period, the Second Civil War. That is why it's referred to.
Facts.
In that way. We talk a lot about the Red Summer of 1919. Can you imagine those Confederate soldiers? Some of them never lost in the field. Let's keep that very clear, okay? Some parts of the Confederate Army never lost. They never lost, right? And then now they got to come back home after they didn't, after Robert E. Lee has surrendered, and now they got to come back home. How you think they got there? If they from Mississippi and they fighting all the way in Southern Virginia, how do you think they got home? They had to walk home. Think about that for a second. They had to walk home. And as they walking home, they see the utter devastation that the North has had on a society where they were the 5th richest economy in the world. Let's be very clear. These people in the South.
Facts. In the world, not just
in the world.
Like all the wealth in this country came from the South at that time period.
Exactly. But if you separated the beginning of the Industrial Revolution that's happening in the North from the agrarian culture in the South, They were the 5th richest economy in the world at that time. Look, they had so much money. That's why they thought that they could go up against the country that they existed in. The money made them arrogant. They thought they was going to be able to keep selling cotton during the Civil War.
I mean, and let's not get twisted. A lot of this was over slave states, right? The new territories, manifest destiny, right? All the new territories.
That's what I put in the ambitions of an empirical nation. The ambitions to be an empirical nation, should I say?
No doubt.
Yeah, and they wanted to, and like you got the Nebraska-Kansas Act and everything else. That was a big deal. It started bloody Kansas and everything else. That's the John Brown situations and everything else. And
that's
like
a whole nother story,
right? Like it was all political, right? It was all political. It had, like I said, the South was totally pushing back against wanting to keep their free labor, right? They wanted to keep they wanted to keep slavery going, and the North, they didn't want slavery to keep going because they wanted to go this industrial route, but that wasn't the main reason why they was fighting. They was fighting to try to keep the Union together and for other purposes. And in the railroad, I can't stress. Every time I talk about the Civil War, people got to understand how important the railroad was in talking about the Civil War. That's what the Kansas-Nebraska Act was all about. It was about the railroad. It was which route was they going to take on the Transcontinental Railroad, because that was going to
move the goods and services. Commerce,
right. You had the Northerners. I believe it was the Illinois governor at the time.
Illinois line. You had the Norfolk Southern line. The actual line still kind of exists to this day. They may not be as functionary as they were then, but they still do the same means now, right? It's still the same system, commerce system, intrastate commerce system, and interstate commerce system.
Yeah, but politically speaking, and this is a layer of history that is probably never gonna be told. The Democrats was playing dirty. Look, right?
Yes.
People moving into Kansas, right? They moving into Kansas. They are primarily Republican. The Democrats started moving people that's being moved to the South from New York. They coming into into the what's the place that you go into New York when you first get to the country? But they are being brung in, and then
Ellis Island.
They are being brung into Ellis Island, and then they are being shipped to where? Kansas. The Democrats of the North are shipping those people directly to Kansas.
But those political affiliations aren't the same of today.
No. It's almost like the reverse.
Yeah. I mean, the way you guys term it in politics, I see that. But for me, I always look at the Civil War as culture. It was a culture war.
Okay.
It was one group of people who amounted their wealth through a particular culture of agrarian and farming, right? Based on modes of production, right? Mm-hmm. And they didn't even come from nations. They came from Holland and Denmark, because the South was populated by a particular group of people in comparison to the North, who were mostly England, Birmingham, York. That's where you get New York from. That's where you get Albany. Like that. That's why most of the towns in the Northeast is really named after cities in England and cities in different parts of what we would call Northern England, or we call Ireland now, right? And then when you look at the South, you have Dutch, you have people from Denmark who have more of an agrarian lifestyle even in their home countries. So for me, it was a thing of culture. It was one group saying, we're going to keep this culture of slavery, lemonade, straw in my mouth, sitting on my porch. I'm not going to do the hustle and bustle, live on top of each other nonsense that I see that comes along with the industrial complex. Like, I look at it as culture. I look at it as economic culture.
I can see that angle. Look, right. Let me.
Can I just finish real quick, bro? I'm sorry. Can I just finish real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
And I look at it as one group looking at. See, for me, it was all about empirical ambitions, right? And the conversation wasn't had between both groups how we would accomplish that. They both wanted empires. One wanted an empire of cotton, slavery, human bondage, using human commodity, and one wanted trains, planes, automobiles. One wanted machinery. One wanted to produce at a mass rate, while one wanted to slowly get there. And that confluence of thinking and confluence of culture was very much at the forefront of how they were trying to become a nation and stay as a union.
Also, I mean, the North saw the writing on the wall. Slavery was being abolished everywhere else globally, and they didn't want to lose trade with other countries, because other countries going to stop fucking with them if they didn't give up slavery. That's why I said even if the Civil War didn't happen, the way things are going globally, slavery would have been over in this country before the turn of the century.
Right, because I can't trade with you if you're doing your shit for free and I gotta pay people. Like, there is no way. Like,
right.
I'll lose my shirt if I'm trading with a motherfucker who getting all this done for free. And then I gotta pay people to pick the cotton or pick the materials that I'm putting on the market. I gotta pay them.
Because it was a global push to end slavery. Like, the abolitionist movement didn't start here, right? That started overseas.
Right.
And it came over here. Like the Quakers, I believe, were the first ones that brought the movement over here. But the initial abolitionist movement started overseas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can see your angle, as I was about to allude to, of it being cultural. But then, culturally speaking, right? They looked at the South as a bunch of country bumpkins, and they still do today. They still look at those people in the South as a bunch of slow, dumb, country, backwood, redneck, y'all are a bunch of dummies. Look, proof positive, right? What is the name of that great institution of learning in the South? What is it called?
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt is in the North.
Vanderbilt's supposed to be the Ivy League of the South.
Yeah, but do you see?
You have Vanderbilt, you have Duke, but those are from the robber barons, right? Those are the robber barons' expressions of wealth and how they want to educate their people.
It's not considered the South per se, though. I mean, I know it's in North Carolina.
No, Vanderbilt is in Tennessee, actually.
Yeah, Vanderbilt in Tennessee, but you had mentioned Duke and everything. But the point I'm trying to make is, right, those institutions of learning, they felt like those were, and we were upper class, that's in the North. So that's why you got Harvard and Yale and Brown and Penn, and you see what I mean?
Princeton.
Right, but even that, bro, Rob, is cultural, right? That was the way.
That part is cultural.
That was the way the British and culture. That was the way they indoctrinated the kids of the former prisoners that built America. That's how they turned them from criminals into people who wrote the laws and wrote the history and wrote and created the narrative of what the nation would be. So even in that aspect, it's showing the diverse culture, right? Because they created those institutions in the North to write and be able to create laws and create ideas that would make concrete the idea of industrialization. Right,
Yeah.
like when I look at this, I think of human modes of production, right? The sociological idea of mode of production, where we went from horticulture, hunter-gatherers, right, to industrial technology, right? And if we look at it, the South is a mix of all of them now, but now it's the home of industry, right? Like, now you go to the South, the car makers go to the South because it's cheaper labor, right? So it's never really lost its way. It kept its way. Each geographical location has literally kept its way, right? It's because if you look at the nation, it's culturally separated. The Southwest, the Northwest, it's based on these Europeans coming and creating their homeland cultures in America, in the new frontier.
But although culture is a huge component, right? The finances and the economic impact of the Civil War and Reconstruction, that is the crux. That's why
I say the Civil War actually was a 50-year war. It's literally a 50-year war. Officially on the books, it only lasted 5, but it really was a 50-year
I totally
war.
agree. But even the economics and their premise of creating economics is based on their cultural understanding that they brought with it, right?
I see your point, but
like I was
just,
stating. Well, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I was conceding that point that there is a cultural component, but we have to look at the economic impact as the biggest contributing factor to the Civil War and then the fallout after. The reason why I say that, first person I look at is John C. Calhoun. John C. Calhoun is the man who makes the huge argument for states' rights. I put it in the chat earlier.
Out of South Carolina.
Yeah, and he this is 1837 that he makes this impassioned speech in Congress about states' rights, and he is going in on the people that say that the institution of slavery is evil. And he, I can't remember it verbatim, but basically he says that, we see slavery in its true form, and it is the most stable and something else institutions in the world. You see what I mean? Like, we need to have this stratosphere where, white people are here and the niggas are here. We need to have that in order to stabilize and make sure that our women ain't having children with these niggas and all of this. You know what I mean? And so that's what I would say, that is the unofficial start of the Civil War. It's a bunch of things that happened between 1837 and 1861, but the tipping point is the Dred Scott decision. That is huge. Yeah, that was huge. Yeah. That right there is the tipping point that forces us into the Civil War. It literally, it's like it's the crescendo, and then boom, you know what I mean? 2 years later, we in it. You dig? So
I think the Industrial Revolution. I think
Uncle Tom's Cabin, that had a lot to do with it as far as propaganda. There was a good propaganda piece for the war.
My bad. I think those small markers are some of the catalysts to it. But I'm kind of as I researched the war and I studied the war, and living in the Northeast and living in Europe, and it just knowing the people of the South, and just knowing I'm sorry to keep going back to the idea of culture, but culture means more than just what you think. It's a way of life. It's how you raise your family. It's how you create generations. It's how you live your life. Like, it's a way of life. When I look at living in Belgium or traveling to Belgium or traveling to Denmark, and then I realize that most of the people in the South came from nations, and you see those vast farms over there in Germany in comparison to going to England or going to France or going to Paris. Right. There's farms in Paris, but there's a hell of a lot of factories, right? Like Lyon and Marseille and Paris, and right where the Industrial Revolution kind of got its beginnings in the cities of Europe, right? And I look at the people who live in the cities of the Northeast and live in the cities of the Midwest in comparison to the cities of the South, and how even as we are, years apart, fucking centuries apart from that, where they still kind of hold on to those traditions. So for me, I really believe it was more about industry and the one thing we skip when we talk about America, and I think it does a lot of people are just.
Oh, did we lose them? Oh, but yeah, I mean, the culture is huge on this, right? Because especially when we discuss Reconstruction, because when you discuss the Reconstruction, the pushback against Reconstruction was all about culture, right? Like, it was all about keeping Southern culture, right? Isn't that what the Daughters of the Confederacy was supposed to have been all about, right? Maintaining culture, Southern culture, making sure they don't forget they fallen soldiers, they racist ass daddies, they slave owning ass daddies, they overseeing ass granddaddies, and they wanted to protect their culture, right? Southern culture. That's what that's what the Klan was all about. That's what the White Leagues was all about. That's what the Red Shirts was all about, right? Like, all these formed during the Reconstruction era, and it was all about protecting their culture against this newfound free black people that was going to take over and, you know, take all their jobs and take all their land and X, Y, and Z. So, you know, this is what happened. So yeah, so culture is huge, because without the whole culture argument, again, you don't have the Klan, because that's what they was fighting about. You don't have the white leagues. You don't have the red shirts. You don't have none of that stuff that was going on during the Reconstruction era.
Mm-hmm. And then that's why I had put it in the chat too. Like, this is not just, all right, we are free. Like you said, that's just some paper. They were still trying to figure out how to bring the states, the southern states, back into the Union. And then what does that look like? Do y'all realize when they passed the 14th Amendment, right? Before the 14th Amendment, if you said, what does an American citizen look like? It would be a white man, a white woman, or a white child. After the passage of the 14th Amendment, that whole definition changed. Native Americans that are born there are now American citizens. White people, black people, the Asians that they brung over for the railroad, and all of these people are now naturalized American. So we are talking about definitions of society that are changing in front of these people's face, and this was their way of life. August Belmont, he was a very famous financier out of New York. He visited somebody in the South, and when he comes back to New York, he tells I think it was the New Yorker, he tells the story about how he said he wanted more wine, and how when the handmaiden shows up, she in full tears pouring the wine, but her hand, although her hand was trembling, the wine went into the glass unscathed or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And he was just talking about the horrors of slavery. These are things that are kind of lost to history, but when you say culture, we are talking about a culture of white supremacy, white dominance, not just supremacy, white dominance. You know what I mean? And then it turns to supremacy, I would say, after the Civil War, right? The definitions of, you know, who can vote, who has power, who can be a politician.
There was a fight against black people before the end of the Civil War. That's when the fight against black people started.
Yeah, I would say that was the invention of niggas.
And I'm gonna go backwards on your point. Shit, the citizen, what was seen as American citizen, was literally just the white man, because the white woman ain't really have no rights or no representation either.
Yeah,
and the white woman was mad because the white woman felt like the black people were getting rights before them, and white women was pushing back. It was white women they were some of the main ones pushing back against our rights, the vote and everything else. That third.
And that's why white women want such power over black men and black women and black children, education-wise. That's why they the teachers, because they want to make sure that we never get ahead of them, ever.
Man,
ever.
Listen. This is why those black codes were so rigorous, because they had to, kind of, appease white women. All right, these niggas not slaves, but they can't own firearms. They can't have a business that's competing with us. They can't do this. They can't do that. Don't you see that, white woman? They was trying to appease them. That is why, man, and everybody had black codes. Let's get this very clear, all right? Every state in the Union had a set of laws that was different for black folks. It is, man, if you look it up, you will see it. I got it in a PowerPoint. I could show y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? The black codes of DC, the black codes of Alabama, the black codes of Florida, and man, so on and so forth. And when y'all start looking at some, nigga, they had some shit called the Laughing Barrel.
Yeah, well, black people had to go laughing about,
Man, Knoxville, Tennessee, right? The black lady was laughing. The white man thought that she was laughing at her, knocked her teeth out in the middle of the street. That's why they developed the laughing barrel. Man, y'all can look, you go Google that shit right now.
Can I give an ominous point though? And it's very ominous. And I hate to do this. Let me be clear on what I'm about to say. That what you just described as far as like the attitudes and the worries about African and black people taking jobs and things of that nature, we're at that precipice again. The white rage and grievance that we see is simply that. It's simply, but we're not the catalyst right now. We're going to take the brunt of it when they explode. Of course, we're going to take the brunt of it. But the white American seeing the Latino and the Hispanic population do what it do and gaining such traction and being everywhere and being so visual and moving into their communities and becoming business owners and all, they're gonna rebel against that, and we're gonna take the brunt of that. Like, we're gonna see a second civil war within our lifetime, unfortunately, because we're at the precipice of that same ire, right? We're at the precipice of that same complaint, that same idea of, wow, this is not, they're literally saying, this is not my home anymore. And I'm gonna be totally honest with you. If you built the most powerful empire man has ever seen, and you're gonna lose it to just sheer demographics, not even war, but just because you allowed another group to come in and they're just fucking like rabbits, and you created the law that they fuck here and they make a baby here, that like you undermined your own self by creating laws that you thought would benefit your people when they came off the boats and they came to Ellis Island, but not enough white migration has happened to counterbalance the Latino migration. So now you're at a point where your numbers are reducing and everyone else, even our numbers are increasing. They want to lie and say, but we're at least 20% of the population. There's 60 million black people between Boston and fucking Miami. And you can go west, you can go Pittsburgh and then go from Pittsburgh, go south. You don't even have to get into Chicago, Cleveland. You don't even have to get into those places where we already know is huge African-American population. You can literally go from Boston across to Buffalo, come down Buffalo, go through the back channels of Pittsburgh and all that, come straight down and encapsulate that box all the way down to the state of Florida, and you will get at least 60 million black people. The majority of those cities that's within that box are majority black cities. You have very few white major cities within that box. So we're more than 20%, 10, 13% of the population. That's just to keep us down and to not cause white rage. But we're at the precipice of that happening again. And I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I would say, it is very similar to the business-bearing era of American history, right? If you look at it, we got Scott Bezos, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk. These men, and then you can, include Branson, a dude that owned Virgin, and these men they really do have control over, or influence in how America is ran. We hear it when they talk about how the Supreme Court is compromised. Right? We hear it in some of our congressmen and things. That was a really good transition, by the way. Right? And then we looking at the era of Trump. Y'all don't realize it, right? But when people look back in this period in history, we are living in historic times. And your grandchildren are going to want to know, where did you stand? Where did you stand? When you seen all of these black men unarmed being killed by police, hey granddad, hey grandma, what was you talking about? Do you realize people in our community gonna have to say, well, I was fighting to prove that we was Cherokee. I was fighting to make sure that they understood that we are sovereign citizens, and that's what they gonna say. And their grandchildren gonna have to look at them like the people who we call them to this day, coons. Grandma, granddad, you were a coon. You know, I live in Chicago, you know what I mean? And so, you know, for us, right, you know, we realize we are living with some of the descendants that said that Dr. King, Malcolm X, you know, all these people, Fred Hampton, they wasn't doing nothing but stirring up good white folks. You see?
Yeah.
And, you know, unfortunately, you know, some of the people that I organize with, they do have to say, they grandparents was coons. Hey, Ma.
It hurts, but yeah.
Man, hey, Ma, you know, when Dr. King was killed, you know, y'all was living on 63rd. What was y'all doing? Boy, we was in the house ducked under the table.
Would you call them coons, or would you just say they were afraid? They were indoctrinated in the idea of fear. And none of them never knew how to rebel against the white man, and they always felt like if they rebelled,
I think a lot of the coonery came from fear.
When that point comes up, Mike, when that point comes up in class, I use Dr. King quote. This is what Dr. King said. We might not remember all of the stinging words of our enemies, but we certainly will remember the silence of our so-called friends. Silence is betrayal at some point, bro. End quote. You know what I mean? I meant to end the quote a second ago. But
I agree with that.
You know, at some point, silence is betrayal. Go ahead, G. My bad.
No, I was just saying, like, it's a two-headed coin, because on that side, the betrayal is by like our so-called allies, like you say. But the allies were afraid as well, right? Because for me, it's losing a lifestyle, right? Like if I help y'all too much, they're gonna take my lifestyle. That's why, like, John Brown is like should be hailed as some kind of hero, because he didn't care. Like, you're gonna take my life, my everything, but right is right and wrong is wrong.
John Brown was schizophrenic. He was spooked out. It was to our benefit that he was schizophrenic and spooked out. But yeah, he did that because he wanted to get right with God. He was a very spiritual dude. He thought slavery really was against the Bible. So he was coming from a spiritual aspect, you know. I mean, the guy, I ain't saying that's a bad thing for us. I'm just saying that's where he was coming from, though.
And I mean, and then you can look at,
but even in that cycle, he was willing to sacrifice whatever he had, even if it was a religion.
Well, not just him. He sacrificed his kids and everything. Yeah.
So I'm saying,
even to this day, who's willing to do that?
Well, again, we have to look at the fact that he did have some mental health issues. And then secondly, let's look at his contemporaries, right? Martin Delany wasn't there. Frederick Douglass wasn't there. Harriet Tubman, they said that she got sick. That's why she wasn't there. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what they said. But that's the way that I judge it when I'm looking at history, right? His contemporaries, where was the support?
Yeah, he hung the shit out of him. They ain't give him no part, no nothing.
You know, Frederick Douglass was aware of was aware of the uprising. Harriet Tubman was. Martin Delany was. None of them came.
They couldn't give him a pardon, though, to be honest with you. If they would have given him a pardon, the Civil War would have started earlier.
Yeah.
The Civil War would have started earlier. They gave a pardon because the South wasn't playing like they wanted retribution. Like, they was mad at that motherfucker.
But I did want to. I had brung up the Red Summer in 1919. I didn't connect it. There were mass murders of black people when these Confederate soldiers come back home. Instead of freeing their former enslaved Africans, they killed them. It happened all over the South. We don't even have a number. We don't even know how many of our ancestors was murdered following the Civil War with them Confederate soldiers coming back home. We don't. They burned down whole tenements. Whole tenements.
He was upset.
Yeah.
He was upset. Yeah.
It was. This is very famous in New Orleans. It's called the Cressida Massacre.
You gotta remember too. They land was fucked up. Like the South was in shambles because the whole war was fought in the South. Practically the whole war was fought in the South. So that's where all the cleanup was going on at. Like they went back to their land. It was all fucked up. Houses destroyed. Fields fucked up. They lost their labor. Everything. Now I'm not being sympathetic to these motherfuckers. I'm just saying, like, I'm just explaining where the anger, like a lot of their frustrated anger was coming from. Like they had to deal with all this, and now you got these carpetbaggers coming from the North, wagging their finger, pointing at them, saying what they can and can't do, and everything else. This is where you started getting the pushback politics. Like I said, it's when the Klan and stuff like that started to form. They was like there's an attack on Southern culture. That's how they viewed it, right? Like this was going on in their head.
Yeah. Hey, the point that you just made, right? I teach this, if you don't mind, bro. I got a couple of photos that I can show just to show. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, let me share my screen real quick. And don't show these tips again. I know what I'm doing. All right. I'm sharing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is these photos come out of the Library of Congress. Okay, this is not photoshopped or anything. You can go and look at these same photos. All right, you can see the posture of these men in the photo. Hands on their hips, arms is folded. Everybody in the photo, if you're looking, their shoulders are slumped. Everybody's shoulders are slumped. Right? Next photo. Clearly, you can see these men are devastated by what didn't happen. You see this house right here that they sitting in where it used to be a house, right? Mm-hmm. The other house in the background that's not touched at all. It is believed that house was part of the Underground Railroad, and so that's why it wasn't touched during the Civil War. This is what these men see when they come back home, right? This is kind of a stage photo, but that pile right there, those are all bones.
Yeah, it was the most violent war. Yeah. More people died in the Civil War than any other war.
Any other war in the history of our country.
Yeah,
and I've been to 2 wars. You know what I'm saying? 2 wars.
Oh man, I'm not trying to traumatize you at all, right?
Oh no, I'm cool. That shit, I'm cool, bro.
All right, no doubt. I'm always sensitive to that, right? This Confederate soldier came home. You can see he still got on his uniform, right? He came home. His wife had left. All his slaves had ran away. This is part of the plantation where Harriet Tubman goes and liberates 1,000+ black men, right, during the Civil War. If y'all don't know, Harriet Tubman went behind enemy lines with Union Army soldiers, and she liberated 1,000+ black men. So this was his plantation. He hung himself after he seen what happened. Right? This is downtown Atlanta. Anybody from the A, they know exactly what they looking at. These 2 churches right here. This is Peachtree Street. So General Sherman's march to the sea. Oh shit. That's South Carolina. My fault. And then that's New Orleans. My fault. I might be going too fast. But that's Peachtree Street right there. That church is still there on Peachtree Street. And then that's another church right there. Protestant church, Catholic church. You can see the architecture in the way that and both of them are facing the east and all that, South Carolina, it's not a lot of devastation on this street, but this is New Orleans. That is the mayor of New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? And then his son is sitting here. Where is his son at?
What's that they sitting on? Is that a cannon?
Yeah, that's a cannon. This is the rebel following. There go his son right there. I couldn't see him because it's a black and white.
Yeah, it's all, yeah, they kind of blend in with the rocks.
Yeah, but there go his son right there. What you think his son is thinking? Oh man, the Civil War is over. Yeah, these people that we used to enslave, man, we did them wrong. That is not. I repeat, that is not what he probably told his son. Hey son, this shit ain't never over. They refer to it as the lost cause. Ain't no way they gonna destroy our way of life, son. That's what he taught his son. That's what he told him.
Yep, revisionist history, Southern sympathetic revisionist history.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Daughters of the Confederacy was all about.
Yep. This is that contingent of black folks who lived out Special Field Order number 15. Tunis G. Campbell, not in the photograph, but Tunis G. Campbell. He is the man that secured Special Field Order number 15. And that's General Oliver O. Howard right there. With that contingent of black folks that was able to live out Special Field Order number 15, which is the 40 acres and a mule, right? This is the photo I was trying to get to. This is the other side of that photo from Atlanta, right? And you can see the utter devastation. It is destroyed. And that's what these men had to walk back through on their way home. Seeing the South destroyed. So hell yeah, they was mad as all outdoors when they got home. Yeah, you had mentioned the railroads. They didn't realize that it wasn't a universal size for all of the railroads. So what they did, the Union Army, they destroyed them. Yeah, they destroyed all of the railroads to make sure that they couldn't supply the soldiers of the South. It was a war of attrition.
That's one of the reasons how the South got crippled and had to surrender, was because they had problems with their supplies for this very reason. The Union came in and destroyed all the railroad tracks, all the ones they found.
Mm-hmm. And you can see the big old,
But you know why it was so easy for them to do that, right? Because most of the people who called the shots to create the railroads, because at that time you had the Pennsylvania Railroad, which is, it's only one Pennsylvania Railroad station left, and that's in Newark. That's the only New York Penn Station and Newark Penn Station. Those are the only two, and those people were the ones who created the railroad line. So it was easy to already get the logistics on where these railroad lines was at, because the robber barons that created them for their business and to transport goods and services for them already knew where they were at. So it was easy to get to them because they already knew where they were at. They already had the logistics on them. It was easy for the North to undermine the South because most of the things that the railroad lines and things like that was created by the industrial North. Mm-hmm. I mean, the South benefited because they were allowed to put their goods, their corn and cotton and all that on there to ship them out all around the world and the globe. But it was easier to do that because, hey, we already know where they're at. We know who built them. We know what they're made of. We know where the bridges are at. So it was almost like they had an inside man.
No doubt. And then here's the true cost of war. This is the true cost. See, it's one thing to talk about a war. It's a whole nother thing, right? When your daddy don't come home, when your uncle don't come home, when your cousin don't come home, that bitterness, it never goes away. Nobody really wins a war. Are you stupid? 600,000 plus men lost their life in this war. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. This is the true cost. You see? And all of them tombstones that you see, it's a sea of them. You know, I'm not from Virginia. I done talked to a couple of, historians from Virginia. They said that you can almost still smell the blood in the battlefields of Gettysburg.
Virginia is like ground zero for the Confederacy. That's where a lot of they do a lot of their little reenactments there and everything else. The capital was in Richmond, so yeah, like Virginia is held deep in. Like if you're a Confederate sympathizer, Virginia is like, yeah, that's like going to Oakland if you big on the Panthers, right? Like that's like, yeah.
And it goes back to what? Culture. Culture.
Y'all
you still have the daughters of the Confederacy. You still have the sons of the Confederacy to this day. You still have the Confederate flag to this day because they don't want to get rid of that culture. They want that culture to be the preeminent culture in America. They want that to be the signal to say, hey, this is the difference between us and the Union. The Union is about other people, diversity, other groups being a part of it, other groups being the head, where that's not what this Confederacy is about. The Confederacy is about whiteness. It's about the white rule, the white power. So that's why I always try to emphasize the idea of culture, and that's why I see the Civil War as a cultural war, but a cultural war that had many amendments to it and many layers to it, just not the layers of race.
Not solely a culture war, but culture definitely
what I'm
played
saying
a role.
Is culture. I don't want to limit the word culture, but I don't also want to expand it like you're saying. I don't want to give it more meaning than it has, but I just want to say that everything that they tried to attain was under the banner of culture, economically, socially, politically. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, with the South, right, the North was more business. I think it was more business with the North. It was more business. I think it was more business with the North. I think it was
in the North. It was business, politics, and religion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. The radical Republicans, you can argue, you make the culture argument with them because of religion and everything else. So yeah, with the radical Republicans.
And in the South, it was money. It was to not have the industrialization of people living on top of each other and the calm and agrarian lifestyle of farmers.
Right. Real quick, because Buddha mentioned this a couple of times in the chat. The gold rush, I don't think that had. I think that had little to do with anything as far as the Civil War. It had a lot to do with the trains, though. It did have a lot to do with the trains. It had a lot to do with westernizing the country, because the rumors that it was gold in those dark hills spread throughout the country, and it was a big rush out to the Frisco areas and everything else. But most of those people that went out there ended up dying broke. No. The famous phrase about the gold rush of the 1800s is the only motherfuckers that made money were the people that sold their equipment. They were the only ones that made money, and then nobody was finding gold like that. Like the way, nobody was really. If they did find gold, there was very limited amounts of it, and it was spread out. So it wasn't no one person that was making a whole bunch of money, and a lot of people was getting robbed. If they did find stuff, it was like literally this was the Wild Wild West times. So like I said, they said the only motherfuckers that really got rich during that era out there were the people that sold the equipment, the pans, the shovels, and they're the only ones who made money.
This part of the world was not hit by a lot of meteors that contain gold. This part of the world was spared. This part of the world got hit with more minerals that we really don't use or really like. This part of the world doesn't have the plethora of extraterrestrial rocks like other parts of the world. because that's all gold is. It's a meteorite that had a different kind of alchemy or a different kind of I guess interaction with the atmosphere or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever atmospheric and geological happened to it before it hit Earth as it burned or whatever, a lot of that didn't happen in this part of the world. Well, in this part of the world, you got a lot of dinosaurs. That's why you got a lot of oil. You got a lot of just rocks hitting it and putting holes in it and pop holes in it. You got a lot of mountains and things, but you don't have a lot of, that's why, like if you look at our terrain, right? If you look at the country, right? We have a whole swath of the country that has no hills, mountains, or nothing. No ecological, geological change whatsoever. Flat land, barely got hills, right? Then you come into huge mountain ranges. Then you come back down to the desert and the valley. So it shows you that there's not a lot going on geological here, right? So gold, whoever hyped these people up, these people didn't travel to other parts of the world where gold is plentiful.
It was like word of mouth is what caused a lot. It wasn't like, it wasn't like, yeah, exactly. It was rumors that people are going out there finding, billions of dollars worth of gold, just getting rich. So everybody was flocking there. And then so many people went that, what little bit of gold was there, like I said, wasn't no one person getting rich. And you got, you out there for hours with that pan, not getting shit. You know what I mean? You might find, if you find a nugget, you did something. Like you read stories about that shit. Like, yeah, nobody got rich in the gold rush besides the people that sold the equipment and the people that had the bars, the saloons and the motherfuckers that sold the equipment. They the only ones who got rich.
Levi's and Lee Jeans, they made the money, right?
Right.
Like the guys who made Levi's, and it's no coincidence that the 49ers play at Levi's Stadium. That's no coincidence, you know what I'm saying?
Vanderbilt, that's where he amassed his wealth. You know what I mean? Building West. You know what I mean?
Expansion.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, that I would say that was one of the leading contributing factors to the failure of the Freedmen's Bank. The over leveraging of investing in the gold trade that never materialized. This is why people started keeping money in their mattress. You know what I mean? That's why. You know what I mean? But it's a lot of contributing factors. It was an economic downturn, 1873. General Custer, that was an embarrassment to the United States. So, making sure niggas is good and get niggas back into the fold, make them full citizens. It became like kind of a moot point at that junction, in history, which led to the Compromise of 1877, or better known as the Grand Betrayal.
Right. Anytime you hear the word compromise, it usually didn't end good for black people.
Yeah, right. It was a compromise not to kill us.
Yeah.
And the compromisee was the people trying to kill us. Right? No, well the compromiser was the people trying to stop the compromisee from killing us. It never was to benefit us or the natives, because they got a lot of compromises as well, a lot of treaties and compromises as well. But it was just the fervor of the new white immigrants to expand, and their expansion and their manifest destiny not be interrupted, or they didn't want to fight. They didn't want competition. What we gotta understand with white America, they don't really want competition. They can say they want competition, they want to compete, but white people don't like competition. They don't want competition. They want everybody that's not white to stand behind them and yield to them. We see it with the Caitlin Clark shit now, right? Like everything that manifested itself back then is manifesting itself now, and it's literally coming again through culture, right? Like white culture should be the dominant culture. Speak English. Don't come here with your Spanish. Don't come here with your African. Go back to Africa. Go back to hellhole countries. But nobody ever tells them, like, you guys come from rat infested tenements and fucking plagues and all this shit. Like you motherfuckers are like the germ of the world. Like everyone else had empires. Everyone else were civilized, right? We had to become uncivilized when you motherfuckers started popping up on our land trying to get resources and shit because you didn't have them of your own volition, right? So when we look at the world and world history, it's always been them that wanted the upper hand. Like they create mysticism and magic and all that to bend the universe because they don't want to compete. They don't want to compete. They want to use whatever trick or whatever philosophical or mysticism or religion. They don't, because religion is another thing like that. They use that so they don't have to compete. Let me go and tell them that if this God up in the sky, if you don't listen to him, you don't do what he say, he's gonna punish you. So give me all your money. You know what I mean? Give me your land, right? Because he told me that I'm supposed to be the shepherd of the land. I mean, so their inability to compete has put them in a position to where they think it's okay to do what they're doing.
So to add on to your point, the psyche, right? Who do you think can outwork a former slave? The crux of it, do you see?
Certainly not the person that's sitting on the porch with the lemonade watching the slave work.
Hey, bro.
The Amish might outwork us. The Amish might got us.
No, look, right? This how bad it was, right? You know how the good old boys, right? Them long, super long beards. You know, they hair all super long, right? The reason why, they didn't even know how to cut their own hair. You see that? Because they just had us to do it. They didn't even have the ability to cut their own hair, dog. That's why them beards was so long. That's not cultural. They didn't have anybody to shave them anymore, is the point. What I'm saying is, economically speaking, right? You know, free labor versus paid labor. This is why they form unions. Oh man, we ain't gonna be able to outwork these niggas. So look, only people from our community can have these jobs. This is the reason they form unions. And then whenever they had a strike, of course we was willing to cross the line because, you know, we fresh out of, you know, having to pick cotton all day. You say you gonna pay me? Oh, hell yeah. How much? For sure. Come on, let's go. And then we crossed those lines. And this is what led to the East St. Louis race riot. Just to try to button this all up, right? What does it, y'all seen the questions as I was asking my students. What does freedom look like for newly freed enslaved Africans? What does freedom look like? You know, from 1865 to 1890.
They couldn't even fathom, probably. Like that's what I said. Like they literally couldn't fathom. That's why you got some people that still stayed on the plantation. That's why sharecropping became a thing, right? They couldn't fathom what freedom looked like in this country. Like all they knew was living as slaves.
Yeah, that's why I point to 1896.
But that question stands today. What does freedom look like?
Yeah, so they created a doctrine. Separate but equal. And that was the law of the land all the way up until Brown versus the Board of Education.
Plexi v. Ferguson.
Yeah. They created how are we gonna deal with them? You know what? All right, y'all want equality in the all right, listen. You can have equality, but it gotta be separate. It can still be equal, but it gotta be separate. That was the law of the land all the way up until.
That's what Plexi v. Ferguson was pushing back against, was the separate part.
Mm-hmm.
They had an issue with the separate part.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and we're still separate,
it's
and we're still
a
not
backstory to that.
Well, it was planned. It was planned. Yeah, it was a backstory
because these are uppity black folks, if you will.
mulattoes. It was mulattoes. Like Plexi was the whole octoroon, and he was white. He pretty much was a white boy. And that was the whole purpose of them using him.
You're not gonna take.
That was the whole purpose of them using him, because they wanted to try to point out the hypocrisy in the whole
I want to
rule.
matriculate with the white race. I don't want to matriculate with a race coming from slavery. I don't want to matriculate with the darkers who are. I want to matriculate with whiteness, right? And that's why I say to this day that question still stands, right? Are we truly free? Are African Americans in this nation truly free?
Man,
and that's why we got so many coons, and that's why we got the Clarence Thomases, the Stephen A. Smiths, because they don't want to be free. They need to matriculate with whiteness, because in their mind, whiteness still is an establishment of power, especially in this country. So we have the multitude of coons based on them saying, I will not go join you guys and being at the bottom of life in the social order of things. I will not go through that. I'll let the police pull me over every once in a while, but I still go get to live in that gated community, and I still get to be a senator from South Carolina and have all the amenities that a senator and all the power that a senator from South Carolina gets. But I will not rage against the machine that is literally telling me I'm not free, as long as they allow me to matriculate through whiteness. Because it's a matriculate. It's like being in college. You know, how do I grow in this world? How do I become powerful? How do I have a particular lifestyle? How do I have the white lifestyle? And we've seen some of our best and brightest, OJ, Michael Jordan, some of our best, right, go get white women as a badge to matriculate into whiteness. Because and that's the thing that I say. Are we truly free? Because we still think we need massive approval to do everything. We don't build cities. We don't build industry. We don't do any of that. Everything we do in this country, we do under the guise of whiteness. I
would just say that that is the pushback that our heroes and sheroes been fighting for. What you talking about? And in small degrees, we have had progress, you know, but in terms of total freedom, you know,
what would you classify as progress, bro, Rob? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, no problem. Have you ever had a problem like booking at a hotel?
I mean, I don't think lodging is one of the things that I was deeming my life.
I was just using that as an example, bro.
As important, right?
I get it. I don't look at my look, bro.
The inability of lodging.
Where you stay at again, bro? You stay in New York, right?
New Jersey.
Imagine you wanted to visit your family in South Carolina, right? Like, what's that? An 8-hour drive? 10-hour drive?
About 10 or 12, yeah, depending on what part of South Carolina you're going to. Yeah.
And imagine as you driving, you get tired as hell. You can't, you know, maybe you blew one before you got on the road. And now, you know, eyes curling over, you tired as hell. You don't want to keep driving. So you decide you want to book you a room. Hey, we don't book your kind here. They literally can say that before, you know, Charles Houston, Thurgood Marshall and them put up that fight. Do you see what I mean? That's progress, bro.
I got you. But even in that, right, like I agree with you. That's progress. But think about this. Think about if we were allowed to create our own hotel chains, right? Without impedance, without impediment, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason why we're not allowed, because we would be competitive towards the white hotel chains, right? So Paris Hilton wouldn't be who she is, right? The Waldorf Astoria wouldn't be what it is, right? The people who create the white entities that created, like their grandkids and all that, didn't do nothing but get rich, and then a culture, it just, you know, become black adjacent, right? So even in that, I get what you're saying, but what if we had the freedom to create our own during that time? We wouldn't have to worry about that. So I don't see that as progress as much as I see it as a compromise.
Well, I mean, perspective is a funny thing. You know what I mean? I mean, you can look at it, you know, from whatever window you like. You know what I'm saying? But the truth be told, in reality, that is a benefit. You know what I mean?
All right, when you say it's a benefit, and what means? I'm a human being, right?
Yeah.
So my existence.
Instead of you having to sleep in your car, right? Instead of you being treated as a second-class citizen legally, right? They cannot front on you in that way. It was you was nervous to get gas late at night. It was possible that you might get lynched. That's progress, bro. No matter
I got you, but I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you as far as if we
take it for granted, is what I'm saying.
I don't necessarily take it for granted, because this is what I'm gonna say. You got to hear me out on this. You got to hear what I'm saying to you. I'm a living being, right? Right. It took and two people created me. Two people created the people that created me, right? So forth and so on, right? And I should not live my life saying that someone who allows me to do something that I should naturally be able to do because I'm a living being, and the only reason why I can't do it is because they have some animus towards me. I shouldn't look at them allowing me to do something as progress. I should look at that as why do I gotta ask you to go live in a hotel? Or why do I have to, you know what I'm saying? That's not progress to me. Like, you allowing me to do something based on you turning down your racism is not progress to me.
I mean, again, it's kind of like, I don't want to make it circular. I would just say that from my estimation, my father, I'm one generation out of the fields. My father literally was a sharecropper, bro. You know what I mean? And now I'm an educator. In my mind, that's progress. You see? Like, he had to go to Vietnam. Had to. He didn't have a choice. I had a choice when Desert Storm came up. It was progress. You know?
I mean, well, he didn't. No man had a choice. Like, it wasn't based on race.
It wasn't based on. Wait a minute, Mike. It wasn't based on race.
No, a lot of white men died in the Vietnam War.
I'm not disputing that at all.
Yeah. But they didn't.
But what I'm saying is, those black men that went to Vietnam, you can ask any Vietnam veteran coming out of school, right? They so-called had a draft, and ironically enough, their name came up instead of Brad. You see what I mean? James from
that's strategic, yeah.
Yeah, James from Mississippi name comes up, but Brad from Connecticut, you know, his name didn't.
Oh yeah,
even the white people that did come up in the Desert Storm. Even the white people that did come up in the draft, if we just talking about the draft, even the white people that did come up in the draft, like, it was a lot of volunteers, but a lot of white people volunteered and everything, but it was white people that got drafted, but those are mainly poor areas, rural areas and stuff like that. They were the main targets for the white people. Like, you didn't see people from Beverly Hills and you know what I mean, and out in the Poconos, you know, like
the elite blacks didn't go to Vietnam War.
Right, they wasn't getting drafted.
The elite blacks didn't go either.
They tried to get Ali.
Let me put some context to this for y'all. I went to Desert Storm. I went to Bosnia. My sergeants and first sergeants and platoon leaders were Vietnam veterans. Right? Like I was in the army with people who served in Vietnam.
Did they get drafted or did they volunteer?
Some got drafted, some was already in, you know what I mean? Most were drafted. I wasn't really, like, I might have ran into like a sergeant major or something who probably volunteered during like 1963 or 4, something like that. But for the most part, most of them were drafted, white or black, right? Like I'm gonna
just tell you right now, flat out, right, that black men's names came up more often than white boys' names. Whether it was white people, whether white. One second, Mike. Wait. Once I just want to finish my point, and you got it right. It was a racial component to it, My father told me, and other Vietnam veterans told me this as fact, not as a conspiracy.
I'm not denying that fact. But what I'm not denying that fact. What I'm saying to you is, I don't see the fact that they were drafted and you wasn't as a sign of progress. That's what I'm refusing.
I had a choice.
Right, but the nation
they
was
didn't have to draft me to go there. I had a choice.
But the reason why is because there was no longer a draft.
Technically.
Technically, the draft never went anywhere. What happened was they decided that they wasn't going to use the draft.
Let me finish. It wasn't.
It's still in the books. They can still start the draft tomorrow if they wanted.
It got plentiful where there were enough people in it that was using it as a career where they didn't need to draft.
Right, that's what I said. But they never eradicated it, right? Like they can start the draft tomorrow if they wanted to.
For future. Mike, for real, G.
My name is Arthur, bro. It's Arthur.
Arthur. I'm sorry. Arthur, listen, man. You, in order to graduate high school in the United States, you must sign up for the draft. G, it's a requirement.
That's not true. That's
not
true.
Bro. All right, bro.
You ain't got registered. I had to register. I know when I got 18, I had to register.
That's the selective service. That's not true. That when I graduated from high school, I didn't have to sign up for anything. I joined the Army. I didn't have to sign up for selective service.
Well, you joined, so you didn't have
to. It is true. Maybe you're just not aware.
Well, I didn't have to sign up for selective service. I graduated from high school.
So your guidance counselor, maybe you just wasn't paying attention. Your guidance counselor had you sign something to say that if the country needs you in a war, when you turn 18, you must sign. It is a requirement, or you cannot graduate high school, Doc.
But what I'm saying is, how is any of that about progress? How is any of that what I'm saying to you? How is any of that about progress? Because even when you saying that,
so what is your definition? What is your definition of progress?
My definition of progress is of my own volition, autonomy, not based on someone granting me something that already should have been given to me through my just living and existing.
And what I'm saying is though, if you could think about our ancestors, them living and existing, they lived and existed in a world where potentially they could be spectacularly lynched just for a white woman saying that they raped her. That's like, and that doesn't exist anymore.
That does exist because there's people.
Bro, are you serious, bro? Wait a minute, bro. Wait. I want to make sure that I understand your point, right? So let's say, for instance, young black boy, from your city, he's accused of rape, right? Then a contingent of white men.
Well, yeah, he won't.
Let me finish my point.
What I'm saying is,
can I finish my point?
Hold on. I want to put it in context.
Can I finish my point?
We don't have to
bro,
argue.
You keep talking over me every time I get.
We don't. No, bro, but we don't have to be. We don't have to be contentious about it. We don't have to argue and be contentious.
I supremely disagree with your assertion.
But what I'm saying to you is not that they will be taken out and lynched. But what I'm saying is the justice system is not in a protective sense of we've seen stories where black men have been accused of rape of white women and it not be true, and they be taken through the justice system and tried and put in prison. We see it every day.
Are they lynched anymore?
You don't necessarily have to. We went from they're not lynched to they get 20 years in prison. Their life is ruined and they didn't do it.
I don't agree with you that the justice system does not deliver justice.
The justice system overall does not deliver justice to black people. The justice system overall does not deliver justice to black people.
I can't. All right, bro.
The justice system overall does not deliver justice to black people on a large scale. You disagree with that?
No, I agree with that.
for me, I don't want to keep using the word progress when we talk about what we're accomplishing in America based on the impediments that was put in front of us.
I want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Thurgood Marshall, all his work, that was for nothing? That was no progress in the work that he did?
I don't necessarily. Him becoming a Supreme Court justice.
The way that you paused,
Brown versus Board of Education.
The way that you paused, I clearly see that you don't view it as progress. You could just say no. You could just say no.
I view it as a compromise.
Yeah.
I view it as a
we disagree. That's where we
view it as a fledgling.
Our disagreement would start right there.
I view it as an empire that's trying to change its image throughout the world to continue to be an empire, empirical nation, making compromising decisions to a citizenry that it treated like shit for 500 years. I see it as pandering to the idea of I need the world to see me as a good person as I charge up this hill to be the only empire in this world.
So I understand the empire assertion and everything. Like the way that education is delivered, the way that you can use public facilities and it not be awkward anymore. If you don't view that as progress, if you view that as pandering, then that's where our disagreement starts. It starts right there. We shouldn't have done nothing.
That I can use a
we should run the country like man, bro. What you're asking for is not. It's right, but it's not practical.
It's very practical, but we're just dealing with people who live.
So tomorrow we can start running Microsoft. Tomorrow we can start running Walmart because we should be able to compete on the same level.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. It's not practical.
It's not practical based on their actions. Not that it's not practical based on reality. It's not practical because we're afraid that they're gonna burn it down.
Open jail. It's an open jail. What we in, bro?
Bro, listen.
In is in an open jail.
And that's why I said,
you know what I mean by that?
So if you let me, if I'm living in an open jail and you let me go get some water, I don't see that as progress. I don't see anything.
Hey, bro. Do you realize that people don't see that they're in an open jail? Like they can go past the gate ain't even there, but they just won't go past.
I know they don't. That's why I said, are we really free? That's why I posed the question.
We are free. We are free, but we won't go past the line.
Why won't we go past the line? Why as a
you said it earlier,
we won't go past the line?
Culture.
Is it culture?
Yes.
Whose culture? Our culture?
Our culture.
Our
culture, the way that we talk about liberation and the liberation struggle keeps us behind that gate that ain't even there.
Oh, the gate
way that we view it.
The gate is there.
The way that we see it. No, the gate is not there.
The gate is there.
It's not there.
If me and you, bro,
what can stop? If me and you wanted to put $100 into our account today, if we wanted to start a car company today,
right? Me and you started a new automotive company today in America, right?
Yeah.
You came to me, you say, Art, I found these engineers. I found this electrical thing. I got this connection in China for the lithium batteries. I got another connection in Eastern Europe. Let's get it. Every Republican congressman and senator and every white racist piece of shit who own a corporation would do everything in their power to make sure me and you ain't start that company tomorrow.
But we do have the freedom to start it.
We have the freedom to have the idea to start it. And the minute
No. We do have, if we wanted to start it tomorrow.
Will it come to fruition?
Do you realize we could go to court and win? We could go to court and win.
Will it come? I don't want to go to court. We shouldn't even have to go to court.
We shouldn't have to, but you just said that they would fight against it, and then we would have to. You see, what I'm talking about is what you're saying is true, but it's not practical.
It's not practical because of our adversaries.
And it's not practical, not because of our. All right, let's say for instance we were to get the car to industry, right? Why would our people still buy a Lexus instead of a car that's produced by Robert Arthur? Wait, you keep talking over me, bro. 1 second, bro. 1 second. No, I wasn't even finished with the question, dog.
Oh my God.
Please call God and Jesus and Allah.
Come on, bro. You don't gotta do all that, man. You don't gotta. That's what I'm saying.
Won't he do it?
I'm not being disrespectful to you, brother. We're having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just responding to the energy.
It's no need to get disrespectful. I am very.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I'm not cutting you off because I'm being disrespectful.
Yes, you are, bro.
I thought you was asking me a question. I'm not cutting you off to be disrespectful to you. I was just trying to get my thought out before I lost.
The
so you don't have to get disrespectful for me, brother. You don't have to be disrespectful towards me at all.
Bro.
At all.
Bro, you the one. Look, bro.
I apologize if me interrupting, but I'm not trying to disrespect.
Anything good. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Bro. Get your question all the way out, and then let Arthur answer. Go ahead, brother.
I don't even remember the way I started the question anymore. You know what I mean? But my point is, and this is why I responded that way, bro. Every time I'm in the middle of making a statement, you jump in. And I said it several times, it gets frustrating, bro. And so that's why when you said, oh my God, that's why I responded that way. All right? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But when I'm talking, you jump in. That's all. I don't even remember the question anymore.
I think he thought you was done with your question, but yeah, everybody good. Do you remember what you were trying to respond to?
You were asking me if me and you brought our cars to industry. That's what your train of thought was. If me and you brought our car to industry, why would our people not buy the car? Or why would our people keep buying Mercedes-Benz and other cars?
It is the open jail mentality that the white man's ISIS code do. We cannot act like that does not exist. That was the point I was trying to make.
I agree with you 1,000%, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. That's what I'm saying to you. Overall, not only do we have that to go up against, we're going to have to go up against the headwinds of this nation not wanting us to be industrious and own industry. It is purposeful that none of us own a car company. Think about this. We went to war with Japan. We went to war with Germany. I mean, war where millions of people died. We dropped the most insidious weapon known to man at the time on Japan to end the war. Guess what? Every year or so, you hear of Japan or Japanese automakers coming to the South and mostly the South and building what? Car companies, car factories, building cars. Do you think me and you would have that same easy leeway? And they went to war with these people. We've never went to war with these people, but they would not allow us that same ability to take our industrial ideas and become leaders and captains of industry. So what
about Robert Smith?
Robert Smith is not a leader of a capital. He is a finance person.
He's not.
He doesn't own an industry. He doesn't have an industry that he controls.
He cannot dominate that. What I'm saying is he cannot dominate the industry, right?
But he's not the industry that he's a part of,
right? But he
has no separate industry.
Wait. But he's certainly successful, highly successful in the industry that he's in.
There's several black people who are successful in particular.
So what I'm saying is the powers that be, they cannot stop us.
What's the percentile? What's the percentile of us that are big in telecommunications, that are big in automotive, that are big in electronics, that are big in textile, that are big in housing? What's the number There's not a plethora of us or a multitude of us. It's down to individual people that we can name by name because they're one of one.
So, what will we do to address that?
By acknowledging that another person telling me I could drink out of water fountain is not progress. You have no control over me as an autonomous being.
I would just beg to differ and say that one thing.
All right, real quick. If black people
that's what I was talking about right there, though.
Oh my! Come on, man.
You know,
I thought you
that's
was done, bro.
All good, bro. All good. I just wanted to point it out. I just wanted to point it out.
Point out what? What are you pointing it out for? I didn't do it intentionally to overtalk you. I thought you were done. We're having a debate, my brother. So there's gonna be some pushback where we're over electronic. It's not like we're in front of each other. So it's not like we're on a technology thing. So with feedback, there's delay, there's things like this.
But I don't continue like as you making your point. If you noticed, I didn't say anything.
Bro, you interrupted me when I was talking about if we're one of one to say your question, and I didn't say anything.
Okay. So we just filling each other out, bro. I don't think that you're doing it intentionally.
No, bro. Every time we talk,
it's just frustrating.
Every time we talk, we go through this. Every time we discuss
something, maybe it's my speech patterns. It's me, bro. Maybe it's my speech.
I'm not blaming anybody, bro. I don't come here to argue with y'all.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Very good quality.
I'm just trying to figure it out, bro. That's all I'm trying to do. I feel like, sometimes you believe very deeply and passionately about the way that you think about things, and you don't concede points that I bring up that kind of factually bump heads with your original idea. I think that's what it is.
Well, I'm not gonna concede a point that like you can have your opinion, but I'm not conceding what I'm saying to your opinion. Like I could disagree or agree, but I'm not conceding what I'm saying to your opinion because I'm not trying to concede anything as much as I'm just trying to say that if I don't see progress as you allow me to do things that I should naturally be able to do because I'm an existing being.
That is how we started the conversation.
Right.
And then I gave a couple of examples of how I perceive it as progress. And, you just kind of, shot it down.
I didn't necessarily shoot it down. I just don't agree with it.
The reason why I thought that it was kind of like shocking that you shot it down was because the fact that people like George Stinney, you know what I mean, like this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't. I can't conceive another episode of a Red Summer happening again. I just can't conceive that, just due to the mentality of our people. And I would say that our mentality has progressed. That wouldn't happen again. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't. And so that's why I would perceive that as progress. And I just can't see why you wouldn't be able to concede that point, even if we are having a discussion.
Well, I don't concede. I guess I don't concede the point because my philosophy or understanding of my existence on Earth, especially in the United States of America and being a citizen of this country, right? And I'm 50 years old, so I've lived long enough to where I've been to war, I've been to college, I'm an entrepreneur, I own my own business, I work hard every day. So for me, I no longer look at you allowing me to drink out of water fountain as progress, right? When I look over the world and I align myself, or I put myself in a position of being a global citizen or just being a human being, a Homo sapien, right? I don't see a person saying, "Hey, you used to couldn't drink my water fountain, and now you can." I don't see those things as progress because you never. Why do you think you were right for doing that in the first place? Why do you think what you did was right in the first place? So allowing me to live and exist as a being is not progress, right? Because
our people didn't have those civil rights, and you say you don't perceive it as progress. That march on Washington, that march in Selma, and you know, and all of that was for nothing. It was just for show. Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
And you know, all of those people.
I'm not gonna say it was for show, but I'm gonna say it was just to be matriculated into a white way of life.
Wow, man.
I don't begrudge those people. Hold
that,
on, let me finish. Hold on, bro.
That belittles their sacrifice.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer the question thoroughly and fully. Okay, I don't begrudge those people for what they did, and I call them sheroes and heroes. But I think that at that time, their mentality led them to think that if I go out here and I march and I tell these people, you got to give me equal opportunity, you got to do this, you got to do that. I think they felt as though that was something they needed to do to at that time.
I think they were sold that. Yeah, I think that you know, my position is I feel like they were sold that idea and they brought into it. You know, they thought they did it because they thought they was doing the best thing, right? I'm not like they wasn't like they thought they was doing the best thing, but I do believe they were sold that idea.
Yeah, and they would listen. Check this out. Do you know why? Do you know what was the end result of the reason why we got progress, or what you would consider progress from the Edmund Pettus Bridge? You know why we really got civil rights? It had nothing to do with those guys marching. It had to do with the empirical ambitions of this country and other people saying, how the hell you gonna tell me what to do when look how you treating those people? How the hell you gonna tell them I don't want to do business with you and you sicking dogs on people and spraying them just because they can't drink out of water fountain. Like they didn't give us these things because they felt bad. They gave us those things because their empirical endeavors and ambitions was being hindered by the response from people outside who didn't want to do business with them. It had nothing to do with us.
The message was like black people was fighting against the equality part of separate but equal, right? Most black people in the South could care less about integrating with white people. They didn't care about. They just want to be treated fair. Right? They cared about the equal part. While white people was fighting against, at least northern white people, because the southern motherfucking white people wasn't having it, but the northern white progressives, I'll say, because you have progressives on both sides at this time. They wanted the separate part to get eliminated. They didn't care less about the equality, right? They just wanted the separate part to get eliminated so they can get monetary gain, right? Because for them it was a business move. Right, but in order for them to make money, they had to get rid of that separate part. That separate part was a problem.
Now, all these blacks up here, they can work in my factories and help my bottom line. But if they can't work in my factory because I can't allow black people in my factory, how am I gonna make money?
So my bad. I hope I didn't interrupt you.
No, you good. You good. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. It almost feels like we are belittling the work of the people that we claim to be heroes and sheroes when we look back on it with 2024 eyes. In that moment, those people were doing what they thought was best for future generations of black folks. And for us to look back on it and say, well, integration didn't help and this didn't it, and they ain't do this and they ain't do that, I feel like it belittles their sacrifice. Fannie Lou Hamer being sick and tired of being sick and tired, we benefit from her sacrifice and we overlook it. That's my point of contention. I don't want to.
Do you disagree that black people? Real quick, Arthur. Do you disagree that black people was more concerned with equality and white people was more concerned with the separate?
Yes, I agree with that.
That was my only point, because Brown v. Board happened in 54, right? The Little Rock, Arkansas situation happened in 57. And the reason why that happened in 57 was because nobody integrated after after 54 when Brown v. Board happened in the Supreme Court, and they was like, well, why isn't people integrating in these schools? You know, like it's no more limitations there. It's federal now. You know, like they can integrate, and black people wasn't interested in going to those white schools. So they kind of like almost like kind of forced their hand in that Little Rock situation, kind of like, you know, they put together the whole thing, you know, like a whole, you know, I think what was it, 7 kids, I believe it was, pretty much, you know, challenged the you know, the new ruling and actually try to integrate Central High School out there. But that was Northerners, carpetbaggers, quote unquote, that was trying to come down there and, you know, try to force things to happen because again, they needed it was all about money for them. But if nobody's integrated, it don't matter if the laws change, if everybody's still separate. So they kind of had to force people to integrate in certain places because black people really wasn't interested.
And I clearly prefaced my statement with saying I didn't begrudge what they did, and I think at that time what they did the best with what they had. I said that when I started speaking. That was the first thing I said out my mouth. And my point of contention is the change didn't come because of their marching and screaming and hollering. The change came because what we keep and never look at as African Americans or just as people who live in this nation, this is an empire, and they've always had empirical ambition. And the empirical ambitions were being hindered by the de facto segregation that took place in this country during that time. It's no different than when they did the Civil War and when they fought the Civil War, because the slavery hindered their empirical and monetary ambitions to be the top importers and exporters and import and export goods and services to create an empire that they use the money to create armies and capitals and things of that nature. So any change that we see or progress that we see is not based on our pushback, but more based on their inability to grow as an empire, is my point.
Well, one more time, I would just say that the civil rights movement, Charles Houston and Thurgood Marshall kind of kicking it off with all of the legal cases that they fought, is what changed the status quo. And you know, they definitely had to adjust, right? The way that they did business, that we challenged the status quo, and that our heroes and sheroes from that time period, they sacrifice cannot be overlooked or belittled. You know, if we
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it? And I totally understand where you're coming from, bro. Before I say what I'm going to say, but I think my issue with sometimes carrying, like, because you know, it's kind of like the elder thing too for me. Like, I don't think it's disrespectful to like what we say, Monday morning quarterback or whatever. Like, to me, that's like, I don't think that's disrespectful for us to look at things in the past and see the mistake that was made, or be what's the word I'm looking for? Excuse me, bro, Rob. You get what I'm saying? Like the critique. That's to critique these things, right? And so I think sometimes, I think this is what we see a lot of times when we're talking about, especially when we're talking about the people that made sacrifices, right? Martin Luther King, like, you know, we get this every time, you know, we do the Michael King thing. I just think sometimes we be so caught up emotionally, and I think, and for me, honestly, Brother Rob, I think it speaks more to the lack of progress, quote unquote, if we will, that we have failed to make, that we still have to lean back on those things to use that as examples of progress. So meanwhile, while I get what you're saying, bro, and I do understand Arthur's point too, though. Like, for me, like, being critical of the past, I don't think that's disrespectful, bro. I just think that, to me, that's part of learning and doing better, right? Like, if we're sitting back and still saying, well, yeah, they were perfect the way they did it, let's keep doing that shit the way, we'll never, you get what I'm saying? And I think we all understand that white supremacy, it does grow, it changes its face, right? So I think a lot of times, I think that excuse is kind of dying out, especially with the newer generations, bro. We gotta just You can't say nothing. Don't say nothing about Fannie Lou Hamer. Like you get what I'm saying? We pretty much kind of, to me, that's the same thing as the idolization of the celebrities to a point. Like they did make sacrifices, but they weren't perfect. And I think for us to sit back, I think that's necessary for me for growth, for us to critique.
I'm not being critical of them. I'm not being critical of them. I'm just saying that I don't think what they did was the catalyst to the change. I'm not being critical of them.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it wasn't a catalyst, but I do agree with you. But I do agree with you that certain things. I do agree with him with his point of contention with that word progress, and the regards of what we're speaking about. Like, I know we're used to saying that because in history class, that was how it was always worded, the progress of the Negro, the progress of that. Like, but for me, I understand what he's saying. It's hard for me to call inalienable rights that I should have just as a human. And because you, like, again, like at that point, that's the same thing to me as saying that they had the right to even enslave us or to even feel like they had the right to do what they were doing. So I get Arthur's point of contention, big bro. But I get your point too. I'm sorry,
right,
go ahead.
What I'm saying to you, right? And I was bringing up the mentality like a red summer couldn't happen again, right? Because we would fight like hell, right? What the point is, at some point during that time between 1865 and 1854, just due to how we were treated as second class, third class, not even humans, right? That because they treated us like that, and then we didn't have all of this history about where we was from, the three empires in the Western and Western Africa, and we didn't have all of that information. They told us, and this was where a lot of us are victims of propaganda, right? They told us that we came from a people who didn't have any history, and everything was anti-African, and nobody wanted to be African. You know what I mean? Like, man, bro. And so now that's why I push back so hard, because we are in a space where people not even familiar with the civil rights movement, not familiar with Marcus Garvey, but if they hear somebody on the internet say something ill about them or put any of their work down, then they feel like, without even knowing anything about the shit, they go into the research with that bias. That's my point. That's why we have to.
So they wouldn't be researching correctly because
you're
supposed to look at both sides of the story. You're supposed to listen to the affirmative and the negative, right? Yeah, you're supposed to listen to both sides. So, because somewhere in the middle is the truth, right? Because you're going to listen to propaganda for both sides, right? Like that's how I approach politics, right? I'll listen to Fox News and turn right around and listen to MSNBC about the same damn story, right? Somewhere in the middle is the truth, right? Like they both pushing their agendas. I'm weeding through propaganda on both sides. Somewhere in the middle is the truth. I'm just trying to get to the truth. My fault, bro.
No, you good. Somewhere we gotta romanticize our story. Somewhere. Hey, white folks do it. Mexicans do it. Asians do it.
But we're not white folks. We're not Asians.
Hey, bro. So we don't have there's no space for us to romanticize our story.
Yeah, but I think, this is the problem I got with that, though, brother Rob.
Hold on, real quick. Can I just say this real quick and y'all can have it? I don't want to romanticize terror. I don't want to romanticize the inhumane treatment of my people. I don't want to romanticize that. I don't want to romanticize the civil rights era when I grew up and educated myself and realized that it was just basically a compromise so that this nation can keep its empirical ambition. It wasn't that they didn't do it to benefit me as a human being. They did it to benefit their bottom line. When they did it, they wasn't thinking about me. They were thinking about the fur that they was going to buy their wife on Christmas or the college that they was going to send their kids to. So I don't want to romanticize that.
I want to romanticize.
I guess my issue with sometimes, because I heard you yesterday too, Brother Rob, or the other day when you were saying, and I agree, like sometimes it's good for us to, like, have these stories, like because every group of people does it, right? But I think we see it on here all the time, right? When we have pseudo hour. The problem with us is, bro, when you romanticize with us, you really have people take this stuff, and you have grown 50-year-old people that still sit and take the romantic. Like, I think it's okay for kids, right? Or young people. You want to build their self-efficacy. I get all of that, bro, Rob, but you got grown people, bro, that, again, we sit on these panels with. And I think some of that is the romanticization. Y'all was just doing Egyptology yesterday. Like, some of that Egypt shit starts, it comes from romanticizing stuff. So I think, I think there's levels to it. I don't want to say, I'm not totally in disagreement. I just think there's levels to it.
Romanticizing in itself is subjective, right? Like, because people can look at this on the other end and say people are romanticizing separation, right? From that era and everything else, right? So yeah, it's kind of in the eyes of the beholder on whether or not somebody's romanticizing something or whatever the case may be. So that's why I kind of just like to just stick to what happened, right? Like I always try to put context behind everything, because everything's kind of nuanced when discussing history, and I always try to give it. Obviously I inject my own opinions and things, but even I will still give counter arguments, let people know what's being said against what I'm saying or whatever the case may be, so people can formulate their own opinions. They ain't just listening to me and basing their opinions based off what I said. I always encourage people to research everything I'm saying, because I'm pretty much just opening the door for you, but you got to walk in the room, right? So I just try to encourage people to walk in the room. That's about it. That's just me.
Yeah, me. When I say romanticize our story, I am literally talking about our story and our story exclusively. So when I say that, right, I'm talking about, I want shorties, even though we might have all these things that you don't like about Dr. King. If I'm teaching a younger generation about Dr. King, I'm gonna teach about his courage. I'm gonna teach about his oratory skill. I'm gonna teach that he was brilliant, that man graduated from college at 20. That's what I'm gonna teach. That's what I'm talking about when I say romanticizing our story.
Are you gonna teach him that?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Are you gonna?
You're not talking about telling fake history. You just you're more about omitting things. I'm gonna tell the good parts, but I'm gonna omit the other stuff that can make him, could put a stain on this individual. That would
be for older generations. If we talking about Dr. King and his memory and everything, if I'm teaching a high schooler about Dr. King, probably the only thing that I would mention as a stain on his record is that he cheated on his wife.
And that's the one thing I really don't harp on when discussing King.
That's the one thing I would leave out, because it has nothing to do with the work. It has nothing to do with his work.
Because I can say that about anybody. Like, I can say that.
Right. That's the one thing I would have actually left out.
Let me explain why. Right? To show that Martin Luther King is not a perfect man, but he did have courage. He could speak well. Right? He had some vices. You got some vices, don't you? Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? That's why I admit that. That's why I, tell if I'm a
that's why you don't omit that. I got you.
Yeah, that's why I don't. So that now it sparks their, way to look at things from a dichotomy. You know what I mean? If I'm talking about Claude McKay, I'm like, man, listen to this revolutionary poem. Now, Claude McKay was part of the LGBTQ community, though. Let's not get it twisted. But he was down for the cause. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. So that's what I'm emphasizing our story. That's what I'm talking about. I want to highlight the things that we did well.
Let me ask you a question, bro, Rob, if you don't mind. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you speak of Dr. King, will you also teach the kids that he said, I think I integrated my people into a burning building?
Absolutely, because that is the turning point, and I focus on the last 2 years of his life. Cornel West, he wrote, I would say,
that's the MLK I like.
Yeah, I would say he's written the definitive work on Dr. King's latter life. The name of the book is called The Radical King. Very good book. Very good.
I read it. Yeah, I read it. I read all his.
All right, so and the reason why I asked you that question, right? Because everybody hypothesized about why Dr. King was killed. In my opinion, and I gotta learn how to say in my opinion. I gotta really start saying it. In my opinion, right? As a person who served in the army and went to war, when I went to Bosnia, I kind of was like, what's the difference between Bosnia and the Desert Storm, right? And I really couldn't figure out the difference. This is what happened to me, Bro Rob, and I'm gonna try to do this quick as I can. When I went to war in the first Desert Storm, right? We during Christmas time, right? Christmas Day, we soldiers, we far away from home. Most of us 18, 19 years old. So they paired us up with American families that worked for Mobil, right? Mobil, because Mobil had all their, refineries over there. They had a lot of major operations over there, right? And the irony of it was I got paired up with a family that was from the same place I was from. The family was from Trenton, New Jersey, right? And I'm saying to myself, now me and the father, we talking, this man's like 50-something years old, we talking, and he's like, yeah, and I grew up on such and such, and I did it. He grew up in the poorest part of town, literally. I was like, you grew up down there? I was like, you know how that look right now? He's like, I know exactly how it looks, right? But he worked hard, he earned his stripes, and he got a high position. First he said, I just was pumping gas at the mall. He told me the street. I was like, I remember that gas station, right? So I understood at that moment I was in this war, but it was economic, right? They wanted to control the resources. They didn't need Saddam coming into Kuwait and then going into Saudi Arabia and taking the oil because they would no longer be able to put Mobil, Sunoco, and all those companies there, right? So, and as I grew older and went to college and researched and studied, I realized Dr. King was killed because guess what? He was against the economic situation of them going in Vietnam and getting the rubber. Goodyear, Firestone was not the French went in first, right? Michelin went in first, couldn't get it, couldn't get the rubber plants, couldn't get the rubber trees. The Vietnamese kicked their ass, right? So then here we go, we going in there, we need these rubber trees because we need these tire companies to grow. And he was like, yo, what are y'all doing? Them people ain't never did nothing to us, blah, 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 blah. He was hurting their bottom line. Guess what? You got to get out of here. When you was just fighting for your people, when you were just telling us to let y'all drink the water fountains and let y'all get on the bus and let y'all buy homes and all that, cool, we can deal with that.
That's when, like, the pressure from SNCC, Stokely Carmichael and them and everything else, because when they were starting to get on their Black Power stuff, and at first Dr. King and Bayard Rustin, who he never stopped. King actually laid off, but Bayard kept going. But they was harsh on the Black Power movement when it first started. Like, they was talking shit about the quote-unquote black radicals and everything else. King was on that at first. And then as time went on, like I said, Stokely Carmichael kind of got in his ear. It was tight. And he started looking at things. He started visiting up north, went to Chicago, and he started seeing the situation that the black Negroes up north is a little bit different than the situation that the black Negroes in the South was going through, because he's a little bit ignorant to what was going on with the Negroes in the North. He understood the Southern problem with the Negroes, but he didn't really understand that there was separate issues going on up north. And he saw it was a different type of racism going on up there and everything else. And his views started to change, and he started worrying more about economics. And he started getting them. His views started to change. And he started going against the machine that built them, that same machine that built them up. The industrial machine. That same machine that built them up. He started going against them. Now he's speaking out against the Vietnam War. That the Vietnam War was never an issue before. He never said anything about the war. The war was going on for a long time before he passed away. And yeah, he had just recently.
That scientist death certificate.
They, like I said, and the same people that protected him. And I know that people don't like when I say that because he got hit with bricks and sick dogs, even though he didn't die. They made sure that he did not die. Like, he caught some wounds, but they made sure nothing fatal happened to him because they needed him. They needed him. Not to mention, a couple of people didn't want him to be a martyr. But once he started speaking out against the war, started getting on his Black Power type tip, or started leaning towards people. I wouldn't say he was officially Black Power at that moment, but he was leaning towards going down that road. yeah, they was like, yeah, they removed all that protection shit. They was like, all right, well,
He brought the
whatever happens to you,
idea-
happens to you.
He brought the idea that, oh, you're taking my people over there to die for rubber? These black men and women are coming back with no limbs, drug addicted for rubber and heroin? Because it was a dual benefit. It was the heroin and the rubber. So you mean to tell me that my people, so once, if he came back and could get the black masses to revolt against a war like that and not go in and the nation stand up, that was just counterbalance to what an empire needs. An empire doesn't need a voice as powerful as Dr. King going against their empirical ambition. That's the last thing they need. So here you have
especially on the world stage,
the smartest, the most skillful orator, and then you got Bayard Rustin, the most skillful organizer and speech writer of his time. You got these two forces working together to go against your imperial ambitions. He's out of here. He's out of here. Even though they never got the rubber, they got the heroin. Or they got some of the rubber, they didn't get all of it. They got the heroin. So now they found another way to make money. Think of, we only go to war for resources. For resources. We don't go to war for anything else. Resources. Empire only ambition is to get other people's resources and make money off of it.
Well, one thing I learned from being in the military is my thing with working in the military is I learned real quick that this government believes in killing two birds with one stone, if you will. So Arthur's right. Even if the main goal was to go in and let's just say get the dime out of it, they're always gonna find other. You get what I'm saying? The oil. So it's always this government's always gonna kill two birds with one stone, if you will.
They went in Afghanistan, heroin addiction, pills.
Now they won't tell you that. They won't tell us that. You know what I'm saying? But we, when you're in the military, you're over there and you see it, so you start to see what's really going on. But yeah,
I read an article one day,
make
fellas.
a quick point after
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. After you finish, I wanted to make a quick point.
No, go ahead. I'm good.
Yeah, well, this is the part where I romanticize the story of Dr. King in class. If I'm wrong, hey, I'm gonna go to my grave wrong. This is what is going on. They are calling his house while he on the road, fighting this fight that y'all talking about, fighting against the empire, if you will. They calling his house and they saying, we gonna kill your husband. We gonna kill you and them kids. What did Dr. King do? He kept going. He kept fighting. Dr. King, after the Montgomery bus boycott, he could have left the movement, started a mega church in the South in Atlanta, and lived happily ever after. It could have been a multi-millionaire. Yes, he could have. Yes, after the March on Washington, he could have stopped. But what did he do? He kept right on going. This is the way that I romanticize our story. Yes, our country has, that is not lost on me, that our country has empirical, ambitions in the world, and that they do these things to make more money and to double down on their intentions. But again, at some point, at any point, I would say, we have to find the space to romanticize our stories. Why? So that we can put it into younger kids' minds that the fight is worth it. And that's why I land my plane.
I ain't mad at the romanticizing though, bro.
I need them to know what the true fight is about.
I'm not really mad at the romanticizing it.
But if we romanticize it in that direction, aren't we teaching our kids that the fight is over, and we somehow in a post-racial society? Because that's the lane the propaganda kind of rolled that. Not saying you, I'm saying like the whole mainstream propaganda about the civil rights movement is the push that we're in some post-racial society, black people have now made it. We no longer need to fight for anything, and it's nothing to fight for. Like
white Republicans are the only people that romanticize the civil rights era anyway. They're the only ones who do it at this point, and they do it. They do it, but like Psycho said, they do it as like a reverse Uno card. You be like, oh, the character is color, not the skin. Like they do it to use it to keep fucking hitting us over the head.
Yeah. So this is the way that I frame it, right? That we get symbolic progress, and now we need something that is substantive, something that is duplicatable, something that future generations can benefit from. And that is where y'all come in at. You see what I mean? That's literally the way that I frame it. That's literally the way that I frame it. That our liberation not struggle not over. It just has to, it has been reframed. And now we need.
Let me ask you something, big bro. If I go to the casino and let's say I go to the casino with $5,000, right? I go over here to Hammond. I throw $5,000. I go play $5,000 at the horseshoe. If I lose that let's say I get down to my last $100, G. I lost all my $5,000. I got $100 left. I take that last $100. I hit. And I hit for $4,000. Let's say $5,000. Now remember, I came in there with $5,000, my nigga. Is that progress, or is that really progress, my G? Because I'm telling you, I'm not gonna walk out celebrating that. I'm just gonna walk out feeling like, okay, I didn't lose per se. I got back what I lost, but I'm not gonna walk out that casino feeling like a winner, if you will.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro, Rob. You kind of just summed it up a good way. I'm not gonna say I agree with it or disagree with it, but when you just said that about symbolic, I'm like, all right, I get where he's coming from. I get you need something to look up to. You need something as a marker to keep going. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, all right. We had.
That's why I say I agree with that part with the kids. But again, I think the problem is you have grown people romanticizing. Right. It's just you got grown people that when they romanticize. You get what I'm saying? That's how we get into these.
I think once they get to high school, though, I think they can handle it.
Yeah. I would say that.
At some point, you have to tell them that the tooth fairy's not real. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
Like at some point.
All right. So here it is, right? Let's say, for instance, I'm about to teach a shorty about Frederick Douglass, right? Do I start off by saying, well, he married a white woman?
No.
That's not where I start.
That's not as important to his story. Two, that happened later in his life. So you definitely don't start off.
Where do I drop that in?
I mean, if you go during the proper timeline, when it actually happened, which was later on in his life.
Or you can leave it out, because again, in my personal opinion, when we're talking about somebody's work and legacy, like as far as I'm assuming,
personal life in there.
I just feel like it's like what I'm saying, keeping somebody out the Hall of Fame because of their personal shit when they balled out.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Like when you judge who the greatest basketball player of all time, we're not considering their wives, what their marital status was, and all that other stuff. And that's kind of how I like to judge our greatest.
If it's just about their legacy and that, those are things I would just leave out. You get what I'm saying? Me personally.
The point I'm trying to make is, right, when I bring up romanticizing the story, the first thing that people want to point out is what that person did wrong, what the mistakes that they made, and we have to be objective. You see, this is.
Well, let me ask you this: is that the general black? Is that with general black people, or is that in this quote unquote woke? Hold on, is that in this woke era? In this woke, in the woke sectors, if you will? Because
we're in the time frame that we in, and that is why I'm protected, right? In the time frame that we in, that is how the conversation starts. Let's talk about the mistakes with
general black people.
Huh? With black people.
That's what I'm saying. With general, like if you're on 79th Street and you just bring that up, you think the general population of niggas out, that's what they're gonna start with?
No. If I ain't talking about Frederick Douglass, let's say, for instance, I'm on 79th Cottage Grove, and I say, hey, y'all see this building right here? It's empty. hey, why don't all of us get together, you know, put some bread together, and let's buy this building and turn it into a community center, right? What you think niggas gonna say? Oh man, that'll never work. That's man, bro. Before we collect 50 cents, that is what niggas gonna say. Yes? Wrong? Am I wrong?
I mean, I wouldn't argue that, but I was talking about in regards to like if you, I'm just saying for the sake, because I want to understand where you're going as far as do you think that, because I wouldn't disagree with you on that premise if you're talking about quote unquote the pro-black quote unquote conscious or the YouTube community. Then I can see why you say that, but most black people generally, they would say the positive shit, the shit that the school, like the general shit that you're taught. Oh, he did. Frederick Douglass was this. Frederick Douglass is that. What I think is going on, bro, is you're having an enlightenment that we just don't want to accept, bro. Because again, part of this is the problem is we are. God, I don't want to say this because I think we should idolize them. If you're gonna idolize somebody, who better to idolize than some of these people? But that's part of it for me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think the problem is with that idolization, you can't be critical. You can't criticize. You get what I'm saying? And I think we're just in an era now where people like myself and our generation, we are more quote unquote critical because we do see a lot of the world has been pulled over, that our moms and grandmas, they're still standing on some of that shit. And man, I can only speak for me and my personal life. Like these are talks when I have with my mother.
A lot of them didn't know everything about what happened in real time because they was able to cover a lot of stuff up, you know, like.
But they're more likely to romanticize and idolize, right?
Right. That's their era. That's their era because it's like we like hip hop, right? We romanticize our era of hip hop, right? You can't. These young motherfuckers can't tell us shit about our era of hip hop. Our era of hip hop is the greatest era of hip hop. Fuck with it. Fuck all that mumble rap bullshit. Everything. We do it all the time. Talk shit about that shit because that's our era. That's what we know, right? We do it with basketball too. Like our era of basketball, we got, you know, we be clapping back like, yo, like, oh, these young motherfuckers, like, they wasn't holding the candle to old motherfuckers. Like, so I see it all the time. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's the music, everything. Like,
because like if we're discussing, say, you brought up sis earlier about freeing the slave. We're discussing her, right? You gotta excuse me, I've been smoking, bro, so my names are skipping me right now. But you know what I'm talking about. We're discussing that, right? Now, is it disrespectful if we're having a discussion in your class, Rob, and you say, yeah, she brought the slaves from here and they came down along the river here and then they went through this fort? Is it disrespectful if I'm looking at the same map that you're showing us and I say, well, I would have went this way. I would have crossed through this way and went that way. We would have got through quicker. We probably would have made it less sickness, less injuries. Am I being disrespectful because I'm critiquing? Like, I'm not saying what she did was wrong. What I'm saying is I see the error, or I see where we could have did it better, right? And I'm saying, hey, I would do it this way. My thing is when I do that, I get that, oh, you're being disrespectful. You're discrediting the ancestors. But it's like, no, I'm not. Hindsight is 2020. We know now that.
So Skinny, there's a difference between asking questions and questioning people. There's a difference. See, if you was to say that in class, that's asking a question. Mr. Williams, why they didn't go this way? This is what I would say. I would say, well, according to Harriet Tubman, she used to get visions from God, and she took the route that God gave her. So your point might be well taken. This seems like a shorter route, but due to her visions, they took this route. You see what I mean? I wouldn't deem that disrespectful. But if you said some shit like, well, Harriet Tubman went down there to get her family, and her family was like, nah, we good. Why her dumb ass keep, oh man, bro, I'm putting you out of class. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you gone. Dang, somebody come get this nigga. You see what I mean? Oh, this nigga up in here trying to say that Harriet Tubman was done. Yes, come get him. And I'm calling your mama at work. I'm calling your mama at work.
That's all. Yeah. But that's been my experience a lot of times. Even if you notice on here, Brother Rob, Even with the elders, you know, we can't even say shit too sideways to Wale without people in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are so it's like we're correcting and we're disagreeing with them. Like how was that disrespectful? I just don't agree with my elder on this one.
Yeah, I would say people that we hold in high esteem, right? You know, we could pick apart things that they did wrong, but sometimes we don't look at their achievements. You know what I mean? And we have to look at it from a positive frame of reference when we are talking about our heroes and sheroes. You know?
But I think, me personally, I think we can be totally honest. If they was really, you know, if they did good things or bad, I think we could be totally honest. And I think that our kids, at some point, especially once you live life a little bit, you start to come around and see, well, even with like we all do that with our parents, right? You look back on things like, oh, that was fucked up or whatever. Then you get a little older with some experience and be like, you know what? Now I see why, you know what I'm saying? Now I see why my pops was putting a split my ass, nigga. Like I was fucking up. Like, and now, but you take some living life and having your own kids.
It also can have an adverse effect and puts people to extremisms because like imagine like, you know, like, and I've seen it happen, you know, like people, you know, idolize a certain individual or just a certain ideology that could be attached to this individual, right? And they embrace this individual, everything else, because they heard all these romanticized versions of this individual and everything and nothing bad. And they kind of start to personality worship this individual. And then they get older and they find out things that they didn't know and everything else, and they start to find out that this individual is full of shit and this individual is a hypocrite and they didn't know all this stuff. And now not only do they view this individual as a bad person, they view the ideology as all bullshit too, because that's what the ideology was sitting around. This is how I see a lot of people that are no longer Christians.
Right.
And this, that, and third. It's a lot of that, you know, because a lot of them get a little bit older, and these are the people that turn into quote unquote anti-theists. These are the people that turn into anti-theists that kind of hate religion, want to tear it down, and feel like it's the worst thing that ever happened, and blah 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 and everything else, because they feel burnt. You know, they feel like they felt lied to, right? Like all this time I was so bullshit and I was lied to. Why didn't they just tell me the truth? And I'm just going off with you know how people have discussed this with me that came out of
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I agree with that point, right? That it might produce some people who are upset that maybe I didn't teach it in full context, right? But like at the same time, if the context that we coming from is the negative, because man, you cannot, let's just accept the fact that we are hardwired for the car crash. You know, we want to hit a salacious shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
So because of that, you know, when it's time to bring the nuance, people don't even want to hear it. You know, what if I said Martin Delaney literally went to Africa to research where we could go prior to the passage of the 13th Amendment? That would sour people's opinion of Martin Delaney, because his focus was in Africa and not in America where we was at. Do you see what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like teaching it from a negative perspective, it sours that person persona.
But put it in context.
Negative, though,
that was one of the ideas of the time was going back to Africa. So you know that.
I mean, but having a counter to it should that be seen as negative?
That's what
right. That's where I'm coming from.
Because
I think it's better to give a person the whole picture. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that wasn't necessarily a bad thing at that time. You know, as far as like repatriation, that was a realistic goal that a lot of people wanted to, you know, achieve. So that I don't think that's a stain on him. He was just a product of his time.
But what I'm saying is, in the time that we in, you know, people bring that up as everybody know people bring that up as a negative. Why wasn't he doing it?
But
that's them not understanding the temperature of the room at the time. Like, you gotta get the temperature of the room.
Yeah, Yeah.
But not only that, too, Brother Rob. I guess my thing is, what's wrong if that's part of their story or their legacy? Like, I guess what I'm saying, like, what's the problem? Like, cause me, I'm the type of motherfucker. Like, I always would tell my OG, or you know what I'm saying, when I was married, or like, man, please don't get up in front like at your funerals and shit. Please, like, tell the good and the bad. Don't take nothing away from me. Don't add nothing to me, nigga. Like, that's why I am that I am, fam.
That's why I always, whenever I talk history, I always try to get a temperature of the room and give backstories behind things so people can understand how people came to certain decisions and how certain things happened. You know, like today, I mentioned certain names that didn't even really need to be mentioned. If I just wanted to give the elementary, you know, surface level of Juneteenth, I didn't have to mention a lot of that stuff. But I want to get backdrop so people can understand the temperature of the room and what's going on and what actually happened.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Thaddeus Stevens. Thaddeus Stevens was a man of,
I would argue he was more important under Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, he was a man of integrity. You know what I mean? And when it was time to speak, he spoke. And he
Can I ask a question
on the right side of history.
Can I ask a question going back to that? Going back to Juneteenth and what y'all, do y'all really think within 2 years, I understand the enforcement part, but do y'all even without, like what Bro Rob said, we didn't have technology, we didn't have, you know, email, we didn't have any of those modern things that would have facilitated it quicker, faster, the light speed, you know, blink of an eye, right? But do you think, in all practicality, that it took 2 years, because we still had the telegraph, right? It was plenty of telegraphs going on, right? We had the mail service, right? We had a lot of logistic things that transferred information, maybe not at the speed we have now, but weeks, days. We had newspapers, everything.
The South knew all about them. White slave owners didn't want to let them go because there wasn't nobody there to enforce it. Right? They knew that it existed, but they wasn't letting up off this. And the slaves knew too, through word of mouth, like you were saying, you know, through the grapevine, right? Like, so the slaves knew, but they also knew the same thing those white people knew. There's nobody there to enforce it. So it's like, you know, if there's nobody there to enforce this new amendment, then
I'm not going to take a chance.
Right. They almost didn't believe it was real. Like that shit ain't real. Like that shit, like that's what they mouth say. But you see, these motherfuckers still forcing us to get up every day and hit that field. Yeah,
that must have been a surreal thing. Surreal for all parties involved. Like you gave that when you made that point about imagine. I don't know if it was you or Rob. It was like Bro Rob. I was like, imagine if you're the slave owner and you look out at your fields and you see your slave and you know tomorrow is over.
Yeah.
And you don't really have the machinery, you don't have the logistics to move your
They just all turn around and give you the finger and walk off.
Right, and bounce.
Right. So that's the way that I tell it in the classroom, you know, just to make it colorful. But I mean, essentially, that's what happened.
Bro, Rob, are you shielding them? Are you? And this is the honest, because you seem like a very protective person, right? Like a nurturing, protective person. Are you shielding them from it? Be honest. Are you shielding them from it purposefully?
When you say shielding them from what, to be specific?
Just shielding them from
their mistakes.
The shit gonna be hard.
Oh no. I clearly point out mistakes that I feel like were made, right? But then I can show you the title, and it's called A Redefinition of Black Power. What is Black Power? What is it? Right? If we was to move in it, we're not talking about the mistakes. If anything, we want to build on the successes and then don't repeat the mistakes. You know what I mean? Don't assume that we have allies. Don't assume that they're going to let you in the game. Don't assume that they're going to give you what you deserve. You go get it. That's the message. You go get it. Hey, And in the words of Stokely Carmichael, this is what the man said: you organize a little bit, you get a little bit done. If you organize a lot, you get a lot done. But if you don't organize at all, you don't get anything done. Man, it was simple, but it was profound. So, man, if we gonna do something that's substantive, right? Let's organize a business that can survive for the next 100 years. Let's sell something that people need. We need to create an artificial need with technology. You know what I mean? An artificial need. So like a cell phone. You know, at one point in time in your life, you didn't need one. But now it's an artificial need. Do you see what I mean?
Right,
So
and that's what
it's
I
like
was saying. That's what I was saying to you earlier, bro. We're coming full circle on the conversation, because that's my point in totality. That it's time for us to become industrious and get into industries and be captains of industry. I mean, my overall absolute idea of it is we need our own nation. The only way we're going to become whole again and heal again if we be our own nation. The white man reign is over, and he brought us to this day. He brought us to this plantation. He brought us to this house. So the new owners of the house don't necessarily have to take us.
I agree with you. I think that where we disagree at is the steps that we take to get there. You know what I mean?
I don't
The
even
steps
think
that
we
we
discussed
take
that
to
to
get
disagree.
Huh?
I don't think we discussed it to disagree.
Yeah, no, not at all. I just think
Is that Knock Measy? Is that Knock Measy in the chat? I'm sorry, y'all. We just ain't seen this motherfucker at the minute. Is that Knock Measy ass in the chat?
Yeah, he hit the panel the other day. I forgot what the topic was. Well, it was hip hop. I think we were talking about hip hop.
My bad, brother. My bad. I just threw y'all build off. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad, bro, Rob and Arthur.
Nah, you good, bro. You good. But go ahead, bro. Rob, you were saying about technique. You were saying about the ways of doing it.
Yeah, I feel like Q has a very strong message in what he is pushing for us to get there. The main thing, though, and this is literally, I preach it. I am not trying to make you more intelligent to be a more successful coon. Your obligation should be to your people. You have to understand the progress that the pantheon that took us to get to where we at, and we got to continue it. You know what I mean? We on the upward trajectory, if you will. You know what I mean? And that's the way that I try to make it, frame it. You know what I mean? Not that I'm lying, right? But I'm using positive propaganda. Negative propaganda is what got us here. You know what I mean? But man, fellas, I gotta let y'all go, man.
No doubt.
All right, bro, Rob.
All right,
I appreciate you coming up.
No doubt, man. Peace to y'all.
All right. But yeah. You Arthur, you catch the whole show? Okay, I think
Today, yeah, I caught most of it. I caught the last half. I caught like from like 1 o'clock. I caught.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you missed when I discussed the whole Nathan Wade thing. I was gonna ask you what your opinion about Nathan Wade.
I missed it too, bro. Yeah, I didn't come in until
Can you give me a brief breakdown? Can you give me a little quick synopsis?
Oh, well, he did a CNN interview the other day. Well, I have no reason why, but he decided to do a CNN interview, and within the CNN interview, he kind of stirred up a bunch of dumb shit that he didn't have to, because they asked him the obvious question, right? How long was you and Fannie Willis in a relationship for, right? The obvious question, right? And he went to answer it, and in the midst of him answering it, his PR guy stopped the interview mid-interview and was like, "Hold up, wait, stop the interview, stop." Nathan, I need to talk to you. And then he pulled him to the side, unmiked him, pulled him to the side. They started whispering some stuff and everything else. And then after like a few minutes of all that nonsense, he went and sat back down. The interviewer asked him the same question again. And then he turned around and when she asked him, he was like, no comment. You know, I can't speak on, I don't want to speak on that and everything. All of a sudden, he didn't want to answer it no more. Now, he could have avoided a whole bunch of bullshit just by not doing the fucking interview. Why the fuck is he doing an interview, putting himself back in the spotlight? That was kind of stupid.
Manosphere nigga. Want, you know what I mean? Want the attention. Think he's gonna be able to write up a book. He's just trying to capitalize off this shit. Because if he was any kind of real dude, he wouldn't want no parts of this shit. Like, man, leave me the fuck alone. Because for me, I just think it's a way of CNN helping to get Fannie Willis off the case. I think they know asking that question is just to put that out there. So whatever he would have said, that would have been a mark.
Yeah, I mean, well, you gotta think. See, I mean, if CNN's asking him to come on an interview, he got to know that question is coming, right? Like that's not a surprise. That shouldn't have been a surprise question.
I agree with that.
Yeah, like any interview he does, I don't care if it was Fox, CNN, MSNBC, if it was The View, you know what I mean? Like they're gonna ask that question.
Hey, you know what, Psycho? I think he was gonna answer it. I think the PR guy caught what it was. The PR guy's like, nah, they about to use this shit, and nah, fuck that. Because then if that happens, like Trump motherfuckers it would have just been a nightmare for him. It would have been a nightmare.
Plus, it still left the door open.
PR guy.
Plus, it still left the door open for what do you call it when they lie on the stand? For perjury, bro. At least that open. If they fucked up in perjury, you get what I'm saying? Right. So, like you said, you think his ass would have went and sat down and, you know what I'm saying, sat down somewhere and let this shit die down.
But see, and like that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like just trying to bury Shorty and all that shit, you know what I mean? The PR guy was like, nah, nigga, if you bury Shorty, you gonna bury yourself.
I didn't understand the purpose of the interview.
And they're just trying to get her off the case, and because they don't want him to go to prison either.
CNN been doing some real shady stuff. CNN been doing a whole lot of shady shit.
Because they look, man, both of them, man, they want to be Fox now. They know that's the only way you make money. Yo, if you look at MSNBC, it's mostly Republicans.
Because CNN, like that chick Abby, she had 2 questionable interviews back to back for me. Like she was grilling old girl, Jasmine Crockett, grilling her about that whole situation and everything else. Like she was upset.
Some bullshit.
Yeah, and then she turned around and did that shit with Cam, like everything else. And it's like,
get her out.
Not to say.
Go ahead, bro.
And not to take for him, bro, but even with Diddy, like that was a TMZ move to release that tape the way, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad they did, but you get what I'm saying? Like even the way they released it,
that was some TMZ type shit.
That was TMZ shit, right?
Like TMZ is the type of platform that will do something like that, release the tape.
Right. That ain't Standard Bernard Shaw or none of those Sienna, what's the name? Christian Poor, the Old Guard, Lou Dobbs. None of them would have started with no salacious shit like that. Like, man, that shit is beneath me. They would have literally been like, man, if you don't get that nigga shit away from me, they literally would have said that.
They definitely lowered their standards with that one. Like they normally would be like, okay, we'll let TMZ, them type motherfuckers handle that. Like let them
later on Sunday, round 357 on Sunday with the license shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
They lead the newscast off with it. Like, oh, come on, man. And just like you said, dog, give Abby Phillips make her controversial against people that look beautiful like her. You know what I'm saying? Like her peers who getting it. So she should have a retrospective or perspective interview with him. Like, so how do you feel, you know, with Cam? She should have been like, what's up with the YouTube thing? And how do you feel making it? You know what I mean? It should have been.
She was trying hard to get him to say pause. She was trying hard to get him to say something about Diddy.
And talk about Diddy. He's not even in Diddy's camp. Like, you can't connect because Big signed him to another record label, not even Diddy's record label. Big helped him.
Yeah, he cool with Mace. And he cool with Mace. Why did she get Mace on the damn show? Mace was the one that was signed to him.
Mace was the one signed to him. Yeah, that shit was weird, man, because they trying to get her out of there, because she do good. Any other time she do good, because she put that Byron Donald nigga, she put that nigga in the spin cycle.
Yo.
Rozzy, what's good?
What's good? Now, I came super late, right? So,
Watch that cold out your eyes.
So I came in super late, right? So, what was you saying about Juneteenth? What happened?
No, just how it's kind of propaganda. How Juneteenth being spun as Black Independence Day when after they still had slaves in this country for about a year and a half, damn near after Juneteenth. So the Black Liberation Day is not the Independence Day. Excuse me, it is not. No, absolutely.
So basically, it's a holiday that shouldn't exist.
It's propaganda behind it. It's a way for white people to monetize this shit too, and to get a free day off work. Like if you work for the state or anything like that, you got that's a federal holiday, so you got a day off, paid holiday. There's another way for you to paid holiday and for them to monetize shit. I remember in what was that 2020, Walmart had whole motherfucking Juneteenth specialized stuff that they was trying to push and everything else.
Let me ask you something right quick. Do you believe Black folks need to make their own holidays, man?
I mean, I'm not big on holidays, period. But yeah, if we going to have holidays, yeah, I think we should have control of it. And not for nothing, but it was Black people that was pushing for this, but white liberals got behind it because it wouldn't have got passed unless white liberals got behind it. But they got behind it because they saw some monetary gain that they can get from this. So they decided they can get.
I know why you ain't fond of holidays, because in holidays they expect you to spend some shit.
No, that's certain holidays. You have some holidays that are consumer holidays, like Valentine's Day, Christmas, Mother's Day. All these days are centered around you spending money. You gotta spend some money those damn holidays like that.
But we need some holidays. Hold on.
Spending money.
Right, but we need some holidays that does not require us to be hyper consumers. Would you agree?
I agree. Yeah, we don't need a Black Christmas. I agree. We don't need a Black Valentine's Day or anything else. We need some other holidays where I don't mind some consumerism. It's just that I don't want the holiday to be centered around that. Like you take the consumerism out of Christmas, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. You take the consumerism out of Valentine's Day, nobody gives a fuck. You take the consumerism out of Mother's Day, nobody gives a fuck, right? Like these holidays are centered around you doing things for money, like spending an X amount of money, right? The more money you spend, the more you love a person or whatever the case may be.
And we got the nerve in Chicago to actually have a damn. We got 2 Valentine's Day, nigga. We do Sweetest Day.
Valentine's Day is.
Y'all do Sweetest Day, and y'all do.
You shouldn't need a holiday to show your shorty love. You shouldn't need a holiday to tell you that you need to love your shorty. Like that shit is strictly centered around you buying her shit.
I always saw that shit in Chicago, Sweetest Day, bro. I left Chicago. It was like nobody else heard of that, but like that shit is serious, bro. Like, and it's just like Valentine's Day, nigga. Like it's up consumer wise in Chicago. I can't even remember what day it's in. I'm gonna say in October sometime, but yeah, it's my point of bringing that up is you got people that is making their own holidays, but it still somehow gets based around consumerism. That's why I brought that up.
Hey, yo, you know what holiday we need, all bullshit aside? We need a solidarity day. We need a day where all African Americans across the country come out wherever they live at and hold hands and have a moment of silence for all our ancestors that was killed, whether slavery, whether police brutality. We need a solidarity day that all of us as one people understand. And I think that's what'll bring us together. We have nothing that brings us together. Everything we do is integrated. We have nothing that sets us apart.
And that's why one of my favorite holidays is Thanksgiving. Right? Because Thanksgiving is mainly about, getting together with the fam, eating good and watching football.
Yeah, the only consumerism you're gonna get with Thanksgiving is the food.
It's not. Yeah, it's not about. It's not about. I mean, the only present you really got is like the what plate you bring it to the. You know what I mean? To the Thanksgiving. Yeah, exactly. Like that's about it. You know what I mean? So that's about the gist of your consumerism, and you know that's for food. So I don't really. I ain't tripping over that.
But I think that's what I think that kind of notion of that kind of celebratory or holiday is needed with us, because we have nothing that organizes us where we're proud of who we are. It's more about that with me, where we're proud to step out and say who we are, and nobody can make us feel bad about it, because I think that's what we do. We hide and then we get so tired of it, we explode, right? And I think if we just had something where we could show our pride and not be ashamed of it, it's like we come out of the dark and we celebrate in the light. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the first holiday we need. We need a day where it's not about people having a day off from work or none of that. Other people, if other people got off, whatever, but it ain't about them. It's about us coming outside wherever we live and holding hands and having food and people who talk, not even speeches. We don't even need speeches. We just need people to come out and fellowship with each other, not even on a church level, but just on a like, yo, get to know my people, get to know the black people in the community I live. Yo, where you live at? Oh, such and such. Are you such? You gonna find out things. You gonna meet family. Probably just imagining the connection.
A community day. A community day.
You know what I'm saying?
But every community has like you said, pretty much what you're describing. They're happening like in every community around the nation.
One day simultaneously.
Yeah.
And I think
that guns, all that other shit,
right,
like ceasefires everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
Just that, like even like y'all could beef tomorrow, all that other shit, like one. On if somebody could pull that off and make it to where
you chill the fuck out.
Hey, Psycho, I was just thinking that, G. Who could pull that off? I was just thinking, like, man, if you could pull it off, it's beautiful. It sounds beautiful.
I know we can pull it off, right? A Ta-Nehisi Coates can pull it off. It'd be like a hymn. Let me think. Him. I'm gonna say a Michelle. What's her name? Alexander. Mark Lamont Hill in some aspects, Oprah, a Denzel.
Now it's gonna take some hood people. It's gonna take some hood people. There's like the bourgeoisie ain't the problem, and the hood people ain't gonna give a fuck about what the bourgeoisie.
It's got to be legislative though. It's got to be legislative. Well, it
don't have to be.
It don't gotta be. My nigga Denzel ain't bourgeoisie, nigga.
It's gotta be the first. It's gotta be the first weekend of some fall month. September, October, November. It's gotta be
August. Black August.
Black
Pick
August.
off Black August.
Black August. Black August.
Hey yo, Psycho. Yo, you say Denzel a bourgeoisie?
Hell yeah.
I mean, he's coming from money. He's coming from a position of money. I mean, and if you in order to connect with the hood, you're gonna have to get to the people that especially if you talk about things like a ceasefire where you trying to.
Let me ask you something. Is the Negro automatically a bourgeois? Hold on. Is the Negro automatically a bourgeoisie because he got some paper?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, I'm just saying. Hold on.
Down the whole rabbit hole. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying, right? Because okay. So what's the bourgeoisie though?
See, that's we about to. As I said, we about to go down the rabbit hole. Understand it. It was the premise behind what I was saying. Not so much that he's so much bourgeoisie, meaning he's viewed that way. Like anybody coming from Hollywood is going to be deemed bourgeoisie. Okay. Like they're going to they're a part of a machine. That's just how the community is going to view it, right?
Hold up, though, Psycho. Why if a basketball player did it? Is he considered a bourgeoisie too?
On some levels,
I
yes.
think it depends on who it is.
But basketball players are more accessible than a Denzel.
Yeah,
It's more likely that NBA player you'll see an NBA player at a Chinese restaurant in your neighborhood than you would Denzel.
I agree with y'all. Check me out. Just hear what I'm
But
saying.
but like Denzel once said, I'm from around the way, nigga. I'm leaving here with something, nigga.
Yo,
Denzel from around the way too, though, bro.
I agree with y'all, right? But this is what I'm saying. It won't just be a grassroots message. There'll have to be like televised, like, you know, commentary about it and not like infomercials, like minute infomercials, like the Black August, such and such, such and such. And you need people like this, people, serious Black people, to get behind it and help market it and advertise it. I don't necessarily think they're going to be the voices in the community that resonate the most to get the people to accept it and be a part of it and stop the nonsense. But I think if you start from that metric, and they also bring resources, right? And like, because you're going to need those things, like you're talking about community events, you're going to need, you know, investment from certain places, you're going to need involvement from the cities and municipalities, wherever, because you're going to need protection from the police, all type of shit, you know what I mean? And not so much protection, just much, you know, security, perimeter security, whatever, right? So it's definitely going to be,
I mean, it'd be cool to have them partake in it. I'm not saying they can't partake in it. Yeah, I'm just saying as far as like getting people to buy into it, I don't think they're going to be the ones to get the people to buy into it. Like, they can show up at the events. It'll be cool if they'll show up at the events and actually, you know, support it in that manner, in that fashion. But as far as like trying to be the megaphone or the face of the movements or whatever the case may be, I think that's going to be a hard sell. Then I think that's when people are going to be a little bit turned off.
I don't know. I mean, some of those people, but see, when I brought those people, I'm not bringing them up as the face. I'm bringing them up as the archetypes to organize. Some of those names I named wasn't to be face.
So could Tariq pull it off?
No, hell no.
I don't want him a part of it because he's gonna turn it into.
No, I just asked because
he'll fuck it up. He will fuck it up. He will turn it about him and everything. No, absolutely. I wouldn't want to reach nowhere near.
No, I mean, but simply from the drawing people aspect.
Yeah,
simply from that part.
I would the headquarters in Los Angeles for it, and he's gonna use all the money to build his infrastructure and all.
He gonna turn it into.
But putting all that aside, I'm trying to get an idea of the drawing side, because I know what Psycho said, and I agree with Psycho. Like, you're gonna have to have somebody that's connected, like hood wise. Like,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But
I don't care what celebrity is.
Yeah, some of the people I named, I was just naming them as people who develop the ideas behind it and make sure that it's sound and it can that it can permeate the community and permeate from the top down, as far as finding the right people that's down here that want the message. So we need an archetype to build it. We need minds who study Black life, study Black sociology, and understands communal and research other groups doing it, and just implement something that's tangible and easy to pull off, like, you know, Black August. Like, I think that would be amazing. I think that would be.
Now I gotta ask. If the whole premise about this day is coming together, why wouldn't you want Tariq involved?
I mean,
I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I want you to think I'm
I wouldn't want him involved in no decision making of any type. I mean, if he wants to support, I mean, I ain't gonna say don't support,
right?
But he's not involved in any decision making of nothing at all. He would usurp the movement. He would start doing dumb shit. No, absolutely.
Like, if he want to do something and contribute and have his day or have his moment, you know.
I'm about to tell you, I better be careful. That nigga been stole y'all shit before you can throw it. That nigga been through.
That nigga created SBA.
You know what I'm about to say? You know, he'll take your shit now.
He created SBA as a counterbalance to Adolf. So no, that nigga can't be a part of it.
Right, that's what I just thought about that. Yeah, I was like, that nigga will snatch your shit.
That nigga started FBA because the other motherfucker in LA started Adolf. Oh shit, they beat me to it. What foundation were we, brother? What foundational Black? What the fuck did we found? Are you fucking serious? We were the fucking property. We were slaves.
Yeah, that was actually a bitch move.
This FBA hip hop history shit is driving me nuts. I know that. Jesus, FBA hip hop history shit is the worst. Trying to debunk that up here, trying to debunk that nonsense. That shit is crazy.
This nigga from Leeds, Alabama.
Yeah, that was a big dog. That was a big
He's from Leeds, Alabama, trying to rearrange the hip hop conversation.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It is.
And some of that shit ain't even true. That's the bad part. It'd be different if he was hitting on something with that. Like, you get what I'm saying? A lot of that shit
is based on reaches. That shit is based off reaches. Like this, the movement has turned into now. Hip hop wasn't even created in New York. Now that first they said it wasn't created by Puerto Ricans, which I agree. Then they said it wasn't created by Caribbeans, and you know that's a silly, undebatable argument that I don't even entertain. But now these motherfuckers are saying this shit ain't even created in New York. Like now they try like, oh, what even in New York?
This is what they said. This is what Tariq
I'm like, wait, what?
This is what Tariq said, Psycho. This nigga said, well, it was actually the sound in New York come from the black dudes from North Carolina and the South, and they brought the sound up there. Like, that's what this nigga said, why it didn't really start in New York. That's what this nigga said on Twitter. Because
yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that. I was like, why? I'm like, now hip hop was created in the Bronx. I'm confused. Now I'm real confused.
They was like, oh, because James Brown, they took the break beats from James Brown, and James Brown from South Carolina.
Marley, what's good? How you? Twin, what's going on? Jesus,
Psycho, what's going on, my G? What's going on, fellas? What's going on? Peace to the panel.
Once I get up here, everybody else will come up this motherfucker. Like,
I just wanted to know if you talked about the that joint just like been kind of heavy on my mind, man. Like the Tulsa survivors. Did you speak about that?
Nah, I spoke on the Juneteenth situation. I didn't go all the way into. We kind of when Brother Rob was up here, he danced around 1919, so we was around that area, but we kind of kept it in the 1800s.
Man, it's like racism just loves to play a cruel joke on us, man. It's like there's no words to explain, and you know, and just still see like they still got their spirit about them. You know what I'm saying? And just to be able to still hold their head up, that lets you know, man, like we are real strong people, and it seems like no matter what they throw at us, man, we just keep coming back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. We never quit. They tried to take us out a couple of times.
Crazy though, man.
Yo, but did you see them Mavs won yesterday? Kyrie said they was gonna see him in Game 5.
Man, Molly, if you don't get out of here, that series still done. I don't care. It's still done.
Man, I think with that series, I knew they wasn't gonna win in Dallas. They want them to win in Boston.
Yeah.
So it's over?
It's over, bro.
Technically, yeah, it's 3-1. It's over. Like,
what if this is the first NBA Finals that they ever came back from a 3-0 run? This will be the first time in history.
Well, if they win it, it'll be the first time. But it went to 7 games. Somebody's been down 3-0 and they took it to 7 games, but they lost it. So that's happened before.
The only person who was supposed to do that was LeBron, and that was in the 3-1 series against Golden State.
Yeah, I want the Mavericks to lose, man.
Me too. I do too.
Well, the Mavs was down 2-0 against the Heat. But teams that come back with 2-0. But the Mavs are down 2-0 against the Heat, and the Mavs won 4 in a row.
Yeah, it's over though. Man, the Celtics got too much firepower. I guess that was just a throwaway game from last night. I knew they wasn't going to win that. They're not going to let them sweep because the thing is that doesn't look good for the ratings on the finals. They got to make it interesting.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, they going to stretch this.
But this ain't even interesting. If even with just one win, it ain't interesting. You get what I'm saying?
No,
like,
because you got to figure Boston is a
sweep. Basically, it's a gentleman's sweep. You know what I'm saying?
You got to figure Boston is a storied franchise. So what better way for them to win it in Boston? To get their 18th championship and stick it to the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? With all the shit the Lakers going through.
Right, exactly. Buddha, what's good? Yeah, Buddha.
Yo, I see, man. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw
wanted
you in the chat when the stream was
I wanted to
going
come up. Yeah, I wanted to come up and talk to you about the gold rush thing and what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about individual wealth. What I was talking about is the amount of money that the Northern government got at the time, which made them not have to depend on Southern wealth, which changed the tide of the war in some instance, and that's left out a lot. But they pulled out like 10 million in 1849, 40-some million in 1850. That was already like $1 billion in today's money. 75 million, something like that in 1851, another 81 million. So yeah, the people didn't get rich. Oh, the government? Oh yeah, Fort Knox? Oh yeah.
And it also had a lot to
the
do
building
with
of the railroad.
it had a lot to do with the Transcontinental Railroad as well too, though, because the route that they wanted to take. That's why that's another reason why the Northerners wanted it to go the northern route, because it was closer to Frisco. They were taking right into Frisco. That's where they wanted the train to go into.
Exactly. So I just wanted to clarify that point. I wasn't talking about individual wealth. I was just talking about how that changed the dynamic of the government funding now, and it changed America. It was on equal par with other nations, sort of.
Yeah, because almost everybody that went out there was broke. Almost nobody came up off that. They went out there with a dream and got their feelings hurt.
Levi Strauss got rich making jeans for them.
Exactly. People that ran hotels. Right. People that ran the hotels, people that sold the supplies, they made money. The people that ran the saloons, they made money. And the prostitutes made a lot of money.
The only reason I brought that up, I just think that's one of the aspects, that financing part and the impact that played is kind of left out of the Civil War discussion a lot of times.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to add. So I heard you respond to it, and I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't talking about individual people. I know they ended up broke. I was talking about the government coffers.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with the government. Yeah. I would agree with the government. Absolutely. Because it helped with their western expansion. Because it helped populate California. Because, especially Northern California wasn't that populated. So, California started getting populated. They started from the south up. As far as Europeans, everything with the Padres and all that, the missionaries and all that, they started in the south first and worked their way up.
Yep. And the building of San Francisco and the gold rush brought the people to the north. And a lot of black people went to the north too. A lot of black people from the Niagara Convention. That was one of the things of the Niagara Convention, is to get certain of them to go over there and take part in that growing economy over there.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I ain't trying to change the conversation. I just wanted to add that. I didn't mean to change, y'all. I was on sports or whatever. I didn't want to.
Yeah, you did. You wanted to change the conversation, nigga.
I'm sorry, Rozzy, man. I'm sorry, Rozzy. It's not my fault they didn't let y'all go till late, man. You didn't get out till December 1865. It's not my fault, man. Don't blame me.
I'm fucking with you, dog. I'm fucking with you.
You got a little extra slavery in you. They didn't let y'all go in Delaware till December 1865. You didn't get the Juneteenth party. So, we already know how y'all is. Y'all got a little more fire down there in Delaware.
So Juneteenth is today, right?
Nah, the 19th. It's a 3-day weekend, though.
I ain't mean to say. Nah. Yeah, that's true.
They celebrated this weekend.
What you laughing about?
This is the weekend. I know what he was asking. This is the weekend that
they celebrated the whole weekend.
Yeah, this nigga's stupid. This nigga's so funny. What you laughing about?
You just got up, Rozzy. I got you, bro. I understand. You just woke up.
Yeah, officially, the official day is the official day is the 19th, though.
19th.
Yeah, that's the official day.
Man, yo, this nigga over there laughing. Nigga, what you laughing about, boy?
Oh, that Wednesday. That's Wednesday.
Martin, what the hell you laughing at?
But Razi,
Like I never knew the day of Juneteenth. You feel what I'm saying? Like
June 19th, 1865.
Right.
It's the official day that Galveston slaves were set free. It's not the official day that slaves in this country were set free. The last slaves in this country is set free, like the propaganda likes to spit out. It's the last day.
Razi from Delaware, he wasn't set free until December 1865. He got more claim to Juneteenth. That's why he don't know. He was here. Delaware. He still don't know it to this day.
Delaware,
Roger, y'all the slavery, you know.
Delaware and Kentucky were the last European slaves to get set free. And Jersey was the last state to eradicate it. They already didn't have slaves, but the last official state to eradicate it was Jersey. And
that's probably why y'all niggas so motherfucking pro-black right now, huh?
And the Indians, the Native Americans, they didn't free their slaves till a whole nother year later.
Yeah, I didn't know Jersey was that pro-black, bro. I did not know that shit. I just learned that within the last, 3 years?
But how pro-black is Jersey? Like I know
I didn't
Newark
know that.
pro-black.
Yeah, I didn't know Newark was moving like the history. Like, yeah, since Psycho broke that shit down.
The Jersey pro-blackness go back to the Revolutionary period. Skinny, there's been pro-black activity in Jersey.
No, but I'm talking about current history, though.
Quote unquote consciousness. Yeah, if you're talking about like the conscious community, like quote unquote consciousness. Yeah, we got to hold some L's because a lot of stuff started here and kind of got embellished here. And like, Noble Drew Ali started his bullshit here, and a lot of shit, so much shit branched off.
Right, and then he came to my city. Right, yeah. We're connected with that one, right?
Yeah, he got to start here. Mm-hmm.
He inspired Chris with his magic bar.
Yeah, he was the first black. He was the first one to actually make black Muslims popular before the Nation of Islam. He was the first one to actually bring black Muslims, or at least that ideology, into black American communities. Before that, we was all Christians. And
he was a mesmerist. He was doing the crystal ball, and he was a mesmerist and levitating and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Say he could chew his way out of jail. He could chew bars, crystal balls, like you said, wearing magic robes. He was all kinds of extra pseudo up here in Jersey. He got kicked out of Newark, though. He got kicked out for scamming. That's where then he ran to Chicago. That's where he blew up at, though. He ain't blow up in Jersey.
I was about to say, y'all don't take the L by yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, because out here, he was the Canaanite temple. He wasn't even the Moorish Science temple out here. It was the Canaanite temple out here. And then when he went to Chicago, that's where he rebranded. He had to rebrand.
And then that's when your boy up here, that they fam like to talk about with the Stones. That's when they got connected with them. They started doing the El Rukin.
Whatever they was, Rukin,
yeah. And we all know Nation of Islam came from them, and Nation of Islam, they got a dark history out in this city too. More dark history out here with Nation, as far as stuff
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Y'all got the Malcolm. Yeah, y'all got the Malcolm.
Yeah, James Shabazz, and it's just Farrakhan founded the temple out here, Temple 25.
Hey, yo, Psycho.
He's the one founded it.
So
I'll tell you who's a magician. I'll tell you who they make a magician, fam. That nigga Farad, whatever. That's the that's the motherfucker they make a magician, fam.
Noble Drew Ali was actually literally claiming to be not a musician. Well, you might say a magician. Like that. Noble Drew Ali come out that spiritual movement, what they call spiritualists, right? That like doing seances and shit like that and everything else. That's why he had a crystal ball. Like that was very popular of that era, right? Like the whole seance thing and palm reading and psychic readings and all that thing. Like that was the rave of his time, and that he comes from all that, right? So right before he was a more, what they call them, mediums. That's what they call them, mediums. He claimed to be a medium, right? Somebody that can speak. Somebody that's like between the reality and the supernatural, and then kind of, right, like the spirits talk to them, and then they get to pass the message on to like people like me and you, right? Like, so they call them mediums, right? Yeah, that's what he claimed to be before all that Morris Science Temple shit.
Whoopi Goldberg and shit on Ghost.
right, exactly. Yeah, same shit, exactly.
Right.
Oh, hey, yo, Psycho, did you ever see the documentary of Who Killed Malcolm X?
Yeah. I seen that propaganda. That shit pissed me off. That shit.
You saw that on Netflix?
That shit seemed. I saw it. That shit seemed more like an attack on Newark than anything. They spent more time attacking my damn city than the motherfucking piece of shit ass motherfucking organization that did it. They started blaming my city for this shit. How the fuck you gonna blame my whole motherfucking city for Malcolm's murder? What the hell is going on here? Organization did that shit. It's because that organization.
I'm be honest.
Because that chapter of that organization.
I ain't gonna lie. I was like, no, go ahead.
Yeah, you asked me a question, right? You don't let me answer.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like how the fuck are you gonna sit up here and because the chapter of this organization, the chapter of this organization that happened to kill Malcolm came in my city, how you gonna make that about the city in itself, in totality? Like, yeah, Newark has a strong Muslim presence, absolutely. I mean, shit. Our current mayor is Muslim, it's a strong Muslim presence in my city. Always has been. But that doesn't mean that my city is responsible for Malcolm's murder. That shit is ridiculous. Like, most people heard about, they heard folklore and rumors that Malcolm X killer came from Newark and everything else, but you had to be on the end with the Nation of Islam to actually know who actually killed him and everything else. It was kind of less like, it was like a old, like it was folklore, like you hear the stories, you hear rumblings, but you don't know who did what and everything else, is that and third. Like I never knew who actually did it until later on in life, right? Like, cause it's not like I grew up knowing like who did it and like I could point them out in the street like, yo, watch out for that motherfucker. That's the motherfucker who body Malcolm. It wasn't like that. But if you watch that documentary, they would let you call it like all Newark was in on it. Like it literally crucified my city and shit. Like, y'all motherfuckers nuts.
I ain't go. Hold on. Let me get in. Hold on. Now go. You want to say something?
No, I'm just making a comparison that Memphis doesn't go through that. They actually get celebrated for Martin dying there. You get what I'm saying?
Celebrated.
So, Memphis gets celebrated for, you get what I'm saying? They don't get the backlash that what he was.
Nobody blames Memphis for MLK dying.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, Psycho. When I first saw a little bit of that documentary, it did make me look at Newark, New Jersey, like, damn, gee, y'all the fuck Malcolm up.
I mean, as I said, that shit was propaganda, dog. I was mad. That's what made me do the documentary on my channel. Was after watching that Netflix bullshit like this, and they excluded Farrakhan out that whole shit. Like they want to sit up here and attack Newark and everything else and blame the Newark chapter for killing Malcolm, but want to leave out who actually founded that Newark chapter, who actually was at that Newark chapter the night before Malcolm's killing, and spoke to Malcolm's killers the night before they went out there and did it. They want to exclude that piece of shit ass motherfucker and blame the city and not the motherfucker who sat up there and orchestrated all this shit.
You got a source for that, brother? You got a source?
Yeah, I got a source. You want a source that? I mean, source.
Oh shit, volleyball.
Yeah, source that up.
Right one. Let's go. Give me a second. I done did whole motherfucking streams on this.
You already know that nigga got sources.
Now, Psycho is stickler for this one, bro. Psycho good on this one right here. He been banging on this.
Hey, Marley Mar.
Yo.
I think I'm going to your spots this weekend. I think I'm gonna go check out your spots this weekend.
Oh.
Because you didn't, where they talk shit back to you. I think I'm gonna go check them out this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go back there and check it out, man. Yeah, but I would like to. Yeah, because I never knew that.
Yo, I want to go to Chicago, man. I want to see what that look like.
Chicago's decent.
Yeah, they say Chicago it's like a cleaner version of New York.
Yeah, anything is better than Delaware, though, to be honest.
You ain't never even been to this motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Nah, I've been to Delaware before.
No, it's just the one thing about Delaware, we small. You know what I mean? That's it. It's small shit.
Yeah. What's that big mall y'all have down there off the 95? I've been there.
Huh?
Don't you have a big mall or a shopping thing off the 95?
So our big mall.
This nigga said the mall is bigger than your state.
Yo. Yeah.
Good God. Nigga said Jamaica bigger than Delaware, son.
Okay. Yeah.
Nah, let me stop. That's
what is Delaware known for, though? That is one of those states that, like, you know how every state got an identity to something to it. Like, what is Delaware known for?
It's the first state to sign the Constitution, ain't it?
Shit, don't give me the line, nigga.
The Mason-Dixon line.
That mall.
Like, man, what is Delaware known for? Shit.
You gotta look up. It's
It's
the first state, nigga. It's the first state. It's for a reason. It's called the first state. Yeah, don't let the side smooth you.
That's all you got is just the first state.
I think it's the first state to sign the Constitution.
What is it fun to do there? Maybe let me start there, bro.
Huh?
Like, what is there to do there? Like, if I was coming there to visit Delaware, where would you tell me to go? What things would you tell me to do?
What do you like to do? That's so goddamn special. What do you do?
I mean, it really don't matter because what I like to do, you may not have in Delaware. I'm in Chicago, so what I like to do, Delaware may not even be in the playing zone. So I'm asking
what you like to do, Delaware. Bro? What you like to do?
I mean, just on some nigga, I'm just a nigga that like.
Nah, hold on, right quick. Hold on, right quick. Because niggas always say, well, what can you do in Delaware? And I'll be like, well, nigga, where you was at, you was on the block chilling, smoking weed with your homies. You wasn't doing nothing special. So what do you mean, what do we do in Delaware, nigga? What do you want to do? What do you mean?
Anything, nigga.
What you talking
about? Like, if you ask me, I don't need to know what you like. Like, I would just tell you stuff because I know my city. So I would just say, hey, you come here, hey.
I mean, listen, we got some good restaurants. I mean, stop, bro. Hold on. You asked me what. Hold on. You asked me what can you do, right? So I'm gonna answer that. You could go to the beach, right? We got some beaches.
Chill with the fake Jews.
Well, I don't give a damn. I don't know what they is. You go to the beaches.
The Amish people.
Anyway, well, listen. You go to the beaches, okay? You ask me what can you do, right? You go to the beaches. You can maybe you got some beautiful. You go to the restaurants. You got some good restaurants in my city.
Y'all got good restaurants.
I forgot the name of them joints. I ain't been there in so long.
Well, I definitely can do the foodie thing.
Okay, yeah, you could do the food thing. You could do the beach thing. That's what people do. Like the tourists, you could do the beaches. We got Dewey Beach. We got Rehoboth Beach. We got Lewis Beach. I mean, we got our beaches here, man. I mean, y'all got beaches in Chicago?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, Illinois. Y'all got beaches in Illinois?
Yeah, we got Lake Michigan here. So yeah, we got a beach in Chicago. We got several.
He said Lake Michigan.
Imagine somebody telling you that they got jumped in Delaware, bro. You're gonna be like, you got jumped in where? In Delaware. Fuck, nigga.
I come from the ghetto, my nigga. I don't know what the hell you talking about. I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, nigga. Wilmington, Delaware. Nigga, you must be talking about some suburb shit. Nigga, I come from North. Huh?
Nah, I gotta listen to it.
I mean, you is you listening or is you motherfucker just laughing? Which one?
Nah, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening. Nah, you come from Wilmington, Delaware.
Razi, y'all play go-go music up there?
Man, actually, I used to fuck with go-go. I used to fuck with go-go hard, actually. They used to call it water dance or some shit. Wasn't that the name of that shit? Buddha?
Something like that.
Buddha! Oh, my bad. I didn't know my shit went out. Yeah.
Yeah, I said something like that. Yeah, you used to listen to go-go?
I used to listen to it, yeah.
I went to a few go-go clubs here and there. I never was really.
My pops had
I've been to a go-go club. It was better live. If you go to see them live, the band and all that.
My old man
it's kind of like
some
second
go-go.
line. But the New Orleans music, it's better to go see them play live.
Now, I tell you what else I got put on. I got put on too from DC. This was back in the early 90s, but they used to have these mixtapes, but they were called blends. So it wasn't no scratching, like it would be like hip hop music or whatever, right? But it wasn't no scratching. It was more like they called them blends. And the song, they would just do songs that would blend perfectly together. So like, you get saying that was like kind of seamless. Like, so you get what I mean? Like, but a lot of I got a lot of those things from DC too. Like that was a big thing I was getting from DC too, though. But yeah, go and blend tape.
Yeah, with that Malcolm X source.
That's from Ron G though. Ain't the blend from Ron G out of New York?
Yeah.
You
hear me? I got you. I was looking. I had 3 articles, but all of them you guys subscribe to. But I got something else for you. I got it here. It's on the wiki right here. I was looking for a different spot because you got to subscribe to the other shit. You know how these websites.
Hey, let me just say this right quick. I know this is I wanted to say this before I had accidentally dropped off. But what I was saying
Your mic is fucked up, Rozzy.
Huh?
Hey, Rozzy, yeah,
your mic is. Yeah, your mic is fucked up.
You in Madonna mode right now.
Yeah, it's like real bad.
You went Madonna on it. Marley said, yeah, but what's up with that source stuff?
I never knew that he spoke with the killers.
Marley I see Marley trying to slap box. He trying to do like a slap box.
I really asked because.
No, I got you. You probably didn't know. You probably
skinny is because in the future, just in case this topic come up again with somebody else, and I'll bring it up. You know what I'm saying? I can have a source to back up what I'm saying.
Yeah. No,
am I good now?
Anything? Well, no, Rozzy, hell no. That shit's even worse. I don't know what you did, but your mic was good at first. I don't know what the hell happened.
That's Delaware for you.
Yo.
It's that Delaware shit.
No, you're not good, Rozzy. You're not. It's pretty bad. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you. It's pretty bad. But Marley, a lot of people don't know. So it probably is a legit question, but trust me, give me 1 second. I'm just
I'm not even a Farrakhan fan or nothing like that.
There you go, right there. I found it.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, there you go, right here.
I just generally want to know, just in case this shit ever come up in the future, I could be like,
anything I tell you about, let me tell you something. Anything I tell you about Malcolm X, that shit happened. I ain't gonna bullshit you. Like, I studied this man ad nauseum, bro. But anything I tell you happened about Malcolm X, I can source up, show you. Anything else, it happened. But there you go, right there. The day that Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem, Farrakhan happened to be in Newark, New Jersey on rotation, 45 minutes away from where Malcolm X was assassinated. He was there the night before. He was there the night before the assassination. He found it. The name of the mosque is Mosque Number 25. Him and this dude named Jay Shabazz founded the mosque in 1959, I think think that mosque got founded in 59. And so he oversaw the mosque. That was his his main headquarters was in Boston at the time. That's what Farrakhan's main headquarters was, but he also oversaw the Newark Mosque, and he might have oversaw the Philly Mosque too. I'm not sure, but yeah, he oversaw a few mosques, and one of them was Newark, and that's where the killers came from. And he was there the night before.
Oh wow! I didn't know those things.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know those things. You know?
Yeah, that's because Netflix didn't tell you. That's because Netflix didn't tell you. That's what I was saying. Right, like don't like that Netflix documentary told a lot of things that is true, but it omitted a lot of things as well. And it was kind of like I said, it pissed me off. It seemed like they was more concerned with condemning my city than telling the truth about what actually happened with the Malcolm murder. It was more about, we gonna make Newark look bad.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Hey, yo, my dude.
Nah, you still fucked up.
Yeah, because I got to defend my city, nigga.
Yeah, you ain't going to be able to do it on that phone. But that happened. That happened.
Yeah, man, I'm just sitting here talking. I'm just sitting here talking, nigga, wondering why people keep talking. I was on mute. What I was saying, Psycho, was I think it's more about they was trying to get across the narrative of blaming the Jersey branch per se than per se Jersey as a city. But you know how that goes.
You watch that documentary, they made it seem like the whole city was in on it. They literally tried to make it seem like the whole city, like how can a city blah blah allow this to happen and allow the people to be around this time? It was how motherfuckers do with George Zimmerman, like how y'all just still there ain't nothing happened to George Zimmerman, ain't nothing y'all do nothing.
Yeah, now that's more accurate than that sounds more accurate.
But that's the same type of message they was pushing in that documentary. Like, how can y'all let the killer live there?
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
They made it seem like the whole city knew, and we all was giving them a pass and protecting them. This is the message that they was giving.
Right.
It was all cap. It was that's not what happened. It was an organization that did this, and everybody in the organization didn't even know. They couldn't even. Everybody in the organization, they heard, people in the organization had ideas. They heard rumblings like anybody else, but you had to be on the end to know what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to, you know what I mean? They say Islam's a cult. It's an organization, like a crime syndicate.
I know what you mean. Because it was kind of like this open secret where Harold Washington that they had poisoned him,
right? Like you know that the mob do things. You know that the mob do things, right? You've heard that the mob do things, but you don't know all the intricacies behind all that.
Right. I got you, bro.
So it was, and like I said, we didn't even know if it was true or not. Like these people my age, I can speak of people my age. Like I wasn't even born when this stuff happened, So I just grew up hearing stories, right? Like you hear stories and the shit was like, like I said, I didn't even know if it was true or not. It started sounding like fish stories, right? Because when you read about this stuff, when you read about this stuff, they say that they caught these killers and they all came from the Harlem Mosque at number 7 out in Harlem, and that's how history wrote it. So you kind of like motherfuckers say that motherfuckers came from North, but when you read it, it came from Harlem. These motherfuckers know what they're talking about. They trying to North wash history. Right, like kind of brings it off like they're trying to watch history and shit, right? Trying to just make everything about Newark and shit. Like you try to have that's it. But as I got older and started researching more and going down rabbit holes, I started realizing it really is smoke there. Like yeah. But as a little kid, though,
we went through the same thing with Harold Washington. It was like, no, my mom and them. It was like they poisoned him, but. So, by the time, we got older, it was like, okay, well, we really don't know. He was heavy. He was, he wasn't the best heavy, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. But that was always one of those folklores here in Chicago. Like, they really killed Harold Washington. But it wasn't something that people really, you get what I mean? Like, it wasn't something that, right, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And that's
everybody in the city was talking about it. If you
right. Like I was happy that they got the truth out there about who killed Malcolm, but the way in the manner that they did it, I didn't appreciate that shit. That shit was like, yeah, I didn't appreciate that shit.
I understand that.
Like all the North slander really wasn't necessary. They could have just kept it on the Nation of Islam, and they really didn't focus on the right people. And like I said, they didn't even mention Farrakhan in the whole shit. It's like, it's disgusting. How do you not mention him? How do you mention the mosque that he founded, that he oversaw, that he spoke to the night before the murder, and not mention him one time in the whole fucking documentary? That is a huge omission. What are we talking about right now?
Yeah, I do feel like
he was one of the ministers.
Like more of a,
and who had more than Malcolm dying than Farrakhan? He had the most to gain from Malcolm dying. Like, everybody knows Malcolm was the number 2 guy. Everybody knows he was next up. Everybody knows Elijah was in bad health. He this, that, and the third. People's like, yo, who's going to take over the nation after Elijah go? Because Elijah's in bad health. He ain't doing too good. He's going through dementia and shit like that at the time. Like, and so motherfuckers like, it's either Malcolm or what you call Elijah's son. Either Elijah's son or Malcolm's going to take over the nation after Elijah. Well, nobody mentioned Farrakhan, right? So Farrakhan, he benefited from Malcolm going away. That's somebody not his way. That was his goal, was to be the leader of the nation. So he benefited from taking out Malcolm. Clown.
And to think you trained that nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like, that'd be the crazy shit sometimes. It was like, nigga, I trained you, nigga. Like, for real?
Right. So yeah, he was one of the jealous ministers that used to, Malcolm getting too much pub, Malcolm thinking that it's all about him and blah blah blah. Getting whispering in people's ears and shit. Stirring the pot. When he got silenced, he back there stirring the pot even more.
Talking about the messenger, because that was the one. That's how they got it. Like, you talking about the messenger,
right?
You get what I'm saying? That's how they really. That was the greatest sin, right?
That didn't happen till later, though. Yeah, that didn't happen till later. Like, that was
you're talking about the jealousy and envy that he was
right before he got silenced. Before he got silenced and everything else, yeah, it was a whole bunch of jealousy and shit like that going on before he even got silenced. Envy. Which that was a whole nother shady situation. Him getting silenced for those 90 days. I can get on that shit too.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. But that's when But when you look back on it, I think. That's when you can kind of see that Elijah. You get what I'm saying? See through some of that, because that was a bullshit excuse.
Big time bullshit. You gonna silence him?
For the way y'all have been talking with this white man is the devil shit, like, you know what I'm saying? It made no sense, Sam. Like,
well, it makes sense when you know the whole backdrop and everything else. I can make it make sense. Like,
no, I ain't saying that. I mean, it makes no sense. Like him saying that to people, like that would. Yeah, I would have been. Yeah, that definitely would have. I would have been questioning that.
On the regular goggles, not understanding the backdrop and everything else. I can see people being like, "That don't make no sense. Why the fuck would you?" Like, this ain't the first time he talked shit about JFK. He been talking shit about JFK.
But now that, if I'm sitting there, if I'm in part of that group, right, I'm sitting like, well, hell, y'all been we've been screaming at a devil, like. What makes this devil so special that we can't talk it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean. Like,
but in all actuality, and this is where I put on my this is me on my tinfoil hat shit. But I could back up. But everything I'm saying is facts. But
go for it. We got time with it.
My conspiracy is, again, it got everything to do with JFK getting murdered in the area that he got murdered in, because he got murdered in Dallas, Texas. Now, what people don't know, a lot of people don't know, is the Nation of Islam was actually funded by a white supremacist who just so happened at that time to be the richest man in the world. Not the richest man in Texas, not the richest man in America, the richest man in the world, by a man by the name of H.L. Hunt, was an oil weller out in Texas.
You talked about the chief owner?
He was a Klansman. At least a Klansman. He was a Klansman. At worst, he was a Klansman. At best, he was a Klan sympathizer. Either way, he was a separatist, full blown white supremacist. and he supported separation. The Nation of Islam promoted separation. So he did, so kind of like, Marcus Garvey, and the Klan and their connections, where they was trying to work together to be separate. H.L. Hunt was working with Elijah Muhammad to try to make things happen with separation. Because remember, this is before the Civil Rights Bill and all this other shit and everything else, integration, should they do it? Should they not do it? They was on the side of keeping things separate. So they was funding the Nation of Islam. Now, H.L. Hunt also hated the Kennedys. Couldn't stand the Kennedys, right? This is the time when the Democratic Party was going through a split. This is when the Democratic Party was going through. You had the old school Democrats who were, the Dixiecrats, so to speak.
Dixiecrats,
mentality, and then you had the more newer Democrats coming in that were more progressive and forward thinking and everything else. And what kind of was like, let's make some money off these niggas, right? Like, and the motherfucking Dixiecrat type motherfuckers like, no, go fuck yourself. We cool on that. And you had a split in the party and everything around this time, all this going on. But H.L. Hunt was one of these old school Democrat motherfuckers, right? And he promoted separation, and he funded the motherfucking Nation of Islam, like I said. And he also hated the Kennedys. And he had a party. Either I can't remember if it was the night before or it was during that week leading up to Kennedy. I can't remember if it was the night before. Don't quote me because this part I'm sketchy on. But I know he had a party leading up to Kennedy's visit to Dallas. And it was reported. Now, they got news articles on this and everything, so this ain't pseudo shit. It was reported. This is a report, so this is allegedly. So I got to put that out there. But it was reported that there was a Klansman at this event that H.L. Hunt was throwing that was speaking on the possibility of the president being assassinated in when he visits Dallas upcoming with on the upcoming witch card or whatever, kind of like like gestures, like it'd be nice if somebody put a bullet in his head type rhetoric, that type shit going on. And these type of quotes and everything were said to happen during these events leading up to Kennedy coming out there. And obviously we know what happened when Kennedy got into Dallas. Now, what I think happened, again, this part is my tinfoil hat. Everything I just stated was facts. This part is my tinfoil hat. What I think happened is, being that his name, because H.L. Hunt's name originally in the beginning was being tossed out there as a possibility as being having a connection to the JFK assassination. What I think is H.L. Hunt got shook, realized that his name is implicated with this president assassination, didn't want these motherfuckers digging up shit and finding out that he's funding the Nation of Islam and all this other shit and everything else. And he pretty much told Elijah, y'all need to stay quiet on this whole JFK shit, because I don't need no extra heat on me, because they already trying to implicate me in this assassination. So I need you motherfuckers to stay quiet, because the block's hot, basically, right? The block's hot. I need you motherfuckers to stay quiet. Elijah told his people to stay quiet. He told all his ministers, everybody, he told them all, shut the fuck up, stay quiet. Obviously, Malcolm did what he did, right? Malcolm was like, I guess he agreed in his face, but afterwards he was like, fuck that.
That real nigga energy.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
real nigga energy.
Chickens coming home to roost. Boom, 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 whoop-de-whoop. Well, now, again, this is my tinfoil hat. I believe H.L. Hunt called up Elijah tripping, because that shit was viral. That shit went well for his day. That went viral for his day, right? Like everybody was talking about it, right? Like Malcolm, the chicken home on the roof, blah, 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 and everything else. And I think H.L. Hunt called him up, like, yo, you gotta do something about this motherfucker. He's a problem. He's a problem. You gotta control this motherfucker. Control your niggas. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where he got silenced. This is what I believe happened. Now, again, that's my tinfoil hat theory based off the evidence and the facts that I laid out. But that's that part is just my theory. That's what I think happened.
For sure. I mean, it's a good theory. It's a good one.
Yeah. But the stuff that I said was facts is facts, right? He definitely funded the Nation of Islam. He was implicated in the JFK assassination. Like, all that is real. And I just, came up with my ideas based off that evidence because that just makes the most sense. Because like you, why would they be mad that he said that to the president at that time? Like, why, who cares?
Right. With the energy that they was on at the time. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But okay, so I get why you. I got you. I follow you.
So that's what I believe happened. I believe it was. I believe Elijah got reprimanded by H.L. Hunt. Didn't I tell you to tell your people to shut the fuck up? Like I don't like last thing I need is the feds crawling down y'all neck to the point where they find out that I'm funding you motherfuckers, and then this shit gonna look crazy. You know what I mean? Like I'm already implicated. And
both of them will look crazy to their followers.
Joking that you died. You know what I mean? Like that shit look crazy.
Again, once it come out that they talking to each other, even amongst their own followers, there would have been some backlash. Yeah.
So that's my theory about that whole 90 day him being silenced with 90 days and why. Malcolm even says it's such because Malcolm is the one who first blasted that H.L. Hunt was the one funding him. He's the one that first blasted it. And I think he blasted it because I think that's one of the reasons why he blasted it.
But you can tell in some of those interviews when you watch them, you can tell like Malcolm, fam, it was like you could see the shift where it's like he just couldn't help himself. Like you could tell it was going through like, nah, I ain't gonna say that shit. But then it's like, nah, I ain't gonna say that shit.
For the longest time, if they would have just left him alone and left him alone with his house, because what happened was they tried to take the house back.
I think if they had left him alone with that career, he would have went on about his way.
He would have went on about his business. I don't think he wouldn't have blasted Elijah. None of the fuck shit would have happened if they had just left him alone and everything else. When they went after him and then started talking shit about him, and then they went after his house and they tried to evict him out of his house. That's when he started talking.
Yeah, that's when it was up.
Right. He didn't, before that, he wasn't talking.
Come on, people, push back.
Okay.
Do you believe this? Let me push back. Let me big up everybody. You know that I only come out to push back. When everything is mellow and smooth, I just see. Are you saying to me that a distinguished institution with black men of integrity may have assisted in the downfall of one of the leaders? That's what we're saying today?
If that's how you do, I'm totally saying that, yes.
That is distinguished institution that promotes the upliftment of black people, that tell you that we're going in an airplane, a sky plane, a sky ship, will destroy a black man. My thing is, I will agree with you. As my
he went out. Stupid's crazy. He'll be back in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the nation did that. Yes, the Nation of Islam ain't never killed nobody who ain't black, and they got a lot of murders. Nobody who's non-black though. I can name a slew of people they killed. I can't name you one non-black person they killed. Not one.
Like when that FBI report came out saying that the FBI has something to do with that. That goes without saying. We knew it. Anybody with common sense knew that. They just didn't pull the trigger.
What FBI? Well, they had something to do with it as far as they threw gasoline on a fire that was already there.
Right, but the soldiers was already in line. All they did, like you said, was just pour gasoline on a fire.
Right. That fire was already blazing. They found out it was tension there. So again, yeah, they do get. That's what COINTELPRO was all about. So find out
what COINTELPRO was all about.
Yeah, find out there's a skimmage, and then make the skimmage bigger. Like,
and that's what COINTEL was based on, sowing dissension in groups.
Yeah, one of their favorite tactics. Yeah.
Yep.
Writing fake letters. Pretend was sending. I think Malcolm X was sending letters, and his letters was getting intercepted. People was intercepting his letters to
Now I think that was the nation. Now I think that was the nation that was intercepting
that was the nation that was doing that.
Yeah, I think because there was people within the nation that didn't want Malcolm to come back.
They didn't want him to in style, right?
Now the FBI was putting out propaganda though. They was putting out like cartoons and stuff like that and everything else. But those letters that you speak of, I think that was the nation.
Yeah, I don't think he ever got them. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the nation had informants in it.
Oh, they
remember, a lot of those organizations in the 60s had FBI, CIA informants in it.
Yeah, they had some. Absolutely. Yes.
No, my thing is this, right? If we look at the nation and the business plan of the nation, most of the money that was coming in was going to the top. And people like to be close to the money. And they getting out a favored son was good for them. Because somebody took his place. When Malcolm left, somebody ascended and took them place. They saw opening. It was like a Game of Thrones. They saw opening and they said, okay, it's our time now.
For a minute, it was kind of open because you got to think of his son, Farrakhan. And actually, Farrakhan, they went away for a minute, if y'all remember. He actually rebuilt. You know what I'm saying? I hate to give him this credit, but he actually, because his
no, I'm not talking about after the death of Elijah. I'm talking during the time of Malcolm.
Okay, my bad.
When when Malcolm was sent to the wilderness. Right?
My bad, bro.
There must have been a power struggle to get the spot that Malcolm had. Because Malcolm was a favored son. He was articulate. He was like an auditor, that's the word. He could speak. You could put him on the big stage. He was very intelligent. He was very bright. He might not have the certificates behind his name, but it shows his level of integrity. He's very articulate. He was he was a good communicator. He had all the skills, and plus he was good looking. Because when you watch Denzel, when you watch Malcolm, after a while you don't see Denzel anymore. You see Malcolm because they're almost similar in appearance, and he was like the prize pick. So when they got him out, it was a good thing. The FBI knew because the FBI had tabs. So the FBI knew that something was going on. That something was going on within the organization. Did they help to promote it? Because they realized that this dude, if Malcolm got the nation would be in a far better place than it is today. Because Malcolm did brighter than Elijah. He did more articulate. He'd be more charismatic. Imagine if he was in charge, where the nation would have been.
But Malcolm was actually the one that was for the people. Like for most people, Elijah was just a picture on the wall. You know, like they might have heard him on a record or something, speaking or whatever. But for the most part, they didn't have no interactions with Elijah. Malcolm was in the streets. Like Malcolm, like they actually knew Malcolm. Like Malcolm was in the streets. Malcolm was a person of the people. And Malcolm was more about social issues.
Elijah, like their main problem with Malcolm, he was more pro-black than he was pro Nation of Islam, because he wanted to get, regardless of what his differences was with Martin Luther King, he just couldn't. He didn't just want to sit back and watch people get beat down like that. He's like, damn man, like. Yeah, me and this dude, we have totally opposing ideas, but I don't want to.
Islam had the tools, the people, the shit that they were talking. He felt like they had the obligation to get involved. Yeah, he really felt like that. Yeah,
and he didn't. He at the end of the day, he was more pro-black, and I think that's what their problem was with Malcolm. He was too pro-black.
That's always been my critique of the FOI though. Being in Chicago, being that they were supposed to be a quote unquote security, self-defense. Like when we talk about community, policing our own community, I just felt like, you know what I mean? That was the biggest, you know what I'm saying? For them to be in this city, like Chicago of all cities, you know what I'm saying? Should have been.
But you have to take into consideration that after Elijah died, the organization splintered because the family was fighting for his $9.5 million, right? Because he died and left $9.5 million in whatever year he died, and the family was fighting over that money. The organization splintered completely, and Farrakhan rebuilt it. This is not the same Nation of Islam as Elijah Muhammad.
This is Islam.
This is Farrakhan.
Islam was actually defunct for a few years. Because after Elijah died, his son took over and changed the name of Nation of Islam.
And ran it down because he was trying to go Orthodox.
And then it became the Nation of Scientology.
And it became Sunni. Right, it became.
And then it became the Nation of Scientology. Now, when it went like that, that let you know this where you got to follow the money. Because I'm like, you couldn't put, like, you would literally take Elijah Muhammad's picture off the wall and put a picture of L. Ron Hubbard up there. That lets you know they was done. The nation was done after that.
No, but who did that? Who did that?
I'm about to say I haven't seen that.
That was Farrakhan who did that.
You look at. I forgot what year it was a Savior's Day.
Hold on. I've heard of Farrakhan in the nation. I've heard that they fellowship with them, but I ain't heard of them just like replacing dude as they, supreme. Like I ain't heard that one now.
Bro, I forgot what year Savior's Day. It's on YouTube. They got a picture of L. Ron Hubbard up there. Remember back in the 70s where they had Jim Jones speaking at one of the Savior's Days? All they did was plug in Jim Jones and put L. Ron Hubbard in there.
Yeah, they on that Scientology stuff now. Totally.
No, but you have to take into consideration this. Farrakhan was trying to rebuild. He was trying to grow the nation back. And he used people to assist him in that role. Is the Nation of Islam a religious organization? When people telling you about the big-headed man and the sky plane and the if you dig deep in it, is it any different than Scientology in terms of its fundamental beliefs?
Nah,
they believe in spookism.
They got science fiction in their stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all science fiction. Both of them based on science fiction. Based on there are similarities. Only thing, one is primarily black and one is primarily white. But the two of them is about the same thing. It's about the money.
I know they've been fellowshipping and shit. I know.
Yeah, they're fellowship, but remember, them is pseudo to the core, even with them religious approach. Both of them pseudo to the core. And if you're dark-skinned now in the Nation of Islam, you can only reach certain level because the people who are spokesperson are light-skinned.
They're colorists.
Well, they're colorists.
They definitely have it.
Right.
Yeah.
They're colorists. The doctor, what's the one that talks more now? Doctor, what's his name?
Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah. Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the next in line. He's the next in line.
Oh,
Farrakhan trying to push him sons and him daughters, but they're more interested in white people. Right?
I thought your boy was contending for a minute until he got in that real estate issue. It looked like he was starting to get a little momentum, and they was gonna kind of start pushing him out there. But you know what I'm saying? Family got caught up with the real estate shit. Fuck, man, what's his name?
You ain't talking about Rizza Islam, is you?
Yes, yeah. Looked like seemed like he was gonna he had started kind of getting a lot of around the country, you know what I'm saying? So he got real
popular during the pandemic. He got real popular during the pandemic when he was pushing all that shit.
Yeah, but Rizza would only be a mouthpiece.
But you're right, the Muhammad dude has been like kind of second. Like, I think that's Farrakhan's gotten choice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next that's the next person in line. Look how Farrakhan don't have much time left. So they're saying who, and they like a light-skinned person.
And that
the light skin
motherfucker,
is.
yeah, he's loyal to Farrakhan from what I can tell. He's been, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? He's kind of been, yeah. So
But this man is supposed to be educated, and they're sitting down talking about. It's like a flat earther could never be my leader. I can never see myself following a flat earther. He could have he could have the Midas touch. I can't follow him. See me, I can't follow a man who believes in a sky ship or a sky wheel, and there's a ship in the sky with thousands of little ships in it. No. And big-headed person who created. No. It don't add up. It don't add up. And this educated man with a doctorate is going to tell you that that is true? No. No.
well,
No, have you ever heard the doctrine? Have you ever sit down and really listen to the doctrine? No. But that is not true. I can't follow that. But trust me, they know you'll always have gullible people, so they'll have more people joining.
Well, the Nation of Islam will never get as big as it was back then. I think back then it probably was at its height.
yeah, they kind of gone into the Jehovah's Witness basket, in my opinion. Like they're gonna always be around per se, but yeah,
they had a small resurgence in the late '80s, early '90s with Khalid and everything else. They had a small resurgence, but the 5%ers kind of killed their membership, and because of the 5%ers, I don't think the Nation of Islam ever hit the height it once was, because they teaching the same stuff, but
because that's where most of our generation went, Psycho.
Yeah, exactly. It's 5%. Yeah, it's more attractive to.
Yeah, a lot of my peers
street people. 5%. Yeah, street people are more attracted to the 5% nation than
or El Rukin, or before them, the El Rukin. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Or even somebody who biting into the core groups is like the Hebrew Israelites. That's another group that is growing. It is growing.
Yes. Now they're growing. Yeah, they're and that one's easy. That's an easy one to grow to, because it's not hard to flip people that are majority Christian into believing that they're Hebrew. Right? That's an easy transition.
They're just Christian. They're just like when you tell them you're just a Christian on steroids. Like what makes you different from like how you're saying you're not an integrationist group. So where all these Mexicans and Native Indians come from if you're not an integrationist group? You talk about the Christian church being integrationalist. What makes them different from y'all?
Exactly. And if you're a New Testament Hebrew, if you're somebody that's talking about Yahushua and everything else and still believing it, you're a Christian. By definition, you are a Christian. If you want me to believe you're not a Christian, you need to not be following Jesus. You can't be following Jesus. You got to be an Old Testament Hebrew, Torah only Hebrew. That's the only way I would even entertain you as being something other than a Christian.
And Psycho, this is how you kill that whole we're not African argument. Ask them about, okay, if they're not African and they don't want to be associated, how could you be associated with Native Indians when they're the ones who had slaves in the Civil War? If the African is not your brother, how can if they're talking about the Africans enslaved the Hebrew Israelites, then how could you be brothers with the Native Indians when they the ones who had slaves?
Well, the thing is, no, because you got to remember.
Yeah.
You good? You all right? All right. You guys remember the Israelites? They include a lot of different. You remember them chart sheets they give out? They had the Puerto Ricans. They had all of them on there as we're all being the same, quote unquote, these different tribes, right? So that would explain your thing. The thing with them is always they don't do the color. We ain't black, they be on that shit and all of that shit. That's the thing with them Hebrew Israelites. That's what they'll really get down on you about is we're not black. They don't really push they ain't really arguing that aspect so much.
And that 12 tribe or whatever that is, that's just another way of wanting to deal with the other races of women. That's all that is. That 12 tribe. What's that? The 12 tribes of what? Judah? What is that?
That's
Yeah, 12 tribe chart. Yeah, 12 tribe.
Yeah, the 12 tribe. That's just another way you want to deal with the other man's woman. That's all that is.
Those are the camp Hebrews that talk that stuff, and that actually comes from Rosters too. Rosters actually started that verse. To be honest with you, they kind of got the idea from the Rosters with the whole 12 tribe. And Israel being spread all over the place and the chart and everything. They put their own spin on it, but they got the original idea from a bunch of Rosters. Yeah,
because if you read the list, they basically include anybody that's got any type of melanin.
Yeah, but always ask that question. If you're not part African, how could you be with a Native Indian? If you look up the 1866 treaties of North India, when they was supposed to they still kept slaves in captivity. So how could you be friends with or how could you be part of a Native Indian? If you're saying that Africans enslaved, like that's their argument against the Africans, right?
Yeah.
So the same thing should apply to the Native Indian. There's laws, and I always ask, how come y'all not up in Congress trying to fight for those 1866 treaties to be put on the books to make them acknowledge that?
They don't have no answer for you.
No, they're not about the law. They're not about the government system, right? Because they're starting their own army and their own government. Because if you look at the titles that they give each other, general washing machine and dryer, and captain microwave and electric stove, right? So they're giving themselves their own title. So they're not within the organization. They might live here, but they tell you that their government is not the white man government. Their government is the government that they will set up on their own, and they will tell people who they are. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing primarily wrong with that. We can't. They're like the people who go on the road and say, "Listen, they're not following the law. They're not driving. They're traveling." I have what do you call those people? The ones who police always pulling over and they say, "We're not driving. We're traveling." And I don't need
those are sovereign citizens.
Yeah, they're like the sovereign citizen. They're like the sovereign citizens. The sovereign.
I thought it was the Moors that be doing this.
Yeah, it's the Moors. Moors are sovereign citizens.
The Moors are sovereign citizens. Yeah, that's it. So they're just basically telling me that, listen, I'm a sovereign. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I belong in Israel. I belong here. This is my land. And you look at them and you shake your head. And then it's going to be attractive to the ADOS also. Because they're going to tell the ADOS that you've always been here. You belong to the tribe of Judah. You came before the slave ship, the FBA, and the Aboriginals. So they'll get those people too. Anybody who wants to deny the Africanness, they're going to get those people. They're going to get those people. But that is what we deal with as black people. No, when you say a black man dressed like a purple Power Ranger, can you take him seriously? Like a Roman centurion, spikes and leather band and all of this on. I say, seriously?
And you also ask them this: do you respect the laws of the Bible or do you respect the laws of the land?
I always ask them that. And they will tell you the Bible, and I'm like, that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lie. You respect these laws of this land more you respect them Bible, or else you'd be stoning people to death.
Yep. Right. It says in the Bible,
you're not stoning people to death because your ass be locked the fuck up. That's why you're not stoning people to death right now. You respect the laws of the land, not that Bible.
Because in the Bible it says, he who have lain with other men, I'm paraphrasing, is an abomination and should be put to death. I don't see y'all doing that.
Right.
And it's more, and it's more prevalent than it was at any time. It's in the schools. It's all around. You see it all around. I don't see y'all. I don't see them going by the Bible.
Because niggas know they'll get hit with a hate crime.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, nobody in 2024 can follow that book without being locked and fuck up or killed. Like, there's no way to follow that book and not be locked the fuck up.
And they don't. And if you're not, they don't want to give up that. The most important thing, they don't want to give up that 501c3. That's the secret sauce. They don't want to give that up. Isn't that tax exemption?
Tax exemption. Yeah.
They ain't giving that up.
No, but not only that, and then they're encouraging polygamy. Honestly, they're selling ideas to black men that are not realistic. They're not realistic. Oh, we are the original Jews. Yes. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. But it is easy to get the disenfranchised. If Psycho came up and since Psycho and I sat down for about 2 days and just came up with a bunch of nonsense and start coming on YouTube and start speaking on this nonsense, I can guarantee to you within 2 months we'll have 200,000 subscribers. We start talking conspiracy. We start talking Bible and Jesus hidden and knowledge. Who is God.
Hidden knowledge.
Hidden knowledge. Within 2 months, we have 2 million subscribers.
That's fact.
Get some costume. Grow your hair out. Get a funny looking hat.
Gotta have a funny hat. If you ain't got the funny looking hat, you're not official. You gotta have a funny hat.
Yeah, get a funny looking hat. I introduce everybody to it. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, old, young, white, yellow, blue, black, purple. Right. And tell them so you're surprised because people are attracted by pseudoism.
They love it.
They love it. You just have to be very articulate when you're expressing pseudoism.
Do y'all think there's something about the human psyche that makes us need to have a
yes.
You know what I mean? To have dopamine. That hope or have that.
It's
do you
dopamine.
think it's something?
It's a combination of different things. It's a combination of different things, but it's definitely dopamine.
Yeah, dopamine. It's dopamine.
Because when you think about a lot of these things, especially when we're talking about religion, these are things that people are really using to get through life, quote unquote, right? You know what I'm saying? Get through the week, if you will, get through. So that's why I asked that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they react so angrily, right? You see how angry they react when they pseudo gets debunked, and it's almost like you taking their drugs away from them, right? They react the same way as you try and take your drugs away from an addict and tell them they can't smoke no more. You get angry, violent responses, right? And that's pretty much what you get when you take away their pseudo. You're taking away their drugs.
Wow.
So yeah, dopamine is what it is. Feel good stories, they addicted to it. These are people that struggle with reality, and these feel good stories help them get through their day-to-day life. And if you take it from them, they don't know how to react, they don't know how to respond. They cognitive dissonance starts kicking in.
What's up for you?
Peace.
Is it the family? Are you quiet?
Yeah, peace, Sakwan, final skinny, peace, man. Yeah, I'll be quick. As someone who practices reading Hebrew, I just want to say that's 12 tribe chart. That's the biggest issue that I have. Long story short, I personally don't believe in that. I go by the belief that all 12 tribes are black. I don't believe in that Mexican, Hispanic, Native American stuff. That comes from some some degenerate dude called Aria, who long story short, he felt a lot of black people wasn't listening to him, so he's like, I'm just going to start preaching to Mexicans and Hispanics to go after me. Long story short, that dude was an idiot. He caused a whole load of confusion. He died about 2 years ago. And I condemn that shot.
Yeah, like I said, the chart was originally it was originally done by Rosters, and then RER from the original UPK in the 60s. I forget what year, might have been right around 66, 60, somewhere between 66 and 68. I want to say he allegedly, air quotations, had a dream one night, and the 12 tribe chart came to him in a dream. And next day he filled it out, wrote it out, and that became what we know today that you see on the streets that all the camps follow. So all the camps got the idea from RER. RER got the idea from Rosters, and that's how that kind of morphed in what you see today. But it's mainly on the camps that follow that, because a bunch of Hebrews that aren't camp members don't believe in the 12 tribe chart. They don't subscribe to it. That's mainly a camp thing. And all those camps come from the original UPK. So being that all those camps come from the original UPK, they all follow that same chart. My fault. You were saying something, Sweetie?
Yeah. Now, I was saying this earlier, but I had to take a call. What I've noticed is that these groups, all of these groups, go after the disenfranchised. They go after people who are very vulnerable. And especially now, as much as we live in cities that were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people, what I've come to realize in this country is that the brotherhood, the closest of people, is that most people, a lot of people here, not most people, are very lonely and feel isolated. So like the Hebrew Israelite offer a brotherhood, because we can't lie about that. It's a close-knit group where young men get a feeling of belonging. They have securities in numbers. They look after each other. And that is how they go out and, what do you call it? Enroll people in the groups. And unless you can offer people something similar to that, these groups will continue to grow. It's like the Christian church and women. Women have a feeling of belonging and being loved when they're in the church. The pastor said them have they're relevant. So these groups tell these young men, say you're relevant, you can aspire to greater things, you too can be a captain and eventually a general. You don't want to be general dishwasher. General, which one, Captain Tazariak? Where that name come from, Tazariak? That's those kind of names. You don't want to be one of those. Yeah. So we're going to offer you that. Brotherhood and a feeling of belonging.
To be honest, I don't know about America, but here, it's not like that with what Israelites here in Britain. But long story short, a lot of practicing Israelites here in Britain are so filthy towards one another. When I see them in public, I don't even greet them. I just walk past them. I could get into physical fights with them because, like I said, I don't know about America, but here, a lot of Hebrew Israelites are horrible people to one another. I don't hang with a lot of them. I'm pretty much a solo one here in Britain, to be honest.
I know one thing. What I have heard is a lot of the sisters that end up joining and dealing with them. I heard they don't treat the women too so, but I'm not saying that to be fact or true or not. But I have heard a lot of women that have dealt with, men that's in there or they joined or whatever.
Well, that Bible.
That's true. That's true.
That Bible is anti-women altogether. We can get that's older.
I heard that the women, I heard that situation in a culture like that. But again, that's just street shit. I can't say. I think.
Yeah, the Bible is anti-female. We know that. The Bible is anti-woman. We don't have to argue that point. Right? How can you have sex with a man, daughter, rape her, and sorry for that word, YouTube algorithm, and force him to put himself on and she worth 50 shilling or 50 shekels or that bullshit, right? But in England, my brother from England, are these groups growing? Like the Hebrew Israelites, do they have membership?
IUIC does, but I heavily disagree with IUIC. That's another Israel group that are condemned. That here in Britain, IUIC actually took a woman's life back in 2019. I do not like IUIC.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that woman that was off, and it was a big issue. But
that's a lie, man. Y'all gotta stop.
Madonna up here defending Christians, defend your Christians, Madonna.
No, I'm just saying that's not true. That's just like if you in part of an organization, right? And whatever you do inside your household, that's on you. You can't blame ISUPK or IUIC or whoever for what a member did on their own time. You know what I mean? I don't think that's fair. You feel me? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't saying it was true or not. But there's a pattern from women that I know that, in the quote unquote conscious community back in the day and shit, they were dealing with these men or they were joining, and these, I'm just telling you, it became to be a common thing for maybe it's just because all of them had left. Hold on. Maybe it's because all of them, when I'm talking to them, had left. So maybe it could. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for that. That's why I said I'm not saying it's true or not. That's why I said this is just street shit.
No, I'm saying even if let's say it is true, right? At the end of the day, right? Let's just say me, you. Let's say everybody on this panel was part of the new Black Panther Party, right? Now let's just say I went out and did something to a woman, right? That don't mean y'all are liable for what I did just because we're in the same organization.
But if the organization is pushing, but if the organization is preaching that women this and men should be able to do this, and then yeah, they do bear some. They do.
No, that's not true because the scriptures teaches us.
If they're true, hold on. Everybody's following this doctrine.
Let the brother we're talking about scripture speak. I want to hear what into the scripture teaches us.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
Right, because the scriptures teaches us treat your woman like you treat yourself. That's what brothers supposed to be honoring and going by. Now, if someone goes off track or not steadfast within that, that's on them. But
what if it's more than someone? Hold on. What if it's more than someone, though?
Hold on. So if you treat yourself like trash, right?
You know where I'm going with this, bro, and you're trying to keep it on a single person. I just told you this has become a pattern amongst at least some of the people that I at least hear around here. So again, stop making this single person. Oh, it's just on that one. I'm telling you, this is a pattern from several women that have dealt with several men within these particular niggas, and it's been the same. This is what they push. So we can't say, oh, it's not on such and such. It's not on the group when this is a pattern amongst these men for one, and obviously it's being taught or being pushed to the men and women that this is how it's supposed to be.
Okay, what's being pushed? Tell us what's being pushed.
I'm not, bro. I told you, I didn't see this for myself. This is just me listening to people. So again, I'm not calling this to be true or not. So we're not doing that one.
Well, bro, you still got to what's being pushed. What narrative is being pushed? What narrative are you hearing that's out there?
I just gave you the narrative. You want to make it a singular. Just because one nigga in the group, just because one nigga in the gang did it, don't mean everybody. Bro, that's not what we're saying. We clearly made it clear that this seems to be a pattern amongst. This seems to be a pattern amongst certain sects.
Tell us again.
I'm not saying I can't even say all Israelites, but amongst certain sects.
Okay, can I say something? Let me tell you what is being pushed. Is the doctrine that women being equal to men, is that a doctrine in the Hebrew Israelite community? Are your women equal to you in the Hebrew Israelite community? Be honest. Be honest with the answer. We're listening to
Equal
you.
in what way?
Equal in every way. Is the woman your equal?
The fact that you got to ask that, there's a lot.
No. Wait, let him answer. Let him answer, please. Let him answer, because this is integrity. So you're saying that your organization promote the doctrine that a woman is less than you?
No, it does not. It does not say that the woman is less than us. It just says the woman.
All right. 1 + 1 = 2. Don't listen to Mario. Listen to the question. If the woman, the question is again. The question.
Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. Let's deal.
Let's deal with it. Let's ask the question again. Let me ask the question again. In the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, are females equal to males?
No, they're not.
Okay, so based on are they greater than males or are they less than males?
They're not less than, as far as like.
No, it can't be too weird. No, but
let me answer, bro. Let me answer it. They're not less than us, as far as like they less human than us. But it is they're a weaker vessel. Men are naturally stronger than the woman.
Oh no. Okay, stop, brother.
Right, go ahead.
Brother, stop. Because what you're doing now, two things can be it can be equal. If it's not equal, it must be greater than or less than. But I didn't ask you if she's stronger than, because not all males are as strong as all males. That means you have stronger males than males. So therefore, we're not going to use strength, because not all males are the same height. No. Let me clarify. It's not all men are the same height. It's not all men are the same strength. It's not all men are the same speed. So if you're going to use that analogy, are you going to say some men are less than other men?
Right.
Of course, right? Because we're comparing women to women. We're comparing men to women, right? You gotta keep the argument structured. We're talking about we're comparing men to women, not men to.
No, I am comparing people to people.
High five, CP. Well done. High five.
I'm comparing people to people. I'm comparing human being to human being. I'm comparing you.
I'm not even gonna piggyback that. That was well done. That was well done, bro.
This is what you call filibustering. What you're doing, but what I'm telling you is this: where you actually
filibustering. No, actually, what you're doing is filibustering.
Oh, you look suspect. But let me say this: Stupid asked me a question, right? Are women less than men according to the Hebrew doctrine? So we're comparing men to women. So we can't introduce men to men all of a sudden. That's all I'm saying, Stu.
Yes, you can.
I did not ask you that question.
The basis that all people are equal, right? And you said no, women are not equal. So if we're gonna go off that was a great point. So as men, because we know we all got different strengths, right? So if I put more up on the bench than you, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Are you less than me?
Yes, based on
that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. And do you really want to start living in a world like that, fam? For real? I'll be the first to raise my hand. I'll be the first to raise my hand as a skinny nigga and say I don't. You know what I'm saying? So
we already live in that world. What are you talking about? We already live in that world. We already live in that world. What are you talking about? Yes, we do.
Really.
You haven't been outside lately?
No, we don't.
Easy, bro. The world.
All right. Hold on a second. Because the reason I asked the question that way is that we're going to walk and we're going to talk together. We have already established that in your religion, women are not viewed as equal to men. Right? So therefore, if we are not viewed if women are not viewed as equal to men, we're going to talk about access to opportunities now. Should somebody who is less than you have the same opportunities that you have?
I have to shoot niggas every day.
Right? No, that is the question. So basically, based on what you're saying, is that women should have less opportunities than men. Are you saying that? Because they're not equal to you.
No, where do you get that from? Where do you get that from?
If somebody is not equal to you, and this is simple, this is you said that women are not equal to men.
Yeah, you said that, bro.
You said that. When I asked you the question, you said that. So now we're going to use that. All right, so we're going to plug that in now. We are going to plug that. We are going to plug that information they give us into an equation. If X is less than Y, Y is greater than X. Right? That's a simple. If X is less than Y, Y is greater than X. So we're dealing with X and Y here, male and female. So what X can do, Y can't do. So therefore, X will not have the same opportunities as Y have. So basically, on that, when you're saying that, you're going down a rabbit hole to say, listen, because she is less than me, her opportunities should be less than mine. Simple logic.
Oh, see, that's where you're wrong at. See, you looking at less than as like the woman is trash, like the women are not human. It don't work that way. When we say we're great, when we're talking about great and less than in the biblical text, we're talking about positions within the household, bro. That's all we're talking about. You know what I mean? And positions within that culture of society where the women were more taking care of the kids, household, things like that, and the man was going out doing the work. So it's not like the woman is
Okay. Let me ask him my next question then. Should women teach men?
But that's not what you said initially. He asked you specifically, are they less than, and are they equal or not? And you said no. Instead of just saying what you just said, which is basically you believe that we have different roles or gender roles or whatever.
Right.
That's a different statement. We're not equal.
He's changing the statement, but I'm asking him my next question. Should women teach? Question.
Gender roles are subjective because it's based on the society and culture. You know,
Beautiful. Let me ask you my next question. Should women teach men? Or what subject area should women not be able to teach men? If a woman go to college and she get a PhD in psychology, can she teach psychology? Yes or no? But if she can't teach psychology, why she can't teach religion? So therefore, the opportunities are limited. You realize less than greater than? Tell you that the opportunities that exist would be less than for women. But they don't want to talk about it that way. They want to throw the Bible and say, which chapter in the Bible, which book says women not supposed to teach? The Bible never says specifically religious to teach, teach in general. It's a general statement the Bible make when it came to women teaching. Because back in the day, the church or the institution is where most people got the knowledge. There was not really an established school system. So women can't teach. Right? And then he's going to bring up physical strength. In 2024, a woman don't need physical strength anymore. She need a Glock 19 with 16 rounds. And that equal up everything. If everybody walk around with a Glock 19 with 16 rounds, she don't need to be strong. Everybody would equal. Right? Smith & Wesson developed a great equalizer. The Colt 45. Right? She don't need to be stronger. Because that is what they would say, some men, the attributes of a man and the roles that men have. Right? Men are your teachers, your providers, and your protectors. Give her a Glock 19. She don't need a protector. Right? But that is what they're going to tell you. They're going to say, listen, and it's the same argument, and it's a weak argument, but some men who are lacking in confidence cannot compete normally. So because they can't compete with most men, they say, okay, I can't beat you, but at least I'm greater than this group. It's the same white supremacist argument. I can't beat the average white man, but at least I'm better than the Negroes. So people in these organizations, I can't beat out most people, but at least I'm better than the woman who's beside me. So she must be submissive to me because I'm better than her. If you listen to the teaching, it sounds like white supremacy teaching. They always look at scapegoat. Make America great again. Is these immigrants holding back America? And I'm better than them. Right? So if your woman can't teach, and if she's not equal to you, she's less than. Or she greater than.
Jack McGon?
He's back. But he's breaking up.
Hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing him.
All right, now, can you hear me? Now, let me say this, right? All right, now, like I was saying, Stu, when you look at the scriptures, right, it tells you once a man find himself a wife, they become one. Meaning, as one, you become one. So, you see the duality or the balance within that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's all.
All right. 0.9 plus 0.1 equal to how much? If I have 0.9 plus 0.1, how much is it equal to? It's equal to 1. But who is the 0.9? Is the man 0.9 and the woman is 0.1? So when you say, when they add it together, they become 1. But yet still, I can have variation of numbers that one number is greater than the other number. And when the sums are put together, it's still equal to 1. What's the woman? So that argument is a weak argument.
Is
the woman the 0.1?
That's the way nature made it. Nature made it where the male species is stronger than the female species. That's common knowledge.
Which one is the 0.9 and which one is the 0.1?
He kind of slapped the shit out that shit. Come, what's your next point, Madonna? Because he slapped the shit out that shit. That was quick, nigga. That was real quick.
No, if the woman is less than the man, that means if we look at it numerically, if they come together and they become one unit, that means that one of the two parties is carrying a greater role than the other. So the woman is a 0.1 according to the Hebrew Israelite, and the man is a 0.9. But when you add them together, they came 1 because a man is not completely fulfilled without a wife. The Bible tells you that a man without a wife, you can't fully call him a man because he can't get no role in the institution that we call the church. Certain roles are limited to married people in the church. Is that true or false? That's true. A man in the church, according to the Bible.
The churches have their own outside the Bible. Most churches do not go by the Bible. That's just a fact.
Right. Because your pastor you're not supposed to preach if I'm single.
No, because the government in this country has bunch of
well, Madonna, I will pose this.
Most black churches are subordinate under the goddamn white supremacy. That's just what it is.
Hey, Madonna, let me ask you something real quick though. When you say that most churches don't preach the Bible, right? But is that really true when you think about how many variations there are of the Bible?
Well, that's what the devil did. The devil made more versions. That's why you got this version, that version, this version, that version. It's to confuse the hell out of people. So that's why they did it. That's why you got the Baptist church. You got a Baptist church. You got a Presbyterian church. You don't see none of this shit in the Bible. People that start a Baptist church or a Presbyterian church. No, man went on his own philosophy and started these things.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what it is.
You're preaching to the choir, my nigga, but I'm just saying, when you say stuff like they ain't preaching from the Bible or whatever, it's like, okay, the problem is not the problem is there's so many versions of the Bible.
Right, there's so many versions of it, all right? But one thing that's not changed is the law, statutes, and the commandments that are listed within the book. And you know, a lot of preachers that tell you, "Oh, this law is done away with. This is done away with." Woo, 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 woo.
But
So I mean, like I said,
but Don, you are an educated man, fam. You know that one word can change the meaning of a whole system. You know that. So if the NIV Bible's saying a scripture wording in a certain way, King James is wording in a certain way. Give me what's another whatever next the other version Bible. If they're all changing a word here and there, which can change the interpretation of the whole scripture. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. And you're exactly right. You're exactly right. That's what caused a lot of confusion within the black church as well. You're 100% correct.
But no, we're not talking about the black.
I'm just playing devil's advocate, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'm disagreeing with you. That's a fact. What you said was a fact.
I wasn't talking about, because I don't argue whataboutism. What about this church? What about this organization? Because I find that muddied the water. I was primarily talking about the Hebrew Israelite institution, right? That fundamentally preaches that women are not equal to men. And then they use the stupid arguments such as gender roles. We understand that originally men were the hunters and the providers in a very hostile environment. But as society evolved, where that is not necessary anymore. Because I can tell you this, and everybody can preach this. A white woman with a phone is stronger than any black man you have ever seen. Am I lying? A white woman with a phone is stronger than any black man. Because all that white woman has to do is dial 911 and this is over. We have seen this happen 100 times.
That white woman ain't stronger than nothing. Y'all wild.
Yeah. No. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. No, but he's talking about strength. And I'm denying that this necessary that women are weaker. I would agree that women physically are weaker. Are you saying that women are mentally weaker?
No, we're not saying they're mentally weaker than men. No, that's not the argument. We're not saying women are mentally equal to men. No, that's not true, because you can read in the Bible where there was women that were smarter than the whole tribe damn near. So that's what, when you look at the scripture, it lays it out. It shows women who had a lot of wisdom, more wisdom than most men.
So therefore she was equal to those men or greater than. That's what you're saying, right? Within that tribe, she was equal to or greater than those men. Correct?
When it came to wisdom and knowledge, yeah. Certain women, the Bible made it out.
But she was physical.
Some women that are smarter than some men. I mean, it's been going on since time immemorial.
So how is a man stronger than she then? How would a man be stronger than a woman who is smarter than a man? How is he stronger? Are we referring to physical strength now?
Well, of course, that's what the Bible was talking about, physical strength. And it was talking about man is always supposed to be the leader, no matter what. The man is supposed to lead, regardless of anything. That's nature's role is for man to lead and his woman to be on his side, to be his helpmeet. Meaning,
let me play devil's advocate real quick.
Although she's smarter and brighter, she's brighter than everybody around her, the man's supposed to lead. That's what you're saying. So if I encounter a woman who's smarter and what you're saying.
I got a better question. Stupid. I got a better question because it piggybacks your question.
Yeah.
As a leader, does a good leader know when to relinquish certain duties, or when to, do you get what I'm saying? Do you know how sometimes to step aside and let somebody else because they're better at something?
Right, and that's what you're supposed to do. That's why your woman's supposed to be your helpmeet. Like when y'all have when you have difficulties going on within a household, you and your woman's supposed to confine together and talk about it and say, hey, this is what we're going out, and she's supposed to give her share of what she thinks should be done.
So I got you. So with that being said,
and knowing the gender roles that y'all believe in, right? What if her supporting it entails you staying home and watching the kids while she go to work? And I'm not saying on the regular. I'm saying let's say 2 days out the week, maybe you gotta play Mr. Mom, so you can so she like, are you cool with that, or would that go against your gender role?
Why I gotta be Mr. Mom and not just playing the role of a father or a dad? That's what I'm saying, bro.
I like that. I like that, Madon. You know what? Enough said. You just answered my question with that response. Enough said, my nigga. Because I said that as a trigger. I said that for a reason. I said it like that for a reason. And your response said enough, bro. Your response said enough. We good, bro. We good.
His response of being a mom is less than being a less than. It's about the less than greater than. It's always about that. So they'll argue that the book says that she's supposed to be a helpmate, and I understand that because the book was written thousands of years ago. Right? It was written thousands of years ago. And in that time, you encountered a lot of barbarians. I had to protect the woman X way or Y way. You know, you have to use your strength to protect her where she was vulnerable, because she was physically vulnerable then. But if when the book was written, women were allowed to walk around with a Colt 45. Let's say the Colt 45 was invented before the Bible. We'd have a different argument then. There would be a command. Let me finish. There would be a commandment say, "Thou shalt not roll up on a woman with a 45, or she will end you." That would be commandment number 11, right? But it wasn't.
It's a commandment that says, "Treat your woman like you treat yourself." Right? That's a commandment. You're supposed to treat your woman like you treat yourself. So if you treat yourself like trash, you're going to treat your woman like trash. If you treat yourself like a king, more times you're going to treat your woman like the queen she's supposed to be. So that's what the scriptures talk about.
Yeah, but brother,
like you treat yourself. I mean, that's plain and straight to the point.
No, brother, because guess what? If you believe that I am more than you, all right, I have different conversation with people who I consider myself equal to, than people that I consider myself greater than or less than. I would do it every day. When we encounter teachers in a subject area that we are unfamiliar with, we shut up and we listen more than we speak, because we put him in a position of authority that his knowledge based on this subject is greater than mine. Mine is less than his. So why talk and why interrupt him? I should be a listener. So I'm not going to treat him in the classroom setting as I treat myself, because he brings more to the table. So in a relationship setting where you have man and woman, and you consider yourself greater than the woman, you're going to say, I bring more to this setting. So why am I going to treat her equal to me when she's obviously less than me? And why would I want to downgrade myself to be equal to her? She's 0.1, I'm 0.9. Why am I going to diminish myself to make her feel good? Because she was never your equal.
That's what we call ego, and the Bible calls puffing and fluffing yourself up. See, when you get caught in the ego, you going off. You feel me? So
no, I didn't bring it up. No, but I didn't. It can't be ego on my part. It's ego on your part, because you are the one who established that the woman is not equal to you. You have established that.
Right.
You have established that.
We're talking about physically, bro. We're talking about physically with physical strength. My woman could be smarter than me when it comes to certain things in life. She could be more educated when it comes to herbs and picking flowers and shit. She might have more wisdom than I have. You see what I'm saying? I might have more wisdom when it comes to being a mechanic, working on the cars or something. You see what I mean? She might have more wisdom when it comes to cleaning the house and organizing and decorating. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying, King. Everything is balanced. You know what I mean?
We're having this conversation, right? And the thing that you refer to as when it comes to equality, I'm talking about intellect, because A woman don't need to fix a car nowadays, especially if she have a nice job. She change her shit or she buy a new one or she pay a mechanic. You don't have to clean house. You hire a helper to come and clean the house. So the thing that you are measuring, you cannot use those anymore. When I'm talking about equal, I am not mentioning physical task or the ability to build a house. Because nobody's not building their own house now. She can pay somebody to build a house. So if she's less than you, it must be in intellect. Because that is what you're saying. She cannot teach the church because she's not intelligently equal. It
doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It said women should not teach men in the church, but the woman can get a crowd of women in the church and teach them, but she's not to teach the men in the church.
Why?
It's like the men and the women supposed to teach the women. That's how it goes, bro.
Why? Because some 2000, because you understand why.
Let me tell you why. Because now you see a lot of things coming on internet. You heard it within your community where preachers are sleeping with men wives within the congregation. That's why men supposed to teach men and women supposed to teach women. You won't have a lot of that going on. You won't have a pastor sleeping with multiple men wives that's part of the church. You see, that's why you got that phenomenon going on now where preachers are sleeping with multiple men wives and all that shit. Why? Because the woman, a lot of times she think that the preacher is closer to God than she is. You see?
Oh my God! You see, all right. Let me ask you a question based on that answer you're giving me. If, according to you, women teach women, men teach men, right? There's a scripture in the Bible I love about the Ethiopian eunuch. The Ethiopian eunuch was going home, and he was reading his Bible, and reading his Bible, but he was not understanding his Bible. And who was sent? God sent, was it Peter? To go and teach him because his fit wasn't up there. So Peter taught him and he left happy because he had a greater understanding. Now you're saying to me that who's teaching the women to understand the Bible? These women understood the Bible by themselves? Or who's teaching the men to understand the Bible from a woman perspective? Who's teaching who? Whose original knowledge came from? Because the argument that you have said women teach.
A woman is supposed to, a woman that's married, she's supposed to learn the Bible from her husband. You see what I'm saying? If she's going by the scripture. If she's going by the
Bible. Now, what if it's a woman that's not married? She's following, you know, whether she's not married. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe if she's not married, she's supposed to learn from her father or her uncle or her mother or auntie. Someone within the family circle. I mean, we're going by the scripture. I mean, you know what I mean?
No, I'm asking. I'm not laughing. I'm asking.
No, I'm just saying, in today's world, in today's societies, all that's flipped up and rearranged. So, I mean, everybody just doing what they want.
I was just going to ask you that to get back to the original point that we was on. Is it fair to say, from the shit I told you I've heard at times, that maybe there are some sects that are abusing the scripture, if you will, and you know what I'm saying, and for the sake of doing what they want to do with women, quote unquote. Is that fair to say?
I agree. Yeah, that's very fair to say. Yeah. You do have that.
That way it's not just on all Israelites. Maybe that's a better way to say it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You do have certain men that go on their own vain philosophies, and you know they take certain scriptures and run with it and take it out of context and do what the hell they want to do. You do have a lot of that with men doing it. I agree.
Brother, I'm vexed because you're throwing my lifeline. Because I'm not throwing my lifeline. Because fundamentally, scripture preach, fundamentally, at the core, at the root, Hebrew Israelites teach that women are less than men. And it has some. No, let me finish. It has greater ramification because any man who lies down with a being or an individual or an entity that is less than him would lie down with any entity that is less than him. Anybody who has sex with an entity, a woman who is an entity who he believes to be less than him, will sleep with cows and dogs and goat because you're sleeping with something that is less than you at your core. Go ask me.
Let me ask you something real quick, Stu. Why do most women, well, I'm not going to even say most, why do a lot of women say they want a strong man? Why do they say that?
All right. No. When culturally, because that's a cultural statement also.
And I think strong can be subjective too.
And strong is subjective.
Strong, yeah, it's subjective.
Because what is happening? All right. Yeah, let me finish. Culturally, because what is happening now is that strong sometimes refer to financial strength. Strong sometimes refer to height. Strong refer to a lot of things subjective. Because many of these women have not said they want somebody with integrity, which is more important than strong. Because how culturally they have been brainwashed. Right, because we're going to
that is nature. That's why a lot of women, when a lot of men take their shirt off, women get turned on, bro. When a man is physically fit, women love that shit. Why? Because it's natural.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true either. Because I can show you No. I can show you men who are shriveled up and look like pieces of shit. What's the coach? What's the coach for New England Patriots name again? Belichick. Belichick is 74 years old, and his girlfriend is a beautiful, if you consider white people beautiful, 24-year-old girl. And we can look around it. When the owner for the the owner for the Clippers, because strength, you are thinking strength is physical.
Sterling, you talking about Sterling, the Sterling dude?
Yeah, Sterling was a racist, ugly old man, and he had a 28-year-old beautiful young lady. Because when we use the word strength, a lot of people think about strength physically, strength youth.
They're talking about security.
They're talking about security. They're talking about financial security. So when people tell you, oh, they're strong, listen to the word strong and listen to what they say before you run with it. Because
trust me, nigga, there's a lot of niggas in the gym.
There's a lot of dudes in the gym who might
there's a lot of niggas in the gym that's being called dusty niggas.
Come on, bro. Stop, bro. You gotta stop this, bro. You know, just like I know, it's natural. It's natural for women to love a man that's physically fit. Women just love that across the spectrum. White, black, China. Most women, when they see guys take their shirt off and they physically fit, bro, you see some women melting, bro. They love that shit. I'm just saying. It's just natural. There's no brainwashing that make them love someone who physically fit. No, it's natural. It's nature. Just like we love the curves and the hips of a woman. When we see a woman with some nice hips and it's curved, nigga, what?
Listen.
It's natural.
Listen. Stop that. I wish I had access, because I'd bring up a picture of Elon Musk now. Elon Musk shaped like a cucumber. No. And his strength that he brings to the table, not any gym strength, not any muscle strength, would steal almost 90% of every man, girl in the world. That is the strength they love. Stop talking about strength. Oh, women want strong men. No.
If he didn't have no money, and if he didn't have no money, he'd probably be one of them suckers paying $50,000 to see a woman's toes online.
But guess what? He has money, so we're not going to argue that point.
He has money, right?
Yeah, we're not going to argue that point. Yeah. And we can't argue the point with everybody who has money.
We were
right?
saying
Everybody.
we were speaking about the concept of we were speaking about the
Strength.
concept of security from a from a lot of women's perspective is
Yeah.
financial,
So
not
that's the
muscles,
strength of
nigga.
one. It's not
Not
muscles.
No,
Nobody building.
I'm saying like, I'm talking about
Or
physical,
even, or
right?
dare I say, no, let me go here. Dare I even say emotional security? I'll even go there, nigga, because you got some sisters, it ain't about money, but it's emotional intelligence and shit like that. So what type of fucking father are you? You know what I'm saying? So those type of
Let me ask
things
you
are
a question.
security to women.
Let me ask you a question.
Sometimes it ain't. A lot of times it ain't financial. Excuse me, it ain't physical muscles, nigga.
Not the
Just my
physical
opinion.
anything.
Just my
Hold
opinion.
on,
That's just my
sweet
opinion.
stupid. Now let me ask you a question real quick. What is it, Flacco?
Just kidding. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just let me say this, right? Okay. Why a lot of women say they don't like nice guys? Why is that?
Women who says that are generally women who are in their 20s. When a woman becomes let's be honest. Most women who says that are less than 35. I can guarantee you to that. No, I can guarantee you that. I'm not going to say I'm not going to deny that woman who said that. But if you look at the age and the level of maturity of the woman who says that.
Or maturity, right? See, sometimes age don't equate maturity.
Yeah.
I would argue maturity level.
A lot of women don't want a pushover. A lot of women hate pushover ass niggas. That's just a fact. She'll play that nigga like a fiddle. She'll cheat on that nigga and play him like a buster. I'm telling you, I've seen it. You know what I'm saying?
We have seen that. We have seen that. We have seen that. I'm not lying on that.
You got exceptions to a lot of rules, bro. We were just speaking about a particular group of women that happens to be a large population of women, and our experience that we've noticed in our experience that security ain't really about muscles and what you're saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's logical, right? No woman wants a man. No woman wants to be with a man that she doesn't feel can protect her. Like that's logical at our age, right? But again, at our age, most of us shouldn't. Hold on, bro. Let me finish. At our age, though, too, most of us shouldn't be worried about getting into fist fights out in the street. Like that ain't on most of us forefronts when we're like, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, at our age, so.
Let me build on
you know what I'm
that.
saying?
Brother, I love that argument. Let me build on it. I love that argument. When I was in my 20s, I used to love go certain kind of parties. I used to love the ghetto parties. And every time I get in ready, I never leave the house without my Glock. Never leave the house without my Glock. And one day, I decided to say to myself, why am I going to a party that I need to carry my Glock?
That I have to carry a fucking gun. And you get to a certain maturity level, bro. That's what I'm saying.
And this is it,
bro.
When people when people reach a certain age and physical strength is not required because I'm not going.
I don't need to be there, nigga.
I don't need to be there. The person you say you're hungry, they're not carrying you to a Waffle House in the hood at 2 a.m. They're not doing it because I understand that. Listen, I'm not going to put myself in a situation where it warrant me using physical strength. And it rarely ever happens that if you're out of an environment, people approach you people approach you where you have to require to use physical strength. And as a dude who got stabbed in him shoulder with an ice pick, stabbed in him face, shoot somebody already, do all kind of bullshit, I know that half of the confrontation that I've encountered in my life could have been de-escalated with conversation.
I mean,
it's 2024 too, my guy. It's 2024. Let's be honest, bro. If somebody's doing, hold on, real quick. If somebody wants to harm, hold on, real quick. If somebody wants to harm you, let's be honest. The percentage of somebody coming to square up and fight you, let's be honest, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, So this whole
But that's not.
security and protection thing, like, come on, bro.
But you equating
It ain't too much protection if a motherfucker strolling up, and if they looking for that.
Bro, what I'm saying is this: you think a lot of niggas pumping weight and building up muscle mass so they can say, "Yeah, I'm gonna knock a nigga out." Nah, man, niggas know women love muscles, bro. They love to see a nigga that's.
I know what you mean. You're talking about just the aesthetic. You're just talking about the aesthetic. I got you.
No. I work out, and I work out for the simple fact, cause long as I work out, I know I'm gonna whoop me a nigga ass. They ain't got nothing to do with my woman. They got something to do with me and that nigga.
But Sean, would you agree that a lot of men pump weight?
What's happening?
Physically fit. A lot of women love physically fit.
But hold on. You can't, cause you talking about love. Love is subjective. Nigga can be out of shape and all that old shit, but he got a great ass personality. Motherfucker don't mind going to work. Motherfucker don't mind going to fix on her mom and dad a car and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother type of love right there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And strength.
You talking about a nigga who will take care of his mom and dad, a nigga who will bathe his granddaddy and shit like that, cause his granddaddy can't bathe himself. It's a whole nother type of thing when you talking about strong, cause some people can't do that. Some people can't take care of their elderly mama and then go get fresh and go, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, man, your mama going through it, you have to go bathe her, take her to the hospital, and you can come to the party and smile. You're a strong motherfucker, boy, cause some folk can't deal with that shit. And women see that shit and love that shit. It ain't got nothing to do with how fit you are.
Bro, that's not what I'm talking about, Chong. I'm talking about, okay, have you ever seen a talk show? Have you ever seen a show where
he's talking about the aesthetic? You ain't gotta keep saying it, Madonna. You talking about the aesthetic?
I'm talking about real life shit, Madonna. I ain't talking about no talk show where people be putting on. That's the representative that you see in front of that camera.
Chong, hear me out though. Just hear me out. We're talking about how when how I'm talking about how women react. How women react when certain men put off their shirts. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, that's lust, bro. That's lusting. After she get over that lust, she gonna want to see what the hell that nigga got on his mind. He better not be no buff dumbass. She gonna kick him to the curb too fast.
Well, all I'm saying is they like that shit. I'm not saying
they like it for lusting. They like it if you a fucking male stripper or some shit. But after that, when they leave out that club or they leave out that TV show and get back to reality, they looking for a motherfucker that gonna look out for their well-being, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with how much you spend in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, man. I'm show you this shit.
I'm not saying it does, bro. I'm talking about things that women that turns women on, bro. That's all I'm talking about. Yes, we know women love some fat dudes, some women love short niggas, all that. Yeah, I'm just saying there's a lot of women out here that love when a nigga is physically fit.
I got this total gym right here. My chick ain't finna watch me do no total gym. She gonna take her ass in the house. She ain't finna just say, "Oh, you got muscle." She ain't finna sit there and watch that shit. Get your strong ass. Finish what you hell you doing so we can do what we need to do. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. That physically fit shit. That's for us. See, to me, and I don't know about y'all other men, but to me, when you physically fit, it don't always intimidate every man, but it do put up a shield to let that nigga know that, you know what I'm saying, don't try it. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas still gonna try you know what I'm saying? But most of the time when they see that you physically fit, that mean don't, you know what I'm saying? That's for men being in shape is a warrior mode.
It's a deterrent.
It's a deterrent, like a fence around your house. Yeah. That's a deterrent. It don't mean you can fight.
They do it for that, and they do it because they know women like that shit as well.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you a kid, like Snoop Peas was saying, when you young,
a simp and do that shit for that. Most men are getting, they want to be ready for whatever. But most men,
right, Psycho. They want to be ready for whatever. So, cause you never know if you gonna run up on a police think he finna do the motherfucker to you. A nigga at the light think he finna do something to you. You never know. So you want to be, you know what I'm saying? You want to be ready.
Negroes' ego so big they don't feel like they need to work out to get pussy. Most motherfucking Negroes, if they think about pussy, they think about getting more money. That's what they think. They're not thinking about
right. There you go, Psycho.
Work out. So
there you go, Psycho.
They thinking I need to get some more money so I can get some pussy. But they thinking about working out. They thinking about I need to be ready for whatever a nigga might try me. That's what they working out.
Right.
All I'm saying, Psycho, is that having muscles is a plus when it comes to certain women. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I love Florida. Let me tell you something. I love Florida.
What chick you What? Yeah. So you from Florida? You see that shit all the time on the beach. Don't cats be trying to get all built and shit. Yeah.
But guess what? When you look around, you come down to South Beach, you'll have these dudes look muscular and all of that. And the dude who pull up in the Ferrari and the Lamborghini in the South Beach is an ordinary effed up looking dude, black or white. And he has some of the baddest women.
Right. Ugly animal, man. Nigga, ugly hair, craters in his face and everything, but he driving that Lambo. She going.
She going.
If that's the type
Of course. Elon Musk got money, so women block. We know women block the money. Yeah, that's true. But
money beat muscle every day.
Every day. Every day.
Why you got this narrative going around online for the last 5-6 years about how black women love Pookies and Ray Rays? Now that's a narrative that's being painted, right? I didn't come up with it.
Some Pookie and Ray Ray got some bread.
Yeah.
Some Pookie and Ray Ray got some bread. They just ain't educated, bro.
A lot of them niggas ain't got no motherfucking
Come on, man. Okay. So you don't know no nigga from you don't know no Pookies and Ray Ray from the hood. I know a bunch of them that got bread.
I know plenty of
Hey, real quick, Sean. Hold on, Madonna. Real quick, Sean. I gotta applaud you. Nigga, because you just walked a tight motherfucking line that you almost crossed it twice. And niggas about to have to hit you with the big paws, my nigga. Because you was saying who muscles is for. Nigga, your ass was like, yeah, muscles is so. And then you had to think about that shit. Like, nigga, right there.
Oh no, I ain't had to think about that shit. I had to make. Well, you're right. I had to think how I was gonna say it. It's you know what I'm saying? Because you can't say they whoop a nigga ass because they don't whoop a nigga ass.
I ain't putting no gay shit on you at all. You feel me? But your ass,
but
sure that you was not about to say men have muscles for other men. Nigga. Like you made sure that you did not say that. Nigga, and I applaud you.
Oh yeah. Because that's the you know how because people listen to shit and they listen to shit wrong.
Like what Psycho said. Like niggas think of muscles like nigga ain't no bitch. You feel me? But if you if you say that niggas got muscles for other men, the niggas immediately gonna think like niggas working out for niggas. Like so I had to applaud you for that. You know what I'm saying? That masterful wordsmithing that you did there. Because niggas definitely would not have let that shit go.
Yeah. No, but you see, although it sound gay, no homo, no diddy. It is true. It is true. Because let's put it this way. A lot of dudes who put on this muscle is to compete with other men to see who's more defined.
Right, especially when you're in the gym, nigga be on the treadmill, nigga go to 6.5, I'm finna go to 7, knowing you about to lose, bust your goddamn long. You know you about to bust, well, this nigga ain't finna outdo me. This nigga ain't
right. It's a competition, it's competing.
Running on the treadmill and getting muscles, you feel me? Like that's not the same. Like, yeah, like I mean, because again, even still, like when you phrase it like that, what make it gay is that like you positioning your body so other niggas can comment and respect and other shit about your body. You feel
but the dude, I like to do.
Some people don't give a damn.
I like to do spend half the time in front of the mirror. Somebody echoing.
I don't know no nigga that works out for niggas.
No, some dudes in the gym, they're competing, they're in the mirror constantly, showing off. Who you showing to? Other people in the gym seeing you. But it is what it is.
It's for himself and women, man. It's for himself and women. It ain't for no other nigga.
Half of the time, the two ugly girls that's in the gym, everybody else.
So why them Madonna? The reason why they do, the reason why you see open workout for boxing matches, so that shit can be intimidating to the other men that want to challenge you, bro. That's for them. They ain't for no goddamn. I'm finna show this chick that you get your ass knocked out. You gonna get your ass knocked out. You better do that. When you do your open workout, When you do your open workout, you doing all your boxing combos, so another nigga can be intimidated. You doing your roundhouse, your drop kicks, and everything, so another nigga can be intimidated. That ain't for. Now, if the nigga be intimidated or not, that's a
right. That's just not about.
Where I'm from in Bama, when we worked out because the women loved it, bro.
Hey man, don't never say Alabama no more, cause Deontay Wilder got his ass whooped by a Jap. Cause he don't want to do leg. When the other men doing leg day, when they doing their running and shit, don't do leg day. Alabama ass got knocked out cause he skipped leg day.
No, that's unfair for Deontay. Listen, Deontay had some of the best fights. That's unfair. No, Deontay had some of the best fights. Listen, it's boxing. It's boxing. He fought the Gypsy King too many times, and he
got his ass whooped all 3 times.
No, but after a while, you can only take so much punches in your head. You can only take so much punches in your head.
Right, because he thought him being physically fit, him looking the part was gonna be enough. Nah, bro, you got to do the rest of the workout. You got to do the rest of the workout because you look the part and you think, these women gonna like I got muscle. But you better do the rest of the workout, boy. Cause it's somebody that ain't gonna give a damn about your muscles. They gonna get on your head.
That means you don't read Cool Boy Steph anymore. Cool Boy Steph got his ass whooped by a Japanese.
Yeah, he went over there to Japan. You talking about a boy from Philly? Yeah, he went to Japan and got his ass whooped.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, but Monster Anyway built like you, Madonna, and he beat the hell out of Cool Boy Steph.
No, so hold on.
I'm talking about men being sex symbols. Why do you think LL Cool J started hitting weights? 50 Cent, all these entertainers, they didn't really have to hit the weight.
Man, 50 Cent had to. He got shot 9 times. He had to work out. He got shot 9 times. He had to build himself up.
They hit the weight.
Man, that man got shot 9 times, bro. He had to be on steroids and build it.
They hit the weights because they hit the weight. Stop yelling and screaming, but Don, they hit the weights because they grew up in Queens and it's rough out there. That's why they hit the weights. So motherfuckers wouldn't try him. That's why they hit the weights.
All right. Yeah, right. No, let me move it. Let me move it from the conversation because the brother who just came in, because he said something. He doesn't have any more ratings for Deontay Wilder because he got beaten by a Japanese. He doesn't rate Cool Boy Steph because he got beaten by a Chinese. Are you telling me that if a black boxer get beaten by a non-black boxer, that you put him down in ranking?
Yeah. Floyd Mayweather didn't get whooped by a non-black, Tanner Crawford, Errol Spence. I can keep going on. I can keep on going down the line. Now, the only time Roy Jones got whooped by a non-black because he got old and he should have been retired. But other than that, a young Roy Jones, never. A young Bernard Hopkins, never.
No, you can't disrespect me. Because I was going to bring up Roy Jones. Because to me, Floyd Mayweather is not as good as Roy Jones. Because he has a 50, I know people might say that. Roy Jones went up to heavyweight and beat a heavyweight.
And beat a Mexican. He beat John Ruiz. Yeah, he whooped John Ruiz ass. He was a young Roy Jones Jr. then.
Yeah, and he beat a heavyweight. So what happened to him is that the money wasn't as much as it is now, where people could fight 1 time a year. Boxers used to fight 2 and 3 times a year, and he was a very active boxer. And your body can only take so much punishment that after a while it gives. It becomes softer. You don't get tougher taking all that punishment.
That's why you take a tune-up.
Even with a tune-up. But Roy Jones is one of the greatest ever.
You say he was the greatest ever?
One of the greatest ever. I put him up
Yeah,
there
he
with
one of the greatest ever. Cause to me, that nigga from UK, from I guess he from Canada, rather, Leonard Lewis. That's the nigga. Leonard Lewis with that one. Leonard Lewis with that one. He
Lennox is from Jamaica.
Oh yeah, Leonard. He whooped Holyfield and he whooped Tyson, who was considered the best.
I thought he was from England.
I don't know where he from. I know he speak kind of like stupid though. And Buddha.
London, like he's from London. He got that London accent.
Yeah,
or something.
he's from London, but he's from Jamaica. He's Jamaican parentage. Yeah, but he was great. He was great, but to me, boxers can take a loss. What was one of the greatest boxers? The Brown Bomber. What's his name again? He was like 110. His first fight he lost was like 71-0.
Joe Louis.
Yeah, Joe Louis. Yeah, you can't. Boxers lose. It's fight.
Joe Louis whooping him. He see Rocky Marciano got him when he was old. When he was young, Joe Louis whooped them folk ass. Why? Nobody wasn't running in the ring with Joe Louis. They had to go to 15 and 16 rounds to see if they can get him out of there.
According to Coming to America, Joe Louis was 165 years old when he fought Rocky Marciano.
He whooped Joe Louis's ass.
He whooped his ass. What you talking about? Joe Louis, 165 years old.
I don't know how old he was, but he sure got his ass whooped.
Oh shit! We got to say that part for Man Cave Monday because some chicks who listening don't understand where we going with. We got to say that for Man Cave Monday. Hey, listen. Then what I said: 5 black boys will beat 5 good black boys will beat 4 good black boys and 1 white boy any day, and that's why Boston goddamn on Dallas ass.
Oh, okay.
Dunkich is not no Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, they extended the game, but yeah, it's still over though.
Yeah, it's over with. It's over with.
That was a money game. That was a money grab. That game was just a money grab.
They taking it back to Boston. They want that confetti to fall down in Boston, boy.
Right, and Bill Walton died, so it just structurally supposed to go to the Celtics.
What? Oh no, man. You talking about on some conspiracy shit?
They got Walton on their thing, so to me, it seemed that way to me when somebody died that was on that team usually wins the championship.
Now you going left right now. I agree with the NBA wanting to extend the series a little bit longer because that's more money. But you all the Walton and making it the way they want. You going down different rabbit holes with that one.
The only reason I say that because when I watching the game, I seen them had a little patch with Walton's name on it and shit, and I'm like, oh shit.
They balling for one of their teammates.
I hear all that, but that's not what's going on. I do, like I said, I do agree. I'm sure with some bullshit going on with the refs and everything. I missed a lot of the game yesterday, but I caught the end, which wasn't really too much because it was already over. But I'm sure with some bullshit going on to make sure getting extended to another game. You might even get bullshit the next game.
But this is it. Dallas had no big man. Boston had the big man. He came back from injury, and he made a difference in the first 2 games. We can't deny that. What's his name? What's his name? He was in New York, right? He made a difference in the first 2 games. Luka don't play defense. Luka is the white version of what the bearded boy name who used to be on the Rockets. What's his name?
James Harden.
Yeah, Luka is the white James Harden. They are volume scorers and they are playing no defense.
A lot of ISO ball too. They both play ISO ball.
They both play the same way.
I think he's overrated, like me.
No, I don't think so. I think it's James Harden. Is James Harden overrated? Would you say that James Harden is overrated? They play the same game. They don't play any defense.
They do play the same game. They do.
right?
He just can't cross up like James. He just ain't got that cross like James.
Yeah, Jay's got a better handle, but I'm talking the style of play is the same though. Like a lot of ISO ball, pound the ball a lot. Yeah.
You're right, he copied it. Yeah, but he just ain't got the nigga gene. Luke ain't got the nigga gene, so that's what separates James and Luke.
No, it's just listen. If you put James Harden, you can switch them. James Harden in his prime could be in Luka's spot now, and the series will still be 3-1. Because you're playing 5 versus 4 on defense every time. Every time.
Well, I think it's no excuse. They all in the NBA.
Man, I gotta get ready to go to that fight party, man. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen from the chat. I gotta get ready for that fight party. Javante Davis versus Frank Martin tonight, man.
Yeah,
no doubt.
But that's not. Tank's supposed to fight somebody else. Who was Tank supposed to fight? That's not the dream fight with Tank.
I think
But
Alexa, turn on room.
Yeah.
This, knock that nigga out.
Yeah.
Alexa, turn on light.
But my problem with Tank is that when was the last time Tank fought? When he fought last year? No, he didn't. When was the last time he fought?
Yeah,
that's the problem with him.
He fought last year. Take one last
Where?
year. He fought. He fought last year.
Yeah, he fought. He beat up Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, he whooped Ryan Garcia ass.
Yeah,
he fought Ryan Garcia earlier this year. He beat Hector Garcia last year.
Okay,
he beat Hector and Rolly Romero last year.
Okay.
So is he fighting another Mexican? The dude he fighting today is he a Mexican?
No, he a black guy. This is first American black.
He's going to lose. Put your money on that. Bet me.
Yeah.
Which one to bet?
I got a done. Frank wins, Sean.
I got Tank. I got Tank. I know what y'all are saying, like, cause he come from Floyd County, and Floyd always fought Mexicans. He got, you know what I'm saying, and then Tank used that blueprint. But I think Frank ain't ready for Tank Davis under them big lights. He could fight, you know what I'm saying, but see, everybody say that about Floyd, but Floyd fought Shambe Mitchell, he fought Zab Judah, he fought Chop Corliss, he fought a lot of black. He fought Andre Berto. He got a lot of American black fighters on his roster.
Any old job Judah never get excited. He would have beat Floyd Mayweather. But he got excited when he realized no. He would have beat Floyd. Jab should have beaten Floyd. Everybody who watch boxing and watch that fight, Jab should have beaten Floyd.
Why? Because
he got excited.
So did Floyd glove touch Stu Pease? Did Floyd glove touch the canvas?
Yes, it did. Look at the slow mo. Yes, it did.
Yeah, so that was a knockdown. So if they would have counted the knockdown, then Zab would have won, but they didn't count it. So sucks for Zab.
Frank got that killer instinct in his eye. Pause. That's why Frank gonna win this fight, bro. He got that killer instinct in his eyes. I saw last night. I was like, oh shit, that nigga got the killer instinct, bro. Oh, hey, he might knock him out in 4. He gonna knock Tank out in the 4th round or the 5th round.
If he do Madon, I'm gonna come on whatever line you on. I'm gonna come on out. I'm gonna do 50 push-ups straight.
Bet it up.
If that happen, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're gonna go 12, but Tank ain't gonna get ready.
I mean, that's possible, but I think Frank got that killer instinct in his eyes. I think he's gonna knock. I don't know what round. I'm thinking 4th or 5th, but I think he's gonna TKO Tank.
Hey man, every nigga he made Hector Garcia go blind. Hector Garcia was blind for damn near 15 seconds, man.
Damn.
Yeah, so hey man, everybody who run up on Tank,
listen,
they get their ass whooped. Only person who stood a chance is Rolly Romero, but Rolly Romero got too confident because Tank said he felt them punches from Rolly, and so he had to dodge him, but Rolly got too confident and got caught.
I feel you, but Frank a nigga.
You're fighting a bunch of Mexicans, weak ass Mexicans. right?
Yeah.
Right. This black dude is going to. This black dude is. If this dude can hold his composure and not be like Jab Zoda, tank is going down. Trust me on that. Trust me.
Say he gonna go. Man, only thing that Frank got going for him is Derrick James. But you see what happened with Derrick when Errol Spence faced Terrence Crawford. Derrick James' instruction wasn't enough. So although he got Derrick James, them instructions may not be enough when you got a better box on the other side.
No, Crawford from the accident has never been the same. Nobody should have stopped Spence. I mean, nobody should have authorized Spence to fight. Spence didn't look like Spence. After the accident, Spence should have retired. He cannot fight anymore. That was a money grab fight to get some money to put away. He put his life at risk. He should have never touched the ring. Because if you watch a fight, he was slow to react. He was getting beaten because his reaction was so slow. The accident turned him into Tiger Woods. He looked like Tiger Woods after Tiger Woods' accident.
Oh man, that's funny, bro.
That's fucked up, man.
No, look at Tiger Woods since the accident golfing. Tiger Woods looked like a 90-year-old man. That's what he looks like in the ring. Anybody who watched, from I see him come out the first row and I lock off the TV, I said this dude is going to die. This dude is. But one thing,
the white folks can't be Tiger Woods, so that make you age.
No.
When the white folks come down on your ass with the hammer, nigga, you turn. If you 40, you gonna look 60 in a year.
Yeah, but it's hard.
But Stupid making a good point though.
Nobody should have put him in the
your
ring.
ass get flipped out of Corvette. Stupid right about that. But you know, we as black folk, we feel like we so strong in everything we do that we could do it again. And you know, and everybody like he is on, man. You can't tell a man when to retire and all that stuff. But all of us who watched that accident, like Paul got flipped out of a sports car. The sports car got that the sports car was busted up. The only thing happened to him was he had a broken cranium or something, like his broke teeth or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But that was enough for him for him not to be approved to box again. They should have the boxing commission should have said no.
But we can't deny the fact he had heart. He took a beating. He had heart. That dude took an ass whooping like it was nothing. Like, no. But anybody who sanctioned him to fight after that, no, he's not supposed to fight again. Invest your money, put it in the bank, scale down your lifestyle to make the money last your lifetime, and leave the ring alone. Just like how our boy not supposed to fight anymore, Skinny Foot. You mentioned his name earlier. Skip Leg Day. Skip Leg Day. The ones you said don't do leg day. Right?
Deontay Wilder.
Deontay Wilder not supposed to fight again.
Yeah, he's supposed to bench stop. After that last whooping he got from Tyson Fury when his head was dented in and shit like that, he's supposed to gave it up then.
If he fights anymore, he's going to get CTE. He's going to get CTE. He's going to get brain damage.
That woman.
Yeah, and if you got that damn go out on your shield stuff, I don't believe you. Say it again.
I think Deontay Wilder's downfall with that woman he got with. A lot of times, you know, when a brother get a woman, a foreign woman like that, a young black man from Tuscaloosa, he loses his whole, he loses his primary frame of reference. He gets separated from his senses. So I think the brother.
Oh man, there you go. You like that conspiracy stuff. So then, why don't you say that he downfall was because he was knocking his brother old lady off? I mean, that's a better conspiracy than he dating a Chinese girl.
Listen,
nah, man,
he got his.
She's
Delilah, Samson and Delilah. He met with Delilah.
Yeah.
On that sucky strand.
Right. That's right, stupid.
I don't believe. I see. That's one thing I don't believe. I don't see. And Psycho may disagree, but I don't believe. If you date other than black, it make you lose a sense of who you are.
That's
I
not
don't
what I'm
believe
saying.
that.
I'm saying you can get zapped. I'm saying you can get zapped. As far as,
I heard you back there.
you lose your priorities start to go out the window sometimes. I've seen niggas get, certain women and their priorities go out the window sometimes. And I think that's what happened to Deontay, man.
Hi, Maggie. Hold on a second, please. What was the name of that patient a while ago? The one where you give me. I'm gonna tell you for call someday. Daphne Henry. All right. I need to find out what's happening with a patient, Daphne Henry. If the patient is still at home or the patient went to the...
I think he was talking to somebody else.
But you agree with that, Psycho? That because Deontay Wilder wanted to start hanging with the little Mexican or Indian girl, whoever she was, start marrying her, that he lost sense of championship.
I don't think that got anything to do with him losing fights, but I definitely feel like when you start dating outside your race, you kind of you start to lose a piece of yourself. Like you almost gotta you gotta kind of leave behind a piece of yourself just to be involved with somebody of another race, because you can't be fully indulged in black culture like that because your mate is not black. So you're going to be kind of, I just feel like you lose a piece of yourself when you start dating outside your race.
To this day.
Exactly.
To this day.
Oh, you're 100% correct. 100% correct, Psycho.
Well, he was dating that white lady when he said to this day.
No, he was just fucking that white woman. Excuse my language. But he married this woman.
Ain't she white? What she is? Ain't she white? She white, Indian, Hawaii. She ain't black.
She look like she Filipino mixed with, I don't know. She look like, I can't
might
tell.
be Asian because but now that's the new thing. Now get you an Asian because white people worship Asians. So now Negroes want Asians all of a sudden.
Right. And like Psycho said, you cannot be your full nigga self. You can't be full nigga around another race and you in that relationship. You gonna pull back some of the things that you believe. I know that from experience, from just hanging around white girls. When I was young at 19, when I was in Texas, I had to be less of a nigga when I was around them sometimes.
You had to look. You had to be what?
They don't want to hurt their feelings. You know what I mean? So you pull back some of yourself sometimes.
Hey, I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna go back to the chat. I gotta get ready for the night. But what y'all think about Japan wanting to pay black men to go to move to Japan and impregnate those women so their population can continue to grow?
We need to do it. I'm down. I'm down for it, bro. I'm down. We ought to flip that motherfucker and paint it black. Breed their ass out.
I don't believe that to be true. I've heard that. I don't think that's true.
Listen. I don't believe in hybridization. What we call hybrid, like you mix electric vehicle with gas vehicle. Listen, I'm not giving nobody the strong genes. That's what you're doing. You're giving away your genes and your strength to these people, and creating some hybrid, some Patrick Mahomes and some Victor Wembanyama, who's going to take over. What the black Japanese tennis player name? Okazo, Oshiga, or whatever her name is. No. When you die off, we'll come get the land. When you die off, we'll come get the land.
If they want to play us out like that, come on, they'll pay us, nigga. Okay, pay us, nigga. We gonna breed your ass out of existence. So if you want to play us like that, and that's why I said that. You know what I mean? Because to me, I think it's a slap in the face. But at the same time, hey, if you want to pay me to drop my seeds from Chinese women, give me the money, and I'm gonna breed y'all out of existence. It will never be another fool, whatever Chinese out there ever again. If you want to
I don't
play
even
us,
believe that
you know?
story is real. I haven't seen any evidence of that story. It's bad people out in China. I don't know why would they need us. Last thing they lacking is a population out there.
Unless they want some basketball players, they try to come up with basketball players to our genetics. You know what I mean? I don't know though. I'm just talking shit.
Yeah.
But trust me. Deontay.
What I'm talking about, bro. I saw that online. What Charm is talking about. China was willing to pay black men to come over there. I saw that. So he ain't lying. Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw it.
Yeah, I say I ain't say he's lying that he saw that. I just question how real it is what he saw. You know, like it's the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. I feel you. Yeah, that's real.
You know, you let the internet call it. Putin discovered secret scrolls that says Jesus is black, and now everybody knows it and everything else. You let the internet call it.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel you, Psycho. You had to pull that one out the bag, huh?
Yeah, I remember y'all hitting us with that when that shit first came out. Like, yeah, Putin knew the truth. Putin exposed everything. Like, wait, what?
Hey, niggas did take that shit and run with it, did it?
Yes, they did.
Took that shit and ran with it. I know. I even picked up the fumble on that play. Picked it up and ran right with it.
Oh man, y'all are off the chain.
I did that shit for black propaganda. I call it black persuasive propaganda. You know what I'm saying? I use it as a tool, just like they do. You know, I said, so yeah, Putin did, yeah, they was black. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, you know.
We were just kind of touching around that earlier. So you think it's empowering? Well, it's a little bit different with you and like Brother Rob believes that we should omit certain things in history when telling history to the youth and everything else, because he feels like, you know, we should paint a picture that, you know, our icons, or, you know, I ain't gonna say perfect, but not as flawed as they actually was, and kind of just so the children can have something to look up to and everything else. And we was discussing that, and whether or not kids can handle the truth. At what age should we be completely honest? Because all these figures were flawed, right? But they was like, you know, we can paint pictures about all these figures and make it to where they, you know, perfect beings, but that'll be us omitting truths, right? Like, you can tell a story about somebody and make them seem perfect without lying, but you're still omitting things. But you, on the other hand, you're okay with just straight lying. Like Brother Rob was talking about omitting certain things out of history. You're okay with us just lying and just saying, yeah, something that never happened actually happened, just so we can have some morale, some morale.
Not necessarily, Psycho. What I'm saying, what I always say is that, okay, they just say, for instance, a family want to teach their black kids about the Bible. My thing is, if you want to teach them about this story or this history, that some say not history, some say it is, nonetheless, paint the pictures of black. That's my thing. If you're going to teach them about the Bible, make sure you're teaching all the people in that book is black. You know what I mean? That's my thing. If you want to teach it. Now, if you don't teach it, you know what I mean, don't worry about it. But my thing is, I think we should always teach our kids the real history, especially about slavery and how the economic wealth gap is like it is, because our kids are smart. They wonder why we live so poor. You know what I mean? They wonder that daily. You know what I mean? They see that we live in conditions that's not parallel to white people. You know what I mean? And a lot of them wonder that. And a lot of our people, we swear away from teaching them that true history of why we got this wealth gap. Why a lot of white people live in such luxurious neighborhood, and we live in what we call poverty in the ghetto. You know what I mean? So I think we should push slavery, and I think that's one of the reasons they want to pull slavery out, because they don't want our kids to understand that, no, we weren't just lazy and didn't do shit. No, we've been at war with the people who've been oppressing us since we've been here.
Yeah, the whole history thing. I'm assuming you talking about like Florida and stuff, talking about erasing the black history from the books and everything else, and just doing American quote unquote history, which means white history. They might mention the civil rights movement, but it's going to be like very watered down and very very blasé.
Yeah.
So, but I always feel like it's our job as a people to tell our story, right? Like, I didn't learn our story from the school books, right? Like, my parents and my aunt's a school teacher, and she was a part of the nation at one point. That's why another reason why I'm fixated on the nation. I used to actually go to the same mosque that Malcolm X killers went to. Like, I actually used to be there during summer camp and stuff like that. So I digress. Like, you had these things, you had these things going on, and I lost my train of thought. My fault. What was I just saying a second ago? I just lost my train of thought. Got distracted.
Oh, you were saying, I know you were saying, you think on us to teach us, and you was telling us how your parents, you was fortunate to have parents who was in certain movements, and they was
Right. Yeah. Because reading, that's what it was. That's what I was on. Yeah, like I was forced to read the history and stuff. Like I had got book reports to do during the summer. That they would give me, like, it's summertime, I gotta do a book report, right? And it was always about Black history, right? Like I learned about all these Black figures first in the house, right? Like I didn't learn about them in school at all. I didn't learn about them when I got on YouTube and started listening to people talk about this stuff. Like I knew about these figures already. I had at least a surface level understanding about them based off, the seeds that was planted when I was a kid. Like when the conscious hip hop movement was going on. And a lot of people, X-Clan, and all KRS and all them, they was mentioning all these names and figures in their songs. A lot of my friends didn't know who the fuck they was talking about. So I was the guy who used to have to break down who it was they were talking about. Like, who the fuck is that person? Who's that? Like, and this, that, third. I used to have to break it down to them. Like, oh, that's X, Y, Z, or that's this person, and this, that, and third. So I kind of was like the medium there, kind of like pointing them in a certain direction. But yeah. So I think it's the parents' job to actually teach history to our kids as far as our story. I think a lot of that's on the parents.
That's a fact. You're right, and you're exactly right. And I was fortunate enough to, in 1992, I moved from Alabama to Pittsburgh, and see, my mom, she was deep in the movement, and we moved around a lot because my mom, she's a big inspirational speaker and all kinds of things. She was the first Black female mayor down where I lived at. She tell us different parts of history, but it wasn't until 92 when I was in the 7th grade, I moved to Pittsburgh, and it was like going from slavery to the future, because the schools in Bama, the school I went to, it was small, didn't have no, none of this. But when I went to Pittsburgh, I went to school, it had swimming pools, all kind of robot classes, all kinds of shit. But when I went up there, I had a homeboy who introduced me to Ujima. He used to take Ujima classes. He was like, man, you ought to come to the Ujima classes with me, man. They teach us Black history and woo, 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 woo. I said, okay, that sounds interesting. Let me see what's up. So I went. That's how I learned about John Henry, Black John Henry, and a whole bunch of other people. And my mom's best friend was a Moor. And she used to be telling us stuff in the living room. So that's how I got a little bit of pieces of history. You know what I mean? But you're right. I'm with you. It should be on the parents to teach the history. But unfortunately, a lot of Black people, well, I won't say a lot. I just say some Black people, the parents don't. Some parents may.
They don't know the history of their damn self. Yeah, I agree. The parents don't even know the history of the teacher.
Or they got a watered down, like you saying, they got a watered down version of it.
And that's a problem. That's why we gotta make it to where the next generation of parents do know the history and they can teach it to the kids.
right? Because I agree. That's a problem. That's a problem. A lot of people don't even really care enough about history. Which
No, they don't.
yeah. I always had a passion for history myself, so it was just something I naturally gravitated to.
Yeah, because I always wondered, like, why everywhere I moved to, black people was always so poor. I used to wonder that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why black people so poor? Like goddamn. And everywhere I went, is you see somebody that looked like somebody from when I moved to Pittsburgh in Texas, I seen black people looking like people I grew up with. It was crazy, but that same poverty existed no matter where I went. I lived in Texas for over 10 years. I lived in Pittsburgh from middle school to high school, and came back to Alabama. I lived in Atlanta. I lived in Tennessee. I was fortunate enough to live in Carolina. And everywhere I went, I saw black people in the same conditions. And I was like, yo, this shit is crazy, and it can't be by coincidence. You know what I mean? So that what made me want to get more into history and just, just like, yo, okay, I got to figure out what's really going on. But it wasn't until I would say the internet world, and I think 05, 06 is when I heard about people like Dr. Amos Wilson and Naeem Akbar, Shaka Musa Barashango, and stuff like that. So it gave me more of a broader spectrum, you know what I mean? But it wasn't until I was well grown, you know what I mean? I think I was almost 30 or something. I can't remember, but yeah, that's how I got a lot of my history at a later part. That branch of history, like more broader than what I was told. Unfortunately, I had to get it from the internet. But they took a lot of that stuff off the internet.
Black pride all around me growing up. Like I that's one thing I could say. Like I took a lot of it for granted. Now I appreciate it now in hindsight. But yeah, I had a lot of black pride around me as a kid. I did.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I was just saying. Yeah, it was just a lot of black pride in my city, like at that time, and like you talk like 70s and 80s and everything else. Like kind of before the crack era, kind of killed all that though. But I do remember like pre-crack era and everything else. Like it was different. And, a lot of black pride everywhere, like a lot of parades and everything else is for black people. Like my city is crazy. Like a lot of schools have the names changed and everything else. Like we got a school named after Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X. We the first, and I think we the only high school in the country that's named after Malcolm X. Muhammad Ali Boulevard. I remember when that name got changed to Muhammad Ali Boulevard. I remember when High Street got named to Martin Luther King Boulevard. Everybody got an MLK Boulevard though. But you get my point. Like it was just we got Nat Turner Park out here. These names is everywhere, right? Like it's hard to walk around out here and not see these names, hear these names, and me. I've always been an inquisitive motherfucker. I always, want to know who these people are, why they important, why is there a park named after this person, why is there a school named after this person, what happened. Like I was just always inquisitive. I always wanted to know what the fuck going on. I was nosy. That's one of the things why I like history. One of the things that drew me in history. I was just a nosy kid. I want to know every goddamn thing.
Yeah, I feel you, man. It wasn't until I was in Pittsburgh, man, where I got a full blast of what Black history looked like, because it's like places in Pittsburgh they call like Homewood, and different parts of Pittsburgh back in the early 90s, they had like all kind of Black festivals and stuff like that, man, where everybody had the heritage clothing. Remember the clothing, like the Black heritage clothing and stuff like that people used to rock. That was how I got introduced to a lot of it, man. Just going to those Black festivals that was in the neighborhood. Wow.
Yeah, the African. Yeah, the leather African medallion. Are you not that old? Anybody who don't have leather African medallion.
That's late 80s. That's late 80s, early 90s. Yeah.
You guys throw all over that for the bling.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. I had my African medallions, the apartheid, and everything else. Protesting certain companies and all. Yeah, yeah, and all that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a lot of Black heritage clothing back then, man. I remember my mom used to buy all the Black heritage shit. That shit used to be fly. It was like Black Heritage College, some shit. I forgot what it was, but you probably know what I'm talking about. You have a lot of patches on the clothes, but it was like RBG, real red, black, and green. I mean, I remember in the early 90s, man, the Black Power shit was popping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, during the conscious days, yeah. Like I said, like it was like I say from 88 to like
that's when you knew he was African at the time, Madon.
I know.
That was before Madon started believing in that Abo shit.
That's fact. That's fact. There wasn't nobody in the late 80s, early 90s talking about we always been here. Not near none. You never heard that ever in that time. Everybody was from Africa. Everybody knew they was from Africa. They was loving Africa, like you said, the African medallions, everything. Red. It was the red, yellow. It was either red, black, and green, or the red, yellow, and green. But either way, you had the medallions, everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But ever since I was a youngster, my grandma always told us about who her mom was, and what she was Blackfoot Indian. I always heard that, but always honored and celebrated my African heritage. You know what I mean? And I think that was the name of the clothing back in the 90s. It was called African Heritage College or something, but it was the sort of fly shit that was out back then, man. Just like cross colors was more of a Black Power thing, in my humble opinion, because they had the colors of, like you said, the red, yellow, and green, the red, black, and green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when black clotheslines was just starting to take off in the early 90s. That's when we first started having black clothing lines starting to really take off. But in the 80s, we ain't had no black clothing lines in the 80s. We was wearing everybody else's shit.
Do we have any black clothing line now? Do we have any black clothing now?
I don't know what the new fashions is nowadays, so don't get me in line. I'm not into what these young dudes are rocking right now. I'm sure they do. I'll be shocked if they didn't. But don't get me in line. I don't know what
back in the day, all right, we had Carl Canai. Kanye not black. Kanye not black. Kanye not black. Leave Kanye alone. Kanye not black. There's nothing black about Kanye.
Okay, cool.
Tell me one thing black about Kanye. Because I don't want to be on this boat. Tell me one thing black about Kanye. Complexion?
I got a line called a cool, but it ain't doing shit. As far as I know. I mean, it might be, but I don't think it's popping.
Psycho. Let me ask Psycho. Psycho, is Kanye black?
Would you? Genetically, yes. Mentally, no.
Okay. I thought that I was alone with that argument.
He got with that foreign woman. He got with that foreign woman and got a lot of his blackness removed from him, bro. That's what me and Psycho was talking about earlier. You lose part of your niggerdom. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't messed with it's been like 20 years since he messed with a black girl.
Meet up with a succubus and she took everything from him.
And now he's trying to regain his niggerdom, but he's still falling short because he just got another snow bunny.
Like I said, it's been like 20 years since he messed with a black girl.
Facts. That's when he need that's when he truly gonna come home. When he get him a black woman, that's when Kanye will really regain, you know what I'm saying, his true black fans back. You just get him a black sister, man, you know what I'm saying, with a nice curly fro or whatever the case may be, man. Yo, hey.
You see Kanye with a black woman? You can you envision that? Close your eyes and think about Kanye and say, look at the girl beside him. You'll never see. What's the next one name who was married to Mariah Carey? What's his name?
Oh, Nick Cannon?
Yeah. Nick Cannon is on the borderline. But
okay, he's trying to gain his nigga them back. I be seeing him on different podcasts, you know what I mean, trying to get his nigga them back, you know what I'm saying? Kind of kick knowledge and wisdom. I mean, I'm happy for the brother, but I guess he's showing his royal oats. You know, he's showing his oats, and hey.
Nick lost brownie points when he bitched up with them small hats. Like he bowed down to the small hats big time.
Oh yeah, man. He lost like 70%, over 70% of his niggerdom when he did that. Yeah.
He bowed down quick. He was like, hold up, wait. He said, what on your podcast? Anything else? He's like, no, I didn't agree with him, and wait, what? You was up there agreeing with him. Stand on your shit, dog. This is your religious beliefs. You ain't gonna stand on your religious beliefs?
My issue is, if you're worth $50 million, you should be able to say anything to anybody because you won't be hungry again, right? But they get you with the money and they tell you that, oh, 50 million is not enough, 100 million is not enough. You need $1 billion.
It is a lot of their money be tied into assets, right? And so they can take it at any time, like they did Kanye. That's what happened. Because a lot like he was worth all these billions, but it was all tied into assets. So once they started taking his assets, his value dipped. That's why they take away the Adidas deal and this, that, and third, everything else, and boom, his net worth drops.
No, but didn't you? But all right, Kanye lost $700 million. He went from $1 billion. Yeah, but he went from $1 billion to $300 million. You're telling me that a black man with $300 million still has to bow down? Explain that to me.
Yeah, he don't have to, but he did. Yeah.
Right. And you know why he had to bow down? Because Kanye didn't with his money. He didn't do with his money what he's supposed to been did, and that's why. If he would have invested his money into the multiple black communities, like he should have, like building centers, after school centers, whatever type of centers, anything that's help black communities, you know what I mean? He could have had his money tied into that. But he couldn't have.
But let's be truthful about Kanye money. When Kanye met Kim, he was, I wouldn't say he was my broke, but he was broke. He wasn't me broke, but he was broke. Kim invested a couple $1 million in him and put him back up there. Right? And he was supposed to be a good little slave boy, give her his jeans and be happy and smile. That was his role. But
I mean, you got $50 million, bro. Fuck.
You
got 50 million, my nigga. Like, come on, bro. Like, what in the hell is going on? You got 50 mil, like, bro. Come on, man.
And still bowing down. And still bowing down. That is FU money.
I'm saying, man. I guess that's why the real niggas really. Well, I ain't gonna say that, but maybe one day it might come to the niggas that know how to do what 50 million what needs to be done for black communities. I mean, there's all kind of community centers that could be built, all kind of farmland that could be taken up with 50 million. Man, shit, and make that money turn over 10 times fold. You know, but I can't, like they say, you can't tell a man to do with his money. But at the same time, people say that, but people got financial advisors. So I don't understand the duplicity, but it may be just because I'm a steal from the South. I don't know.
It's just that it don't mean nothing. They can still take it away from you. But who else in the community? We all know that. What's his name? The wrestler, Fast and Furious, Mohana. He's not black.
You got Vin
You know
Diesel.
what? No, not Vin Diesel. The next one, the wrestler, The Rock. The Rock not black.
The Rock. Okay.
The Rock not black.
He biracial.
There's nothing about him not black. Him don't own him blackness. Him don't own him blackness.
Damn, my mic messed up. My mic messed up, Psycho.
It's so much better now.
Right now, like it'll gargle out and then you'll be all right, and then it might go back to gargling and then you'll be all right. It goes in and out.
All right, I'm gonna leave and come back. Hold up.
Yeah, man. But that is it. That what they do to us is that they give some of us some money. They give some of us some money, and they say, "Listen, you like this lifestyle? You like the private jet? You like the private jet? You like the name brand? Just fall in line. Fall in line." Right? Jay-Z is a billionaire. Let's be honest. He's a billionaire. He and his wife is billionaires. And apart from coming on a Super Bowl and hold their fist up in the air and all of that, we hear Jay-Z promoting Republican talking points, especially when it comes to chartered schools. And you say, seriously, Jay-Z? That's what we're doing now?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now? That's what we're doing now? We're having Republican white people talking point? That's what we're doing now. Now, where we go from there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Rock is one of those people that is conveniently black, right? Like he's black when it's convenient for him to be black. You know, when it's time for them to talk about black heavyweight champions in the WWE history, he's conveniently black and embraces it, right? But I've seen him in other occasions where he doesn't even acknowledge his black side. He kind of shies away from it. He totally embraces his Samoan side. His Samoan side, he fully embraces, right? I've never heard him ever shy away from his Samoan side, but his black side, he's only black when it's convenient for him to be black, and then any other time you wouldn't even know he had black heritage because he doesn't mention it, doesn't acknowledge it. When asked, he's conveniently black. His pops used to be my favorite wrestler as a kid. I used to be a big wrestling fan as a kid. His pops my favorite wrestler, Rocky Johnson. He's my favorite wrestler as a kid. I remember when him and Tony Atlas won the tag team title. He's always trying to fight Don Morocco for the Intercontinental belt. Never beat him though. I saw him wrestle live once. They came to my town and I saw him wrestle live. Don Morocco trying to get the Intercontinental belt. Of course he lost. But he was my favorite wrestler as a kid though.
Listen, The Rock.
Hey, yo, Hitman Hart was my favorite wrestler, and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's the attitude era, yeah.
Listen, when like many black wrestlers had an issue with it because they didn't really want them on it. They didn't want black wrestlers to win. Because for many years, all of the baddest and the biggest was white people on WWE. You hardly find one or two. You had John Henry or one or two black wrestlers, but they weren't pushed to the forefront. The Rock was pushed to the forefront because he didn't look black. He didn't look black.
Yeah. People knew his father. That's why people if people didn't know his father, he probably would have just went on ahead just been a Samoan, and people wouldn't even question it. You know, they wouldn't even question if he was black or not. Like people knew he had black heritage because of his father, and he was in the same industry as his father, so they knew he had black in him.
Yeah. In the beginning, he had no problem saying that, oh, my father was XYD, but as soon as he got established, he doesn't really talk about his father that much anymore. Right? And he has a blonde hair, blue eye wife to have all of those children. Yeah. But
Yeah.
well,
Wrestling got a long history of racism.
Mhm.
Long history of racism. Like, man, I remember one day I went down a rabbit hole listening to all these old black wrestlers telling their war stories and everything else about some of the behind the scenes stuff that happened in the industry and shit like that. I lost a lot of respect for a lot of these black wrestlers. It was a lot of them motherfuckers was coons, yo. Like coons, like Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas was a goddamn coon. Coon. Oh my goodness. Super coon. And I liked Tony Atlas when I was a kid. Fuck my childhood up. Like,
the time Booker T said the word nigga on WWE.
oh, that was hilarious. Yeah. That was hilarious. He called Hulk Hogan nigga, yeah. That was hilarious. But it was some major coonery going on with these wrestlers. Kamala though wasn't no coon. Kamala checked Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant and Kamala got into a beef. They was on a tour. They said they was on a tour. I think it was overseas. They said or whatever. And when they was on a tour overseas, they used to all like travel like in the same bus or whatever. And something happened. Something happened on the bus, and Andre was back there making racist jokes or whatever the case may be. Andre, a French motherfucker, like he was back there making all kinds of little racist jokes with white motherfuckers about Kamala and shit. And
Andre the Giant.
Yeah, and Andre had and Kamala heard him, and when Kamala, turned around, looked at Andre, is like, yo, like, stop disrespecting me, like you being disrespectful. I don't appreciate that, kind of like tone that shit down, you say, I think he called him a nigga or something. It was some kind of joke. I don't know what the joke was, but whatever it was, he didn't like it. And he turned around and was telling him, don't talk to me like that. And Andre turned around, called him a nigga again, told him to shut the fuck up or some shit like that. Kamala went up to the motherfucking driver, told that motherfucker pull over. Well, motherfucker pulled over. Kamala went outside the bus and tell Andre to get outside the bus so he could beat the shit out of him. I'll beat the shit out your big ass. Get the fuck out the bus and this, that, and the third. And the motherfucker was out there banging on the window, telling him to come out the bus, and Andre wouldn't leave the bus and shit. And so the motherfuckers went, and the motherfucker went back in the bus, and nothing happened. And afterwards, Kamala said he kept the heat on him in the locker or whatever, just in case Andre tried him. And he said Andre never tried him though. Andre ended up apologizing and all that other shit. But Kamala's about to fuck Andre up. He said. And people collaborated the story too, true story, because people collaborated. But yeah, he was gonna fuck Andre up.
No, you know what happened? Like even bodybuilding with Arnold Schwarzenegger and all of those dudes, black men were always bigger. It's late in the 90s, late 80s, 90s that black men started to come on the scene with bodybuilding. It was racist. There was a lot of racism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All types of racist stuff going on. Like the first black champion, the very first black champion, a lot of people don't know happened because of some racist shit. It was in the NWA. A lot of people think the first black champion was Ron Simmons. The elite world heavyweight champion was Ron Simmons in I think it was late 80s, early 90s, like 89, 90, something like that. Ron Simmons had won the WCW belt. And a lot of people count that as the first black heavyweight champion in wrestling. But Bobo Brazil won the NWA title in the late 60s or whatever against, who did he beat? Was it Harley Race? I want to say it was Harley Race. Was it Lou Thayers? It was either Lou Thayers or Harley Race, one of them. But Bobo Brazil, famous black wrestler of that era, won the title. And when he won, and he wasn't supposed to win the title. It was a flip that happened. The match was scheduled for Bobo to lose the belt. And and something happened, and the last second switch happened, and they decided that Bobo was going to win, and Bobo ended up winning the title. And when he won the title, he became the first black heavyweight champion, but he wasn't supposed to win the title. So what they did was they went back and they changed it in the record books that Bobo won, but he only won because of a technicality or something like that. You know how wrestling does. You know, it really was a disqualification or a count out. You know, they threw some bullshit up in there because they didn't want him to have the belt, and they ended up reversing the decision and gave it to somebody else, whatever the case may be. But that was some bullshit they threw in later because it wasn't supposed to happen. And the motherfucker who had the title at the time, I can't remember who it was. I'm pissed off. I can't remember which one it was. But they decided that they was going to let Bobo win the belt. And even though he wasn't supposed to win, they let him win anyway. And the company got mad, and they had to do all this extra shit to try to clean that shit up. And they never counted it in the record books either, even though he actually won the title. But yeah. It was Harley Race. Was it Harley Race? I don't know. True saying Harley Race in the chat. But it could be Harley. It was either Harley Race or Luthiers. I can't remember who it was. But yeah.
Listen, you know, Psycho, a lot of people don't understand. 1980 America was when Ronald Reagan won in 1980, in October 1980. It was very racist. But what they did, they used the black people as a champion. They dress you up and put you on TV, especially the Olympics and all of that to show you off. But it was very shitty. It was very shitty, and it was, and then a lot of black athletes were smiling and nodding. Well, I'm smiling, nod. I'm smiling and nodding. And you say, seriously, really? That's what we're doing?
Yeah. Wrestling was a freak show. It was an athletic freak show. That's
Right.
especially during that time. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were happy for the opportunity. I'm not making anybody F this up for me. You think you're going to F this up for me? No, you're not. No, you're not Fing this up for me.
Okay, it was Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. Okay, that's who it was. All right. So that means this was before the WWF.
I used to put my little sister in a shop, and I used to put my little sister in a sharpshooter and shit like that. My cousin too, son. Putting this nigga in a sharpshooter and a figure four leg lock and shit.
That's hilarious.
I used to tell my sister, yo, come over here, yo, let me do this move to you real quick.
Do me a favor, no? The case up front, refresh. Send it out for me, no?
Yeah. But yeah, if it was Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, that means this happened before 63. Because Nature Boy, when he was NWA champion, that was before the WWF was created. Because when Nature Boy was the first champion in the WWF. Back then it was 3 W's. But when WWF broke off from the NWA and started their federation, that was, I think that was 63, 61 or 63. I want to say 63. And Buddy Rogers was their first champion. Buddy Rogers is the reason why WWF even exists. WWF wouldn't exist without Buddy Rogers, because Buddy Rogers was the Northeast champion. He was the champion for the Northeast, and the NWA kind of had different champions all over the country. And in the Northeast sector, which was like from DC up to like Maine, you know, that, and you know, that little up to Pittsburgh, from DC to Pittsburgh to Maine, that little triangle, like that was the Northeast triangle right there that WWF controlled, and that, but they was they was a part of the NWA at one point, and Buddy Rogers was the heavyweight champion, and the NWA was ready for Buddy Rogers to drop the belt. They wanted somebody else to have the belt because Buddy Rogers was a big draw in New York at the Garden, but whenever Buddy Rogers went out to like Kansas City, or if he went out to like LA or to Canada or whatever, he wasn't getting the same numbers or whatever, right? He wasn't the same draw. So they wanted to make him drop the belt and give it to somebody else who can, you know, pull in more money. And the WWF, being that he was the biggest draw out in the Northeast, they was mad and they didn't want him to drop the belt. So there was a lot of behind the scenes shit going on, and they threatened like, okay, well, if y'all strip Buddy Rogers of the belt, then we gonna just split off, leave the NWA. We gonna start our own joint, and we just gonna make Buddy Rogers our champion. And that's exactly what happened. You know, so he dropped the NWA belt, and then after that match, like a week later, they announced that they breaking away from the NWA and they starting their own federation called the WWWF. And this is Vince McMahon Pops. This is Vince Senior, because Vince Senior had a lot of pull in Madison Square Garden and everything else. But yeah, but this is when Vince Senior and all them first broke off in NWA and became the WWWF. Buddy Rogers was their first champion. He ain't had the belt long though, because he had heart conditions and shit like that. So he only had the belt for about 3 months, and then he had to drop it to Bruno, and then Bruno got the belt. That motherfucker had that shit for about 9 years, 8 or 9 years, some shit like that. That shit was ridiculous. My bad, y'all got me in my wrestling history, man. Don't get me started.
No, it's fun to talk those stuff. Move away from the hardcore conversation sometimes, recharge your battery to come back. But trust me, it's like no, like even though sports nowadays is not as fun because ESPN changed the narrative. They concentrate primarily on two sports, basketball and football. Even when it's not football season. Football season ended how many months ago? And they're still talking about football. There's so much different sports that you could talk about. And even activities, wrestling, track and field, cyclists, marathon. But it's just basketball and football because they have the larger audience. But, and then, like lately I've been watching the WNBA. And I'm not disrespecting black women, but black women are being manipulated to sell a narrative, especially when it comes to the white girl, Caitlin Clark. Man. And you look at them and you realize, listen to it, when you listen to the narrative, you realize that don't put yourself in this position because all it's turning into is a bunch of Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, I know that Stephen A. Smith been with ESPN for the last 20 years. He has enough money that he don't have to be licking ass, but yet still him come off like an ass licker. And that's what I don't understand. You're supposed to have you're supposed to have fuck your money. I'm not doing this shit anymore. I'm not doing this shit, but you're only relevant, right? Mm-hmm. You're only relevant because Stephen A. Smith YouTube channel. I don't think he have 1 million subscribers.
No, I don't think he got 1 million. I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't think he have 1 million subscribers. Yet still on a national program, and you can't get 1 million subscribers. That's why they know that you're not valuable without them. Mm-hmm. You're not valuable without them.
Right.
Right. Now you reach a point where Shannon Sharp is good. Is bigger than you.
Oh yeah, Shannon Sharp is definitely bigger. He's a big. Right. That's why he had to bow down and let him come on the show. Even though initially he said he wouldn't want to work with somebody like Shannon because they too much alike. He didn't think.
But then nothing
at first.
If ESPN have the opportunity now, if he cannot go to ESPN and to choose, as much as he wants to, he know that he cannot go because they would choose Shannon Sharp over him every day because Shannon Sharp now has the audience. His YouTube has 5 million subscribers. He
has a bigger online presence, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks to Cat Williams, Cat Williams put him over because before Cat Williams, I don't think he had 1 million. Or if he had 1 million, but after the Cat Williams interview, he almost gained 3 million, like a ton load of subscribers. Mm-hmm. Almost overnight, right? Mm-hmm. Because he says it. Cat Williams introduced him to a different audience. He didn't have the white audience like that.
Right. Yeah, his audience is still centered around sports and everything. That got him an audience outside of sports.
Yeah, that got him an audience outside of sports, and he will change his entire narrative. Now, Stephen A. has to bow down. Doesn't like it, but that dude has to do it. Right? Because these people, you're only relevant to them when you're making money.
Yeah, that's real. That's real.
Right? Yeah. But I'm not paying for ESPN because I'm not paying for two sports. Sometimes you need something that back in the day when you had, I don't know, nobody, I'm too old, because you used to have ABC Wide World of Sports, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. And I used to love watching that program because you used to have some NASCAR, you used to have some soccer, you used to have football, you used to have baseball, you used to have a whole different variety of entertainment. I don't know if I mentioned it here. And then, but my problem with Shannon Sharp is that, Shannon, why are you promoting gambling? Why are you promoting gambling in the black community? Why everybody promoting gambling? Whether it was Shannon Sharp or Agent Zero, or even like a YouTube channel with five subscribers. Once they're talking about sports,
gambling, he promoting bet welching. That motherfucker used to gamble and bet Shannon Sharp Skip Bayless every show.
Yeah.
With some goddamn red. What they used to always bet, Red Mountain Dew or whatever. That motherfucker used to pay up.
Because something wouldn't really bet. He wouldn't really publicly come out and promote betting.
Right.
Because whether we like it or not, that shit is not good for us.
No. Gambling is, it's not good. It's a bad habit. It is a bad habit.
Yeah, that shit isn't good for us. We don't need that in our community. We don't need it.
We made a killing off of it at one point in time, though. We did. Like, we started a whole industry that's legal now through our gambling. The numbers racket. We started the lottery. That's now legal because of that, which is crazy.
Yeah. But even then, is that how many people is actually benefiting from the lottery using the train time on the train arrival or something like that? Right? Not much to come from.
How many people benefit from what?
No, in with gambling, as much as it look good, there's always far more losers than winners.
Oh yeah, that's how it works. Right. Exactly.
There's far more losers than winners
who actually win.
Right. But look at Vegas. Why Vegas is what Vegas is that you go to the casino and it feels good, it look good, and you win. Let's say you win $1,000. If you don't know how to walk away, and you spend enough time in that casino, you're not going to carry.
You're going to be in 1,000 in the hole, chasing that 1,000. You're going chasing that 1,000 that you just lost. You won 1,000, lost that 1,000. You're going to lose another 1,000, chasing that 1,000 that you just lost. That's why they try to keep you in the casino. That's why they give you free rooms and everything else. This, that, and the third to keep you there. They try to keep you there.
Free drinks, everything.
Right. They try to keep you there to make sure they get their money back and you leave a loser. That's the casino's job, to make sure you leave with less money than you walked in there.
Yeah. But you listen to certain people and they will tell you that, no, most people lose. And then once every blue moon, I went to the casino today and I won $800. But you're not mentioning the 10 times before you go to the casino and you lose $200, $300, $400 each time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not winning.
Nah. And then what gets on my nerves is how are they going to get mad at somebody for going into the casino and counting cards? Like, that's weird to me. Like, I don't know. Like I play spades, right? So I count cards. Like, I count cards by nature. Like, that's just what I do. That's how I'm trained to play cards. Like, you count. Like, that's a strategy. Like, you gotta, if you ain't paying attention to the board, you at a disadvantage. So like you gotta understand what's going on. So how are we going to penalize me for paying attention to what cards are being played? But they will get mad at you and penalize you for that shit. Like, yo, you go over here counting cards. You can't do that. Like, what the fuck you mean I can't do that? Like, that don't make no damn sense. What you mean? That's just ridiculous. But yeah, they will get mad at you and say you cheating.
Right, because they will say, oh, he's cheating. But they're cheating too because they worked it out. They work it out. The environment is set up for you to stay. Right? It's hard to get in. There's no direct line of sight to the exit in a casino. You have to go around the corner, go around the bend. And they scientifically work it out that we are going to have you stay here as long as we can have you here. And we're going to take all your money.
Yep, that's they go. Keep you there as long as possible till you leave, till they can get as much money out of you as possible. That they want to leave you dry. They want you broken in the motherfucker walking out there with a sad. You walking out with a sad face, that makes them happy.
Of course. Of course. Of course. You're chasing the dream. That's what they're ensuring, that we have to get these people, and we're going to take all of their money.
Mm-hmm. Food over here taking shots. No, I did not learn how to count cards playing Uno. I learned how to count cards gambling, playing spades. Gambling and playing spades. You learn very quickly.
But it is what it is. So what's the big topic in the news? What's going on in the news? What's going on in the news?
Well, I talked about the Nathaniel Wade situation earlier. I said Nathaniel, excuse me, Nathan Wade, excuse me, not Nathaniel. Let's see, what else happened? I talked about the silly little biting situation that happened. I thought that was hilarious, so I had to mention that. With him just staring, looking crazy while black people were dancing. He was at a Juneteenth celebration. That was actually hilarious. But what else? What else real news happened? Not a whole lot really this week. It's kind of slow.
What do you think about his son? His son, Biden's son. Didn't they find him guilty?
Don't get me in line. I'm so sick of hearing about Hunter Biden and everything else. Like I'm not even a Biden fan, but I just so sick of that talking. It's like, okay, Hunter Biden, he's a crackhead. He done did all types of wild stuff and this, that, third, everything, whoop-de-whoop. But that has nothing to do with Joe Biden, right? Like that's what his son is out here doing. You know, that's not a reflection on him per se. And I'm not even a Biden fan, but
he had bad parenting skills, bro. How you white and eventually your son became a crackhead? Not even a cokehead.
No, but be honest with that. Be honest with that. How many white fentanyl crackhead are there now? 100,000 people die from fentanyl overdose each year. How much of them black?
Most of them white.
Why you do crack? Why you can't do coke?
Yeah, most of them white. So
most of them white.
Yeah.
More people died in a year from fentanyl. More white people died of fentanyl than murders that occur as a result of the drug war. There wasn't 100,000 drug killing any year when crack was rolling the street.
No.
When you combine all the years, I don't think you had 100,000.
Nah.
But then we are the boogeyman.
People really didn't overdose like that on crack.
I'm talking even the murders.
On heroin. People overdosed on heroin. People really didn't overdose like that on crack, though. You really didn't hear about crack overdoses. Heroin overdoses, yes. Crack overdoses, not really.
No, I'm talking about the killings. The killings, the murders that contributed to drug dealer fighting, drug war.
Okay. You talking about? Okay, I got you.
We didn't have 100. We didn't have 100,000 killings. How many people died from fentanyl last year? If you look it up on Google.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm sure they're pretty high. I'm sure they're pretty high.
In 2022, let's go back in 2022. 109,000 people. Right? During the 80s, I don't think 10,000 people a year died from crack-associated death. Where drug dealer was fighting, you never had that much then. Directly associated with crack. But guess what? We are the boogeymen. So when a white person jump up and say, "How is it that Biden's son is a junkie?" Most of the children are junkies. Them on fentanyl, them on meth. If they did white, if they did black, the jails would have filled to capacity. But because they're white, they don't get to prison. And the ones who go to prison are the habitual ones who do all of the shit and they're just tired of them. But most of them don't. When they go in front of the judge says, "Oh, he looks like my son. I can't send my son to jail." Yeah, I have to show some empathy. You and me go in front of that same judge, we're not seeing the light of day. It's like when the white policeman go in front of the white judge. How is it that he gets 6 months for a crime that I would get 40 years for?
Right. Yep. That was the BS with the whole powder cocaine and crack cocaine disparity.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That was one of the major issues with the crime bill and all that stuff and everything else. Like a lot of things getting slid up in there. How drugs are being classified and everything. Like it was definitely targeted to urban, air quotations, urban, which is coded language for black kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the prison system don't promote reform. There was no prison reform. There was no trade skills in the prison. There was nothing to promote dudes coming out and having a life. They didn't do any of that shit. It was to encourage creating monsters. Prison create more monsters than anything else. Right? It created more monsters in the black community because once you release the person, because many persons went in for non-violent crime.
Right.
You go in and you came out a violent individual.
Exactly, because you're going to come out worse than you was when you went in. That's my position. Yeah.
The turn is like the trained in gladiator school. So that's a normal, non-violent individual and turn them into violent gladiators and release them into the community.
Right, because because jail life is different. Like you gotta move different when you locked up. It turns you into a different person. Jail changes you. You gotta live a certain type of way when you locked up. You can't live the same way you live out as a civilian.
And then afterwards, you know what happened? Afterwards, they come out and say, "Oh, the system." No. But you're not putting your little white kids in that environment. You're not doing that to them. You're not turning them into monsters and release them back into society. No. You're sending them into treatment centers. Yeah, you're putting them into treatment centers, and you said, "Well, you're not doing that." All of them gone into treatment centers, and guess what? You spend the money in treatment centers. Do you know how much treatment center costs?
Yeah.
But right, but you wasn't doing that for our people.
Not at all.
You wasn't doing that.
Treatment centers and cleaning them up and then sending them sober back out to society and with
skills.
Right.
With skills. You're never giving them any skills. Right? The thing that you did was that you privatized the prisons. You privatized the prison. Right? You made prison a private industry. And then after you privatize the prison, you minimize everything that's inside there.
Mm-hmm.
Because in your mind, there's a bunch of animals inside there. So we're going to treat them like animals. Right? We're going to treat them like animals.
Yep.
And then everybody said, okay. Now Biden, now that what happened to all of the laws in the crime bills? All of the law. They don't apply anymore. And then afterwards now, you protect the police with qualified immunity. Because that's a law, that's something that needs to come off of the book. There's no legal justification for qualified immunity. Qualified immunity was created for police to fuck up black people without any ramification.
Correct.
And that needs to get off the book. But I don't hear any black person in Congress going against qualified immunity. Yeah, remove qualified immunity. And you see how much of them can stand up, how much of those behaviors can stand up. No.
Yeah. Now all these drugs are legal everywhere. You go to a place like Oregon, they made all the drugs legal, and it's amazing to me. Like,
yeah, because they have to protect the little white kids. So if the drugs illegal, all of those little white kids going to jail. But you say, no, I'm not sending my son to jail. So guess what? Everything legal. But 1980, when Nancy Reagan come out and said, just say no. Why you don't tell these fucking white kids to say no?
Right. Exactly. That's what happened. The dare vans, everything else, just say no and all that. Yeah. Now we're at different times now. Like I saw this. The writings on the wall with weed. Right. I saw that weed was eventually going to be legalized, and I saw people thought I was nuts back in the day. They thought I was crazy. I'm up here marching and everything else, protesting, trying to get weed legalized. People like, yo, you're nuts. That shit ain't never gonna be legal. Like you motherfuckers are tripping and everything. And now today, here we are. Right? People don't those same people. They had to eat some crow. But what I didn't see was all these other drugs becoming legal with it. Right? They didn't just keep it on weed. No, they took it other places like all the drugs are going to be legal. Like, wait, all the drugs? I don't know about all that. I think that's a problem. They get all these drugs legal. I don't know about that. That's crazy. Y'all here talking. Y'all still talking about wrestling? Yeah. I did not like Bob Backlund, true. Bob Backlund was corny as fuck. Like, he was the first heavyweight champion.
And he was a shady ass nigga. I'm like, you trash. The
Bob Backlund was shady. The Bob Backlund I know was fucking howdy doody. He was a howdy doody, goody two shoes, and you would have hated him, dog. You would have hated him. He was a clown. You would have hated him. Like,
no. A while ago was saying something. Have you ever seen the program on Showtime? This series Weeds, WEEDS.
Yeah.
Was a show that used to come on Showtime. And that was how much years ago? That was almost 20 years ago? Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, at least 20 years ago. And they were planning for the legalization of weed from that show. And I said, seriously? And white people knew it was coming, but they had to put the infrastructure in place. Now, all of the black people who got locked up for weed, how much of them can own a dispensary? 99% of dispensaries are owned by white people or the Arab community. Right? You're going to the Arab to buy weed. You're bullshit. Right?
The link pin, true. LinkedIn.
Yeah. If I had the power, I would chase all the fucking Arabs out of the black community. Them is the biggest parasites. All of the gas station them had burn. Yeah. With all of them expired snacks.
Yeah.
The milk expired, the snack expired, the ice cream expired. Public health inspectors don't go into those places and throw out those expired things. They don't.
Right.
They don't because they're in the black community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That, like I said, I saw the writing on the wall with the weed. I definitely saw the writing on the wall. Like, yeah, this is definitely going to become legal. I saw the big push coming from white people with this shit. You know, High Times Magazine, all that, and everything else. They were talking about this for years. And I saw the big white push, and I was like, yeah. Once I saw white people backing this strongly, I knew I saw the writing on the wall.
You know it was over.
Yeah.
You know it was over.
Okay, so here's a tip. Halito, shalom, aloha, habari gani, hello. Here's a quick tip. Here's something. Weed is, cannabis is over. We don't stand a chance unless we get into actually the shea butter queen, for lack of a better phrase, part of it with the the other products, the skincare products, all the other stuff that people have with the plant. Because then because then we make that a cultural thing. It's already out there. It's in lip balms, lotions,
hair product, massage oil.
And then you make that cultural, so Stupies, cultural cannabis and psychos, whatever, sativa, in that realm, right? So yeah, the dispensary game for us, we got played once again. So that's out. So here you go. With all that sad stuff, what you need to look at is mushrooms. And I know it sounds crazy and whatever, but that is the next thing, and that's what's going to happen.
What? Mushrooms. Yeah.
And
Mushroom.
So that's already in play, and there's also all of the scientific studies they're doing and using it in therapy.
Yeah, the writings on the wall with mushrooms too. I agree.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
Rogan promoted it, and Mike Tyson promoted it too.
Mushrooms on the wall with that. Yeah.
Because it's an industry. For me personally, I don't want to talk about this forever, but it serves dual purposes if you really study what it's doing in therapy and all this other stuff. It's not just some hokey hippie stuff. But that will be legalized, and you're starting to see it more and more. And you're starting to see the kids talking about it in the songs and all that stuff. So it's seeping into the culture the same way that ecstasy and all this other stuff did, right? So it'll be out there, whatever. But there's going to be industry for it that'll come, and that's something that's in the early stages. That
I don't think ecstasy will ever be legal though, except for organs.
No, they just knocked down the MDMA legalization for something. They were doing studies with it because they were using it for PTSD, for war veterans and stuff like that, right? That, and people are trying to legalize ketamine as well for the same purposes. So they have ketamine therapy and MDMA. They were trying.
First time I heard of ketamine was a case manager, and a lot of Asians do ketamine and shit, like Chinese and shit. So the judge will always, it's crazy because the judge will always because if they was Chinese, even though it's kind of like discrimination or racial profile, they always like, test them for ketamine. Yeah, they only do it to Chinese and Asian people. Test them for ketamine.
Well, they have a lot of you're in this particular field. There's a lot of studies they're doing now for anxiety and all the other stuff off of that, right?
But truth.
Yeah.
I think that the reason why the mushroom is that they want a replacement for the fentanyl. They want to introduce something else to introduce the kids.
You
don't think so?
No. That's two totally different things. It's not going to be a
I know.
replacement for anything else. You see what I'm saying? There'll be other lab stuff out here. Fentanyl pass, and it'll be oxyfentanyl or whatever's the next one down the pipe. So that lab stuff will always be there. And this is the fight now with people, you know, and it's not now, it's been going on for a long, long time, where people are looking for alternatives to lab pills and all those other things, right?
That's what I'm saying.
How cannabis got in the door, right?
Right. And that's how mushroom is going to get in the door also.
There you go.
That's what I was saying as a replacement, is that they're looking for a substitute for the children to hang on to instead of fentanyl. Because fentanyl wasn't killing them, they would leave it alone. But because fentanyl has such high death rate, and then when you look at it, like when you watch YouTube and you go on Philly, and you look at some of them in Philly, the more powerful one. If they hear that one people drop out, that's what they're going to buy. These white people love the high.
They're on a totally different. They're chasing totally different things. That's what I'm saying. With the cannabis, though, they thought it would be as simple as Negroes love music and dancing and to get rapper of the day, and so they did it and tried to do this, you know, Rockefeller law hip hop cannabis stuff they got out here, and that's not the culture of cannabis. Even a pothead knows that. Like, I don't give a damn if it's Wiz Khalifa's weed or Wu-Tang. And they made it, and that's how they started to push it, right? Because, you know, when they first started legalized, and such had a brand or a strain. Right?
KK Kush from
then
Wiz Khalifa.
every rapper, this one got this and this one got that. But a true weed had no like anything. I thought like, yo, all right, what else? What else is new? Like, you're not just gonna get me. I don't care because it's Wiz Khalifa's chronic. Well, you know what I mean? That's not how the culture works. But that's how they tried to market it to us. And look, and so all these people come and go and come and go and come and go. And it's the same thing with the dispensaries, because the dispensary business, you know, California and Colorado was examples before it came up and down the East Coast of they come and they go, they come and they go. And the profit margins aren't what you think. It's like bodega profit margins. Why? Because you don't control the whole means of production.
Right.
And it's hard in New York, in particular along the East Coast, like to get a grow license is a different license from a dispensary license. You get what I'm saying?
Right. But my thing with it, especially the weed here, I hate the weed here. You guys love it. I hate it.
You got the best weed, bro. You bugging, bro.
You know the Jamaicans always got some.
No.
Y'all selling our weed down there, stupid. What you talking about?
Let me tell. No. Yeah. No, all right, let me finish. The whole weed game has changed internationally. I paranoid if I smoke this weed. The first time I smoked this weed, I said I didn't smoke a complete split. And I said, no. It don't carry the same mellow feeling to me. It's too strong. I hate it.
It's God.
Say it's too strong, but don't say.
I can say that. I hate it. It's too strong.
America got the best weed, son. To me.
No.
America, Ado's weed is by far the best in the world.
Yeah, America got the best.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Jamaica had it in the 80s. In the 80s, we can't stunt. Jamaica had it in the 80s. Everybody ran to them rosters in the 80s to get their weed.
But nobody. But look though,
nobody not smoking. Nobody not smoking that weed anymore. Nobody.
No. The 90s changed the game. The sticky, icky, that changed the game.
Game over. Night. Go ahead, Dread. Thanks, Dread. Get out of here with all that.
Yeah, but this weed to me too strong. But you guys love it.
I agree, but it's also a culture with that because that's not how we supposed to smoke it. It's so high power. We still roll them in big ass spliffs and all this stuff. Yeah. Come on, son. And then we get halfway there where people start to learn and different strains and types or whatever and indicas and sativas and what have you and all that stuff. But there's no culture of education behind this So there's a way to do it, but after a while, you I see what you're saying, Stu Peas. This is like couch lock culture. You know what I'm saying? Yo, son. Like, and it's getting to the point which I'm starting like, Psycho, I don't know if you noticed it. Niggas is going in like, yo, I don't want that indica shit. Yo. Niggas do not
was
want
doing
that.
that in the 90s. I remember, like, that became a thing in the 90s. Like, oh, man, if that shit got seeds or sticks, I don't want it.
But not only that, the indica strains today is the couch lock junk, bro. That's why it's so much chronic everywhere. All of these, what is it, cherry vanillas and all of them strains. Like, it's so much of that apple fritters. I think apple fritters and indica everywhere. Because
yeah, people got, like I said, in the 90s, that's when everybody got bougie with their weed. They got extra bougie with their weed in the 90s.
My thing with the weed, right? I like to have 2 Guineas beside me and a nice big head spliff and a comfortable seat when I come from work. And I light up a nice big head spliff and I drink my Guinness and I get up, I feel nice and I'm good. No, this weed, if you make a big head spliff, you can't smoke half of it and you can't drink your 2 Guineas. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck you doing if you can't smoke a whole spliff and drink 2 Guineas? By the time you're halfway through, by the time you're halfway through one of the Guineas. Yeah.
Psychology. We were supposed to be smoking less. Pardon that, y'all. And guess what, Psycho? What we doing? We smoking more.
And it's stronger.
This the chronic zone. We don't got to smoke that much of it. And we smoking more of it now.
And it's stronger. Explain that to me. It is stronger and it's smoking more.
My tolerance got higher. The tolerance got higher.
Okay, yeah, okay.
No, but it's not fun. Who wants to be that high? Is that fun to you guys?
You know what, brother? As I go on in years, brother, I agree with you.
The weed tastes better, though. It tastes better now. It tastes better now. Like the old weed don't even taste right no more. Like I tried smoking some regular weed like X amount of years ago, and that was the last time I had some and it just did not
make your stomach hurt. Right?
It didn't taste right. It just didn't taste right. It just.
That's why you have to have 2 Guineas or 2 Heineken when you're smoking the old one. You have to have 2 Guineas or 2 Heineken to absorb the taste bad taste, but you get the nice mellow high. No, you guys want this paranoid fucking high and come and tell me, oh, this is good weed. And by the time you take 2 pull, you say, no, this is fuckery. True story and laughing because true story, no. That's an old ass. No, I come from the old school.
Man, I mean,
listen, I started smoking weed with joints. So I know all about the regular old school weed. And it used to get me high. I used to get high as hell off a little joint and shit. But that little joint that I used to get high off of as a teen, that shit ain't happening now.
No.
Yo, Psycho, it's to the point though, you don't even want it.
No,
in the crib, you might find us.
Because I'm gonna get mad.
Psycho, smoking weed supposed to be an experience. It's supposed to be like a lunchtime. You know, that all right, I finished doing what I'm fucking doing for the day. I have an hour. I'm going to sit down, relax, chillax, and burn a spliff and just mellow out and feel good. No, within 5 minutes you're fucking high. What a sense. No, it's been true, so within 5 minutes you're high. When first time you take it whole half an hour for really absorb, whole of meds. You're meditating, you're thinking about your day. So, you put an hour aside and you meditate, you think about your day, you relax. Especially after you take a shower.
Here's something to think about. What we don't factor in is another part of the high is missing. So the illegal part of it was a part of the experience. So the high just
the thrill is gone. The thrill of smoking weed is gone. You saying?
Yes. Think about that. The experience of I'm going to get the whatever. You go get it. You make it back safe for you. Now, okay, where we gonna smoke it because you ain't smoking it on the street like that. All of that was a part of it. That made now that happened.
That part of the culture is gone. You're right.
That is gone. No, this 2 places in Jamaica I used to love smoke weed. You have this place in St. Ann named Walkerswood in the hills. when I go up in the hills with my brethren, the cool breeze blowing, and you smoke a spliff up there, you feel good. And the second place is when I go to Hellshire Beach. Hellshire is a beach where they have like people cooking food. So you order up your food, she fry 2 snapper, some fried fritters, some fried breadfruit, a large, a red stripe beer, or a large thing with orange juice. And see your breakfast soon come. And you tell her, say, all right, she said, half an hour already. You step out there, you sit down on the sun, you build a spliff and you smoke it. And then you come eat your food. That's there's no experience in smoking weed now.
That's what I'm saying. There's no culture around it. It became just like the drug dealer, just a transaction thing now. There's no culture around it.
There's no experience.
Our culture was, not unfortunately, but just what it was, that illegality and all of that was a part of the experience. Having to go up in the staircase, do that led to the freestyle and the rap and the music. And that was all
and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine first time you and your friends link up and you decide to smoke a spliff and everybody chill and you're having a conversation. It feel like a whole experience. Now within 5 minutes you and 2 people you don't even have a good conversation without somebody conk out. I said, done. What the fuck is that? Nobody can tell me nothing.
For me, being in New York City, it's the accessibility. And Marley knows too. And Psycho at this point probably says, it's like, yo, every damn bodega, every store, everywhere. It's like, yo, come on, son. I'm sick of every deli with the big, reefer everywhere, man. Go ahead with all that.
Yeah, but now the corner boys is about to come back now because they cracking down on them.
They already here. Marley, they just passed it on, I think, Friday. You can grow a plant. You can have up to 5 pounds, bro. I can have legally up to 5 pounds in the crib, huh?
Yeah, they
and if I go outside and take an ounce with me to get off to something and sit right there on a bench or whatever and do it.
You're allowed to have a plant out here. You're allowed to have one plant, and if you're on the street, you can have up to an ounce, but it gotta be in one. You can't have it like in a whole bunch of bags or whatever, because then they're going to pop you for trying to sell it.
Right, and it's not even pop you. That's the ticket, nigga. Like, yo, come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you feel what I'm saying, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like. They studied like, yo,
nobody can tell me that. That's the experience. But am I too old, Truth? Am I too old now? Is that a problem? That I am old school?
So I never I like the youth or whatever, millennials, Gen Z is like, I'm not one of them. I'm getting old. I'm gonna get old in my day type of dudes. But at the same time, we gotta fall back. Like, I don't even think it's a young man's game, but it definitely ain't an old man's game to be smoking that much or to just be that stupid in the head. Like, we got to start saving some of these brain cells, yo. And the bigger fact now, like, we're doing incredible damage culturally to our lungs.
You gotta drink some ginkgo.
There you go. But I'm saying now is the part, Molly, where we need to explore the food.
Drink some mullein tea.
Yeah, well, even still, now we need to get into the culture of having the weed tea and all the other stuff. And if you're gonna have it, we need to get into having it that way. They trapping us up, y'all. If they chasing us now, we can't even run. Think about it, son.
Ask you a question.
That's why I wasn't a weed head like that when I was balling.
Psycho, can I ask you a question or a serious question?
Yeah, what's good, Wale?
Is the herb really legal?
Well, it depends on what state you in. Some states, recreational is legal. Almost all the states, medicinal is almost illegal in almost all the states.
36 states is legal.
Yeah, recreational, and you got some states where it's legal recreational as well.
Are you calling legal that you can have 1 or 2 plants and so many ounces, and you're referring to that as legal?
Yes.
And you won't get arrested for possessing it.
That's how it was in
19. Drinking alcohol is legal, right? But if you get caught with some ethyl alcohol, the pure alcohol, whatever the case may be, 200 proof, X amount of it, you can get in trouble for that shit.
Well, in 1970, it was like that in California. 1 ounce was a ticket. You had 1 ounce, it was a ticket. Meanwhile, herb ain't no different than it was 50 years ago.
What?
If that's
Nah.
the case. Huh?
Herb as far as the quality, Wale?
No, I said the fact that in 1970,
you get the ticket.
California, if you had an ounce of herb, you know, if they wanted to, they could give you a ticket, or you could just walk.
But that's the same
Yeah,
thing.
that's
but
Cali.
that's the same thing as Jamaica and Amsterdam.
That's
it
not
wasn't
true.
legal on the books. It was part of like they just didn't enforce it. It
Right.
wasn't legal in
It was
Jamaica.
against the law, but right, they was
people were
lenient
getting
on the law.
killed for weed.
What? Say it
In
again.
Jamaica, people were getting killed for weed less than 30 years ago.
Well, that's you, Wale? You got a
20
party?
years ago. I don't know who got all that noise, man. It ain't me. I don't do that kind of stuff.
No, I'm just. Oh, I just heard some noise in the background.
That was a lot of noise.
Yeah, but y'all correct me, but it wasn't legal in Jamaica, was it?
It ain't. I'm saying now, even though the tourists come over, and for tourists they allowed it, but it was never legal in Jamaica.
Right, or Amsterdam.
And
No,
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam it was legal. They had smoke shops in Amsterdam, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had coffee shops and smoke shops, but it wasn't legal.
in Amsterdam. No, we just
I
legal in
know. I've
Amsterdam.
been there. I've been like 3 times. I know, but it wasn't legal. It was. That's what I'm saying. It was one of those things that was just accepted culture. You see what I'm saying? That like
That's not
you
my
wouldn't. They're not enforcing all this stuff or whatever. That's the problem now. And
And
that's
I
what I'm
was
saying. It was
saying
like
about
Jamaica. It's the same
I was
thing.
saying in Jamaica, though, the local people were going to jail. The local people were dying from the police brutality about weed, man. All
But
that
what I'm
time
saying,
we was-
Wale, it's growing everywhere on the island, right? And
No, not at all. I thought
What?
that too until I lived
It's not?
there. No.
Okay. You just educate me. Go ahead.
I
thought it was
Jamaica-
growing everywhere.
No, because if weed on the island has to be pampered. If it's not pampered, it ain't growing much.
I have been on the beach on the grill right off of it and been in somebody's farm and all the way up at what's that, Fern Gully, and seen it, and it's another place up there somewhere. And say, what part ain't they doing? And it was just like people had it in their backyards.
Oh, okay. I agree that people grow herb. There ain't no problem about that because it's not very much what they call it urban. So a lot of people have herb. Even in New Jersey, a lot of herb grow in New Jersey. People grow herb all over New Jersey.
You know, we used to grow in Harlem.
I mean, South Jersey, because it's not urban.
They used to grow weed in Harlem back in the during the 20s or whatever. There was
in the
weed growing
1920s?
there was weed
You
growing
talking about
all
the
the lots. 1920s. There was weed
Oh,
growing
weed
in the
was
lots.
growing everywhere in the States in the 1920s.
In Harlem.
My dad them used to smoke herb back in the 1920s and 30s in Florida and shit. You know,
But
down
the scene is something out of a Jordan Peele movie, right? So we talk about that experience of running the Crown Heights or whatever to go and get the weed and all this other stuff like that, right? And people getting locked up in these drug laws and destroying us. And now just flip it to the Jordan Peele style. Now Brad and Tina come and you go to their weed spot and we're lining up and they're getting all this hash. And think about how that looks, yo. That's something out of a Jordan Peele movie, yo. We line up at they weed spots. All these dispensaries.
And they're synthesizing weed on a mass level. They're attempting to synthesize all weed.
Yo, you would get a 1 to 3 for some stuff and go to, you know what I'm saying? You go to somebody's back alley and all this to get this, right? Hanging you. And now he line it up at Sally and Brad's dispensary. And they just caking, yo.
I've been arrested twice and both times was for weed.
Yeah.
That is a Jordan Peele
laws is a problem.
Yeah, you know, you're right about Jordan Peele. Because my brother got locked up in Jamaica for weed. Right? Enough ghetto youth used to get locked up. Uptown youth didn't get locked up. It's uptown, I mean middle class, upper middle class, rich people children. Now America changed it similar. White children Even when the police stop, it was a total different treatment based on where you come from. If you had weed, it's always been like that. And now they make they're making weed legal, and it's not the same farmers who was farming up in the hills, in the copy country, in the bush. It's not the same farmers. Now they're commercializing the farming license for weed, and the average poor person not going to be able to afford a grower's license. So they're taking out poor people out of weed.
Of course, the idea though is, from what I got from all of the people, is the International Monetary Fund is controlling the legalization of weed in the country. According to the Caribbean community, CARICOM.
No, look, black man not going to get wealthy off weed. They're eliminating us out of that game.
We could. I disagree. I'm talking about this is the hip hop creative part. Hear me out. This is the hip hop creative part I'm talking about. It's not going to be from having your legal dispensary. It's all the other things you make cultural as a part of the plan. It's not about just smoking. Yes, it's legal now, so you can grow it. You got hemp products you can do. You got, all these other industries that you can get into. That, like I say, you can make your lotions and all this other stuff part of the culture. Black cannabis, blah, 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 blah. That's using the same plan. You still getting paid off of it. Now you got 5 pounds and somebody's experimenting with this. They got energy drinks and all this other type of stuff with cannabis all over the place that we got to get creative with so we can brand to us. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And we need to take the same plant.
I understand what you're saying. Use a byproduct, because like a gentleman at the University of West Indies 50 years ago created an eye drop for glaucoma out of weed. And the amount of pushback he got when he first did it. And it works well.
I got a homie out in Colorado, right? Who is taking the sticks and stems and collecting it from the grow houses and making the bedding that they have for the animals. I got another person making logs from it. You see what I'm saying? And this is the byproduct. And this ain't even like everybody has it. Took the buzz up, all them sticks and stems is more money. This is what I'm saying. You could be a trash man, and he's a trash man basically out there and making a killing. He gets paid because they have to dispose of it in the right way. And then he's taking that product and making profit off of it, off of the trash. Come on, y'all supposed to know this. It's more than people used to take all those sticks and stems, put it in the pot wale, and now you got some tea, don't you? How you make the butter?
I'm doing the same thing already. I've been doing the same thing for 7 years now.
Right, if you're smart, Psycho, we were stupid trying to make weed butter using the buds. You dumb as hell.
So basically, what you're saying that we're at the 5th quarter, you mean like the entails and the other stuff, and turn that into a profit. So we're taking the byproduct right back in slavery days. So that's what you're saying.
This is where things are going. They're out there making plastics from these products, bro. You get what I'm saying? What's out there? The Air Force is out there and doing all this. They're making plastics from hemp. They're making like these body parts or whatever, those artificial limbs and all that, trying to make it from these type of, son. This is the creative stuff. I'm like, we lack that part of it, yo.
Are you familiar with the fact that growing hemp, clears radiation out of the ground?
I did not know that.
Check it out for Hiroshima. They're using it over there.
But the things like that, right? And so now you're sitting in your crib, you're like, okay, what can I do this? I mean, can you make a candle out of it? Can you make, whatever it is? Those things build up from candles to bigger things, obviously. I'm not talking about a whole bunch of candles. You get what I'm saying?
Soap, infused wax with it. Make it infused soap with it.
Right. So now think about this. If I can possess up to 5 pounds, I can grow my own stuff with some seeds and put the time in and invest in that. And now I got this product and I'm making these soaps and all of this stuff. Look at that. Off of my seeds, you getting all the bread all the way. Yeah. You control a whole production cycle.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
We maybe the weed is messing up our creative part of our brains. Yo, like, yo, come on, man. Unplugging stuff in the street.
I disagree. I bet pseudos are weed heads. I disagree.
Ain't no doubt.
We was able to
make 1,000 right now. The weed ain't slowing nothing down. It's making it faster, really. Like I told you, okay, 2 years ago, I bought rope machines to make rope out of the weed because I was getting so much volume from the trash. I was overdoing myself with paper. I had too much trash to make paper. So I started moving to make rope out of the trash and then make paper out of the rope because it's the same material.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I went and bought a handful of rope machines to make rope.
I mean, those are realistic things that we could do because people need to start putting out the numbers so people understand on these dispensaries so that stops being the goal. The margin, like I'm saying, is like a damn bodega or grocery store, what you're making off of that.
No, because the market flooded with the dispensaries now.
Then you got to constantly market it, right? Okay, just because you got the dispensary and whatever, like now you go to any dispensary, different sections. Oh, this rapper's weed and this one, this, and after a while you be like, man, whatever, man. Cause like Psycho always say, I just go right the homie right there. He got the same shit right on the corner.
That's what I do.
Yeah, but the dispensary weed more expensive too. It's more
never
expensive.
bought from a dispensary. Don't plan to.
And now, like I'm saying though, if we all in these cities and all throughout America, everywhere else where you could grow your own, man, I know good goddamn well. Once it get legal down south, them Bama's gonna have a field day, yo. Everybody run down south to go get the little land and just grow weed.
Niggas been growing weed in the South the whole time, huh?
But I'm saying when it gets like legal, where they can take their little land and grow some chronic, the South might be winning. I might be the new cotton now.
Y'all need to make it legal so the common people can deal with the herb on a free basis, but it's still legalized and quantified and registered and all that kind of stuff. I didn't realize when I was pushing to get it legalized, that was doing ourselves a disfavor. I changed my mottos and slogans about it about 5 or 7 years ago and changed it to free the herb instead of legalizing the herb.
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a lot that goes in. So you grow it, then you got to send it to the state, right? Is that you have to send your product to the lab to get tested.
See what I mean?
And have to be approved.
That's legalized.
Right. That's part of the process.
Of legalized. That's what I'm saying. Legalized was a mistake.
You know what's funny? I was a part of.
Never push for it.
I was a part of New York Normal. You know that the weed marijuana legalization organization, whatever before. And I had met there was a Philly. They had a conference, whatever. And there was a Philly president, whatever. So I'm talking to him. I'm like, yo, this is before everything was legal. Like, yo, it's gonna be cool. I'm gonna really hope we get this legal. And he turns to me. He was like, yo, I think that's gonna be a disaster. I'll never forget this now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the normal group, yo. NORML. People want to go see. Well, they would know what it is.
I know you're talking.
And he goes, it should be decriminalized. And at the time, I didn't get the nuance that he was trying to do. But he was like, no, it should be decriminalized. So you can possess it because there'll be exactly what we're talking about, all these other things on top of it. He saw it coming, y'all.
Oh yeah.
No, but question: if Philip Morris gets into the weed business,
it'll take them 1 day. They already did this 1,000 times. It'll take them, I think, 1 day, 1 to 3 days to have it up where you have your box and you get. They already have them in the dispensaries where you get packets of. They already got it, brother. It's over.
Yeah, I know, but if they do it on a large scale, they'll kill all the corner businesses.
Never. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't even have to do it.
Up, but the tobacco companies is all set up, ready to go. They're just trying to figure out how to tax it. They already set up.
Yeah. If you can get a 20 pack of weed for $10, because it won't be more expensive than cigarette, because they have all the factors.
That's the only way they're gonna push it out the streets is to make it that. They have to make it that cheap. Yeah.
$10 for a pack of weed,
$20,
or $15 for a pack of weed. It is going to kill the local market, unless you're going to buy a pack and sell it loose.
You can't kill a nigga in the corner, man. You could forget that.
Listen, people used to make cigars individually from tobacco and sell it until it became commercialized. Now, where are those single cigars making families? They're not in business anymore.
Unless you go to Miami. You can go to Miami and get a single cigar.
No. I mean, that they used to be homemade. No, they're making factories.
No, I'm saying
my
man on the beach in Miami. He makes them by hand.
Right, but he's an abnormality. So trust me, Philip Morrison really put their head to the wheel and said, listen, we're going to start selling. Okay, Biden banning menthol cigarette is going to be banned over time. So something will have to take the place. So they're going to start selling weed instead of menthol. Because menthol is going to be banned. You never know the law to ban menthol cigarettes.
So now we're pushing for weed to be free, not legal, decriminalized altogether. And the reason I push it like that is because the United States is hiding something from the people, which is the International Monetary Fund is the one that's keeping the clamp on weed. And if the United States is a democracy, then put it up on the vote and vote it over. It's an easy thing to do.
And this is exactly why weed is getting corny, Marley's still on here. See, Psycho, all this politics and all, like, man, that's
it's
not
already politics, cuz.
Give me my reefer and turn up the Smith & Wesson. That's all I wanted to do in peace without going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully the hip-hop heads understand that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Can I smoke my reefer, listen to Nas, and not go to jail if I'm doing it outside?
That's what I was marching for.
Right. It was that simple, Psycho. What happened? Huh? That's all we wanted.
I can dig it.
By the time you listen to the first song,
I keep looking over my damn shoulder for the fucking police, because that's the only thing I was looking over my shoulder for with the motherfuckers.
Right. That's all we wanted. Now we got the dough. Now we need a study guy. Oh, you ain't had the new Moon Rocks gelato, and it's too much. It's like, who was it? Eddie Griffin or whatever? Who said that? Was it Eddie Griffin? Somebody with the Cryptic Chronology? Yo, that's how I feel.
Cat Williams. Cat Williams.
Cat Williams. Yeah. That's how I feel. Old school. It's like it's too many names and all. Like I ain't got time for all of that.
Yeah, back in the day, back in the 80s, it was, do you got some weed?
Right.
And motherfuckers come at you with a paper bag or some shit or whatever.
But even when it was like, okay, that's some Thai stick or some Arizona or whatever.
Nobody asked though, but nobody asked back then. Nobody asked what type of weed it was, but they just asked how much. That's all they, that was the do you have it? How much? That was the conversation. It wasn't nothing else.
Yeah, now you gotta have the gumbo, Moon Rock.
Now you gotta negotiate. Yeah, you got motherfuckers got menus and shit. Motherfuckers whip out a menu and give it to you and shit. Like, yeah, man, here you go.
It's that part. It's like, well, like, yeah, I'm too old for this shit. Every time I go, I'm like, yo, son, just give me my weed, son. Like, I don't know no more, yo. Like all these, oh, you ain't had a new, whatever, fruity pebble, what is it, wedding cake, Durban poison fritters.
How them and the weed smell that way, or taste that way, like the raspberry, the different flavor. Is it something that's spraying on the weed?
It was real simple, Psycho, if you could back me up. Is it trash or not? It was real simple. It was two things. Is it trash or not?
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's going to give me high. Is it garbage? Yeah. That's all you
And
care
then you
about.
have follow-ups if you want. Is it road spray? Is it anything? Or, you
It
know what I'm
didn't take a
saying?
lot to
Those are the
get you
type
high
of
when you
questions
think
I want to know.
when you think back in hindsight. It didn't take a lot to get us high either. So it had like think how bad the weed had to been back then for us not to get high off of it. That shit had to be real bad. Because our tolerance it wasn't what it is today.
No.
So that shit had to be real bad if we wasn't getting high off that shit back then.
Gotta go in the store, and it's like it's a different type of stress with the chronic now. It's like some futuristic nerd type of stuff, right? Like, yo, it's stressful. Or it's like you say, the menu, and you're just like, oh man, it's too really. I don't know, man. You get what I'm saying? It's all these different names, and I'm like, come on, man. And then it changes so frequently, right? Oh, they ain't smoking at them. Yo, how? Okay, Psycho, let's take it here. How do weed just, that's old school weed.
Back in the day, each certain weed had its run, where that
Right.
it was the hit thing to have, the pep,
Northern Lights.
Yeah, the Northern Lights, they had its run. The Hydro had its run.
Right.
And, the Sour had its run.
Fake grow for us on the East Coast.
Now,
the Cali Chronic.
Now, nothing has a run anymore. Like, everything is just like assorted flavors now. It's like
nothing. It's a Spotify single, right? You think it's hot with it, you get some views with it, you might have a little buzz. Okay, next, now it's a 2-week run.
Yeah, certain strains they had like a whole summer. Sometimes they have a whole year run.
Facts.
Good run.
Moolox is big. The gumbo is in that phase right now. Right? Wedding Cake had a nice little run.
Yeah.
You know.
Why is that? Is it that the demand for the stronger weed? Is it that the stronger weed take over each time? Or is it the flavor?
We're gonna know when the Pentagon
I think
paper.
The newness.
I swear to God, we won't.
The newness.
This is
I think
all
the newness,
setup, y'all.
I think the newness has a lot to do with it. I think the newness has a lot to do with it.
How do we get old that quick, bro?
We gotta blame Dre for this, Doug. As far as the assorted flavors, not the weed habit, because motherfuckers already smoking weed before the chronic.
Right.
But as far as the whole flavors and being bougie, Dre made people bougie with their weed. That's what Dre did. Dre, after Dre, everybody got bougie with their weed. It had to be sticky. No seeds, no sticks. I don't want if it ain't a certain, if it ain't got that sticky feel to it, I don't want it. Dre started all that.
I agree.
Before Dre, motherfuckers didn't care if it had seeds. As long as they didn't have a whole bunch of seeds, they tolerated the seed.
Right.
After Dre, that was a no-go.
Who is Dre? Who is Dre?
Dr. Dre.
Dr. Dre, the rapper.
Yeah.
The rapper. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when my father, when I was a little boy, my father used to build him spliff, and he used to take the seeds out. We used to eat the seed. Weed seed tastes nice. It's like sunflower seed. But nobody don't parch them and sell them. Weed seed tastes good.
People still sell weed seed, man. People still sell and eat weed seed.
Yeah, I used to love eating it.
It's just a woman just gave me a jar of weed seed. It's fresh for smoothies and stuff like that.
Oh, nowadays you would love to have some seeds. Nowadays with the weed they got now, you love to have those seeds, and you can do something with those seeds now.
I grow them. I only grow seeds now. I don't mess with nothing else. I grow everything now.
And then every now and then you get some weed tea, sweetened with milk, condensed milk, and it's so nice, and you laugh and just sleep. There's a little half a cup or a quarter cup. And my mother said, don't give them the weed tea. Don't give them any of that.
Well, Stu P's, I'm going to show you what a cultural difference may lie in this particular thing as well. Whether the cultural difference, you better not roll no joint with no seasoning, you liable to cause a fight. Somebody smoking some joint, and the seeds start popping.
Yeah, because the
seeds start popping. Yeah, they'll fuck your shit up, start popping and everything, and it make your shit burn funny.
Yeah, nah.
I got holes in all my clothes.
Nah, bro.
Damn, that's them goddamn joint papers to do.
I got holes in all my clothes.
Hell yeah.
No, you used to pick out the seeds and the stem and then you cut it up on the cutting board and you build a split. I have the same cutting board for years until the middle part rub out.
You see, that's the thing. Yeah, you got seeds popping everywhere. It's like a firecracker you smoke or something.
No, we pick out the seeds.
Oh, okay.
You pick out this. That's how I used to get the seeds.
You use a cutting board? Truth, you use a cutting board?
Yeah, we use a cutting board. Nobody start using.
I got my little weed tray. Oh, you talking about?
But you use it. Do you have to cut the weed, or how you have to cut it?
Yeah, back in the day when I was in Jamaica, I had to cut up the weed.
Asking Truth how he handles it, man. I know about
how I handle it.
Yeah, do you have to cut the weed?
Yeah, I cut the weed. If I got like a pound or something like that.
I mean, if you got like a couple of buds, you're gonna roll a joint. Do you cut the weed up? How do you?
Oh, sometimes it depends. It depends. I know what you're saying. I got the whole kit. I'm a boarding school kid also a while. Like, yeah, I know how to sit there and I actually have all that stuff like everybody doing.
Some people got grinders. Yeah, some people.
Right, I got my grinder.
Oh, you got that kind of stuff. Okay.
And my tray, and I'll sit, and if it's if it's crazy sticky like you talk about, and it's compressed, I'll sit there, and cut it up and open it up.
You said my scissors, a small sharp scissors or a sharp knife, and cut it up. Weed smoking used to be an experience. You sit down. And you prepare your split, you cut it up, it feel like you achieve something. And when you build a perfect split, when you look at it and you say, yeah, this one look good.
And you know why?
I love rolling.
You just had a high from going to get it. You still high now. You're like, this is part of the whole
experience.
Down and getting into the groove.
Yeah, you sit down, cut it up, and before you light it, you make sure so you're comfortable and everything all right, and nobody not fucking not asking you any question. So you finish. My friends don't have nothing for you to
turn up the Smith & Wesson, brother.
Yeah, you put on a tube and you just light your split. I have 2 Guineas.
Yeah.
Are you good?
Then
beautiful.
You want to be a fake dread? You light it up. You turn on some for us ADOs. Put on some Morgan Heritage or something. Walk, sitting around listening to Gregory Isaac.
Yeah, Gregory Isaac on weed or Dennis Brown. Dennis Brown or
Dennis
Gregory
Brown. There
Isaac.
you go. Dennis Brown for sure. Garnet Silk.
That's a Garnet Silk too, and a nice spliff and 2 Guineas. Don't get any better than that. And then afterwards, you're well charged. You're just gonna mash up some pum pum. And you do good. You do good. You can't ask for
now
better.
You gotta get it. Now you smoking it like you said. You half scared. Try to finish it. Like you starting to think of all the stuff you gotta do after you smoke. Like I ain't gonna smoke. Oh, I gotta go to this. I gotta go to the grocery store. I gotta do this.
No, weed can't smoke like that. We never meant to smoke like that.
Nigga get too introspective.
We never meant to smoke like that. This rush smoking.
I think Psycho said it earlier. This may be the what is causing the pseudo explosion. You might be on some Psycho. We might need to get a documentary going for it. Yo, I think
I don't want to blame the weed for these pseudos, but I will say it definitely it's not helping matters none because the
correlation to the correlation.
Association, because that's the reason why I sought to legalize it or make it free, so more people will smoke it and more people will come outside of the box.
Oh shit!
Herb started.
Yeah, you have it.
You tell me I was supporting the pseudo movement, Wale. Don't tell me that, Wale.
Herb, as I ran into it, was a shaman thing. And we used to travel. We used to get high and study. And matter of fact, I know high school students and college students now, they tell me they get high and study. They study their best. They learn better when they high. So we used to do that when I was a youth. And I tell them that. That's how I studied when I was a youth. Get high and study.
Wally, tell them about your experience smoking weed in Jamaica with the Rastas. All the vibes, you smoke with the Rastas. When you go to Jamaica, are you smoking weed among the bird trees, the Rastas? It's a different feeling, tell the truth.
Yeah, it makes me sick. I have to leave. I can't really feel when I'm smoking herb. They smoke grappa, tobacco, and they herb.
Yeah,
and that makes me sick. I'm actually.
No, but you can build it without that.
Huh?
You can build it without the grabber or the cigarette, the tobacco.
Very few people.
Yeah, that's how my father used to smoke it. He used to break off a piece of cigarette. I don't know why. Probably made it burn easier. They used to blend it with a little bit of cigarette.
I talked to the elders when I got here up in Westmoreland and places like that, Catherine, and I would go in the back roads and talk to the elders, and they told me that they used tobacco in the herb because the herb was too wet. It wasn't dried out enough. Because herb was illegal, they had to move it fast and move it fast. They had to pick it and move it. They didn't have time to cure it, dry it out properly and all that.
Right, that's true.
So that when they got the herb, it was thick and sweaty. So they would cut it up with a knife, like y'all be doing. And you can't.
I know exactly what you're
I don't
talking
cut my herb. I never cut my.
They were steaming it and everything. Yeah, you got to steam it.
And then they take the grabber or the tobacco and dry it out so it could hold the fire.
Right.
The grabber would hold the fire, and the herb would smoke through that, and so that's what the elders taught me about. You know why?
That's why they do it. But that wasn't properly dried. Because when they go after weed in Jamaica, it's like soldiers and police, helicopter in the sky. The patrol, the sky is looking for the weed farm.
Of course,
Come down, burn the weed.
They took two of my dealers down like that. Took their herb like that. Came down in a helicopter, took all the herb.
Right. Burn it, same place. Sometimes they take it.
Yep. Sometimes they burn the same place.
Just like. But
most of that was after the U.S. The U.S. was sponsoring most of that stuff. Period.
Yeah.
Friend of mine used to. I don't know why he used to do this, but he loved doing this. He used to smoke his weed in a black and mild. He'll champ it. I don't know if y'all know how to champ black or whatever to take the tobacco out of it. Yeah.
He'll take out the cardboard.
But put with weed. Yeah. I used to think he fucked the weed up doing that shit though. I was like, man, you kind of fucking the weed up doing that shit, man. Like mixing that shit in with that black shit. Like, yeah.
But people like that stuff. Like Marley even said he mixed his herb with something sometimes. I don't mix herb because I learned herbs like I said.
I mix with either mullein. I mix with mullein now. I mix it with mullein. It thing's smooth, you know. Yeah, but
what is mullein? What's that?
Mullein is you can make it. It's an herb. You can use it to make tea. But when you make it into tea, it's good. It's good for your lungs. So I mix it with the weed and I also drink it.
Called mucilagen or something like that. I think it's called a mucilagen. Cuts up mucus.
Yeah, it attacks the plaque in your lungs from the smoke when you turn it into tea. So if you're a smoker, you smoke a lot, you could drink mullein tea daily. You can drink it to help remove the plaque that you build up from smoking. Yeah, so you can use mullein tea. I use respiratory tea. Not respiratory tea, but it's a respiratory remedy that I use where I put red clove, mullein, ginger, and nettle.
Red clove.
Yeah, red clove. Red clove. It helps with your bloodstream. Because remember, when you smoke, right, it affects your blood too. Like
You saying clover or cloves?
clove, red cloves.
Okay. I
Yeah.
never heard it say red before the word
Yeah.
cloves.
So I'll mix those teas, and I'll drink it in the morning time before I go to work. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I have I'll put like ginseng or matcha, turmeric inside of it. I put mad sea moss. I put mad herbs and nutrients inside of the tea, and I drink it. And that's how I start my day off.
Yeah, well, keep some spirulina and chlorella around, or either one. That's always good to
Yeah, I
keep.
think I got some. Yeah, I think I got. No, I got astragalus, not spirulina, but my sister got that though. She be having that.
So Marley, let me
Yeah,
ask
you
you:
Yo,
Do black
deep
folks need to revolutionize weed culture? There's some opportunity
yeah,
there. Can we get the teas popping
yeah.
and all that?
I think there's healthy. Smoking is not healthy in itself because it causes oxidation in your lungs,
Facts.
right? So
Facts.
I believe that even if you do want to smoke, there's other things you could do to compensate to counter it. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you do it daily, like drinking mullein tea. Is one that helps remove the plaque from your lungs and things of that nature. I think like if you overly smoking and not taking care of the rest of your body and you know what I'm saying, cleaning it out, then after a while, it's like if you have a car, you know what I'm saying, but you take a long time to fix your car, it's gonna be so fucked up. You have to get a whole fucking new one. It's not gonna matter what you do to it. So as long as you keep on giving it oil changes and changing the tires and making sure that everything is good, you can always replace the parts. Your car's gonna always be running like it's brand new. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like
Know somebody who was having dinner parties, and I think they started off with 3-course meals, then they started doing desserts, and people were paying, I forget at the time what it was. Probably like, I don't know if it was less than $100, but everything in the dinner, in the meals, and the desserts had the cannabis in it.
yeah,
It was through the oils and everything, and that was how they did it.
yeah.
And so then you leave them with some cupcakes or whatever type of desserts that also chocolates and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
yeah.
type of different culture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do think that
we gotta do something
I
different.
think that there should be stuff that could be produced.
Oh, two chains had a video like that on the Riches, and the dude
Say what?
was infused. 2 Chains
Uh-huh.
had a video on YouTube where he was showing this guy cooking, and he was using weed infused oil,
Right.
and that shit was too strong because even 2 Chains took the oil itself and rubbed it on a split that he was smoking, and he nearly conked out the way how he got super high.
Right. So what if you just had the oils and just made food stew peas instead of rubbing it on the damn spliff that you're gonna smoke? What was in the spliff? He probably had this kind of crazy chronic we talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, let me rub some oil on top of it. That's like saying you got some crazy chronic and you got some hash oil, and like they got now, and then you got hash infused and while you like, come on, son. Diamond infused and all this stuff crazy. Keef everywhere. Oh, you got Arabian Keef? All right, put that on the. It's too much, man.
No, you like it strong. You guys love it strong. You guys want a mind blowing experience, not me.
You told me, we only got the ones. We only got the infused. That's what they try to be slick. The infused don't be nothing, but they put all that nasty ass Keef on the outside. Yo, nigga, we having asthma after one pull, yo. Hell.
A gun show tomorrow.
Wrong, man.
I was looking at the sign, gun show tomorrow. No.
Oh, Psycho, there's a herb that grows by you. They call it Jamestown herb. And it actually gets you higher than marijuana if you want to check it. It's not illegal.
Jamestown herb.
Yeah, you could Google it by that name itself because it was used in Jamestown. It's I know the name of it, but it's not coming to me. Jimson weed is what it's referred to.
It's not flaca, is it?
I don't know flaca. I know flaca can mean thin in Spanish or skinny in Spanish. I don't know that. It's not oh man, if I could tell you the name. The name is not coming to me, but there's Jamestown weed. If you Google that, Jamestown weed or Jimson weed, and it'll tell you about how it was used in the military. Somebody put it in the Army's food, and the Army went AWOL for 2 weeks.
Is it good?
Oh,
you tried it before? You said, is it good?
Oh yeah, I use it periodically, but it's very strong. I'm telling you, it's very strong.
You just reminded me of speaking of conspiracies. G13. G13 was supposed. The G13 was supposed to be. Wasn't it the 13 seeds that got released from the government lab when they was doing making they weed strain? And I've heard this when they had the brand with the strain, the G13 out.
I don't know nothing about that one.
Come on, y'all.
I don't. You said conspiracies. I don't much bother with conspiracies.
What?
I don't bother much with conspiracies.
Oh God.
Dun, 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 dun. How you doing, Psycho?
I know that's right. I like, wait, what?
No, but the question is, the THC level has vastly increased.
That's what they say.
Like these crossbreeding and these, right? And my thing is that why? Why? Because the more you smoke with the thing, the body start normalize this feeling. And it never naturally occurs in nature like that. This thing is why do you want to what is? Natural weed in the bush. Natural weed in the bush will never achieve those levels without manipulation.
Yeah, I mean,
what we're doing now, I'm learning anyway, is to use lights on the herb. I use lights out in the yard, even on the herb at night, and it actually grows. Because I was growing, the herb would normally only grow about 8 to 12 inches, blossom, and have one bud on it, and then die. That's it. So
certain strands that need more light than others.
So we put more light on it, and now they grow up to about 3-4 feet, and then we take the light off and put it on the next group. After they show that, because right away in the first few weeks, they'll blossom and show their balls. You know, the males will show their balls, and the females will show their hairs. And then you can separate them then, and then take them to the lights and let them grow to adulthood. But it's a quick way to figure out who's male and who's female.
Well, you can tell by the seeds, actually, right?
I never heard of that.
Yeah, there's a way to tell by the seeds. You should look into it. There's a way to tell.
You get smoking genetically.
I believe the lighter seeds are the female. If I remember correctly, the lighter seeds are the females, the darker ones are the males. If I remember correctly.
I just
Google it to make sure I'm not lying, but if I remember correctly, that's what I remember.
I just put them all in the ground and see what grows. But sometimes nothing grows. I ain't tripping like that. Going through them to see which. The guy say, well, if they busted or they young, don't put them in the ground. I'm like, if so what if I don't put them in the ground? What they're gonna stop? So I put them in the ground, busted or not. I don't see what that means. Though. They ain't gonna grow another. I put them in the ground with the rest of them. But you know, every so often I get a real nice what they call it crop. Well, I think I had the biggest crop there in New Jersey when it was busted back in, I forget what year. 11. I came home from work and the cops were all around my yard. They had 3-4 different, what they call it, kinds of cops, the city, the state, and the county.
How they found out you was growing?
They stumbled up on it.
You was growing it outside?
Of course, yeah. Man.
In the front yard or the backyard?
The backyard. But I knew some people up in Sicklerville, they were growing theirs in the front yard. And they had it trimmed, looked like hedges. They had it trimmed and looked like hedges. Nobody knew the whole time.
That's good.
That was crazy. They had to go right around the house like hedges and around the front porch. That was wild. I was like, oh, y'all deep. I didn't recognize it till I got close up on it.
And what happened to
they lived on my block with that crap. They would have got the whole block out.
Well, you more urban. You know, the North Jersey more urban. South Jersey got more land and, you know.
Yeah, y'all down there by the Pine Barrens and all that shit.
Yeah, got more farming going on.
South Jersey is why it's called the Garden State, not North Jersey.
Yes. I like South Jersey, man. It was like being in the South, like in Georgia and Alabama, and South Jersey was nice to me. Always felt at home.
Yeah, some of them towns racist as hell too.
Yeah, they might be in the town itself. You get up in the town, they had the Klan members up in town. I mean, everybody knew that. Up in Gloucester, what is it called? Clayton. Something. Anyway, they put a university there here recently. About 10 years ago, they put a university there in the middle of South Jersey. And they started building a lot of high-end houses and condos, you know what I mean, $300, $400
They gentrifying South Jersey too.
That's the most expensive state. Yeah. That's the most expensive state, and you're not as far.
No, we still ain't as bad as New York.
No,
not as bad as New York.
Not nearly.
We pretty high, but not as bad as New York. New York the worst.
Yeah.
I was selling real estate in South Jersey. It got to be nice, man. Because the houses were going for $200 and $300 and this and that and the other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. And then I got into business real estate. That's a whole nother, man. You could sometimes one hit could take you through the year. The payoff on one hit could take you through a year and a half. Just one hit. And selling businesses, that's big money. You know, in the real estate, I'm just saying, in the real estate thing.
My bad, my phone died.
It's all good.
But yeah, that was an interesting adventure. I recommend it to people, you know, if they're willing to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Juneteenth weekend.
Selena, what's going on?
What's going on? How you doing, Psycho? You know I love your channel. I always try to come and support.
Hey,
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? What up, Butter, if you actually here? What up, Shrimp?
Habarigani, Shalom,
Oh,
Aloha.
Barigase. Who jump on Barigase? Oh, that's right.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Oh, bien, usted. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. Muy bien.
Oh, bueno.
Sorry, y'all.
It's all good.
you got to do your little Latino, thing.
¿Tú estás hablando español?
Well, en mi escuela. Actually, brother, the correct term is Latinx, Wale. I don't know if you got the update.
Yeah,
That's an update. Okay.
I can say
I'm still dealing with PCs, so I don't get my updates off.
What is Latinx?
Huh?
What is Latinx?
You got Latinos, bro.
It's not Latin.
Latinx is a term to describe Latinos.
So why we don't say Latinos anymore? What makes Latinos bad?
It's not gender. It takes away the gender specific at the end.
We still say Latinos, but I forgot the reasons why we say Latinx. I learned it in mental health, but we still call them Latinos, but it's a specific group that's called Latinx. I can't remember what it is.
My boyfriend said I could be on the panel today. He's with me, so we can't. We're driving.
Yeah, we ain't trying to get you in no trouble.
No, yeah, I'm not in trouble. So he's like, okay, I'm with you today, so you stay. So I was like, okay, you can jump on the panel. He thinks he can jump on the panel. That's just sweet. He's helping me celebrate Juneteenth weekend. Juneteenth weekend.
Got any plans? What cookouts you going to?
We haven't many cookouts yet. I'm in Cleveland. We're gonna get a corned beef sandwich, and we're gonna see Bad Boys 4, and then tomorrow's
Everybody, I feel like I'm the only motherfucker who don't give a fuck about that movie, but everybody's watching it, talking about it. I feel like I'm missing out, not watching the movie. Like, it's great.
I want to see it to support Will Smith. Shout out to Smack a Bitch Will. And then also it's Father's Day weekend, so I'm gonna take him out for Father's Day. Check out my daddy for Father's Day.
That's fathers don't get enough credit. That's what's up.
That's true. And rest in peace to my bio dad. Love you, Dad. And also to my grandfathers. Y'all were the real MVPs. Broke the mold.
That's good.
And shout out to the dads on the panel from out here tomorrow. And shout out to the dads in the chat room, especially Jackson 2 times. Jackson, you in the room. You super dad. Cape on that neck. Cape for Jackson. He a dad, man. He a dad to the kids, the community. He be on it. Shout out to Q Buddy. He a dad and a teacher. He the bonus dad, when he in the classroom. So I hope I'm not forgetting anybody or stepping on any toes.
No, you good.
And then who else? Shout out to Damo. I know he's a teacher, professor. He's like a bonus dad. He's always working in the community. And I pray I didn't forget any other dads. I hope everyone has a wonderful day tomorrow, all the dads. Thanks for, raising the children, being a positive role model in the community.
Being a runner for office. That's gonna be the name. Oh, by the way, guys, if you sign up and run for local office.
As councilman?
Yeah.
As what?
Councilman Lena.
Why can't I be mayor or governor? I want to be a governor.
Psycho, remember Good Times?
I wonder what you call a female governor or governess too, because I know a governess is a nanny, but would you call a female governor a governess or no?
No, we got a female governor. Her name is Governor. Well, her title
Yeah,
is
I was think governor. I don't think they call governor.
Governess, because I know a governess is a nanny, but I wonder could that also be a female governor? Where's Buddha when you need him? I know you know my linguistic, my resident English teacher.
I never heard women governors addressed in that manner.
Okay. I wasn't for sure. I know a governess is a nanny, but I wonder could you also feminize governor like you do actress? I wasn't for sure.
Psycho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Psycho. Don't front. You didn't know what an alderman was until you saw Good Times.
Well, when I first, I will say, I that's what made me find out what an alderman was. But if you would have
there we go. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, I know what that's alderman name is. Like,
if you would have asked me before that, I thought it probably was like a church usher or something like that.
I don't know. I used to didn't know exactly what they do, so I had to look it up. But they be running, and I've bumped into people running for it.
Is that different from a council person?
A councilman? Yeah, because I think so.
In Chicago, what kind of position is that in Chicago? What do they do?
I don't know. I know Obama was the alderman. I think I ran for it. I don't know the people. I forget.
What does that mean? You help out the projects?
About the project?
No, don't laugh. Alderman Davis helped out the project. He was helping Florida.
Alderman Davis was a crud ball.
I hope he kept up for pissing in the hallway. I really do.
In exchange, he lied to you and say he was going to fix up the projects.
Anybody in the projects, help me understand. Why do project people piss in the hallway? I never understood that.
We had a whole scientific discussion on this the other day.
Why? What was the reason I missed it?
Helps keep housing affordable. No, let me stop.
Oh man, I saw. I was right. They said it's a 99% chance that AI in the future, over 100 years, a little over 100 years, of course, might be the cause of humanity's extinction. I told you, I was right.
There we go. What source did you find this from?
This is on late night TV. This is on Steve Colbert show. And they was talking about it. And I was like, I knew it. I told you, that's crazy. Y'all gonna be looking at me dead in the eye. Yeah, Lena was right.
I mean, I said that not in our lifetime, but in the future, I'll be nervous. I will be nervous because I think we could be at the beginning stages of Skynet and not realize it. Totally.
Oh, I forgot. Shout out to you, Psycho. I hope you have a good Father's Day weekend too.
No doubt, I appreciate that.
You and your white baby mamas, not just teeth.
I do not. Don't do that. Don't do that. I do not have no mixed kids. No, I have one kid. One. That's it. Started early.
Don't do that to you. I would never do that again. I didn't mean to make you upset. I know your kids are mixed because you told me before. I'm sorry. And it's okay. Anybody tell them if you have mixed children, that's okay too. Black is black. I just have to piss everybody off. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Man, countdown to Trump going to jail, July 11th. I hope they sent this nigga to jail.
House arrest with a fine.
That's what I think.
Ankle bracelet at best.
Yeah, at best. Yeah, he ain't gonna even get that. He gonna get some type of parole or some type of supervision or something like that.
1 day behind bars. This shit is all a dog and pony show to try to fuck up the election for him. That's all this shit is that he's not going to see no time in jail. I just can't. I can't see this country putting a former president
in jail, like in prison, for real. I just they'll find a way around it, biting and fuck around and give him a pardon. Like
never pardon him. Biden wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't put it past him. Yeah.
Like he all stayed down, they made him sign it. He didn't know what he was signing. Yeah, sign it.
I just don't think he's gonna see one day behind bars. I just don't think this country is gonna got enough nuts to do it. I'm surprised they taking it this far, but I don't think they're gonna go to that extra mile and actually put him behind bars.
And he has more cases though. I want to see what they're gonna do.
Are judges in New York elected? Do they vote for judges? Did the judge that?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
He's not getting any jail time.
What you
That's what I said. I don't think.
Like judges elected?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not getting any jail time then.
No, I ain't.
He's not getting any jail time.
I hope I didn't think of what Psycho said. I hope there's some way to embarrass him, though. Like at least make him wear an ankle bracelet. Something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'll be something like that. Like I said, he's going to get something, right? He's going to get like probation, ankle bracelet with a heavy fine, but he's not going to go to jail. I just don't see them doing that much.
Once again, if he goes to jail, the Secret Service goes with him.
Yeah.
That was bogus. Can you imagine being a Secret Service? They got shot to jail to protect this nigga from
somebody got to watch his back while he take a shower.
No, you got arrested. What you talking about? Nah. I'm sure it's all type of stipulations if you are guarding the president of the United States for life, no matter what the circumstance, brother. The guns is in there. Y'all gonna have to change the rules if we go this far, right? Think about it.
Mm-hmm. The Secret Service would have to be in his cell.
For life. You hear all protected. Obama is held down for life.
Right.
Jimmy Carter is legally dead and is Secret Service, right?
I know, right?
No, but that nigga still working on. He be building houses. You see him build him, and he's in up there hammering shit and like putting on the framework for houses.
I'm shocked he's still breathing, dog. He's the first president I remember.
Right, me too.
And that motherfucker's still breathing, dog. Like that's crazy. Like the motherfucker I saw him lose to in 1980, been dead.
Right.
He said he been dead. But y'all never seen him build houses?
Yeah, what you talking about? That's how black folks got some of these brownstones in the hood.
Yeah, but Jimmy Carter be sitting up there building houses. He's like 90 something. He make me feel like I'm worthless. I'm like, dude.
Is it Habitat for Humanity?
Yeah, that's what he does it for.
I know people got like
Jimmy Carter is totally the longest, totally the oldest living president right now, former president or any of that, right? He has to be.
He gotta be, right?
Yeah. I don't think there's no former president that's living that's older than him. Yeah, Bush Sr. died. Yeah, he's the oldest one.
Mm-hmm. That would be ill up in the joint. He got the Secret Service holding him down. He just coming through control. He control all the phones in prison, everything. Damn. He got
so what? What Secret Service will get a cell beside his?
Besides, I got to hold my man down. Yo, crazy. You gonna give us the XL?
Stand outside the cell. That's crazy. Just standing outside the cell like they the royal guard at Buckingham Palace.
Right.
Just post it up.
Because you're gonna have to change federal law to get all that shit reversed. And ain't no president gonna go for We'll hold you down, but with stipulations. If you go to jail, they're gonna be like, hell no, I ain't signing that shit.
I heard they said another option that they could choose is making them only serve time on the weekends. He'd be like a weekend prisoner, and for the rest of the week he get to go home, and then he got to go to jail and spend jail time for like a weekend or something, like every other week. Some weird scenario that they said could happen. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, some cool scenario they said could happen. I'm like, I don't see them doing it either.
That shit that sound crazy.
I'm just saying there's an option that they could choose. I was looking at all the options that they could choose. That was one of them. That shit sound crazy though. I don't think they'll do that. That's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. If they're gonna lock them up, they're gonna lock them up. If they're gonna let them, if they're not gonna lock them up, they're not gonna lock them up. I don't think they're gonna lock him up. I think they're gonna allow him to be on the ankle bracelet. He's probably gonna violate like a motherfucker, but they still ain't gonna lock him. They still gonna turn a blind eye. Their goal is not to lock him up. They really don't want to lock him up. I don't think that's ever was their goal. They just want to ruin his election. As long as the election's ruined, they cool. If Trump would have just went away, most of these cases wouldn't even happen. He had just went away and just played nice.
Fuck that, son. He ain't running.
I got it, y'all.
He gonna handle business. He gonna handle his business like a real man, like a real white man.
Donald Trump should start a prison game.
Real white men don't run. You saying? Real white men stand up with the Jewish lawyers and fight against the system.
Nah, I say he should take his time going in and start a prison game, and that'll be his like the Batman movie. And
That'd be hilarious.
Then that'll
go
be
up in jail and start running the joint.
Right. But Psycho, that's how the villains do it in there. And then when they come out, they get all the prisoners. They automatically gonna be down with him, right?
Definitely gonna have Secret Service with him, because if Epstein had his security with him and he was locked up in Bell.
I'm saying though, like, is the Secret Service gonna be sneaking them in shit, like cell phones and you know, like snacks and shit, and like
I gotta hold you down for life, whatever it takes. That's what that come with, bro. There ain't nobody using the phones. Period. I'm tired of the phone.
Yo, he gonna have the jail on smash, yo. Everything gotta go through Trump. Everything gotta go through Trump, man. Like, he'll be running that joint, yo, in a month.
So how does it go? Then if you start a prison game with your demonic self, when you get out of the joint, you know you already got it.
We were just talking about that earlier. He's gonna be worse when he come out. The jail make you a worse motherfucker. So yeah.
And he got a team. He got literally the biggest prison game. They getting out and they strictly Trump. He say to go to the Capitol, they going to the Capitol. They go wherever, go wherever. That's how he run. This how it's going down. We messing with elections now. All that Debo on elections. Ain't no Sunday voting. Go and just, you know what I'm saying, take all the church buses out. I don't care. He got the biggest gang.
All those white supremacists love him, dog.
Right, there you go.
They're gonna protect the hell. He don't even need Secret Service. Really, real talk. Like,
he'll have black folks.
He'll have
black folks down with him. The black prisoners, the Latin prisoners. He gonna unify all of them. Biggest gangs ever.
His prison's gonna have the biggest race war in prison. Like, it's gonna be like insane. Like,
telling you, phone. Everybody gonna be like, yo, yeah, he right, son. He gonna be like, yo, give me a meeting with Hoover. He gonna be talking to Larry Hoover. Everybody like, yo, this is how it's going down. Tall guys.
True. Yes, I just put a link in the back chat, and that's to my teacher, my master teacher. That's a link to him, to his biography. I just read it.
Good.
Maybe you would be interested.
Yeah, this the dude, because you went somewhere with it. This guy had a hell of an impression on you, bro. I was like, I'm curious, and thank you. Now I'll read this. How you say that? Baba
Asian? Is he Oriental?
Nah, he's a brother, man. Baba Meta Hochi Kofi Omowale Zanu Mo Barimu Ajinaku L.
That's his real name?
That's Meta Hochi.
Meta Hochi spent his entire life on never-ending quest for knowledge. He was a cultural activist, but he claimed no labels. He was a priest of the African traditional religion, a visual artist, a writer, a lecturer, humorist, and an avid reader. Blah, 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 blah. Named James Allen Butler by his parents. He was born Murfreesboro, Tennessee. When he was 5 years old, his parents died of pneumonia. When he was 6, I'm just skimming. I'm going to read it later. I'm just going through it. Love school, was a good student. Incident high school had a great impact on his view of learning and played a role. There was a white teacher named Miss Campbell who was looking for volunteers to be in a speech class to learn public speaking, so he volunteered. She told the students that Black people often cut off the ending of words, which makes them sound like they have a lazy tongue. She made the students pronounce the word guess. They all pronounced it incorrectly, but they did not add the extra S sounds at the end. From that point on, he became highly interested in languages. His interest in other languages enhanced his understanding and the study of other cultures. He appreciated all the other cultures, realized there's little written about Africans, especially in the 1930s South. Being born and raised in the South, KKK, he joined the Army, veteran, 1944. He read the book that would change his life. It was called Freedom's a Hard-Bought Thing, written by Stephen Vincent Benet, character named Kofi. He read books of Georgie and James, Du Bois. He has some followers. Life and cultural rights. He understood Booker T, Adam Clayton Powell, Gandhi, Jomo Kenyatta, yada yada yada, Emmett Till. How long is this biography? She's African cultural pioneers of Gary, Indiana. Together they introduced African culture at a time when the masses were still unaware of the significance of their heritage. In 1968, they go that year again, they founded the Omowale Culture Center, which served as the engine that powered the African American cultural experience in the Midwest. Modupe started sewing and providing wardrobes for everyone who wanted to wear African garb. She got recipes and cooked African dishes. She made beautiful African shirts, Pan-Africanism, the Omowale Culture Center, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Meta Hochi saw changes in the 70s when drugs began to proliferate. Organizations promoting Black consciousness were infiltrated by the CIA and FBI. Either stopped. Meta Hochi stayed at the course. He added the name Zanu, which means a person born in the night. And the title Meta Hochi, which means my elder person. At that point in his life, Meta Hochi had become more cerebral and expressed most of his thoughts philosophically in parables. He also became a vegetarian. Y'all want me to keep going? I'll read the rest. Meta Hochi had become known and respected in many parts of the country. He had quote-unquote followers. They were his godchildren. His steadfast commitment, and when he went, Baba Osejaman were invited to participate in the Parliament of the World Religions held in 1993. Meta Hochi was invited to represent African spirituality.
They say he sat next to the Dalai Lama at that meeting. The next paragraph at the end.
Mother Teresa and the Archbishop of Canterbury, Meta Hochi was seated next to the Dalai Lama. Settled comfortably in position at 83, become a respectable elder in the African community. I guess I'll read it later. What was these traditions, though? He just combined, because I see Zulu here, Yamaya, Paolo, Odu.
He studied all that. He studied all that and more. He studied a lot of stuff. He spoke like a lot of languages and stuff. Matahochi was deep.
You got it. Okay, so I'll read it again if anybody wants to know. Ready, Psycho? Baba Metahochi Kofi Omowale Zanu Mo Barimu Ajinaku L.
Is that the Marinetta? That's you can tell?
Motherfucker.
What language is that? Is that the Medinetta you recited?
The Abba. Go ahead, you could go, Wale.
Oh, I was going to say Kofi is Ghanaian, and it means one who is born on Friday. Amawale is Yoruba. And the other, I think Zanu is Fan. Metahochi may be Fan too. Because he was, that's around that time is when I met him, where you got to 1970, because I had just came out of high school when I met Metahochi. And they come down to set up the university.
True story. Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry, Wally. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm good. I'm just explaining that.
Truth. Yeah.
What's that?
All right. Then. Truth. You have a video on Noble Joel, you don't?
Yeah.
Was that Negro a Christian? Was it Christian? Huh?
Was he a Christian?
Yeah, most of his ideology. Is it derived from Christianity?
Right from a number of things. Yeah, Christianity, one of them, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the seven circle Quran was like a gumbo of nonsense. But he was the first one he was the first person to kind of introduce Muslim faith back to black people, because a lot of the slaves that came over here were Muslims, but they got that beat out of them and pushed Christianity on them. But when black people started drifting out of Christianity and started going towards the Muslim faith, he was the first one to actually start bringing that type of mindset to the people.
Oh, beautiful.
It was around that time. Also, you have a lot of people coming from those regions, a lot of Muslims coming over here. But yeah, he's definitely one. I think him and like one or two other people, but definitely one of the most influential people to get that Islam back.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, plenty of, because of theosophy and other things, there's a lot of, for lack of a better word, hodgepodge spiritual systems. You know what I'm saying? So they have Christian elements and Muslim elements and this theosophical slant. You know what I'm saying? This DeLawrence type of vibe. And those books and 7 books of Moses and all those other type of books start to come out. So what we see is like we do the same thing when we create these, combo like religions, right? But the people who are creating them, which is smart, most of the people that you're trying to attract to these faiths are coming out of what? Christianity. Right, so if you're introducing these things, you got to introduce get the Christianity. Then you play how you play off of those stories and characters to walk them to Islam or whatever. This is why Fard was knocking on doors. Like I say, he was he used to be selling Bibles, right? And you see, the NOI mostly for Christian type of instances they may reference from those religions more than that. Quran.
He was selling fabrics too. He was selling a lot of fabrics and everything. That's how he like to try to pique their interest. More Islamic garb.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say that's what I had enjoyed about Metahochi. He never mentioned none of that stuff. All the years I knew him, he never mentioned none of it. The Bible or the Quran. Islam or Christianity.
Yeah. But that's definitely how the Muslim faith, like the Black Muslim movement, so to speak, that we know today. It's spawned from all that.
Yeah.
You got that, and also you got the Ahmadiyas coming. And when Ahmadiyas come, also they have something. But the Ahmadiyya part of it is kind of Christian-y too for Islam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The what? The Aqsa what?
Ahmadiyya.
Ahmadiyya movement. A certain branch of Islam.
Ahmadiyya is probably other spellings, but if you do that, it could get you close enough.
It's a certain branch of Islam that it's a long story. Islam, like Christianity, got a lot of different like denominations and splinter groups and everything. And this is kind of one of the splinter groups that's a lot of other facets of Islam don't really respect. But yeah. But they had a movement out here in America that they was their goal was to try to spread Islam in America, and so they did that around the same time frame.
Okay.
Around the century.
Thank you for reading.
The dude comes and also they get into that part of it of the missing years of Jesus. That whole type of, Jesus went to India and Egypt and all that type of thing. Now, I believe, Ghulam Ahmad, right? I believe he was start saying he was Jesus reincarnated.
Yeah, a lot of people was making that claim. Yeah, a lot of people was making that claim around that.
Mm-hmm. So if you've been in the good Bible, as long as you've been in God Bless America, and if I'm coming with some okey doke, let's say swindlism or whatever, I'm gonna meet you where you at in order to take you where I want to take you, right? So that's why you got to keep the Christian blend in there, and everything you do got to be in somehow reference to Christianity. Oh, the Christians got this wrong. This is how it really is.
Right. But don't stray too far away from Christianity where you scare them off.
Right.
Because Farad, he didn't come at them immediately with Islam, right? He like you said, like he eased their way in because like Islam don't denounce the Bible. So he did come at them first with the Bible, but he was setting them up though, right? He was setting them up for that, that big reveal later that where, he wanted them to leave the, Christianity and start embracing Islam. That's why he was mixing with the fabrics and everything. That's what actually what he was originally selling. Door to door with the fabrics, but while he was doing that, he was also talking a lot about the Bible. And that's how he got a lot of people interested, drew them in, started, talking, easing in Islam as time went on, and eventually convert these people to Muslim.
You know about this psycho?
Angela Davis. All right. Be careful. Some people will call her agent.
Wait, you don't have the picture with her and her wife?
See, there it goes. See.
What? I'm just asking.
Nah, I ain't got that. You know about this, man.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Huey P.
I see Huey. Who's that? Is that Captain Cleaver? Is that Captain Cleaver? I see Huey. I see. Who's that?
Sarah.
Oh, that's okay. That's what you call it.
That's Fred Hampton.
Fred Hampton. Yeah. I can't see who the girl is.
That's whatchamacallit, the same person.
That's Angela Davis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Captain Cleaver.
Sarah Shakur. I didn't see her.
Yeah. I see it better now.
Okay, now I can see it. Okay, yeah. So, okay, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's like a Shakur. That ain't a shot of Shakur.
Yeah,
that's what I thought that was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a shot of Shakur.
Oh yeah, it is a side of Shakur.
Come on, y'all. You know I know my black exploitation.
It is a side of Shakur.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Where'd you get that from? Delancey Street?
Oh.
Nah, I don't know. I got this from a black owned business. But they were selling it.
You got that right on Utica, right by the Popeyes.
Yeah, then my shorty, she got tired of me wearing these Black Power shit. And she started buying me like fucking
Gucci.
Yeah, Gucci and shit.
Hey, get off that blackity black shit, man.
Where these Italians?
She started buying me designer shit. All my designer shit that I got, she bought it.
Yeah.
Blame it on wifey, dude. Get out of here, boy. Get out of here, dude.
I swear to God, yo, bro, this is all the shit that I bought, son. Y'all niggas think that this shit is a joke, son. Like, all my shit that I bought, bro. Look at this shirt right here, bro. All my shit, bro. Want the back shirt?
That go well with the Gucci slip on too, don't it?
Nah, I don't. Designer go with designer.
Okay, my bad.
Can't be mismatching, right?
They don't look right neither. Oh, Psycho, you gonna like this shirt. This shirt, you gonna like. This is my favorite shirt, Psycho. I'll never throw this shirt away. This is my favorite shirt right here, bro.
Until wifey finds it.
People be like, yo, where you get that shirt from, son?
All right, Malcolm.
Yeah, but look at this shit, the graffiti.
Yeah, I like the brand right there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the shit that I be buying and shit like that.
The airbrush and everything. That's right.
I remember Sonetta see me with this shit on the African festival in Brooklyn.
Okay.
He just kept on looking at this shit. Yeah, definitely this shit. I think I might have to wash this. I ain't never throwing this shit away. Never. My favorite shirt.
All right.
This is one of my favorite shirts.
Truth used to have all kinds of airbrush jackets and shirts on back in the day.
All facts. All facts. Yep.
That was the shit back in the day, boy. Had the airbrush jean jackets.
That's when we created the style and not just followed the uniform that's in the store. And then rule number one is you couldn't dress like nobody else. Your shit had to be unique. Even if you had the same jeans, like you say, you got to rock your shit a different way or spray paint your design on it a different way. Now it's a uniform.
Yep. Like, yeah, we was way more original with our clothes. Like you think about it, like we wore some stuff that we'll laugh about today, but we had some originality in our shit. Like these motherfuckers, like I don't know.
When did you go to the store?
This one out right here.
Wait, okay? That's Malcolm coming out the store. All right, that's the spot. That's like the coffee shop he used to go to or whatever.
Yeah.
When did you go to the store and say, "Yo, give me everything that's on the mannequin"? Think about it. Think about it. Now, people go to the store, Jimmy Jazz or whatever your local Dr. Denim is, and they look in the window and they go get everything that's on the mannequin.
Right.
No creativity whatsoever. You're like, yo,
like we were just talking about, we literally got to design our own stuff with the air, like tell the people what we wanted and everything else, pay whatever, and they airbrush it on there.
Mm-hmm.
Graffiti artists. There's a way for graffiti artists to make money too.
Mm-hmm.
And you had your own shit that was individual to you. You had your own what they called them, NFT. You had your own. That was NFTs before NFTs. You had your own shit.
The main purpose was you don't dress like nobody else.
Right.
Now everybody come outside and dress the exact same.
Yeah. I didn't even like telling people where I got shit from.
Boom.
Like I was that guy.
Motherfucker like, yo, where you get that shit from? I'll never tell motherfucker. It was an ancient Chinese secret, motherfucker. I was on my Wale shit. I ain't telling you nothing. Like,
that's when you like, y'all was downtown. Forgot what that store is.
I was East Baying it up, boy. People did not know for the longest time. A lot of people didn't know about East Bay back then.
Yo,
I was getting all types of shit from East Bay. They was like, yo, where you be getting your shit from? Hey, man. I ain't gonna tell the motherfuckers.
I discovered the Spiegel book.
Oh, man.
Remember Spiegels?
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Order the shit.
That's back when motherfuckers still had CODs. Remember, you be able to order shit COD?
Yes, sir.
Motherfuckers do not do that shit no more. But boy, that used to be the days. Boy, you order that shit. Like, oh, they do COD? Oh, I'm in there. I'm good. Shit.
Now it's mannequin life.
Yeah.
And that's why they killed it, man. It's like that's what I'm saying. No culture, no originality, yo.
Nah.
And so what does it do? It makes them easier to get into the game, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
See?
It really does. Because, because you make everything copy and paste. And you dumb it all down to, Yeah. Because hip-hop was constantly changing, man. That's like hip-hop didn't stay stagnant for so long. You know, it went through phases.
Because you didn't want to sound like nobody else.
Right.
So you went to a concert and you saw Public Enemy, De La Soul, LL, all in one show. Fresh Fest and all these things. And they wasn't the same quote unquote type of rappers and rap groups.
No.
See?
No, it was diversity in hip hop back then. You had a little bit of everything. Whatever you was into, they had it. Whatever you was into. Now, you kind of stuck with all the same shit. It's just who do you like can do this style better, because if you like a different style, you're going to be pissed off. Because it ain't there. So you just got to figure out who does this style the best and try to roll with that. That's all you left with.
And the key is, that's just the part where it becomes industry, but this ain't so much our control. But if you're gonna go into the industry don't care about none of that. Oh, that's what's selling right now. I need one of those, right? And so now everything has to sound the same, because everybody says, "Oh, that's okay. Give me one of those." Auto tune. I need an auto tune rap. Give me that. Yeah, give me one of those, right? Now we got a million lils.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed it. I tell people all the time, like, they think I'm crazy, but I miss taking trips to the record store. I miss going to the record store, asking my mans and them what's the new shit that dropped, and going through shit and thinking, like, I don't know, man, just the experience of going to the record store, like, I don't know, I miss it. It's crazy. It's weird because, it's so much easier now to get music. Like, why would you want to go through all that hassle and everything? But I miss the experience of just going to the record store and just hanging out there.
It's the same thing I was saying about weed, though.
I ain't gonna lie. If I had owned a record store back in the days, if I had a record store, if I was around that time and I owned a record store, I have an arcade inside of my shit.
That'd be kind of dangerous, but yeah, you could.
Because that'll separate my record store from everybody else's record store. Because we'll make my record store more unique than yours. Besides that, we sell records, or I will sell food in my record store.
And then you have food all over the vinyl. And
yeah, that's again dangerous, because you bring it in different crowds. Then you like,
Yeah, it's dangerous because you bring the arcade game up in there,
I
people
know,
gonna be selling things.
but mostly, but most. Oh, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Back in those days, the security was different. Well, I was just saying, if record stores is around now and shit like that, that's how I do the shit. Like, I'd probably either have some food there, like some finger dishes and shit like that. So people come in, you know what I'm saying? Because your record store got to be what's gonna be different from your record store? Everybody's selling the same albums.
But
it's who owns it. It's the atmosphere. Some most record stores. They got the music playing. They got the turntables going. They playing the music. You got this is a vibe.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about weed.
That's why you also gotta have shit like liquor there too.
Oh my.
No, hell no, man. Hell no. Liquor. Hell no. You really trying to start some shit. You
sound like you got an underground club.
Yeah, you might just open up a club at that point. But
it's the same thing I was saying, Psycho. Like a weed, it's the culture that's gone. The same music culture actually going and sitting there and going through all of the vinyl and looking at the cover. You don't appreciate no record cover now. Think about it. You don't look at no record cover.
Nah, it's fucked up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the nostalgia, it's gone. Like it's crazy when you think about it. It's like, how's that shit just going? Like you don't miss it until it's gone. Like you don't miss it until it's gone. You really don't.
So when the culture gets further from our grasp, or technology comes into play in a lot of places, like you see what happens, man. Like, wait a minute. You discount that whole experience of going down to wherever record store, and maybe you bump into a Primo or whoever doing what, nigga, grown.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Looking through records.
Yeah. You might actually catch an artist at the store. Yeah.
Right. Go to Fat Beast or it wasn't the Wiz, it was the other one downtown. It wasn't Rock. What was downtown, bro?
Crazy Eddie?
Nah. It was it was right on the corner. We
said not the Wiz.
It was downtown on 4th.
Was a mom pop? Is a mom pop joint?
It would start off as a mom. Damn, I'm pissed off. I can't remember this shit.
Yeah.
I can see it, y'all. I used to go there. Oh man, who from Brooklyn? Miz? Nah, Miz. He might not remember.
Yo, B, I'm about to become a YouTuber, son. For real, B.
So like he said B Street. He said B Street in the chat. We had B Street here too. Yeah, we had B Street here too. Is that you talking about?
No, I said I'm about to be a YouTuber.
Oh, you said you're about to be a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Okay, Molly. What's gonna be your content?
Huh?
What's gonna be your content?
Mental health and shit. Mental health and science.
Nice.
There's some pseudo in there. We're gonna have some hood shit too.
So you gonna play around with the pseudo? Okay.
Nah, I probably might not play around with the pseudo, but you know, I'm thinking about it. I think I got the personality to be a YouTuber and shit. And then, you know what I'm saying? I could probably make a little extra money at home and shit too, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta have a good content, good background, you feel me? I just have to have some shit to talk about. I'm just talking about mad topics and shit like that, son. Like different shit that I be writing about and just presenting.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, most of my shit will be psychology.
Real quick, Mark Russell, you there? I can't hear you.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Okay. That was weird. Yeah. The truth, you was in the chat earlier acting like you want some wrestling smoke. I don't know what that. I don't know what you.
Oh yeah, brother. Yeah. I mean, however you want it, brother. Like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't mentioned people like Ivan Putski, Polish Power. You know what I'm saying? We ain't get into this.
Ivan Putski's a freaking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We can talk about Ivan Putski. Ivan Putski was a freaking midget. He was big as hell. He's a big ass midget. Pause. So, and you know, interesting story for Ivan Putski. I actually met him in Texas when I was living in Texas and shit. The motherfucker was a goddamn security guard at a high school. I found out the motherfucker was a security guard at the high school and shit. I didn't believe motherfuckers. Went up there, the motherfucker actually, motherfuckers there working there and shit. I talked to him for a couple minutes and everything else, and but but he's short as hell, dog. He only like about 5'9".
This is how, and it's unfortunate, I thought it would be a longer series. This is how you destroy Psycho in the first round. Now you got all the slander for Ivan Putski. Rocky Johnson, and you could look it up, took his style from Ivan Putski. How about that, Jack? Huh? That whole, and think about how Rocky Johnson fought exactly like a black Ivan Putski, didn't have no real moves, and go and punch people in their heart or some old crazy ass stupid finishing move. Get out of here, son. No way.
What are you talking about, Ivan Putski?
Right, Rocky Johnson was black Irish Ivan Putski.
Who was the black Ivan Putski you said?
You heard your favorite wrestler, Rocky Johnson.
Oh no, well, he wasn't. Well, I wouldn't call him the black Ivan Putski. I thought he was better than Ivan Putski myself, but
yeah, of course, he got some soul with him. Remember, he used to do the dance, little shuffle.
Yeah, he used to do the Ali shuffle. He actually trained with Ali at one point. Yeah, he used to do the Ali shuffle. He used to do 2 drop kicks and then pin a motherfucker, like a sunset flip or whatever. But he had a whack ass finishing move. But but he was exciting though. I used to rock with him.
I was saying also, like people don't realize, and this is half true. When they won the championship, it was like a hood holiday. That's how real wrestling was.
That was exciting. Yeah,
people came outside and celebrating, yo. I'll never forget that. When Rocky Johnson and Tony Atlas won the WW was it 3 at that time? WWF, whatever, championship. It was
two. At that point, it was 2, yeah. WWF, yeah. First black tag team champions. And, they beat the Wild Samoans, who actually is related to Rocky Johnson through marriage.
Facts. And Jimmy Superfly Snooker.
Yeah.
All the people with Superfly, Snooker, Rocky.
You know why they lost the belt? You know why they lost the belt, right? Like the real behind the story, why they lost the belt?
I don't remember. Right.
They lost the belt because Tony Atlas is the reason why they lost the belt. Tony Atlas was young, dumb, and doing stupid shit, and he was missing dates and showing up late on certain spots, and like him and Rocky Johnson wasn't getting along. They don't even like each other. Like they do not like each other in real life. Like they hate each other in real life, and they didn't get along. They wasn't traveling together, so Tony Atlas might show up, he might not show up, or he might come late, everything else. But so they fired Tony Atlas, and that means they had to drop the belts because Tony had to get the fuck up out of there.
Who was he? He was Mr. America?
Mr. USA.
The USA.
Mm-hmm. He was a real bodybuilder. Like he was a real life,
And then they started trying to give Rocky Johnson the F.G. Jones treatment.
They started trying to job him out. Yeah, then he left. Mm-hmm.
But that was when, what was it? My group. I don't think you mentioned the Road Warriors either.
Oh, the Road Warriors. They
best tag team ever.
Yes, I agree. They started off as bodyguards. They started off bodyguards out in Chicago. Them. It was a bunch of them too. It was them. Smash from Demolition. Who else?
Accent Smash.
Yeah, Smash from Demolition was at that spot, and I'm missing some people. It was a bunch of those motherfuckers. I'm trying to think. Was Scott Hall one of them? Scott Hall might have been one of them too. It was a whole Ravishing Rick Rude. Ravishing Rick Rude. One of them. It was this club out in Minnesota, or was it Chicago? It was Minnesota. It was a club out in Minnesota where all the motherfuckers was all bodyguards at, and somebody who was, I forgot the motherfucking name, who was running a wrestling school at the time, went up into the club, saw all them big motherfuckers, and then said, "Yo, y'all ever thought about wrestling and everything else?" And then decided to train them, and the rest is history. But yeah, I remember when they first started off in the NWA, and I ain't never seen nothing like that before at that time. At that time,
Hold on. I got one for you. I don't think it was the NWA. I think it was the AWA, because the NWA was the big time league with Ric Flair. But I think the problem was the Road Warriors was champions in the AWA.
They went to the AWA after they left the NWA. They went to the NWA first. Yeah. That's where they got their start off with. Arn Anderson was actually the booker in the NWA at the time, and the
NWA stands for National Wrestling Association.
Yeah. Animal was the first one that came down there. Animal went down there first. He was a solo dude, and he was known. He called himself the Road Warrior. He was the Road Warrior when he first went down there, and he wasn't even called Animal at first. He was just called the Road Warrior. And then they decided he could probably. They asked him, "Do you have another person he could pair up with?" And he called Hawk and had Hawk come down there, and that's when they called themselves the Road Warriors, and he named himself Animal, and then he named himself Hawk, and yeah, they just started beating everybody senseless, like beating shit out of everybody. That's back when wrestling used to come on TBS. That was the only way I could see that shit. Remember they used to come on TBS on Saturdays?
Yeah, for them. The other one used to come on Channel 9. Come on, that was the Jersey stick. Channel 9, WWF used to come on. And then, we couldn't really catch the NWA and AWA. I think they put it on Channel 11 maybe eventually.
The AWA they put on Channel 11. That's when that happened because that was Vern Gagne who ran the AWA at the time. Yeah. Well, he always ran the AWA. He started the AWA, but that was backlash for Vince going into his territory, because this is around time when Vince was starting to try to take over wrestling. He was trying to challenge the whole concept of having territories and everybody staying in their own little region, and started expanding outward. And he started going to other people's territories, pissing off the local promoters and shit. And he went into Vern Gagne's territory, which was, Chicago, Minnesota, that whole Midwest shit. And when he did that with his television, he went in there with the television first, because that's how without television and wrestling, you're done. Yeah. Right? You need to promote it on TV first, so you can get some interest and actually have people come to the events to go watch the shit. So He started infiltrating that area with the television first, and Vern got pissed and was like, "All right, well, since he's infiltrating over on my shit, I'm gonna start infiltrating the New York area." And that's when it popped up on Channel 11. That's when you started seeing the AWA coming on right around the same day, right around the same time.
Yeah,
11. Yeah, that was backlash from Vince going into his territory.
So the McMahon family has an interesting relationship with black folks going all the way back to the 19-teens. And like I had put in the chat, Jess McMahon, he was
the first big boxing promoter.
Right, but also was the first one to play the black basketball players, professional ones, money.
Correct, yes.
And then
he owned the Garden pretty much. Yeah, he ran the Garden.
He was a booker. But people got mad because he was trying to make black and white fights, and and he was trying to push that, and they wasn't really trying to have that. But he's involved with making this whole styles associated with things. Irish Mickey Ward, and the Latin sensation this or whatever attached to it as the marketing because of the racial tension. So that style of like the WWF takes current events and mixes those characters in. The McMahon, the grandfather, starts that with basically racist. You see what I'm saying? As a marketing tool, is a unique way to start sports entertainment. Correct. And, the boxing and all that stuff, and these type of fusion sports, especially I got the Irish one versus the Italian one, or the Polish one versus the colored one, and all that type of thing.
Yeah. And he got, like you said, it's Vince McMahon that everybody knows, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, that's the one everybody knows. His grandfather was like, he's the one that got the whole thing actually going. He was the biggest boxing promoter
in the country, because he ran, like you said, he was the booker in the Garden for all the boxing events, and at the time boxing was the #1 sport in the country. So he wielded a lot of power because he ran the biggest arena, the world's most famous arena, and he was the booker there. So he had a lot of power, and then he actually started. This is where he started getting into semi with the wrestling, because boxing and wrestling kind of was running in the same fields at the time or whatever. And this is kind of before it kind of got blasted that the shit was fake. An old bitter promoter came out around, I want to say it was the 40s, maybe like the early,
Wait, so hold on. Back then, y'all couldn't tell that shit was fake?
No, I wasn't alive in the 40s. I'm talking history right now. But no, I mean, it was always rumblings that it was possibly fake, but they never owned up to it. Like wrestling used to get covered like boxing. Like, they covered it like boxing, like in the sports and everything else. Like if ESPN was around at the time, it would have been in Sports Center, right? Like that's how they covered wrestling back then. They wasn't sure. Like people kind of suspected that it was fake, but they didn't know for sure, and they definitely didn't know how it was being done. And you had this bitter promoter. I forgot his name off the top of my head. Goddamn, I'm pissed off. I can't remember his name, but I know he was a promoter that got pissed off at the other promoters, and he decided to turn into an outlaw. And he was the outlaw promoter. And what the outlaw promoters was, they didn't hold tight to the agreement of territories, right? Because in wrestling, you had the territories. Everybody stayed in their little region. Southwest, Southeast, Northeast, Midwest, Texas, like they all had their little, California, they all had their joint where they all stayed local. But the outlaw promoters didn't respect these territorial lines, and they would just go up in there and just run events in these cities and everything else, and kind of just undercut the events and shit. And they were doing a lot of shady shit, like as far as the business goes. And there's one pissed off promoter who was an outlaw promoter, threatened that I forgot which promotion he threatened, but he threatened this one promotion, if either let my wrestlers, either let me and my wrestlers, in on the territory, or else I'm gonna go to the local papers and blast the industry and let everybody know all this shit is fake. And motherfuckers, told him to go fuck himself, and he went to the newspapers and blasted it, right? Blasted that, all this shit is fake, it's all rigged, y'all wasting your money, this, that, and third, telling them it's all, choreographed and it's all predetermined. And, that right there is what put the stain on wrestling, where wrestling was no longer covered as a real sport. That's when it became, kind of what we know today, kind of when it started to morph into something else, right?
So that's when they start to put more emphasis on the heel. So the face of it and how they try to promote it was legit, was always the Olympic this and the strong man this, whatever. So people would take it half serious. So the heel wasn't as, watch where I go, it wasn't as flamboyant. So that's when they start to really introduce the pretty boys and the nature boys and all those type of characters. So people really could see the distinction with their ring entrance and that whole thing. And this dude with blonde hair, and he's half effeminate too. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How to make that popular. And that
started with Gorgeous George.
Right, Gorgeous George. That's all those type of characters start to put in. And that's the new type of wrestling icon, as opposed to Olympic guy or whatever.
Gorgeous George was the first heel that was like that. Was a main eventer, right? He was he was the one that he was the first heel that would put fans in the seats.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because of his gimmick, which you were just mentioning. The whole feminized, kind of metro, whatever you want to call it, right? Fruity type image, along with the explosion of television. When television started coming around, that's when wrestling hit a new life. That's when it got a new life, and because it's made for television, it's perfect for television. And at the time, television was new, and television needed programming. They didn't have programming, right? They had this new instrument where they can broadcast things to the world, but
they didn't have programming. They needed things to fill in these slots, and wrestling was perfect. And it was huge. Wrestling was huge on Saturday nights around that time.
So Marley, as a young kid, when you see wrestlers, and then you actually see, let me get a good one. Abdullah the Butcher bust somebody's head open and they start bleeding. You think those things are real, my brother? You know where you talking about? Oh, that's fake blood, because they actually are bleeding from the head all profusely. And as little kids, you watching this shit like, yo, he just cut his head open, pulled out, right?
Like you had, like they are faking that. That's real blood. But people be like, that's fake blood. I'm like, no, that shit real. Look, that shit leaking from his head. Like, you know, like, yeah, it was, the waters were very murky at back in the day. It was like, you really didn't know, because kayfabe was real back then. And for those who don't, kayfabe is a wrestling term for it's an old carnival term for pretty much keeping the guys going that this is real, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's practicing kayfabe. Making it seem to be real, making this whole act seem to be as real as possible. That's practicing kayfabe. And kayfabe was real at that time, right? Like, they was trying to make this shit real. Like, they didn't want people to know that was fake. Mm-hmm. Like, so you still had that dynamic going on. The waters were very murky.
Yeah, because you also can't fake Jimmy Superfly Snuka jumping from the top rope on somebody. Like, how you fake that? That actually happened. So combine that.
Bro, he jumped off the cage on motherfuckers.
Yeah, good.
I think my first experience with somebody bleeding in wrestling was when Jimmy Fly Snuka got hit in the head with a coconut by Roddy Piper.
Yep. That was real too, by the way.
That was real. That was not
bust his head wide open, coconut and blood everywhere.
All that was real, man.
Kid.
That was real. Yeah. Actually, when he was chasing them and everything, Roddy Piper said, "Yo, he was praying to God he didn't catch him."
Yeah. I heard Rowdy talk about that instance, and yeah, he hit him for real.
They spoke about it.
Oh yeah, he talked about the real. Yeah, he said he said Snuka told him to really lay it in because he wanted to look good and everything else, but he said he didn't expect it to be that type of effect and everything, and yeah, he said when he hit him, he said he was legit knocked out. Like, he said he was legit like almost knocked out and everything else. Like, he was worried about him.
That shit with Owen Hart was real. Fuck out of here.
Well, the injury's always been real. To my thinking, like, the injuries, they couldn't help that. The accidental broken necks and broken shoulders, and yeah, they was breaking themselves up.
Now, some of the injuries were fake, right? You had the fake injuries too.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, the limp offs. Yeah.
Bret Hart and Owen Hart had fought. When Bret Hart and Owen Hart had fought, and he DDT'd him. He put him in a power driver. He fucked up Stone Cold.
Fucked up Stone Cold neck, and Stone Cold knees too, though.
He was tight. He was tight at him for that shit. He said he never apologized.
Son, his knees was done. You don't remember? He used to wear braces on both his knees.
I remember when that shit happened. You talking about Stone Cold and Owen?
Yeah,
I remember when he power drived them. That happened on the pay-per-view. When he power drived that motherfucker, and I was like, ooh, and then the way Stone Cold reacted after the power drive, I was like, yo, I think he really fucked him up. Like, I don't think that was supposed to happen the way it happened. Like, that was, like, I knew that was an accident. Like, I knew something wasn't right when he did that shit. I was like, yeah, he wasn't supposed to sit out on that power drive. He was supposed to drop to his knees, and he sat out on that power drive and ended up fucking him up. And yeah,
since y'all all wrestling veterans and we here, I gotta ask, what's your favorite move? I'm gonna just start it off with mine's. Had to be for a long time the figure 4 leg lock or the scorpion death lock. Either or. Figure 4 or the scorpion death lock. Which one y'all going with?
Or the sharpshooter is a scorpion death lock. The sharpshooter.
Yeah, he stole the scorpion death lock from Sting. Yeah. Now go ahead. What y'all going with?
What you mean? Bret Hart was out before Sting. Stop playing.
No, but he was on a tag team with his brother.
He wasn't fighting
with his brother-in-law, and they had their own finishing move when his
did steal that
brother-in-law held him up,
Bret
and
Hart
he did the clothesline.
Sharpshooter. Y'all niggas is
Bret
tripping.
Bret Hart totally stole that for Sting. He did. Yeah.
Sting was my dog. Well, no, what y'all going with, Psycho and Truth?
I could tell that, y'all the youngins of the crew, the best move ever is the Cobra Clutch.
Oh yeah, I can't front. You got something there. I can't front. The Cobra Clutch is classic.
Oh, I like the Boston Crab too. The Boston Crab.
Hey yo. I never liked the Boston.
It's like the sharpshooter, but you put their legs underneath your arm. You turn them halfway over, and you put your knee in their back, and then you bang. Yeah, nigga. What?
See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all not from the era where somebody try to put you to sleep in school, my nigga.
Nah, bro.
Yeah. People really try to put people to sleep in the sleeper hole.
First of all, the Boston Crab had nothing on the iron sheik finishing move. First of all,
the camel clutch.
He broke Bob back in black.
Clutch.
Best day ever. Best day ever. Broke his back, yo.
Broke his back. Like what? Yo, that move was crazy. He was about 300 pounds. He on you like, come on, so they used to be wilding. But yeah, the figure four was classic to me. I don't know why. It was just complex. It wasn't regular.
Mm.
Yeah, it wasn't regular. Yeah, the chicken wing was fire too. Bob Backlund chicken wing was fire, Joe.
Like the stunner, but
chicken wing was
fire. Do that shit in real life though, like how looking like on TV, how the person affecting shit like that. But just to see that nigga Stone Cold do the stunner, and then the nigga react to the shit after, yo, that shit was fire.
Best thing Bob Backlund ever did was change his move to the goddamn chicken wing. That was the best thing he ever did. That motherfucker, his old finishing move used to be the atomic drop. Knee drop. You do an atomic knee drop and pin a motherfucker. Like, this shit is.
And who stole that? Who stole that?
Oh, your man Hulk Hogan. But I was about to say, so we're going to go there, Psycho. If we're going to go to the corniest moves ever, I'm going with the leg drop. The corniest move
leg drop is pretty whack. It's pretty
right.
whack.
And who did it? You got The Rock, Hulk Hogan, all the people who really couldn't.
Now the people's elbow is hilarious.
It's classic.
It's just to be honest with you, it's just as corny as the leg drop, but it don't have more swag than the leg drop ain't got no swag and stuff. Like it ain't nothing to it. Like The Rock put swag to that elbow drop that just made it classic. Yeah.
Oh, they going off in the chat. Sweet Chin Music was fire. That sidekick is classic. You brought that's top 5.
Who's that? Honky Tonk Man?
No, that's Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. Yeah. Honky Tonk Man used to bust you in the head with the
his original move was the reverse suplex though.
Okay, so what we going with? Are we going with the people's elbow or Macho Man's elbow from the top rope? Which one wins?
Macho Man.
Macho Man looks like it hurts more.
Yo, Macho Man off the top rope was fire. Elbow was crazy.
Ricky Steamboat off the top rope was nice too. Yeah.
I never was a Ricky Steamboat fan.
Yeah, that's all he had though. That's all he had was the top rope joint.
Ricky was good, man. Ricky was good.
Who was Ricky representing? Hawaii or something?
Hawaii.
Yeah. He was representing Hawaii back then, right? Yeah, everybody had they was running with like a nationality class, right?
Just stay in your weight
back then.
And from North Carolina, coming in at it was like the sports thing. You stay in your weight.
And then it got a little racial right after it got national when you started working and going.
Well, the national thing was always a thing. Like most of the heels were from
Nikolai
other countries.
Volkov.
Well, they was from other countries, like the Von Erichs, right? Like the Von Erichs started off with the Pops, right? The Pops. The reason why his name was Von Erich was because he was playing a Nazi, right? That was the gimmick. He was a heel Nazi, and I'm what the fuck is his name? I am high.
Not Kerry.
I'm bugging. I can't remember the pop's name right now. Fritz Von Erich. That's his name. Fritz Von Erich. Yeah, Fritz Von Erich would play the Nazi. And but it wasn't just him. You know, they had Japanese superstars come over. As a matter of fact, and on the flip side, when the Americans go over to Japan and do their little Japan runs and everything else, the Japan tours, they're the bad guys, right? They're the foreigners. When they go to Mexico and go fight those whatever the fuck they call it. Yeah, those motherfuckers. When they go fight those mad motherfuckers, they the bad guys, right? They the evil Americans. They the evil Americans coming to the country and everything else, and they boo them and everything, and they play up to it. They play the heel.
Think about how it was genius, and that's what I said. I often do the videos on popular culture being a weapon, right? Think about our childhood and think about the characters, right? You had Mr. Fuji and Mr. Sato when we had beef with them, right? And then you have the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov when there's this whole beef with the Middle East and the Russians and all that, right?
Kamala.
Right. The Ugandan giant is all these things playing to what's going on in popular culture. That's what I'm saying. And they'll create the characters or whatever, and we end up being like, they even got like gang type of characters and thug type of characters now. And
that was the 90s thing, with the gangsters and all them. Yeah,
I was about to say.
Crime Time would have been the more recent ones, and you still got that dynamic.
Yeah, I was about to say who was your favorite black character, but Lou already put mine. I was about to say mine is probably Bad News Brown.
Bad News, he's a rough dude. He's another one he got stories too about wanting to beat the hell out of people. Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Like D-Lo Brown.
You going to go with Booker T? True? That's who you going to run with?
Nah, son. I ain't like Booker T.
You ain't running with Harlem Night?
Nah.
Harlem Night was fire, and they wasn't from Harlem.
He wasn't really from Harlem. He wasn't really
from Harlem.
He really from like Houston. He really from Houston. I think.
Okay, so look, check it out. So if you're talking about, this is great. So you're talking about that marketing and whatever, and the McMahons, of course, they learned from Barnum and all that other stuff. But as far as sports, like I'm saying, you got the moniker. So when you think of Harlem, or what you think of?
Black people.
That's why that still was even with that, right? Harlem Globetrotters. Now you got this Harlem Heat, the Harlem Night. Yes, it don't change. They don't got to be from Harlem.
Because they're fighting in the South. I mean, because WCW is based in the South, in the Southern Territory. That's where the location's at. So that was their goal. Stir it up, get a bad guy, black team, and we're gonna call them the Harlem Heat. And run ramshack on a bunch of white boys, piss off these white people so they get paid to come see them lose.
Yeah.
The corniest black character had to be a man, Coco Beware.
Yeah,
Coco. WWF played him out. The WWF played him out. If you only know him as the Birdman in WWF, I feel you, but it's a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's the only thing I got.
There's a YouTube video of when Coco Beware was fighting out in Tennessee. When he was fighting, there's a YouTube video. There's a YouTube video where Coco Beware was fighting out in Tennessee, where he went and he turned it into a shoot. And for those who don't know, a shoot is a real fight. And yes, sometimes real fights do happen in the ring. And this is one of those times where Coco Beware literally, like no bullshit, beat the hell out of a motherfucker. Like no cape, no nothing. He was mad at this motherfucker about something and beat the shit out of him. It's on YouTube. You can look it up. Like
check it out.
Yeah, beat the hell out of this motherfucker. Like I was like, God damn, that's Coco Beware beating the shit out of him like that. Like beat the shit out of him. White boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out, because man, I gotta that. Hopefully that changed because I used to be in my head like, why the only black dude? Because for a minute on WWF, he was the only black representation. It was for a minute like Kamala wasn't even around, and it was just Coco Beware with that damn parrot, and I'm like, yo, you got the corniest. I'm like, you got the corniest dance. None of us is doing your dance. No, but none of us was doing the dance. That bird dance was the thing.
Have you heard
Oh, see,
Nobody in the hood was
don't do
doing
that
that shit.
shit. Don't do that. None of us was doing that. He couldn't catch a wave with his own people, son. He used to be having me so mad back then. Word. I don't know why I used to just be thinking like, why the only black dude gotta be the corniest dude?
Yeah,
You know,
black people used to get played
wrestler,
out,
bro.
Yeah,
My favorite black group was Nation of Domination.
that's not a dude. That's a team.
Yeah, as I said, my favorite group.
Okay. Yeah, that's you say a group. Yeah, I agree. They was my favorite group because they was
fire.
They was about that life.
Yeah,
they was about that life.
Yeah, but D-Lo Brown was my favorite black.
D-Lo was hilarious.
Yeah,
D-Lo was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, nah, I can't front. That's classic right there, Molly. I can't front.
Was Ron Simmons?
Okay. Ron Simmons brought us some respect. There you go. That is a fact, true. When you just say Ron Simmons by itself, he had a run for him. Now, didn't he have a championship over there in WCW?
He's the first
WWF. He had a little run.
He the first WCW black champion.
Okay, I didn't know that, but
he's actually the first black.
That makes
he's
sense.
he's listed as the first black heavyweight champion. Period. But I said earlier, like I was mentioning earlier, technically he's the second. But they got him listed as the first though because of a technicality. But that's a long story. I talked about it earlier. But yeah.
He got the song playing. Yo, that's crazy. That made me think about it. Ron Simmons held it down for a little minute. He had a nice run. It wasn't super long. It wasn't a super long run, pause, but yeah, Ron Simmons had a run.
Yeah.
I can't front.
Nah, but my favorite wrestling theme song ever was Stone Cold and Generation X.
Nah, I'll take the classic. Who's that? Undertaker.
Nah, y'all bugging.
Undertaker was
by and large. The Ultimate Warrior had the best theme music, dog. Ultimate Warrior had the best theme music.
Speaking of garbage wrestlers, he was one of the worst wrestlers, yo.
His theme music was bananas, though. His theme
I won't
music
say he
was
was the
bananas.
worst. He had all of the kids. He
was all sizzle and no steak. He was all
No.
sizzle.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm talking about as far as the actual wrestling. He was like Goldberg. Like he was like, nah, son. He was just a strong man, just do some crazy. But all the other stuff surrounding him, yes, 100%.
And when he first popped up on the scene, all he did was walk through everybody and leave. That's what kind of Goldberg stole from him.
That music would come on, everybody would go crazy. He'll run to the ring, shake the ropes, go in, bench press a person, splash him, pin him, and then run his ass back to the backstage.
Because he ain't had no moves. That's what I'm saying. When you can tell the rest ain't got no moves, that's what they do. The Hulk Hogan is classic example. The leg drop, son.
No, but you can't front on that press. He used to give about bench press you about 3 times and then just toss you. I can't front on that bench press. Like that was a word.
Yeah, but Ultimate Warrior, like I used to be like, I love this dude, but yo, he corny as fuck.
Son, it's funny though. Even as a kid, I'm like, he's gonna die. Not saying it like that, but I thought he got too much steroids and stuff going on.
You know who was corny as fuck to me and I absolutely hated True? Tito Santana. Tito Santana
was one of the
corny to me.
He was a crybaby too.
Damn, he was corny.
Arriba.
He was so corny.
Arriba. You know who I did used to like on the road show? I can't front. You mentioned him earlier, son. When I was young, I used to really like Don Morocco, son.
Oh, Don Morocco.
He was a sleeper.
Man.
He was the ultimate heel, yo. He's the ultimate heel.
He's a sleeper.
He was dirty, so he used to spit in niggas' faces.
Yes. That beef he had, like he's the one who turned Snooker into a babyface. He's the one who turned Snooker into a babyface. They had that classic feud. Yep.
I used to love Don Morocco.
You know who I used to like? I can't front, but it's weird. But I don't know. I used to just like when he come in. Just I don't know. Yokozuna, son.
Oh, Yoko was no joke. Yo, I used to like Yokozuna. Son, like Yoko was fire to me. Like I used to like
Yoko
as far as the villain.
Yes.
He was a beast. He was crushing everybody for a minute. Like literally, like him and Hulk Hogan clash was crazy.
I ain't gonna lie. I was low key pissed off that Bret Hart beat him. Bret Hart ain't had no business beating him. I'm sorry, he just didn't. Bret Hart ain't had no business beating Yoko.
Crossface crippler was another deadly move too. The crossface crippler.
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember the missing link?
Oh yeah. That crazy
definitely.
motherfucker grabbed the back of his head and headbutt people.
And spit that green shit out. He spit that green shit into your face, remember? And he stole that spit. And I was gonna say he stole that up from the great Kabuki. Y'all remember the great Kabuki?
Great Kabuki. Yeah, he did that, and I forgot the Great Muda. He also did it too.
Yeah, and Mr. Fuji used to blow the dust in your face. Him and Mr. Saito.
Yeah, he had the salt he had the salt. That's in Fuji. Fuji was a dirty motherfucker. They said the wrestlers all said Fuji was the biggest fucking troll and prankster in the business. They said don't leave anything around Mr. Fuji. Don't turn your back on him. Whatever the case may be, that motherfucker, like, he's gonna do something to you. Like he's gonna do something to your food. He's gonna fuck with you. They said he was like. Yeah, he was the worst when it came to that shit. Like, you ain't want to be with that motherfucker.
Here's one for y'all. Who is the best manager? And I'll start it by saying Classy Freddie Blassie.
I'm going with Bobby the Brain, man. I gotta go with Bobby.
Oh, he stole his style from Classy Freddie Blassie.
Stone Cold Steve Austin was like the DMX of wrestling, bro.
Stone Cold ain't even a manager. That manager's before Marley's time.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Managers is before Marley's time.
Yeah, but I can easily go with Jimmy Hart. I can easily go with.
Okay, so here you go.
Megaphone, bust your head.
Classy Freddie Blassie. Nah, they all stole it from Classy Freddie Blassie. That's what I'm trying to tell you, son. Classy B, I remember he used to come with like a down south Georgia preacher pimp. I
know Classy.
Listen, bro.
Let me just add this.
Let
me just add this part right here. Also, what was hot, and I always wanted one. Let me see how. Y'all probably remember this. Remember when whoever Lou Albano, when he had the champions, he used to wear the jacket. He used to wear the jacket, but with the picture of the person who was the champion on the jacket.
Yeah, he was fire.
No, but you don't forget about the Grand Wizard too.
Oh, the Grand Wizard. Yeah, the Grand Wizard.
Yeah, that was fire too. Okay, damn, y'all threw me for a loop. I just had somebody. Oh, Slick. No, you know why you got to give Jimmy Hart his props? Because for a minute in wrestling, one of the best things you could see every week was the honky tonk man bust somebody in the head with the guitar after Jimmy Hart pulled it out from under the ring. Like, yo, he reached under that ring, he throw the guitar in there, Jimmy Hart turned around, yo, you out of here.
Don't forget, during that same time with that honky tonk man legendary run, he also had the Hart Foundation with the tag team belts at the same time.
You can't front on Jimmy Hart. That's a fact. You have the Hart Foundation. That is a fact. I remember now. Boy, he used to bust you in your head with the megaphone. He was dirty, bro. He was a little dirty kid. What was the other dude? Valentine. Was it Phil Valentine?
Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Greg the Hammer was classic.
The Hart.
Bobby Heenan was the ultimate manager. If you really think about it.
Was that the Hart Foundation?
Bobby had the best mouthpiece. Pause. Bobby had the best mouthpiece.
Bobby the Brain.
That motherfucker. He
made you believe.
Shit. Yeah, he used to say the slickest shit. It'd be hilarious, bro. Like on the fly too. Like
now I got one for you, since this is the woke world as well. Who was the best Indian? Chief J. Strongbow, Wahoo McDaniel.
Okay, this is easy.
And who was the other one? There was another one in there. But I'm going Chief J. Strongbow off the bat, son.
Okay, you're disqualified. How you gonna pick the $5 Indian? How you gonna pick the $5 Indian over the real Indian? Wahoo McDaniel is actually a real Native American. He played for the Jets too, and you turned your back on New York. He played for the goddamn Jets.
But Wahoo McDaniel, real name is Joe Flacca or some shit like that, and the motherfucker's a goddamn Italian.
They all were.
That motherfucker wasn't even a real Native American the entire time, bro.
Come on, son. Chief J. Strongbow had that little Indian rain dance.
Yeah. Joe Strongbow was a real Native American. His tag team partner, his alleged, his kayfabe brother. He was a real Native. But Chief J. Strongbow was an old ass Italian jobber who didn't do anything in the wrestling business until Wahoo McDaniel slapped the co-owner of the WWF for shorting him on a payday, and afterwards that motherfucker said you'll never work in New York again, and it got Wahoo up out of there, but now they needed an Indian because they ain't had no Indian stick anymore, so they needed somebody to fill in that Indian role. So they took this old washed up jobber.
Come on, man, stop shitting on my man.
Chief J. Strongbow, and there you go.
Come on, man, don't do that to Chief J. He had the Indian dance.
Hey, Psycho, did y'all ever do any research on Haku? Remember Haku?
Of course.
Yeah, I know Haku. They say Haku was the toughest motherfucker to ever be in the business.
Right.
Yeah.
They say he might be the most single dangerous man like on the planet as far as the stories they tell about this motherfucker.
That's real.
Oh, but then if you got to talk about him, you got to talk about Sid Vicious. Sid Vicious was my favorite character for a minute, but they say he was wild too on everybody.
Yeah, Sid Vicious.
Yeah, that motherfucker stabbed Arn Anderson with some scissors. He's a wild boy.
And I give y'all one more real thug in the outside of the ring. Bud was fire.
Shawn Michaels versus Sid Vicious.
Yeah, no, that was fire, Marley G. But you know who was a gangster outside the ring?
He gave him the sweet shit music like 3 times.
Your man Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner had a crazy run, but when he went blonde hair and was going crazy on the steroids,
I'm about to look that
Steiner connection.
The Steiner connection. Yeah, but that's when he was a good guy with the Michigan Letterman jacket. When he went demon and with the blonde hair, with the glasses, with the crazy muscles. Like he got 2 brolics, son. Like he was looking crazy.
When I first, I was real little. So I liked for a second, then I realized they was kind of whack. It was the champions used to be Rick Martel and who was his name? Tony Gurria. What was it? The Wales, some great Australia, some shit. Yo, I hated him, man. And I think
that's when Rick Martel first got in the business. Yeah.
And I think Tony ended up getting the shit beat out of him. He used to always get his ass whooped.
Yeah.
Oh man. I hated him, bro. I used to like the Moondogs. The Moondogs I like, though.
Yeah, they until they started getting jobbed out. But yeah, back in the day when Lou Albano was managing them, they was good. Yeah.
He had them. He brought the Samoans in. Alpha and Sika, then they kept changing the Samoans every other week. It was a different Samoan.
Yeah, they kept them some Samoans. They had a plug for the Samoans.
I thought they was legit crazy. I'll tell you, man. I saw the motherfuckers when I went and saw these motherfuckers live one time. They came to my town and shit. At the PAL, the local PAL and shit. And before the event, I told this story online. This is a true story. Before the event, they everybody was going to find their seats and everything, and I'm walking past this game room, right? It was a little game room off to the side before you got to the gym, and in the game room they had a Pac-Man machine, right? It was a Pac-Man machine. I believe it was Pac-Man. It was a video game there. I believe it was Pac-Man. So I'm a video game junkie, so I went in there to go play Pac-Man and shit. I had some change and shit. I was like, I'll be right back. I'm going to go play the game real quick because it was a while before the event started. And when I walked over to the machine, there was somebody playing. There was somebody already playing. So I'm sitting on. So I'm on the side of the machine looking to see, waiting for them to finish playing. And I'm looking to see, like watching them play. And I'm watching the game, and this motherfucker was trash. Motherfucker's getting his ass. Yeah, he was over here losing. He just kept losing, man, everything else. I was like, wow, you really suck at this. And I looked up, and it was motherfucking Sika. Motherfucking Sika.
Wow.
That motherfucker looked over at me with the craziest look, bro. The craziest look.
I'll never forget the way he looked at me, bro. I looked up and realized who the fuck he was, and mind you, I'm thinking these motherfuckers is legit crazy. I didn't see these people on TV eating raw fish, while headbutting each other, doing all kinds of crazy. I'm thinking these people legit crazy. Yes. I saw him, the way he looked at me, I hauled ass, bro. I took off, ran my ass out that motherfucker, bro.
I know you know, brother, because they was. I gotta back that up 100%. I don't think about it. The Moondogs was like gimmick scary. The Wild Samoans was legit scary people, yo. And then the stickers always used to be that they couldn't speak no English, and they'd just be like, be like, yo,
for real. Yeah, Blue Eye Battle was the only way they could control them. Like, it was crazy. And Blue Eye Battle wasn't nowhere around either. So I'm like, yo, I'm getting the fuck out of here. They got, I thought about, and I'm trying to process all this, right, while I'm sitting down in my chair, waiting for the film. I'm trying to process everything that just happened. I'm bugging out that I just saw Sika, but then after processing everything, I'm like, wait. Yeah. How is this uncivilized, crazed ass motherfucker even able to play a video game like that shit? Like the fact that a Wild Samoan was actually playing Pac-Man just blew my mind. Like I just like that shit. That shit was like incoherent. Like how the
fuck? Yo, son, I'm telling you, you hit it on the head. And then the first, remember, because this is all TV editing too. The first time they showed Kamala, yo, son, I was kind of scared. Like, yo, I don't think I want to go to Africa, son. Remember, he used to have to paint on his face, and
son, he used to get me so mad. Truth, it wasn't even about scary. At the time, I used to be waiting for just a black dude to I don't know why, but I think maybe it was because I was so mad at Coco B with. I used to just be waiting for somebody to come through, and then they come with this guy. He's slapping his belly. I'm like, yo, son, why you gotta be going so far with it? He don't never talk. He never talk. He never ever talk. Son. He was supposed they violated when they brought only Kamala. The manager. They need to apologize for Kamala, sir.
That's only the managers. That's the same thing with the Samoans. Only Lua Battle could calm them or talk to them, and then who was it first? I think the Grand Wizard had Kamala first. Then I think Mr. Fuji had him for a minute, which is even weirder. And they was the only ones that could talk to them or communicate.
Yeah. Like what? What's going on, sir?
Hey yo, I got something, and let me see. Do y'all remember when it got so corny? I don't know who got in trouble. I don't remember the whole line, but they got suspended. And this is probably before NWA, where they got the idea from. And they had Mr. Fuji made a group, and then all of the wrestlers just put on masks and became the Machines.
Oh, you talk about when Andre Giant and
there you go, yeah, all of that.
One was Andre Giant, one was Blackjack Mulligan, and the other one was the Masked Superstar. Yeah.
Then Hulk Hogan become a machine for a second or something like that too.
Yeah, he did for a night. For like a night. Yeah. He became the Hulk machine or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah. That's where NWA got that from. Telling you, son. I mean,
there was the old Japanese stick that they borrowed from Japanese motherfuckers. They brought up. That's how the NWO was the same shit.
Right.
NWO started off. Yeah, that was the old Japanese joint that worked over there. They took the idea and brought it over here.
So all they did was put them in black tights and put a mask over their face. Like that's not him. That's not him under there, y'all.
Yeah.
The Masked Superstar was legit, son.
Yeah, you know who the Masked Superstar is though, right?
Who?
That's Axe from Demolition.
Axe, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who's the man time? Superstar Billy Graham.
So Superstar Billy Graham is he's like the promo GOAT. Like I advise, if y'all into promos, like funny wrestling promos, anything else, I advise everybody to go watch Superstar Billy Graham. He is the GOAT. Nobody gave a better wrestling promo than that motherfucker. He is hilarious. that motherfucker, like he, yeah, like if you entertained by old wrestling promos, yeah, I advise you to go watch some of his shit.
You know what used to be funny? Remember when WWF gave everybody, not everybody, but certain people who had their little skits in between matches. You had like the what was that? The Brother Love show. Remember Brother Love, and then he had the couch and all that. And then they always do their little interviews and had little shows. They always used to be bogged down.
Like the Snake Pit, the Piper's Pit.
Here we go.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, what was the barbershop? Yeah, all that.
I think Piper's Pit was the best, y'all.
Piper's Pit was fire for
Piper's Pit is the original. It's the original, and yeah, it's the best. It's the go.
The bagpipes just used to be annoying. That's the only thing I never liked about Roddy Piper.
What was the best is Cowboy Bob had the broken arm for mad years. I think I had this.
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. His arm never healed.
Great.
Cowboy Bob had the cast on from like, yo, what kind of injury this nigga got?
Yeah, but you had that cast off for about 4 years now.
Wow.
I'm trying to think of somebody.
Who's your favorite wrestler? I know you was out there by Tennessee. You had Jerry Lawler and them.
Junkyard Dog.
Okay, you brought it back,
South.
And I didn't like Junkyard, but you brought it back.
Now, what you gotta understand what Devastating's at. Junkyard Dog is like
he was
God, yo,
like,
wrestler.
Junkyard Dog, like he owned that, like from Louisiana, Texas,
that whole lip.
That whole strip down there. Like he was the number one draw. Like he was the Hulk Hogan of that era of that area. Like he was that guy.
Like he had like a 10-year run, like a decade, like from 75 to 85
like every week. Yeah,
that before he went to the WWF. Yeah, that was before he went to the WWF. That's why Vince wanted him.
Oh, I'm thinking y'all talking about WWF Junkyard.
He was like,
WWF. He had a nice run on WWF.
He was like Georgia champion or something like that.
The best of Junkyard Dog was pre-WWF. That was the best of the Junkyard Dog. Was like when he was in the
it's the best of a lot of wrestlers before pre-WWF, son.
Mm-hmm.
They were like before they got there. Like they had even better characters before they got there. Let me see. Who was it? Well, Road Warriors, obviously. A lot of them. Ole and Arn Anderson type of niggas who went over there.
No, WCW was really like the underground rappers, and WWF was like commercial rappers back in the days.
Right. And understand about the Junkyard Dog, this is back when black wrestlers was not the headliners. Like that was
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there wasn't no other black really. Like I'm saying, as far as black wrestlers, I mean, we was tired of the white superhero.
Yeah, you go to everybody else's territory, it was white people running shit. Like you come to our territory,
across the board. Yeah, we ain't like that shit.
You go to the down to the NWA. You had Ric Flair, Harley Race, and them with champions. You go.
Man, we went with that shit. We ain't like that shit.
Yeah, the AWA. You had Vern Gagne was always the champion, or Nick Bockwinkel. But when you went to the South, though, when you went down there by devastating them, Junkyard Dog was the man. He was the motherfucker. Yeah.
What about Dusty Rhodes?
Oh, Dusty Rhodes was in
American
Southeast.
Dream, baby.
Yeah, he was in Florida and
I never really liked Dusty.
The Carolinas.
Anytime Dusty and Ric Flair fought, I always rooted for Dusty. I always rooted for Rick. I never rooted for Dusty. Dusty and Ric Flair had the longest running
feud. They was
they feud was for a minute, son. I'm like, damn, these two got beef.
Oh no, not Dusty Rhodes. I'm thinking about his son, the gay nigga.
You think about Goldust. You think about Dustin.
His gay ass.
Yeah, either him or Brother Love was probably the most fruitiest out of all of the fruities that they ever tried to.
What about when Leaping Lanny Poffo became the poet?
Remember Leaping Lanny? That's funny.
I thought he was better with the Genius though, because before that he was just Leaping Lanny. He was getting his ass whooped every week.
He kept changing his shit. Remember, he was the poet, and then he was, like you said, the Genius. But he started off as Leaping Lanny Poffo.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
Leaping Lanny, just like with Junkyard Dog, he actually was better before he got to WWF. He actually was like well respected in a little territory, but mind you, his father ran the territory. It was the Papo's territory where Randy and Leaping Lanny were the main motherfuckers there, and then they left once the territory went under. That's how they ended up in WWF.
Was anybody a Cactus Jack fan? That had to have been like the corniest dude.
I mean, I respected his gangster. I respect his gangster because that motherfucker he took a beating just for I mean he took an ass he literally was the stunt dummy just so motherfuckers could get their little sick pleasure of seeing somebody get their ass whooped, like that sick sadistic pleasure that people get by seeing somebody get fucked up real bad. Like he took those bullets for motherfuckers. Like, so I respect him for that. You know what I mean?
You know what was real corny to me? Mankind.
Yeah, same difference. Yeah. I never got that whole sock thing and none of that. Yeah. It was weird.
Mankind was the truth.
I thought that was the best one out of all his characters.
No. Mankind was fire. I didn't like him at the time when I was younger, but as I got older, I was like, yeah, I understand this nigga.
Nah, you know what really made me not like him? Oh, no, go ahead, Drew.
I was just gonna say, it's just like I was saying, he was the best at getting his ass kicked.
Yeah, but I didn't like that finishing move, that sticking your hand in people's mouth thing. I never liked that, bro. Yeah, the man. There you go. I never liked it, and I never liked the claw. Period. That old claw. Who used to do the claw? They just grab you by your head and just.
Here you go. Here you go. I got one for you.
Yeah.
No, I got one for you. Here go the name. Speaking of claw, Baron von Raschke.
Oh yeah.
He had the claw.
Yeah,
yo, I hated
crazy
the
looking
claw,
motherfucker right there. He's a weird looking dude. Yeah.
And that big giant dude who was like 8 feet tall, an Arab dude used to do the claw too.
He was
big, tall, fake giant.
He only lasted like a week.
I can't remember that motherfucking name.
What's his name?
The Great Khali. The Great Khali.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What about Big John Studd? Remember him?
Yeah, he's classic. He's classic. I never really liked him, but he was one of the ultimate villains.
But he was the only one that could fight Andre the Giant. That's why we needed him. Yo, nobody else could fight Andre the Giant.
Yeah, but he give a real losing to the
Hogan bought him.
That rivalry was trash, bro. I hated Big John Studd.
But that's all we had.
He had a cool name.
Nobody else could. It wasn't because he was with the bad guys. Right, it was Big John Studd and somebody else.
King Kong Bundy.
Was he? Yeah, King Kong Bundy was back.
Oh, Bundy was classic.
This is before he came, though, right? I mean, he came there, right? Because
Studd was there before Bundy. Yeah, Studd
right.
Was there
but Studd was he down with Mr. Fuji? Who had him?
Studd was down with Freddie Blassie.
Freddie Blassie. Yes. But there was a crew or something. I remember there was
Paul Orndorff was there.
Paul Orndorff. Here we go. Yeah. And then Andre the Giant and the good guys over there. Yeah.
Yeah, Andre messed up when he let Hogan pick him up. That right there took away all his aura. It was done after that.
Nah, you ain't got that's business, bro. We was tired of Andre by that point, yo.
Andre was beat up at that point. He was ready to retire just about. Like his body was going through some things.
And
Andre was definitely going through some things.
He was barely moving around. He was barely moving around that time. He had back surgery and all types of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I did see some of the part of the documentary that they were talking about him and all kind of foul, crazy stuff he used to be doing. That dude was a big, nasty dude. Or they used to be saying he's doing foul or savage kind of stuff. Like,
That movie brought him into popular culture more though. Was that Princess Bride?
But he was already remember that motherfucker, he was popular before that. Remember, he was on the $6 Million Man playing Bigfoot. He played Bigfoot on the $6 Million. That was in the 70s.
Facts.
Oh yeah, y'all got me on that.
Yeah. Facts.
I ain't know none of that.
Paul Orndorff I like too. I definitely like Paul Orndorff.
Yeah, Paul was cool.
He used to be trying to beat the shit out of people, yo.
Paul was cool. I saw somebody in the chat mention Ravishing Rick Rude. He was fired for a second. You ain't wanna like him, but Ravishing Rick had it for a second.
Yeah, Rousey ruled. Yeah.
When everybody had the robes.
Yeah, the robe. Yeah, the robe.
Rousey Rule put whose wife did he put? Was that Jake Snake Roberts' wife he put on his draw on his shirt?
Yo, he's a female.
Yeah, he was a wild boy. Rousey Rule was wild.
Torture rack, right? No,
the Rude Awakening.
The Rude Awakening. The Rude Awakening. That's a fact, Psycho. Lex Luger had the torture rack, and Lex Luger was one of my favorite for a minute. He was a classic. I remember they finally let him win a championship. It was fire.
Yeah, I was at that goddamn Intrepid the day he body slammed Yokozuna and shit. It was hot as fuck out there on that goddamn ship that day. I swear I was in there pissed off when I saw that helicopter coming in. Motherfuckers in the crowd said, "Oh shit! Look, here come a helicopter. Oh look, the helicopter look like it's about to land here." I'm like, shit. I swear, if Hulk Hogan comes waltzing his ass up out that goddamn motherfucking helicopter and come body slam, I'm leaving. The second, if the Hulk Hogan comes out that helicopter, I'm leaving. I was like, I bet not. I was so sick of Hulk Hogan. It's like, what was this? This is '93. I'm so sick of Hulk Hogan by 1990. I was sick of Hogan.
Yeah, I never liked him.
I was beyond tired of Hulk Hogan at 93. I was like, yo, I'm leaving if Hulk Hogan comes out that goddamn helicopter. And then Lex Luger, of all people, hopped his ass up out there, which was weird at the time because he literally was just the narcissist the few days ago when I was watching wrestling.
Remember that? Yeah, narcissist. That's a fact. Psycho for her. He was the narcissist for a little minute.
That shit. So that would kind of came out of nowhere that he the one who popped up out of there. But yeah, he jumped his ass up out of there, hopped in the ring, and yeah, y'all saw what happened from there.
So we start with, I don't think he was the first, but Hillbilly Jim set up an era of hillbillies. Remember? Right?
Yeah, Cousin Luke. There you go. Yeah, and motherfucking Uncle Elmer.
Uncle Elmer, nice. Uncle Elmer.
Yeah. You know who else was the corniest dude? Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Nah, I like Hacksaws.
You liked Hacksaw?
Yes.
Everything was whole.
He was one of them barely could wrestle type of cat. I mean, like if they good at it. Like he
was like autistic.
Yeah, I like George the Animal Steel too, though.
Yeah, George was just cool because he'd bite open the turnbuckle and he about to bust somebody's head. He about to make you bang your head on that metal.
You know that motherfucker's a professor in real life?
Yes, sir.
Nah, I didn't know that. That's why I'm glad.
Yeah, that motherfucker. He started off. When he first started off, he was teaching. The motherfucker was teaching out in Detroit. I was in Pittsburgh. It was Pittsburgh, I think. And Bruno Sammartino got cool with him and everything. And he used to work out with him at night. And he used to go wrestle at night and teach during the day until he became full-time wrestler. Then he stopped teaching and started becoming a full-time wrestler. But when he first started off, he used to wrestle at night and work during it and teach during the day.
He was the man for me. I like some George Animal. He used to take the thing off and people just bust their head. Like, oh,
you knew somebody was gonna get their head busted open when he started taking that thing off. And he always do it while you dizzy. You always dizzy. Man, he over there in the cut, just unstringing the jump. It's like, yo, he biting open the joint. And he used to eat the styrofoam and all that.
He played the hell out of that role. He played the hell out of that role.
What? To tell me he was a professor got me like, nah, this is crazy. Yeah. Someone's biting the styrofoam.
Professor, dog. Professor, like he'll tear these pseudos up, like Professor for real.
I like that.
That is wild. Yeah, he brought some flavor to the game. Can't front on him. I can't front on him.
Hold on. I got some more of my memory banks. I'm trying to think who's.
Pedro Morales. Shout out to him. Rest in peace to him.
Morales.
Rest in peace.
That's classic.
I actually played with his son.
The Fabulous Moolah had the championship belt for like 30 years.
Yeah, it's 30 years, like 50, but yeah, he had that belt forever. But yeah,
Who was it? Oh, somebody else. Oh, you said King Kong. Wasn't another King Kong Bundy type?
It was 1 or 2. It was
I don't think it was two. Like One Man Gang.
Yeah. There you go. That was the One Man Gang. And I thought then he left or something like that, right? And then
he became Akeem the Dream. Remember, he became Akeem the Dream.
Yeah,
which was embarrassing. That was embarrassing when that happened. That was back. And he had Slick as his manager when that shit happened. That was cringy.
And then who's the big boss man came from the AWA?
NWA. Big Bubba Rogers. He was Big Bubba Rogers.
Big Bubba Rogers.
NWA.
You know, nobody like Big Boss Man would he come down with that nightstick and all that. He used to know how to whip that nightstick around. I can't front. That was impressive. The way he started spinning the nightstick around all crazy, I used to be like, damn.
He was a real CEO. That's why Vince gave him the whole gimmick, because he said he asked him what he used to do before wrestling, and he told him that he used to be a CEO, so he turned him into the big boss man.
Son, he used to wield the nightstick like it was nunchucks, like wop, 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 wop. I'm like, yo, son. Like, I would probably pull up a clip of him doing that a little later, just because I used to be amazed. Son, like, nah, son is nice with that. But he was corny as hell.
Yeah, he was corny. He was corny to me. I ain't like that motherfucker. And he represent the pig, so that ain't help matters none. So
that's why I thought he was corny, because him and had the same finishing move. Big John Studd. He stole a big boot. The big boot was the corniest ending in wrestling history. I found it. There was the big boot. Whip you to the rope and just hold your leg up and let you run.
I don't know, man. The Barbarian.
That was the laziest. Son, the laziest.
The Barbarian had the best boot. Most boots, I would agree with you, but that goddamn Barbarian was lethal with that.
Yeah, no, he used because he used to try to be
shit
for real.
Different, dog.
It was real.
Different. Yeah.
Nah, I got one, man. I might top that. The move, I think a few people had it where they throw you in the corner and they just like do the splash.
Oh yeah, the splash. I mean, no, the Stinger splash was fire though. The Stinger splash was fire. The other splashes, I don't know
hurt to me. That shit never looked like it really hurt.
Yeah, you can see him bracing. Yeah, that can't front. All right, you want me to give it up? All right, the splash was going. I was a Sting fan though, so I used to think anything he did was fire.
That's something that it looked good, but when you really think about it, that shit didn't hurt.
Yeah. I can't front. And that was the thing too. I was caught up in between Ric Flair and Sting at the time. I was really conflicted with the WCW versus WWF. I swore WCW was way better.
I used to love Ric Flair. Pause. I used to love Ric Flair.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I was way bigger Ric Flair. I used to always. We used to have the Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan arguments, like Jay-Z versus Nas type shit. And I used to always be like, yo, Ric Flair is way better than Hulk Hogan. Y'all motherfuckers are tripping.
They have
the difference about Hulk Hogan between Ric Flair. Hulk Hogan really had kids crying. That's the only thing I give Hulk for. Hulk literally had kids crying like, oh my god.
He's the biggest superstar. To me, I can't think of a bigger superstar. People gonna want to argue maybe like Stone Cold, The Rock, and all that. All that's cool. But we just talking about just wrestling. I ain't talking about outside of wrestling. Like The Rock is bigger if you start counting all the movies and all that stuff. Yeah. But we just keep it in the context of wrestling. Just wrestling alone. There's no bigger superstar in my lifetime than Hulk Hogan. If we just keep it in on wrestling, like there's no bigger superstar.
Nah, but they gave Hulk his shot. Well, big up, Lou. Let me just say this real quick, Lou. I know you're about to go in. But Hulk Hogan had that one movie that was kind of fire on front.
Wait, hold on. Let's be clear. Hulk Hogan wasn't Rocky, brother. Let's be clear.
Oh, yeah. That's true, too. But he had a solo movie. I forgot the name of it. But it was wrestling orientated. He fought Zeus in that movie, matter of fact. And then Zeus came to the WWF. Matter of fact, that was one of the biggest things that happened in WWF. They took it from the movie to the WWF like they had real beef.
Yeah, what was that? Was it No Holds Barred?
Was it No Holds?
No Holds Barred. I knew No Holds Barred. No Holds Barred was classic.
Yeah, Lewis said that. I didn't see that.
That's Debo was in there, Zeus and shit.
Yeah, that's when Zeus came through and was just walking through everybody.
I just want to ask Psycho, man. You said Superstar Billy Graham was the best promo.
Yes.
Psycho?
Yes.
Better than Ric Flair?
Ric Flair was the god of that shit, bro.
Ric Flair was good. Ric Flair's good. Ric Flair, you heard me just say I fucked with Rick heavy. Rick was good. I still gotta go slightly. I gotta put Superstar slight edge over him though. But Rick's good though. Rick's good, but
Roddy Piper had some
Billy Graham, man. He was different. He was different, dog. He was different.
I give y'all those two in my top 10.
Kurt Angle had some classic ones too.
I never liked Kurt, but Macho Man had the best promo to me. I think Macho Man promo was the best, bro. The way Macho Man used to be talking his he started getting in that and all that. He started.
The thing is though, Macho shit's classic because of his antics, right? It ain't because of what he's saying, right? Because most people can't. You can't. He ain't got
the way he's saying it, yeah.
Right, outside of his little slogans like "Oh yeah" and "Dig it." But like he don't, but he don't really it ain't like he ain't really got a pause. He ain't really got a mouthpiece though. Like he really just be doing a bunch of nigga babble. He'll do a bunch of nigga babble and throwing some diggits and it sound good, right? But like Superstar Billy Graham's actually saying something, right? Like he actually got bars. Like he's actually he's talking slick shit. Like
let me ask y'all this: who was the worst villain, man? For me, it was definitely Honky Tonk Man. I could not stand Honky Tonk Man.
You gotta get that. Get busted your head with that guitar, bro.
He broke my heart so many times, bro. I used to always win. He always win, bro. I used to get mad at that shit, bro.
Honky Tonk Man, I'm cool.
What? I'm cool. I'm bad. Yeah.
Ref get busy or some shit. He'll hit you with that guitar.
That was all.
You
already knew.
I think it was a lot worse, worse heels than him. Let me think. The guy is a lot worse than him. So.
No, but before we started saying pause and no homo, when Jake the Snake used to bring out what was his snake name again, Paul? Damien. When Jake the Snake brought Damien out, that used to be fire as a kid. Used to be waiting for Jake the Snake to just everybody panicking, running out the ring. Snake moving mad slow.
He got away with some BS. That was kind of stupid too.
Oh no! Remember when he let it bite? He let it bite Macho Ultimate Warrior. He let it bite. He let it bite. Damien bit Ultimate Warrior. I think if I'm not mistaken. And then he brought a cobra out one day. Jake the Snake was wild.
Was scared of that snake. Man.
Yeah, that used to be funny, son.
I used to like Bad News Brown, man. He kick you in the back of the head with that fucking
that glove.
He'd kick you in the back of the head, like.
I remember he had that ghetto blaster. The kick was crazy, but I remember he used to have that black glove on one hand, rocking people with that.
That was the most gangster. That was the most gangster wrestler.
I want to retract one of my statements, and this is tough right now. But upon further review, the Four Horsemen are now over the Road Warriors as far as the best groups. I forgot about the Four Horsemen. There's nothing better. I don't care what you say as far as how they hyped up a group and how that shit worked. Better than the Four Horsemen.
Who was that? Too?
I got better than
Lex
that.
Luger.
Yeah, that's Ron Anderson. That's Lex Luger.
Ole and Arn Anderson. Ole and Arn Anderson were the original.
Ric Flair.
And then the third one would be interchangeable. Sometimes be Lex Luger, somebody else.
They always brought some.
But you talking about 4-man group, but tag team, it got to be either the British Bulldogs or the Road Warriors.
Hell no.
Not British. British are classic though, but not the British as far as tag team. Tag team is going to be for me, Steiner Brothers or Road Warriors.
Yeah, Road Warriors.
Road Warriors used to be
or call them Legion of Doom. Either one. Yeah. Demolition is kind of corny, but kind of on
the Heart Foundation.
Oh, the Heart Foundation.
Jim's the Anvil Neidhart.
Yeah, the Heart Foundation was kind of fire. Or they kind of made you want to root for them. They was like.
Please not say the British Bulldogs because they had like some of the best moves and shit. Man. Like this,
Baby Boy Smith.
They had like a 3-year run.
Yeah, the Dynamite Kid was fire for a minute.
Dynamite Kid fucked his back up, but yeah.
Yeah, and then someone on a nice run though. He got the championship for a little while. Davy Boy. Davy Boy had a chip for a little while. He was brawling too. He blew up after a minute.
The Killer Bees, they was from the old AWA and shit.
I never liked the Killer Bees. Remember with the mask
Jim
thing? And they used to be cheating with the mask thing.
Greg Gagne.
Brunzell and B. Blind Blair.
Greg Gagne. It was Greg Gagne.
Yeah, Jim Brunzell started off at the AWA, and B. Blind Blair was
Greg Gagne too. He was in the AWA.
No, he started off in Florida. He was in Florida, and they linked up in the WWF because they both arrived at WWF at the same time, and they decided to put
I
him
remember
together.
him in the AWA though. He wasn't big, but I remember him though. Like he wasn't like King Kong Brody or nobody.
Who was the Can-Am Connection?
Can-Am Connection, yeah.
Yeah, Can-Am and Tom Zink. Tom Zink.
Tom Zink. Yeah, Psycho remember the name.
Yeah, he did. Tom great.
Yeah, nah, y'all got me bugging right now.
Think. Okay, British Bulldogs, Can-Am Connection.
The Bushwhackers was the corniest tag team ever.
Yeah, they were.
They was tough before they came to WWF, when they was the sheep herders. They was
sheep herders. That's what they were. Yeah.
They was tough then. They turned into a bunch of bitches when they turned into a gimmick when they went to WWF.
How you gonna remember all that?
Nah, sheep herders.
Oh, you know who was fire? Who we ain't gonna remember? WCW days, the Rockers, Marty Jannetty and
They was real tough in the AWA. They was real tough in the AWA.
What? The Rockers was fire.
Then they went to the WWF. They was good there, but they never. They supposed to.
Wait, that wasn't Rick Martel.
Who
was that with Jannetty?
That was Marty Jannetty.
Yeah, Marty Jannetty, Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. Okay,
Before Shawn went solo. Mm-hmm. And they was little guys too. When you think about
that, the Rockers.
Yeah, why y'all ain't bring up the Rock? Nobody brought the Rock and Roll Express. I mean, that's what the Rockers stole their gimmick from.
That's a fact. That's a fact. He went all the way up.
Rock and Roll Express was
the Freebirds
numbers out in the Carolinas.
Oh, the Freebirds. That was
Freebirds doing numbers too.
That was I forget his name. I forget his son name.
Michael Hayes, Terry Jordan, Freddie Robin.
Yeah.
How about
and Jimmy Garvin became a Freebird later.
Oh no, y'all know who y'all forgetting? Who was fire? Terry Rose. What's his name? That's his name. Terry Rose with the Brandon iron. Remember, he used to be burning the hell out of people or banging you in your head with the entire iron. He used to stay bleeding or making somebody bleed. He was a dumb out for a minute. Terry Rose had it. He was like the ultimate villain for a minute. Oh no, Terry Funk.
That's okay. There you go, Terry Funk. I was like Terry Rose. I was trying to figure out Terry Funk.
Terry Funk.
Yeah, Terry Funk. Yeah, he a legend. Yeah.
What? He had the Brandon iron, son.
Yeah. Okay, here you go. Larry Zbyszko.
Oh yeah, Larry Zbyszko.
Classic.
Yeah.
He always lose, right? He was just there to lose.
No, he was AWA champion for a while.
He was AWA champion. He before that, he was in WWF doing this thing for a while. He actually, he had a good long beef with Bruno before Bruno retired.
Wait, hold on. I think you're right. I think, where did he go? Did he go to the NWA and try to win a championship and could never win?
And then he went to AWA, but he got the belt though, the AWA. He went to AWA too.
Mike the Milkman, what was his last name? Yeah, I forgot his fucking name. Another losing ass wrestler. But y'all ain't say who's best heel though, like the best heel.
The best, I'm trying to think. There's
a bunch of them. Where Hulk Hogan turned bad and shit.
Well, if that's the case, yeah, nothing best heel is NWO.
Okay. Bad Hulk Hogan or good Hulk Hogan?
Bad Hulk Hogan.
Bad.
I agree. Give me Hollywood. I agree.
Oh, give me NWO, period. That run that the NWO went on was classic TV.
Hollywood Hogan over the red and yellow. I'm sorry. Red and yellow made me sick. I couldn't take it.
You know what? We know what it was? Because before our eyes, they actually pulled it off. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, we saw, like, wait a minute. This nigga just turned his beard black and trying to be, it was like hard to believe. Like, Bischoff was a G. Like, it was hard as hell to believe that Mr. Making Kids Cry is now the leader of the bad squad, yo.
That's what made him interesting again, because because the kids that grew up loving him started hating him because they was tired of that shit. It's like, yo, man, we grown ass motherfucking men. You telling us that motherfucking
I just didn't like the good Hulk Hogan.
All this other motherfucking shit. Fuck out of here with that whack ass shit. And then he started acting up, and he turned the bad guy, the heel, and started being an asshole. And now we can relate to you again. Okay, now you seem human, motherfucker. And he was talking big shit.
Remember, they used to be throwing mad stuff in the ring at them, son. That run that they went on, they used to be throwing all kind of shit at them in the ring. They was reckless, spray painting people. They used to be.
I just didn't like his act, man. Like the good Hulk Hogan, when he started getting beat up, then he just getting.
Oh yeah, it was whack. It was trash. Same old thing every time. Yeah, yeah. Ultimate Warrior used to do the same thing. It's the most corniest comeback.
They just got an extra reserve of energy and shit.
Yeah, same old shit. Yeah.
Like that.
I liked it better when the NWA just came out, jump motherfuckers, and they get disqualified and keep his belt.
Yeah, that used to be grimy. You get disqualified on purpose. Used to be so grimy. That was the grimiest.
I remember this one. I forget what type of event when they used to have you fighting and all the other wrestlers be standing around the ring.
The Royal Rumble.
Survivor Series. Royal Rumble. I was about to say Survivor Series. Royal Rumble.
I'm talking about the old school days when they used to do that. Them shits was lit.
Yeah, Battle Royales was fire. Battle Royales was fire.
But the Royal Rumble changed the game. The Royal Rumble changed the game. Like having motherfuckers come out, the countdown.
Because you had to be strategic. Remember, people used to be strategic. People like Ric Flair and all that used to be wondering how Rick make it. It used to be like 50 dudes. You wonder who gonna make it. You used to think the strongest, powerful dude gonna do it. Next thing you know, he get thrown over the ring. They all jumping on him. About 5 people trying to lift him over the top rope. Can't get this big nigga over the ropes.
Yep.
The Royal Rumble was good because they used to have to come in the first person in there. You know what I'm saying? Then every 2 minutes somebody else new come in.
Yeah, that changed the game.
First person, you was the first person. You had to.
Royal Rumble was my favorite shit. Royal Rumble and the cage matches.
Yeah.
Cage matches got crazy, son.
Cage matches. They started putting tops
really ridiculous.
They started putting tops on the cages, calling it Hell in a Cell and shit. Like,
they was doing
I'll never get over the night when the Undertaker threw Mankind off the top of the motherfucking cell, bro. Yo, I thought that motherfucker was dead. I'm gonna keep it a buck, son. I'm gonna keep it all the way in stack. I thought that was to this day, that was the biggest holy shit moment I ever seen in motherfucking wrestling, bro. I couldn't believe I saw what the fuck I saw. And I saw some wild shit in wrestling.
The first time
that was
I saw
crazy.
Somebody get thrown from the top of the cage, I said, y'all finally did it. Y'all finally killed somebody. Y'all did it now. Now y'all finally, y'all got what y'all wanted.
I was like, y'all took that shit there.
When Owen Hart got killed, that's when I was like, they finally killed somebody.
Yeah, no, that one I couldn't tell. That one I couldn't tell, Marley. You're right. But the first time I actually seen it happen, I'm thinking like they finally hurt somebody.
I was like, yo, he did, son. I'm like, he gotta be dead, son.
350 pounds going off the top of the cage. Like him, Undertaker and Kane was like 350 pounds or something. 6'7", huge.
I know Jake the Snake had the best finishing move for the longest. I don't know who's not talking about.
Yeah, that was DDT wrestling for the longest time.
Well, I don't know. That and the bulldozer was always not the bulldozer, the power driver.
You talking the bulldog?
No, my fault. The power bomb.
You talking about
power bomb? Power bomb, bro. That power bomb.
But before the power bomb, the DDT was the most lethal wrestling move. First it was the power driver. The power driver. Then it was the DDT.
That's a fact.
Then it was the DDT. And then the power bomb came after that and everything else. But
I'm just gonna set it off like this. There are people throughout the melanated hoods of America who are paralyzed because of the impact of the DDT, y'all.
Yeah. That neck injury was crazy.
You niggas was
I've
getting
seen
in fight
people get
under that shit on concrete, son.
Yeah.
Skin
Everybody
your
was
whole
trying to do
forehead.
that shit to people. Everybody was trying to do that shit to people.
Your whole forehead skinned on the ground, like you scrape all the skin off your forehead, like somebody just did it too real, like
Motherfucker lost a fight with me because he tried that shit on my ass, tried to DDT my ass. I slid my head through and then slipped and threw his ass down, so he went down without me. And then I jumped on top of him, did a ground and pound, beat the shit out of him. But he tried me though. He tried me.
And who was that guy who had that shit on his leg? He used to do the figure 4 and shit. What was his fucking name? He was a blonde.
Greg Hammer Valentine.
Yeah, Greg.
That was his name.
Yeah, Greg the Hammer. Yup, Greg the Hammer.
Ultimate.
You know who was fired for a minute? What they said? Remember when Rick went on that run of the suplexes? When he had suplexed somebody like 8 times on the back of their neck. That behind the back suplex, not the regular suplex, the behind the back suplex where you got to bend backwards. Because some was like a professional wrestler, both of them was, I think. But he went on a run with them suplexes. That was crazy. Word.
Sting used to do a lot too.
Who you said? You know your mic twisted.
No, I was saying Sting used to do the suplex a lot, and but no, I think the Great Muta had the coldest move.
Oh, the Great Moolah was fire, Madonna. I can't believe you remember him.
Well, he used to do a super kick, right? Did he do like a super kick?
He had a couple. He used to spit the stuff in your face too.
He would do the round off.
It was a roundhouse.
Yeah, he would do the round off and come back with the sharp elbow, in your neck.
Okay.
He was just fire, period, because his whole style was different. He was fire. You brought back a classic. Nobody really would never bring him up. The Perfect Plex was classic, Joe. The Perfect Plex
that was my favorite rapper,
underrated.
Who had the sleeper? I forgot his name too.
A couple people had the sleeper. Psycho brought up one. Who you brought up, Psycho? Damn, what was his name?
I want to be clear. The best one of all is the Cobra Clutch.
Yeah, the Cobra Clutch is that's a different kind of sleeper. The original sleeper.
A lot of people. Chief J Strongbow had a sleeper. Roddy
Say it
Piper
again. Say it again. I was hoping you would say that. Say it again, Psycho. Who had a sleeper?
Chief J Strongbow had a sleeper. Roddy Piper had a sleeper. Who else put people?
You named them earlier, Psycho. You ain't saying them. The King.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake had a sleeper.
The King. Son used to rock the crown.
That's who I remember. That's who I remember with the sleeper. Brutus the Barber. That's the one.
Brutus had one. Harley Race, Psycho. You brought him up early. Harley Race had a sleeper.
That wasn't his finishing move. His finishing move was a diving headbutt. He used to do a diving headbutt on top rope.
He did. Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think he did do the headbutt off the top of the rope. There was another sleeper too. One of the old ones.
He said that move fucked him up long term too. He said he wish he had did a different finishing move because that move actually fucked his back up.
I ain't
hear nobody name. I think it was
the $1 Million Man. I think it was $1 Million Man.
Oh,
the $1 Million Man had that sleeper.
Yeah, $1 Million Man.
Well, he had the Cobra Clutch. He called it the $1 Million Dream, but it was the Cobra Clutch.
The Dream was exclusive when he did that, though. I can't pray. He had a nice run with that. I can't pray. I didn't like the whole Virgil thing. That Virgil thing had me mad. It's like, again, we always got to get a corny black dude. But then Virgil tried to go solo, and then he was corny.
Corny as fuck. Like, yes.
He tried to go solo. I'm like, Virgil, man, nobody never going to respect you, son.
Yeah, I still can't think of nothing better than that DDT. That was the most famous wrestling move of all time in the hood.
Damn, that's what I was trying to say. The DDT.
That shit was that DDT.
My man Negro is in a wheelchair today because somebody did a DDT. Or I'm telling you, son.
I'm even going with the figure.
Oh yeah, people. Yeah, you ain't want to get caught with that.
That Scorpion Deathlock of that figure 4 was crazy to me, bro. I ain't gonna front, son. Because I used to just know it hurt. I used to practice on my little brother, put him in the figure 4.
Yeah. If
Son,
you know how to get
really
that off,
break
man.
somebody's legs, son. You can break somebody's legs.
I'm glad this conversation is going like this. Psycho, I need to retract something else, brother. Now that I think about it, hold on, Madonna. Let me just say this real quick. Now that I think about it, but hold on, the impact of the chicken wing was stronger. Was stronger than I think, son. A lot of niggas was doing the chicken wing. Son.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, a lot of people were doing chicken wing. Yeah.
Like I used to like the Ric Flair. I like the Ric Flair slap. Like niggas feel real disrespected.
That chop was stupid. That chop was stupid for a minute. He was wilding on people with that. He was violating because people was letting him get it off, and he was violating. Yo, he knew people liked to hear it too. He started wilding on people.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be cool. I don't know if I'd be cool just sitting in the corner letting Ric Flair just go ham on my chest. Pause. It just be chopping.
I was putting niggas in the full Nelson and shit.
I saw a dude get put in the full Nelson for a couple of hours.
Full Nelson was a good one too.
I saw him get put in the full Nelson for a couple of hours, bro. They wouldn't even let him go. Just holding his ass.
If you ever been put in a full Nelson, you know, like that was a real move. That was a real move.
That's a real.
And you can grab the shirt, and put them in there. They ain't getting out.
That move can be used to subdue somebody or to cause serious damage to somebody.
Put somebody to sleep with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the armbar too. The armbar was a real move too. The armbar used to really hurt too. If you know what you was doing.
Which one of them had the move, or somehow they would just bear hug you and squeeze you? That wasn't Andre.
It was a couple of bear huggers. It was a couple of bear huggers.
Yeah, there was a few people that did that.
A couple of bear huggers.
Superstar Billy Graham had the bear hug.
That's one of the corniest that ever came out with. But the bear hug was real too, though. No, and the bear hug was real too, though. Truth, I can't front. If somebody ever put you in a bear hug, you knew, like they squeezed
the life out you. The proper way, yeah.
Yeah, they squeezed the life out you. I can't front a bear hug.
A motherfucker will tap.
Will tap.
They had that claw, right? The Vonerics.
Yeah, we was talking about the claw.
That's claw once again. Baron Von Rask. It wasn't no claw.
Baron Von Rask. Yeah.
Yeah, the bear hug was a big dude move. You had to be a big dude to get the bear hug off.
Yeah, man. Like, but it used to be corny after a while because you could see all the people like, come on.
You could headbutt your way out of that shit.
But yo, Lex Luger don't get enough props for the torture rack because that move was real too. If you ever had a little brother and you put him in the torture rack, yeah, he was screaming for real. You would break somebody's back with doing the torture rack, so.
The thing about that,
I didn't power drive somebody before.
Yeah. Oh Lord,
I think
that's a white boy though. It was a white. It was a white boy.
10 murder. Oh, the power driver happened naturally in the street fight when somebody try to scoop you the wrong way and don't know what they doing, and you
grabbed him. Yeah, I grabbed him.
You just grab him and tilt backwards. Yeah, the power driver happens naturally in a street fight.
He called the police on me and everything.
Suplexes happen naturally too. Somebody,
suplex. You going up. You going up top. Yeah. You fighting certain people. You going up top, especially if you ain't got no hands. People trying to go up top.
You can hurt yourself if you don't do that shit right though.
Hell yeah, you gotta drive your shoulder into them because you could definitely hurt yourself.
Nah, I remember somebody try to do a suplex me and I reversed the shit. Went over.
Reverse suplex.
Yeah, reverse. It wasn't a reverse suplex. I reversed it. Like, you know when you reverse it.
Yeah, Marley, you watching Tank Davis fight?
It ain't come on yet, right? So
I was trying to see who that rapper was that came out with him. Yeah, it's in Vegas, yo. They just walked out. They just walked out.
Oh, they just walked out.
They just walked out. They had a nice undercard.
Who fought on the undercard?
I thought it was one.
You all know their names?
Looked like it was one of the Migos.
Yeah, Ben Benitez.
Oh, Ben Benitez on the undercard.
Yeah.
That's a lineup. They set that up nice. I know they made some good money on that. Ben Benitez got.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah, well,
Ben Benitez won.
That was a good fight.
Benvenidez won?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, he won. Yeah, he won.
Yeah. So nobody really want to smoke with him.
My man got on purpose. My man got on all purpose. Yeah.
Who had that boxing type of finish move? Was it D'Lo Brown or Barry? One of them?
A boxing finish move.
Like
yeah,
a
somebody had a fake boxing.
You know, I know Rodney Garvin, the Hands of Stone, used to punch people out and WCW back in the day.
Oh, you know, he used to be beating people up. Yeah, nobody brought my boy up. You know, who was a classic villain, but you had to like him. Big Van Vader. Vader was fire, son.
Vader was a beast.
Vader was fire, and he used to beat the brakes off people. Like Vader was like that dude who was just walking through everybody for a minute. Like the run Big Van Vader went on was crazy.
Is that who? What's his face with the
Bam Bam Bigelow?
Right. Is that who?
I didn't like Bam Bam.
And isn't he a fake Vader?
Yeah, he's a fake Vader. I can't believe he tattooed his whole head like that. Pause. That was the craziest thing about him. That he really tattooed all that stuff on his
Y'all didn't fuck with Jimmy Snooker Snooker?
Hell yeah.
Nah, we was talking about him. I never liked him.
We talked about him earlier. I seen him live.
I wasn't a fan of nobody who did that body splash move. I never liked the body splash.
Jumping off the top
I
rope.
did.
Yeah, the body splash.
Man, listen,
Hell
if you
yeah.
lived up there, listen, if you was a man, listen, like Snooker was everything to everybody up here, bro. At that time, I know Truth can co-sign this. Like,
yeah, he was
all the kids wanted to be Snooker, dog. Like Snooker was the man, bro. Like,
yeah, no, he went on a mean run. I can't front. He as far as popularity wise, he was definitely popular. But I never liked the body splash. Bro. I was like a macho man off the top rope elbow.
Then he used to team up with Ricky the Dragon, Steamboat, all the time and shit.
See, he never. I'm trying to think because they did try to tag team him for a minute, but he was never really a tag team dude. They always put him with some random. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, he never really had no manager or nothing. He was a solo, like.
I'm trying to think. He never really had like a tag team type of partner. I don't think.
Madonna.
Yo, that's crazy. How Pure Black gonna say?
Yo, Madonna.
That's crazy.
Yo,
what up,
yeah,
yeah,
who was that rapper that came out with Tank? Who was that rapper that came out with Tank?
I couldn't tell, man. I thought it was one of the Migos, but I don't think it was one of the Migos. I ain't never seen the nigga before.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
He looked like one of the Migos.
Yeah, I'm approaching the 12-hour mark. I'm gonna do y'all a favor. I'm gonna drop the link in the private chat right here to the fight, so that y'all can go watch it.
Oh, yeah, I'm at the shop Psycho. I was back dropping him something in his cash out.
Yeah, hit that cash out.
Drop him something to get his ass shit out.
There you go.
He gonna hit y'all with a link to the Fidite. That's in the back.
There you go, right there.
That's in the back.
It's the last link right there. That's the fight right there. But yeah, I need to get ready to shut this down. That's about 12 hours, and the fight's on. So, yeah.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. We're gonna be rolling.
All right, fella.
Just give me a few
You going live after the fight or while the fight is on, Jeff?
Probably about the 10th round. If it end early, I'll start.
With them hands that Tank got.
I know, right?
Hey, yo, good show, Psycho. I ain't gonna probably miss the earlier part, but I'm glad I caught some of the panel discussion. Word.
No doubt. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, peace, y'all.
All right,
peace. All right, y'all on the other side. True. A little later, y'all.
No doubt. All right, let me see. Pete, Bobby, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna catch you a little bit later, Marley. I'm about to get ready to shut this down.
That's the link to the fight?
Yeah, that's the link to the fight right there. The last one.
All right.
And that. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, family. As always, if you haven't already,
can you please do me a favor? And please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that you share. It lets people know I'm breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe. And after you subscribe, family, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. Very important to hit that notification bell so you can be notified whenever I do go live. You can get here bright and early. Don't miss none of the show. And then you can be a part of the notification gang, right? And yes, to the haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you haven't already and you want to express yourself, you can do so now by please clicking dislike. Please still share this motherfucker though. Don't be selfish. But you might want to think about unsubscribing, right? Because if you had any issues with anything you heard today, you're probably going to hear some more again later. So you might as well go ahead and get it on out the way right now. Right? And yeah, family, please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. And I also have no limits on my Patreon. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show, as always. And yes, family, please follow me on Twitter and the Gram, and on Clubhouse, and on TikTok at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. And yes, family, as always, I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. Shout out to My Deep. I also want to shout out everybody that hit the panel. I appreciate all y'all for coming up as well. I also want to shout out everybody that was out in the clouds that was just listening and being nosy. Even the hate watchers who are my biggest fans and listen to every word I say. I want to give a peace and black power to everybody out there. Holla black at your boy. I'm out.
Coming real, it's the next episode. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be thinking we soft, we don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be acting too bold, take a seat. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey, smoke weed every day.